When Xia Yurong uttered words that were starkly different from those of her previous life, Yunze instantly realized that she too had been reborn. In her past existence, he toiled relentlessly to pave the way for his girlfriend, only to be belittled to the lowest depths and ultimately betrayed by her for the sake of her childhood friend, leading to his demise. In this new life, Yunze coldly observed as Xia Yurong threw herself into the arms of her childhood companion, choosing instead to embrace the love of his own leading actress, reaping both fame and affection. After her rebirth, Xia Yurong believed herself to be a burden and hastily abandoned Yunze to seek solace in her childhood friend's embrace. Yet, as she journeyed onward, she began to discover the boyfriend she had discarded was thriving beyond measure. The individual in his arms was none other than her idol, the leading actress. Xia Yurong, in a state of despair, questioned, "When did you two become a couple?" The leading actress replied with a smile, "On the very night you rejected his confession." Chapter 1. Both he and his ex-wife had been reborn. Yunze, I must inform you that even if you force me to be with you, we shall certainly divorce in the future. At Yunze Square, in a heart-shaped arrangement of candles, as Xia Yurong held her head high and spoke words entirely distinct from those in her previous life, Yunze understood that she too had been reborn. In her previous life, on this very day, her childhood friend Xia Yurong had accepted his confession, leading to 2 years of romance followed by marriage. Xia Yurong was fiercely ambitious regarding her career. For the sake of his wife's development, Yunze relinquished everything, dedicating himself entirely to her support. Every line, action, and expression in the script had been meticulously pondered over by him late into the night. Prior to her filming, he would break it down and narrate it to her. On the very day she claimed the trophy for Best New Actress, she proposed a divorce to Yunze. When rebuffed, she became furious and exclaimed, "I've liked Xia Yong for a long time. Now that I finally have the means to stand beside him, what gives you the right to stop me?" Liked Xia Yong for a long time? What then was Yunze's significance? What did all his efforts over the years amount to? Merely a green hat worn with grace? Yunze wished to suggest delaying the divorce for a few days until her Best New Actress trophy could help her recent scandals dissipate, allowing for an easier division of assets. However, Xia Yurong's emotions were too volatile. The moment Yunze raised his hand, she rushed at him frantically, and, as they struggled together, they tumbled violently over the marble railing, cascading down steps. In the end, Xia Yurong met her demise as well. Under the night sky at Yunze Square, lights twinkled all around, and amidst the flickering candlelight, the smile that graced Yunze's lips was instantly perceived by Xia Yurong. In a fit of anger, she kicked a nearby candle, sending it rolling across the ground until its flame extinguished. The atmosphere became suddenly tense. "You may refuse my confession," Yunze said without elaboration, raising a single index finger. "Return yesterday's gift to me, that LV bag worth 50,000. Also, your belongings have already been moved to my place. Please retrieve them promptly. If you do not collect them within 3 days, I shall dispose of everything." Xia Yurong's appearance was strikingly innocent. Clad in a sleeveless white dress, her long, fair legs were exposed. A subtle touch of makeup accentuated her eyebrows and features, and in the summer breeze, her hair danced alluringly. Yet, Yunze knew that beneath her pure facade lay a profoundly tainted soul. He vividly recalled the bag he had gifted her before his confession. At that moment, Xia Yurong had faced him with a shy demeanor, yet still turned him down. She expressed her lofty expectations for love, desiring an unforgettable day when they would finally unite. Thus, a precious gift was deemed necessary. Whether that day had left an indelible mark on her, Yunze could not ascertain. He only knew it had etched itself deeply into his own memory. Xia Yurong was exasperated. She could never have anticipated that the Yunze of this time would speak so irritatingly, demanding the return of the bag he had given her as a token of his affection. That bag? She had long since forgotten it. The Yunze of her previous life had never been this petty. Instinctively, she clenched the fabric of her white dress, wrinkling the hem into layers of creases. Xia Yurong had no inkling that Yunze had also been reborn. After all, in her past life, he had remained deeply enamored with her until his death, refusing to consider divorce. Was he intentionally trying to make things difficult for her? Did he still wish to be with her? The youthful Yunze was merely putting on a brave front, unwilling to part ways with her. She gazed intently at Yunze's face for an extended moment. At this moment, Yunze's face had yet to fully mature. He radiated youthful vigor and sunny charisma, truly deserving of his title as the campus heartthrob of Yun University. There was an inexplicable sense of reluctance. If only he could remain by her side for a while longer. However, upon turning her thoughts to Xia Yong, she realized that he was not significantly inferior to Yunze. The key difference lay in his exceptional qualities that could provide her with ample resources for her development. "Very well, I shall return your bag," Xia Yurong declared, biting her lip resolutely. She was now an adult, no longer the naive girl of her past. She ought to discern what choices would be advantageous for her. What future could she hope for by aligning herself with Su Yunze? In her previous life, he had merely been her assistant, devoid of any ambition. From now on, let our paths remain distinct. Do not harbor any illusions of entangling me, she asserted. My heart belongs to Xia Yurong, who surpasses you by 1,000-fold. After casting a disdainful glance at the onlookers, she turned away without a backward glance. To live again was a tremendous opportunity, one that must be seized wisely. She could not afford to squander her time here. Su Yunze scoffed softly. Her heart belonged to Xia Yurong? That fool, whom only Xia Yurong could regard as admirable. He found himself intrigued by how Xia Yurong would evolve without his assistance in this lifetime, relying on Xia Yurong. He hoped she would not be too disillusioned. In a fleeting moment, Xia Yurong had vanished from sight. A group of girls approached to engage him in conversation, to which Su Yunze graciously acknowledged their concern, politely declining their request to connect on social media. He knelt on the ground, extinguishing the candles one by one and placing them back into their box, tidying up the scene. As he reached for the fifth candle, a pair of fair, slender hands brushed against his as they both touched the candle simultaneously. Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback. He looked up to meet a pair of shimmering, watery eyes. The woman wore a mask that obscured much of her face, her complexion appearing deliberately altered with an unnatural tan. Clad in simple jeans and a white shirt, she nevertheless exuded an unmistakable aura of elegance. With an upright posture and an elongated neck, she embodied the adage that true beauty lies within, reminiscent of a swan. No amount of disguise could conceal her allure. Her opening remark left Su Yunze momentarily speechless. "Hello, would you consider marriage?" Su Yunze was caught off guard, his intended greeting morphing into a fit of violent coughing as he turned away to compose himself. "Miss Song, such playful teasing is rather unbecoming." It was she, Song Jinha, the most sought-after figure in the entertainment industry today, a veritable Triple Crown winner of prestigious awards. In an instant, Su Yunze recognized her. In their previous life, they had shared a story, or rather, an intersection of fates. That year, Xia Yurong starred in a groundbreaking film. Facing numerous setbacks, the notoriously strict director, Old Go, had berated her to tears. "With a meal practically fed to your mouth, you still fail to comprehend. I have never encountered someone as inept as you. And you dare claim your dream is to act. You perform like a pile of dog excrement. Spare us the disgrace of using that term." Xia Yurong had fled in tears. After apologizing to the director, Su Yunze hurried after her, only to be met with her wrath as she vented her frustrations upon him. "It's all your fault. Could you not narrate the plot to me at home? Discussing it in public only invites ridicule. Do I really need a mere assistant to teach me how to act? At home? Would you even remember?" Long after, Su Yunze still clutched the crumpled tissue he had refrained from offering her. Thus, Song Jinha came to be by his side. Emerging from the shadows, she approached him bathed in moonlight, gazing at him thoughtfully before asking, "Have you considered divorce? What if I told you I'm not jesting?" As the memories faded, Su Yunze looked at the disguised yet ethereal Song Jinha before him and smiled. Chapter 2. By your words, I would never encounter such connections in my lifetime. How did you discern my identity? In a secluded corner CAF, where the foot traffic was sparse, it felt like an exclusive sanctuary. Song Jinha removed her mask, appearing in high spirits, unfazed by being uncovered. Her right index finger tapping a gentle rhythm on the wooden bar. Unbeknownst to her, the distance between them had considerably shrunk. Su Yunze responded with a smile. "I am your admirer." Whether Song Jinha believed him or not, this revelation evidently delighted her, causing her smile to deepen. She raised her right hand, gesturing 3 days. "I've checked the calendar, and 3 days hence will be an auspicious day for obtaining a marriage certificate. The weather will be splendid." Having been reborn, he felt an undeniable confidence in everything and believed himself worthy of Song Jinha. Yet Su Yunze had not anticipated such swiftness. Shouldn't they first nurture their feelings? He had originally harbored no expectations for marriage, and his rebirth was not aimed at matrimony. However, if that person were Song Jinha, her profile began to merge with that night's memory. The moonlight cast upon her, rendering her even more ethereal than the glow of the moon itself. Divorce? Su Yunze had had no previous interaction with Song Jinha, and thus he naturally declined. Song Jinha showed no reaction, merely nodding slightly before turning to leave. Yet, as he gazed at her departing figure, Su Yunze felt her demeanor had grown considerably more aloof. Song Jinha was displeased. Was she unhappy because he refused a divorce? Nevertheless, after that moment, Su Yunze frequently encountered Song Jinha by chance. Perhaps while he was on his way to buy bubble tea for Xia Yurong, or on a rainy night when he could not hail a cab, only to find an umbrella suddenly shielding him, or perhaps on a sweltering summer day when he was tasked by Xia Yurong to fetch lunch 6 kilometers away, when a car pulled up beside him, the window lowering to reveal, "Do you need a ride? I'm quite serious. Do you wish to reconsider?" Another rejection ensued. Her demeanor grew even colder, earning her the title of the moon of the entertainment industry. Could one truly reach out and touch the moon? In time, she began to take an interest in Su Yunze's work, and as he assisted Xia Yurong, she too benefited from this newfound attention. Surprised yet pleased, she later mused, "Do you know why Song Jinha is concerned about me? It's because she has ties to Xia Yong. It's all per Xia Yong's directive." She lifted her chin, regarding Su Yunze with a hint of disdain. "Song Jinha is my idol. By your words, I would never encounter such connections in my lifetime. Is that so?" In the CAF, Song Jinha turned, her glistening eyes locking with his as she smiled. "Nurturing feelings? We can cultivate our relationship after we obtain the certificate. It's perfectly fine." The distance was neither close nor far. Song Jinha refrained from physical contact, merely exchanging glances. Her dark eyes sparkled, filled entirely with him. Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback, replying, "Marriage is a matter that requires careful consideration. Mr. Su, I am indeed very considerate." As she watched him depart, the wind chime hanging from the glass door chimed melodiously. The round-faced waitress placed a closed sign at the entrance, then turned to inquire curiously, "Sister Boss, is he the one you've been waiting for?" Song Jinha nodded, her gaze drifting to the 2 cups of coffee on the bar. The coffee beside her had been consumed, a faint lip print lingering on the rim of the white ceramic cup. She brought the cup closer, her thumb gently rubbing the mark, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. "He claims to be my fan? What a blatant liar." As she glanced at the contact information saved in her phone, she could not help but smile, her eyes curving with delight. "Sister, your smile truly doesn't align with your persona." "Persona?" Song Jinha nonchalantly tossed her hair and playfully winked at the waitress. "Can a persona bring a husband? Can it bring happiness?" She was no longer a child. Meanwhile, Xia Yurong had just left and promptly dialed Xia Yong's number. Su Yunze had just assured her of his disinterest in pursuing her further, which stirred a tinge of bitterness within Xia Yurong. She merely sought a better life. Why couldn't Su Yunze understand her, given how much he loved her? Sniffling, she awaited the call to connect, her gaze resolute. If rebirth could happen to her, then surely it was heaven's decree for her to change her destiny. As for Su Yunze, without her support, he would likely struggle to even remain an assistant, destined for unemployment. Moreover, he was an orphan, with only her willing to accept him and marry him. In this lifetime, without her, Su Yunze could expect to live in solitude until his days were done. Once the call connected, Xia Yurong softened her tone, calling out, "Xia Yong, dear brother." In the production crew, with a layer of makeup on his face, Xia Yong stepped aside to take the call. "Is it true that someone still visits to see a minor character like me?" The crew members, seated on the steps with their lunchboxes, observed Xia Yong's retreating figure. While he looked decent enough, his excessive grooming was off-putting, the makeup reminiscent of spackling compound. Moreover, they genuinely disliked his personality. He spent his time boasting around the set. What did he say again? That Song Jinha glanced at him a couple of times, taking notice of him, right? Laughter erupted among them. At this rate, he might even claim that Song Jinha is secretly in love with him. Turning their heads, they spotted Xia Yong entering with a fresh-faced girl, gasping in astonishment. Is someone really blind enough to fancy Xia Yong? Just look at that bashful expression. She is clearly interested. Impressed, Xia Yurong trailed behind Xia Yong, her heart racing with exhilaration. At this juncture, Xia Yong had already secured a role in the production, carving his niche in the script. Meanwhile, Su Yunze had accomplished nothing. Their disparities were starkly evident. After a leisurely stroll, Xia Yong reveled in Xia Yurong's adoring gaze and the astonishment of others. He felt as if he were floating, leading Xia Yurong outside. "Rong, what brings you to seek me? You know I'm quite busy. I have several newcomers awaiting my guidance." Xia Yurong leaned against the outdoor railing, fully agreeing with Xia Yang's statement, skipping pleasantries to get straight to the point. I made it clear to Su Yunze. We will no longer be in contact. Brother Xia, you were right. Su Yunze is utterly worthless aside from his looks. You are the only true man. Xia Yurong turned her head, her tone filled with admiration. I want to be with you. If memory served, during this time in her past life, Xia Yurong had already mentioned that the actress highly regarded him. Being with Xia Yurong would grant her everything she desired. Under the summer night sky, as the pure-hearted girl confessed her feelings. A moment that would make any ordinary person's heart flutter. Xia Yurong, however, looked utterly terrified. You haven't been with Su Yunze? You want to sever ties with him? That's simply one do. Chapter 3. Are you truly considering parting ways with Su Yunze? That is simply unacceptable. Having returned from her rebirth, Xia Yurong had already pinned half of her grand plans, yet she found herself met with a setback right from the outset. Her smile faltered. Why is it not permissible? She chose a better person. What could possibly be wrong with that? Xia Yurong, perceptive as he was, realized his words had struck a discordant note the moment they left his lips, but alas, it was too late. Indeed, Xia Yurong's expression darkened significantly. Seizing a moment of inspiration, he plucked a vibrant pink wild rose from the nearby underbrush and offered it to Xia Yurong, attempting to placate her. Rong, please listen to me. I sincerely hope you take your own feelings into consideration. I have mentioned that he is not the right choice. He paused, his brow furrowing as if the subsequent words required considerable mental preparation. Yet, you have stated that you like him, and I respect your opinion. I have always regarded you as my little sister. Even if you are with him, it will not affect our bond. I will continue to support you, as I always have. His heartfelt words brought Xia Yurong to the brink of tears, successfully soothing her troubled spirit. In her previous life, Xia Yurong had indeed kept his word, maintaining a close relationship with her and even entrusting the care of her to the esteemed Song Yingho. Enough said, she exclaimed. Xia Yurong, I once liked him, but I have now gained clarity about my true feelings. She turned her head slightly, a rosy blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her appearance all the more enchanting. I like you. Do you not harbor any feelings for me? The soft glow of the lamp illuminated her profile, and Xia Yurong heard the sound of his own swallowing. Of course, he did have feelings for her. Yet, he could not pursue a relationship with Xia Yurong. Su Yunze was far from inept. He was top of his class in the directing department at Yun University, an undeniable academic prodigy with a distinctive perspective on scripts. Even before graduation, numerous companies were extending olive branches to him. It was only his proud disposition, coupled with his profound affection for Xia Yurong, that allowed him to be manipulated so easily. If Xia Yurong were to become involved with Xia Yurong, who would then assist him with his scripts? Xia Yurong, however, was oblivious to such complexities. Upon hearing that he had feelings, her heart raced as if a beautiful life was beckoning her. In her previous life, Xia Yurong had merely provided a slight assist, yet she had still been able to secure the Best Supporting Actress award. This time, if she directly entered a relationship with Xia Yurong, the Best Actress title would surely be within her grasp. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Xia Yurong reached out and embraced Xia Yang's waist. Through the fabric, he could feel her soft, delicate form, leaving him parched and incapable of refusing her advances. Uncertain whether Su Yunze could still be delayed, he expressed his concern. I worry that he may act irrationally due to his feelings for you. Xia Yurong's emotions cooled slightly at this. Reflecting on her past experiences, she recalled that this period mirrored her initial entry into a film crew. The script was excellent. The director was commendable, and her first performance had been a resounding success, laying a significant foundation for her future. Xia Yurong, a director has approached me with a script. The cast is illustrious, and the director praised my abilities. Would you like to join me? After reminiscing, Xia Yurong confidently patted her chest. He said, I would definitely become a sensation. Xia Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. When? Is the director offering you a script? Xia Yurong lacked the prowess to attract such attention. It was undoubtedly Su Yunze who had orchestrated matters behind the scenes. The day after tomorrow, upon returning to her familiar home, Su Yunze had yet to utter a word of lament. After tidying the sofa slightly, he carelessly tossed aside Xia Yurong's newly moved clothes. Sitting on the sofa, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly. Oh my goodness, what more do you want? I have already agreed to let your future wife join the crew. There cannot be any further demands. It seemed he had indeed overstepped previously. Su Junde Sai. I have severed ties with Xia Yurong. This call to Director Lin was to convey his acceptance of the previous proposal, to join the crew as a screenwriter and assistant director. The person on the other end was still sobbing, momentarily stunned by his words. What did you say? Oh my heavens. It appears the night has fallen, and you are dreaming, haha. Su Yunze could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation, raising his voice slightly. Director Lin, if you continue, I will need to reconsider. The voice on the other end promptly ceased. So that's it. It's for the best. It should have ended long ago. We need to finalize the roles the day after tomorrow, so let us not miss each other. At the Xingqing Film City South Alley crew, after hanging up, Director Lin remained in high spirits, greeting everyone with jovial cheer. His sudden shift in demeanor was quite the spectacle. Just a week prior, he had been in a foul mood, scolding everyone in sight. How could a single phone call change everything? Curiosity piqued among the crew members, as one questioned, ISNT that the infamous young man? Has he finally come to his senses? With him on board, this production is assured stability. After all, this was his script. I must say, he truly is a fool to sacrifice such talent for a woman, even considering quitting writing altogether. Is he not inciting his father's wrath? After concluding the call and finalizing his plans, Su Yunze finally found a moment to sit and recuperate. As fatigue washed over him, reality set in. This time, he would not pave the way for Xia Yurong. He would steadfastly pursue what he cherished. In the group chat, discussions arose about a new screenwriter joining the team, described as a handsome and capable young man, yet his appearance remained a mystery. A somewhat familiar voice echoed in the hallway. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of foreboding. Beep, beep, beep. Incorrect password. Please re-enter. The individuals outside paused, then knocked on the door. Su Yunze, are you in there? Rising, Su Yunze opened the door, and Xia Yurong, leaning against it, nearly stumbled into his arms. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and stepped aside. Here to collect your things, are you? They're all over there. Take them all at once. Su Yunze moved aside, turning away as he returned to the sofa. Your presence is not particularly welcome here. Furious at discovering the password had been changed, Xia Yurong felt wronged. How dare Su Yunze, who had always indulged her, take such a step? Furthermore, he had not even offered to catch her when she almost fell. Frustration bubbled within her, and upon seeing her clothes carelessly strewn across the floor, her anger intensified. The floor was not dirty. Su Yunze was indeed diligent in his cleaning, yet it spoke volumes about his attitude. Noticing Su Yunze was entirely indifferent to her. Engrossed in examining a crew poster, Xia Yurong could hardly believe what she was witnessing. You cannot possibly be considering joining Director Lin's crew, can you? How audacious of you. He has taken a liking to me. You would be lucky to even get a minor role. Su Yunze leisurely crossed his legs, lifting his gaze to meet hers with a frosty intensity. Are you finished? Chapter 4. Such a person could never be intertwined with Su Yunze. If you have said all you wish to say, then leave my home at once. Speak another word, and I shall ensure you cannot tidy these belongings. Su Yunze wore a faint smile on his face, yet the tone of his voice and the piercing gaze from his eyes plunged Xia Yurong into an abyss of discomfort. A sense of awkwardness enveloped her. When had Su Yunze ever spoken to her in such a manner? Anger surged within her, and she tossed the clothes she was holding onto the ground. She had no intention of tidying up. Did he truly believe she relished being there? Could Su Yunze dare to throw away her belongings? Xia Yurong picked up a bag that had rolled off the edge of the sofa, rummaged through it, and found the script. The title was emblazoned upon it, questioning the heart. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, pondering whether she intended to return to the production team. Had Director Lin not informed her that her presence was no longer required? As thoughts of the crew members crossed his mind, he felt a sense of clarity. After all, the more spectators, the more entertaining the spectacle would be. Oblivious to Su Yunze's musings, Xia Yurong leafed through the script, and a wave of familiarity washed over her as the lines and plot resonated in her heart. Realizing it was indeed the first drama she had filmed in her past life, she exhaled in relief. Despite Su Yunze's shortcomings, He had to concede that his advice had been sound. This production marked the most auspicious beginning of her career. Even with her rebirth, Xia Yurong found it challenging to uncover a better path. Following the trajectory of her previous life seemed more favorable, especially with Xia Yurong by her side. Eliminating a hindrance would undoubtedly elevate her potential far above her former heights. You're merely suited to be a minor assistant. With the script in hand, Xia Yurong felt emboldened, stepping back into her element. She held the script close to her heart, casting a condescending glance at Yunze. Director Lin despised those who relied on connections rather than merit, and she felt compelled to issue him a warning out of respect for their shared past. Do not seek unnecessary hardship. It would be quite humiliating to face disgrace. Xia Yurong recalled vividly how Director Lin held a particular disdain for Yunze. Each encounter was marked by a frosty demeanor, and as time progressed, Lin's discontent only deepened. He often berated Yunze without restraint, questioning his audacity to infiltrate their esteemed production with such lackluster talent. When Yunze endured those biting remarks, his expression became notably awkward. Perhaps it was because he relied not on his own abilities, but on the connection with his girlfriend to gain entry into the crew, much to Director Lin's chagrin. In contrast, whenever Lin encountered Xia Yurong, his visage brightened and his tone softened, often casting a disapproving glare at Yunze after their conversations. The more she reflected, the clearer her memories became, bolstering her confidence. A glimmer of schadenfreude danced in her eyes. She had said her piece, and it was futile to reason with a fool. Now, she awaited Yunze's impending embarrassment. Given his attractive visage, should he come to her seeking reconciliation, she might consider extending him a hand. Having reached this conclusion, she regarded Yunze's icy demeanor with less ire. She had no intention of collecting her things, so she grasped the script and her bag, preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Yunze's voice called from behind. Xia Yurong turned with an air of pride, certain he regretted his actions and wished to reconcile. Yet, to her astonishment, a pair of soiled socks struck her face. Her triumphant expression froze. I told you to take your belongings, Yunze frowned, and return the bag I bought for you. He had observed her for quite some time. It appeared that since her rebirth, Xia Yurong's mind had become somewhat muddled, alternating between a scowl and amusement. Regardless, it was no justification for neglecting to collect her items. Recalling the message that had just pinged on her phone, indicating that guests would soon arrive, she realized she needed to tidy up quickly. All you care about is your bag. Xia Yurong gritted her teeth. I'll return it when I get back. She stamped her foot and slammed the door behind her as she stormed out, genuinely angry this time. No matter how embarrassing Yunze may be in the days to come, she would not assist him. The room fell silent again, yet after Xia Yurong's outburst, it lay in disarray, clothes strewn across the floor. Yunze shook his head. Perhaps I should hire a cleaning lady for tomorrow. This way, he could neatly pack Xia Yurong's belongings and dispose of them without hassle later. His financial situation was not dire at this stage. He had just sold the rights to a novel, but with the burden of Xia Yurong's career weighing on him, he had decided to cease writing and fully support her. Consequently, his income had gradually dwindled. Xia Yurong was a fiercely proud and ambitious individual, unable to tolerate anyone overshadowing her. Thus, she remained blissfully unaware that the one paving her path was Yunze, nor did she know that the script for questioning the heart originated from him. It was perhaps for the best, sparing them both from unnecessary entanglements and making the rebirth considerably more convenient. While he was lost in thought, his phone chimed again. He opened it to find a message from Song Jinha. The moonlight is lovely tonight, but regrettably, you must return early. Accompanied by a freshly taken photo. The image captured a diagonal composition. Leaves in the lower left corner glowed under the streetlight, evoking a cozy ambience. The moon above resembled a jade plate, undiminished by the light below. Yunze felt his mood lighten. Indeed, it is beautiful. Let's enjoy the moon together next time. After typing his reply, he gazed at the photograph again, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the angle, as if it were taken outside his own building. But how could that be? Was Song Jinha the type to wander to someone else's doorstep in the dead of night? Xia Yurong descended to the ground floor, her spirits still low, and she couldn't resist calling Xia Yurong in search of solace. To her surprise, his first words were, "Rong Rong, guess who I just saw?" Song Jinha. She made her way further into the community. Upon lifting her gaze, she collided with a pair of black eyes, colder than the moonlight itself. The figure donned a beige trench coat, striding with an air of confidence, the click of her heels echoing, momentarily disorienting Xia Yurong, as if she had stumbled into a red carpet event. The woman cast a frosty glance in Xia Yurong's direction, but did not halt her pace, swiftly passing her by. Xia Yurong's heart skipped a beat. How could Song Jinha be here? As she observed the direction in which the actress was headed, it bore a striking resemblance to Su Yunze's residence. The thought flickered in her mind, but she shook her head vigorously, scanning her dimly lit surroundings and finding her musings utterly absurd. This was Song Jinha, after all. Even those who seldom watched films or television had heard her name. How could someone at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry possibly intersect with Su Yunze? Unbeknownst to Xia Yurong, after their fleeting encounter, Song Jinha narrowed her eyes. Glancing back at her, since you lack discernment and treat Su Yunze poorly, do not blame me for taking him for myself. Chapter 5. Director Lin holds me in high regard. The role of the second female lead is mine. Upon reaching the entrance of Building 3, Song Jinha took out her phone and deftly typed, I find myself unable to sleep. Would you accompany me for a walk? Just as she was about to hit send, she glanced up at the luminous moon hanging high in the sky and fell into silence. At this hour, was it truly appropriate to invite someone out for a stroll, especially after just parting ways? After much deliberation, she ultimately deleted the message in the chat box and typed a new one. The moonlight is lovely tonight. Too bad you have to head back early. She accompanied it with a photo taken on site. Rather than pursuing a mere quantity of encounters, it was far more worthwhile to create moments of quality. Before long, her phone chimed with a reply. Indeed, it is beautiful. Let us enjoy the moon together next time. A smile crept on Song Jinha's lips as she cradled her phone and looked once more at the moon. Was it this same feeling that enveloped him while gazing at the moon from beneath his building, standing in the very spot he once occupied? Could it be said that they had indeed shared a moment of moon gazing? That night, Song Jinha lingered until late, the moon still high in the night sky, before she could no longer resist the urge to return home. A day slipped by in the blink of an eye. The curtains were drawn a third of the way, and morning sunlight poured in, casting a warm orange glow on the white floor. Su Yunze opened his eyes. He had tidied up the house a bit the day before and summarized the pivotal moments of his past life, charting the path he intended to take. His heart swelled with newfound confidence. Summer Yurong had posted a delightful photo on her social media, embracing someone else's arm and smiling sweetly at the camera. She captioned it, After all the twists and turns, I've realized you are my true love. This time, I choose you. Su Yunze found it amusing and liked the post before promptly blocking her on social media. Yesterday, Song Jinha seemed quite busy, sending several messages asking him about his favorite color and inquiring about home decor, claiming a friend was conducting market research. Su Yunze responded without much thought, engaging with her queries. After she expressed her gratitude and reminded him to eat on time, he ceased to pay further attention. Ding dong. As he groggily reached for his phone, a message notification chimed, and upon checking, he saw it was from Song Jinha. Dear fiancé, would you grace me with your presence for dinner tonight? Let us discuss the attire and timing for tomorrow's registration. His still drowsy mind suddenly sharpened. Su Yunze sat up in bed, gripping his phone tightly, his gaze fixed on the message. That term of endearment stirred something within him, a warmth he couldn't quite place. But what was amiss? Tomorrow they would be registering their marriage. Today, he was indeed her fiancé. Surely Song Jinha did not intend to tease him. After sending a positive reply, she quickly messaged again. What would you like for breakfast? How about some clear soup noodles? Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback. Why this inquiry? He picked up his phone and saw another message pop up. His fingers danced across the screen as he sent back the address. A few minutes later, someone knocked at his door. He opened it to find a delivery person clad in a yellow uniform, handing him a bag. The bag was purple, adorned with a cute character, indicating it was not a disposable item. Su Yunze placed it on the dining table and slowly opened it. A glass container held a steaming bowl of noodles, steam swirling up as he uncovered it, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Song Jinha had risen early, and after a day filled with activity, her home had transformed from a cold, model-like starkness to a cozy abode adorned with numerous small items. The creamy color palette was clean and transparent, and cloud-shaped wall lamps added a touch of softness to the living room. Su Yunze's room was already arranged, with only a few remaining essentials that Song Jinha planned to purchase directly from a supermarket: couple-themed toothbrush holders, towels, and slippers. The thought made her lips curve into a smile, as if she were in a dream. While boiling the noodles, she messaged Su Yunze, and just as the noodles finished cooking, her phone chimed. Wiping her hands, she unlocked the screen and immediately saw his polite response, which, notably, did not refute the earlier term of endearment. Song Jinha's smile widened. She couldn't help but set her phone down, covering her face with her hands in an attempt to quell the tumultuous emotions within her. She adored him, her fiancé. A few unarranged decorations still sat in the corner of the living room, and though the male occupant had yet to move in, Song Jinha could already sense a shift in the atmosphere of the home. He must have just woken up and not yet eaten lunch, right? Turning to glance at the freshly cooked noodles, an idea sparked in her mind. She quickly messaged him. What would you like for breakfast? How about some clear soup noodles? After receiving an affirmative reply, she asked for his exact address. Song Jinha took her glass container, packed the clear soup noodles inside, and called for a courier. She intended to deliver them herself, but what if her stomach growled in front of Su Yunze? That would be quite embarrassing. The portion she cooked was only enough for one. So, she made another batch, and, after a few minutes, just as she placed the noodles on the table, Su Yunze messaged her to say the noodles had arrived. Song Jinha raised her eyebrows, lifting her phone to capture a photo of her right hand holding chopsticks alongside the bowl. Let's have breakfast together, fiancé. Song Jinha thought, in just a couple of days, they would be sitting at the same table, sharing the same breakfast. The noodles suited Su Yunze's palate, and he devoured them with relish. His spirits high as he headed to the set. Director Lin had sent him the location, but he had spent 3 months there in his previous life, running errands for Summer Yurong, so he could navigate it with his eyes closed. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed 2 individuals being barred from entering the set. On what grounds are you preventing me from entering? Director Lin explicitly stated that the second female lead is mine. He won't allow for any surprises. Summer Yurong's chest heaved with indignation, clearly furious. She pointed her right index finger at the security guard at the entrance, demanding, if my work is delayed because of this, will you take responsibility? Xia Yurong stood beside her, surprised that Summer Yurong, so adamant about being the second female lead, was now being obstructed. The piercing stares from all around made him uncomfortable. But since they had come this far, he refused to back down due to a minor setback. Xia Yurong grasped Summer Yurong's arm, seemingly in an attempt to console her, yet his tone only stoked the fire. Rong, don't fret. You'll make yourself sick with anger. Director Lin values you highly. Everyone could see that. Even if there is a delay, it won't be your fault. The security guard, recalling Director Lin's temperament, hesitated momentarily. He glanced at the pair and stepped aside to make a phone call. 2 minutes later, his expression soured as he raised his hand to signal his colleague to let them pass. It was all the fault of these 2. If they wanted to embarrass themselves, that was one thing, but now he was dragged into it, facing a rebuke from Director Lin as well. Summer Yurong, oblivious to the guard's thoughts, saw him step back and strutted forward triumphantly, pulling Xia Yurong along to enter the set. I told you, Director Lin places great importance on me. When I see him, I'll say it's all your fault for delaying the work. Xia Yurong soothed her from the side, not even sparing a glance at the security guard. All right. Our little princess, Rong, shouldn't be upset. Their figures gradually faded from view. Su Yunze stood for a while longer, ensuring that they had wandered far enough before making his way towards the film crew. Upon spotting him, the security guard immediately perked up. Director Su. In Chapter 6, Su Yunze, merely a background actor, found himself in an unexpected comparison. He was not surprised that the security guard recognized him. Such was Lin Dao's work ethic. Nodding in acknowledgement, he entered the film set and took a small detour to rendezvous with Lin Dao. Upon his arrival, he found Lin Dao engrossed in monitoring the surveillance footage, surrounded by a few curious heads pointing and gesturing at the screen. Ah, they really dared to come? No waities. Just wait and see our performance. This woman actually had the audacity to put a green hat on director Su. Let us see if I show her any courtesy. Lin Dao lifted his head, and, upon seeing Su Yunze, his previously sour expression transformed into a beaming smile. At 49, Lin Dao appeared several years older than his actual age, a consequence of sleepless nights spent filming, often humorously referring to himself as a little old man. Clad in a slightly worn Zhongshan suit, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Like many earnest and sincere directors, he harbored a burning desire to create truly exceptional works that would prove the domestic film industry could rival its international counterparts. Su Yunze held a deep respect for him, promptly approaching to offer his greetings. "Ah, you brat, you finally made it." He casually handed the surveillance footage to a young assistant and waved his hand, signaling for them to step aside. "With you joining, we can rest easy." Lin Dao stood up, circling Su Yunze with satisfaction before giving him a pat on the shoulder. Good, good. You seem much more spirited. It's like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Ha! In the face of such praise, Su Yunze merely smiled, quickly engaging Lin Dao in a discussion about the script. Wen Xin would be his first full-length work, birthed under his guidance, and each character held significance and sentiment for him. Minor adjustments could be made to the second female lead, and Ru Yue, a young lady whom the male lead, Wen Yin, encountered during his time as a servant. She was proud and flamboyant, injecting vivid color into Wen Yin's otherwise dreary life. Wen Yin deliberately approached her, and his fine upbringing allowed him to quickly win her heart. Yet, he exploited her affections, returning to his homeland only to wage war against hers without ever coming back for her. Su Yunze pinned and Ru Yue's name on an A4 sheet, encircling it. The plot and interactions needed not be overly complex. The design would culminate in a moment wherein Ru Yue saved the male lead from death, despite their families being sworn enemies. Pausing momentarily, he drew a heavy line through the circle. When the enemy approached, and Ru Yue donned armor, transforming into a general. Her image vividly sprang to life before Su Yunze. Love had shattered, yet she remained undaunted, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination. "All right, you choose your country and your great general. Yes, I have my beloved citizens too. Upon our next encounter, we shall be mortal foes." Lin Dao's eyes widened, his thumb raised in approval. Wen Xin was originally a classic tale of love for one's country over love for beauty, characterized by intricate strategies. However, with this addition, and Ru Yue's life was imbued with even greater vibrancy. After finalizing the details, he made slight adjustments to the audition script, promising to refine the complete version later. Lin Dao sent a message in the crew's group chat, instructing the distribution of the new script. Xia Yurong, eager to join the crew, waited outside. Impatiently, she rose from her seat, her expression radiating annoyance. In her previous life, it was always the crew waiting for her. When had she ever had to wait outside with a group of background actors for an audition? With a slight furrow in her brow, she instinctively called out to Su Yunze to fetch her an iced milk tea. A script was handed to her. "This is the new script. Take a look. There have been modifications." Xia Yurong's impatience surged, and without a glance, she waved her hand dismissively, sending the script flying to the floor, the pristine white pages quickly sullied. Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, the staff had moved on to distribute scripts to others. Rolling her eyes, she resumed her seat, her thoughts drifting to Xia Yurong. Xia Yurong, her brother, had shown ambition, wanting to explore and learn upon joining the crew, yet he had yet to return. Unlike Su Yunze, just as she thought of him, Xia Yurong caught a glimpse of a familiar figure slipping through the crowd, deep into the corridor. She immediately stood up and called out, "Su Yunze, stop!" Su Yunze paid her no heed, swiftly entering a room. Xia Yurong's face flushed with anger, her nails digging into the strap of her bag, exerting considerable effort to refrain from throwing it to the ground. There were too many eyes on her. Having gained some fame online, she needed to protect her reputation and avoid any scandalous exposure. Forcing a somewhat strained smile at those around her, she settled back in her chair, convinced she hadn't mistaken him. That was indeed Su Yunze. What was he doing here? After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her. He must be unwilling to let her go, begging the director to allow him to serve as a messenger. Like a refreshing sip of ice water on a sweltering day, her anger dissipated significantly, and she felt a surge of pride as she placed her bag down, adopting a poised posture in her chair. Su Yunze was indeed smitten with her, speaking so harshly, yet secretly keeping an eye on her. Alas, her standing as the important second female lead was incomparable to someone like Su Yunze, who merely played background roles. When she saw him next, she would certainly give him a piece of her mind to relieve her frustration. Su Yunze proceeded towards the audition area, discussing plot developments with Lin Dao. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name, but he did not break his stride, continuing on his path. Ah, the second female lead. Lin Dao, having caught the shout, glanced back cautiously, confirming it was indeed that woman before quickly turning away, his movements swift as if lingering for even a second longer would invite misfortune. He pondered whether Su Yunze's earlier words had merely been spoken in anger, perhaps following a quarrel with her, and that they might have reconciled by now. After all, he had noticed Su Yunze's steadfastness only days prior. Just as Lin Dao was contemplating the situation, Su Yunze's voice rang out beside him, and the audition list he held was snatched away. Su Yunze opened the folder and circled a name. She would be suitable for the role of the second female lead. In Chapter 7, Lin Dao, taken aback, remarked, "Oh, Lin Miao Miao." Following Su Yunze's circled position, he jested, "She's from my hometown, isn't she?" He had a vague recollection of this young girl, who came from humble beginnings and had entered the industry early, often seen around when a production began. She was quite charming and talented. Wait a moment, quite charming? Lin Dao's smile began to falter. He scrutinized Su Yunze, who today looked rather dapper in a suit. "You're not suggesting you prefer her over Xia Yurong, are you?" He prepared to discuss whether her image would fit the role. Hearing this, Su Yunze nearly choked. "Don't be ridiculous." He coughed twice, patted his chest, and regained his composure. "I'm about to get married." Married? Director Lin was even more astonished. The corridor was dimly lit and surrounded by a throng of people, preventing him from discerning the expression on Su Yunze's face. He could only sense a monotony in his voice. So sudden? The staff ahead unconsciously slowed their pace, and someone pushed open the door to the audition room, with Su Yunze stepping in right behind. Indeed, he held a folder, yet his gaze didn't settle upon it, seemingly lost in thought. When it came to the topic of romantic interest, he instinctively recalled the figure from the square 2 nights prior. He was picking up candles, and she had approached, their fingers brushing together without him realizing it. Before he could process it, his lips had already proclaimed the news of his impending marriage. Su Yunze's mood was far from the calmness others perceived. Speaking of responsibility, he was to obtain the marriage license tomorrow, though he intended to keep it under wraps for the time being. He paused slightly, suggesting he would introduce her to them when the opportunity arose. Getting a license right away? Seamlessly transitioning? Keeping it under wraps for now? Director Lin's gaze grew somewhat complex as he adjusted his glasses that had nearly slipped down. This kid-ass word were increasingly reminiscent of a certain scoundrel. Director Lin, known for his strong moral compass, ought to chastise Su Yunze properly, perhaps even hurl his script to the ground to give him a piece of his mind. Yet, he clutched the script tighter, ultimately refraining from throwing it down. "Lin Dao, what are you dawdling for? We've been waiting for you." The staff were already in position, and his assistant was gesturing for him. Director Lin closed his eyes, stepping forward as if to face a noble sacrifice. Fine. This kid's script is indeed exceptional. He couldn't bear to part with it. When he eventually meets his wife, he ought to remind her, "Director Lin, Su Junde Wava, why are you moving so slowly?" I'm coming." A smile quickly spread across Director Lin's face as he quickened his pace and took his seat. Soon, the audition participants arrived one by one. Lin Miao Miao was a round-faced girl, and after her makeup, she effectively concealed the blemishes under her eyes caused by late-night work and exhaustion. With her cat-eye eyeliner accentuating her beauty, her chin slightly raised, she resembled a young lady of nobility gracing the stage. The camera shifted, portraying her as a betrayed lover. Besieged by calamity, the innocence in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a fierce blaze of anger, her red cloak billowing behind her. She gritted her teeth, a manifestation of her regret for her past self and her wrath towards the villain, Wen Yin. Their reunion would mark the beginning of a bitter rivalry. As the audition concluded, Director Lin was the first to applaud. "Well done, young man. You've unearthed such a gem." His eyes sparkled with admiration. Although the character of Enruyue was merely a supporting role, it was still significant, and he had previously felt something was lacking. Now at last, it possessed a soul. She embodied the essence of Enruyue. With this proclamation, the role of the second female lead was solidified, unbeknownst to those outside. As more people entered, Xia Yurong felt a twinge of impatience. Why hadn't it yet been her turn? Xia Yurong had made a round and returned, taking a seat on the wooden bench beside her, his eyes gleaming with a different hue. "Don't fret, Ruyun. Those with talent are always in demand." He took Xia Yurong's hand and placed it on his knee. "Director Lin likely intends for you to be the grand finale. He has long favored you." Xia Yurong had just inquired with the staff and was surprised to learn that Director Lin had indeed expressed such sentiments, which alleviated his concerns and allowed him to comfort Xia Yurong. Sitting upright, he caught the attention of several passing young women. Soon, it was Xia Yurong's turn. She stood up, pulling Xia Yurong with her. "Rest assured, once my role is confirmed, I will ensure they offer you a part as well." Xia Yurong raised her chin, exuding utmost pride. This life's trajectory was undoubtedly far superior to the last. Her debut role would allow her to share the stage with Xia Yurong, something she had longed for in her previous life but had never achieved. Xia Yurong wore a faint smile, appearing entirely at ease as he allowed Xia Yurong to lead him forward. Behind them, a keen-eyed staff member noticed a script lying on the ground and hurriedly picked it up, brushing off the dust. "Wait, your script," she exclaimed as she opened it. The two remained oblivious as Xia Yurong pushed through the audition room door, stepping inside. "Staff member, didn't she just mention that the script had changed? Who does she think she is, so confident as to charge in without even glancing at the new script?" Thumbs up to them. The staff member tucked the script away and turned away, heading off in another direction. Good advice is often wasted on fools. Setting aside the urge to assist, respect the paths of others. Xia Yurong, with normal hearing, naturally caught the shout behind her, but so what? Director Lin had already declared his approval of her. So this role was undoubtedly hers. Why should she exert unnecessary effort? She could simply rely on her talent to secure her place. Her fingers grazed the cool metal handle, forcefully pushing it open as if stepping onto her own star-studded avenue. "Wenyan, can you truly justify your actions to your conscience?" Xia Yurong screamed, fully embodying the role of the betrayed noblewoman. "I loathe you." The room fell silent. Director Lin rubbed his forehead. He had never thought highly of Xia Yurong's acting. And now, with Lin Miao's performance as a comparison, it was all the more glaring. He somewhat regretted not having informed her sooner. Xia Yurong merely needed to recall and immediately envisioned what her character entailed. As this was her first production, she took it very seriously, putting in considerable effort, often reflecting on it from her past life. She had always believed herself to be a naturally gifted actress, yet Yunze had often hovered nearby, offering unsolicited advice on her performances, perhaps out of his own inadequacy, seeking validation through her. As his girlfriend, Xia Yurong had always tolerated it. In this life, she could finally shed the burden and truly excel. Wiping away the tears that had welled up from her emotional fervor, she wondered why it was so quiet. Were they stunned by her acting? Had they even forgotten to applaud? A smile crept onto Xia Yurong's face as she proudly declared, "I know, I performed splendidly. But if you want me to join, you must offer me another role." Before she could finish, a script came crashing down from the front, landing right at her feet. "The plot has changed. Didn't you read the script? What are you even performing?" Next, Xia Yurong stood frozen. Chapter 8. Audition Failure. What does this mean? She recognized every word. Yet when combined, they formed a bewildering phrase that left her confounded. Wasn't her role supposed to be secured? Just as the last audition was wrapping up, the lights flickered on, illuminating Xia Yurong's shocked expression. As she saw people preparing to leave, she hurriedly called out, "Wait a moment. Director Lin, what did you mean by that? Wasn't my role already determined? You even said you had high hopes for me." Xia Yurong hadn't realized that her voice carried a hint of urgency. Director Lin smiled as he took a few steps closer, reiterating his statement. "With such a lackadaisical attitude towards the script, who would dare hire you, let alone your acting skills?" He clicked his tongue. I fear my employees might seek compensation for emotional distress. It's truly an eyesore. How could this be? In her previous life, she had starred in this very production, achieving resounding success and laying a solid foundation for her future endeavors. It simply couldn't be the case now. A puzzled gaze fell upon a figure behind her, and her eyes widened in shock. You? Yunze. The disparity between reality and her imagination felt like a bucket of ice water, dousing her heart. Yet, the sole difference between this life and the last was her refusal of Yunze's confession. He must be scheming against her. Yunze had been sitting beside director Lin, and without his guidance, Xia Yurong's audition descended into chaos. Unbeknownst to her, in her previous life, her rise to fame had been orchestrated by him, who had persuaded director Lin, offering numerous incentives to ensure the crew meticulously refined her performance. Yet, no amount of editing could mask the deficiencies in her acting. He leaned back against the chair, twirling the pen in his hand, observing as director Lin drew a heavy cross on the list. The force behind that stroke bore a hint of personal animus. Just as he gathered the documents to leave, his name was called, and Yunze couldn't help but chuckle. He pointed at himself. Me? Xia Yurong stared at him, a wave of indignation surging within her. If it weren't for you, how could I possibly have failed my audition? You've been speaking ill of me behind my back ever since I rejected your confession, persuading director Lin to change his mind. How selfish can you be? It's all Yunze's fault. Apparently, you possess no awareness of your own work ethic. Yunze pulled up a chair for director Lin and casually pointed at a crew member. You read the new audition script to her. The cameraman hurried over, picking up the script that had been discarded at Xia Yurong's feet and began to read aloud. The more she listened, the redder Xia Yurong's face became. The second female lead has become a female general. It was filmed this way in her previous life. She was the embodiment of the second female lead. No one understood her better. Was this a butterfly effect triggered by her rebirth? Xia Yurong's complexion fluctuated between green and red, momentarily leaving her dazed. Have you come to an understanding? Yunze scoffed lightly, not intending to wait for Xia Yurong to regain her composure. He took the script from the crew member's hands and headed towards the door. The rhythmic sound of his polished shoes echoed, drawing nearer, as if mocking Xia Yurong's confidence. Moreover, she heard him pause momentarily beside her, his languid voice resonating in her ears. You? Do you really think I need to go out of my way to speak ill of you? Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut struck heavily upon Xia Yurong's heart. Her nails dug into her palm. How dare Yunze speak to her in such a manner? Could love turn to hatred so drastically? She narrowed her eyes. It was merely a minor setback, nothing of significance. Without Yunze as an encumbrance, she was destined to become the leading actress. The surrounding crew members whispered among themselves. TSK, so lofty an ambition. Our second female lead was already chosen before her audition. Xia Yurong's eyes widened in realization. So was director Lin, who had gone back on his word. Clutching her phone tightly, she stepped out of the audition room before the crew could hurry her along. Within her phone was a video she had intended to record her first day on set, but now, Xia Yurong's mind was made up. No matter what, she would join the cast. Pushing open the door, she spotted Xia Yurong. He smiled warmly, like a neighborly older brother. How did the audition go? Xia Yurong had promised him a role, yet his first question was not about his own character. The sudden alleviation of her inner turmoil washed over her as she gazed at the sun-drenched space behind Xia Yurong. She exhaled. Her choice was indisputably correct. There may be some obstacles, but rest assured, Xia Yurong, I will secure my place in the production. Xia Yurong's expression shifted momentarily before quickly returning to normal. He echoed Xia Yurong's sentiment, thinking to himself that with such confidence, she must have a way to handle Yunze. As Xia Yurong walked, she recounted the events of her audition to Xia Yurong, observing his expressions closely. Not seeing any significant reaction from him, she felt a sense of relief. Having been reborn, she still cared about Xia Yurong's opinions. Xia Yurong remained silent, surely having plans for her future path. As she caressed her phone in her pocket, she gradually relaxed, no longer preoccupied with the unexpected audition outcome. With her rebirth, she had to allow for the occurrence of butterfly effects. As Xia Yurong exited just a wall away, Su Yunze and director Lin were organizing the character list. That was quite a thrilling exchange just now. Director Lin chuckled teasingly, kicking Xia Yurong aside and altering the script. Our production team has certainly lowered its standards. Though he had spent much time with Su Yunze, he could tell that the young man was not one to indulge others, and his words were sincere. Rest assured, this lad won't whimsically allow Xia Yurong to join their production. Director Lin jested. Su Yunze shook his head. He meticulously organized the printed A4 lists, filing them away. In his previous life, he had eventually recognized Xia Yurong's true character, but having invested too much in his youth, he found it difficult to extricate himself when he sought to. He could only grit his teeth and maintain the status quo, turning to seek a way out. Later, when memories rushed back, he could not avoid the image of a woman. It was then that Su Yunze realized that he had encountered Song Jinha more times than he had initially thought. Just as he pondered this, his phone lit up with a message. Do you want to grab lunch together? Chapter 9, I really like it. Sunlight streamed through the glass walls into the living room. Xia Yurong, cradling her notebook, sat on the carpet, sending the recorded video to the contacts she had arranged. Xia Yong sat beside her, unable to resist sharing his thoughts once more. While the cast of this production was merely adequate, the script was commendable, and the attitude was serious. Xia Yurong turned to listen, finding no fault in Xia Yong's words. You mentioned last time the renowned actress song. Mentioning that individual sparked a flicker of anticipation within Xia Yurong. Being guided by an iconic actress would surely yield significant benefits. It would immensely enhance her own reputation. You wish to meet her? Xia Yong's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and gently tucked Xia Yurong's slightly disheveled hair behind her ear. I need to have some projects under my belt before I can introduce you to her. That is true. A sparkle ignited in Xia Yurong's eyes. Just as in her previous life, it was precisely because she had her own projects that Xia Yong could mention her in front of the illustrious song. This would undoubtedly bolster her path to stardom. Having made her decision, Xia Yurong gazed at her laptop, eagerly awaiting the notification sound of a new message. Half an hour later, a finished recording was uploaded to her account, which boasted 300,000 followers. Sunlight streamed down as Xia Yurong exerted herself to meet someone, utterly unaware that the individual had already appeared before someone she held in disdain. When Su Yunze sent a message, the headlights of the Rolls-Royce in the upper right corner flickered on, followed by the opening of the passenger door. As Song Jinha approached, Su Yunze was first captivated by a delicate fragrance, a subtle blend of orchid and sandalwood that was simply enchanting. She donned a champagne-colored dress that gracefully reached her ankles, a slit on the right side revealing glimpses of her long, slender legs with each step. One phrase floated into Su Yunze's mind, swaying with elegance. Compared to their last encounter, Song Jinha appeared much more composed, having found her poise without creating any sense of distance from Su Yunze. Noticing that Su Yunze was momentarily lost in thought because of her, a hint of a smile flitted across her eyes. She opened the passenger door and gestured invitingly, calling out, "Mr. Fiancé?" Her dark pupils clearly reflected Su Yunze's silhouette. He snapped back to reality, chuckling softly, and without hesitation, he slid into the passenger seat. As the door closed, Song Jinha circled around the back of the car, preparing to return to the driver's seat. The contours of the vehicle obscured some of the light, and within the confined space, Song Jinha's fragrance enveloped them. Su Yunze's hand, having fastened his seatbelt, remained resting against his chest. This was a sensation he had never experienced with Xia Yurong. As Song Jinha reached the rear of the car, her emotions were far from the tranquility Su Yunze perceived. She deliberately slowed her pace, taking a deep breath as her heartbeat gradually steadied. A radiant smile blossomed on her beautiful face. In truth, she had noticed Su Yunze approaching from the moment he drew near. She had simply become so engrossed in observing him that she forgot to exit the vehicle. As he walked closer, someone attempted to strike up a conversation with him, seemingly hoping to obtain his contact information, but was promptly rebuffed. Su Yunze possessed a unique demeanor. His light gray suit exuding an air of nonchalance amidst the bustling surroundings, his eyes cast down as if lost in his own thoughts. Song Jinha was unaware that she was also someone who judged by appearances. No, she had always been aware, otherwise. How could she have harbored feelings for Su Yunze for so long? She grasped the handle of the left door, reflecting, Song Jinha, you only have eyes for Su Yunze, not merely for his looks. As she opened the door, Su Yunze smiled at her from the passenger seat, and a flutter of anticipation quickened his heartbeat as he recalled what he intended to do next. With Song Jinha now in the car and the door closed, the distance between them shrank infinitely. They had never been this close before, and the atmosphere grew palpably intimate. Su Yunze pondered what to discuss when a fair, delicate hand unexpectedly extended toward him, as if seeking something. Wasn't the seatbelt already fastened? Just as he was about to question this, the hand withdrew, revealing a shimmering necklace suspended in midair. Was this a gift for himself? Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback. I saw it while shopping and thought it would suit you perfectly, Song Jinha explained, her cheeks slightly flushed, though her tone remained steady, perhaps influenced by the lighting. I believe gifting something to my future husband doesn't require a reason, does it? When Su Yunze turned to look, he was met with her charming smile. Shall I help you put on? He heard himself respond lightly, with an air of calm that belied the tumult within. He chuckled. Then I must thank my fiancé. Su Yunze had long harbored a curiosity about why Song Jinha wished to marry him. He was not the kind of person to mindlessly charge forward like a rabbit oblivious to obstacles. Beneath his seemingly serene exterior lay a complexity that perhaps warranted the term hypocritical. He had no valid reason to reject Song Jinha's advances. Missing one opportunity did not imply a loss of courage to try again. This was also why he had not turned down her marriage proposal. He would not simply wait passively. That gentle laugh resonated in Song Jinha's ears, stirring ripples within her heart. She felt a warmth creeping in, as if a playful kitten were pawing at her. Song Jinha's gaze flickered as she controlled her movements, unfastening the necklace, her right hand reaching across the seat to grasp a corner of the necklace. From this angle, if she leaned in just a bit closer, she could envelop Su Yunze in her embrace. Her lips hovered near his face, tantalizingly close. Click! The soft sound was barely audible as Song Jinha released her hold, smiling. All right, tell me if you like it. Holding the pendant delicately in her hands, she traced a heart-shaped engraving with her fingertip. Meeting his clear, dark gaze, Su Yunze replied, I truly like it. They maintained the subtle tension throughout their journey until they arrived at the restaurant. Just as their dishes were served, Su Yunze's phone rang. The private dining room felt somewhat warm, prompting Song Jinha to remove her jacket and place it on the adjacent chair. Her gently curled, long hair cascaded down her back, accentuating her exquisite collarbone. She tucked a loose strand behind her ear, and the yellow gemstone necklace adorning her fair, swan-like neck caught the eye. Su Yunze diverted his gaze as he answered the call. Director Lin's booming voice came through the receiver. Check the trending topics. Xia Yurong's recording has sparked interest. Let us discuss how to address this after reviewing it. Su Yunze leisurely rolled up the cuffs of his shirt. Don't hang up just yet. He set down his phone and switched to speaker mode. Give me 2 minutes. The restaurant fell momentarily silent. Song Jinha remained quiet, not wishing to distract Su Yunze. She gently set her chopsticks down, unlocking her screen to browse the trending topics. No need to search deliberately, as the popular section had already surfaced the information she sought. Is the heartfelt crew being two-faced? A complaint from an outsider. Chapter 10. Su Yunze could never marry Song Jinha. Su Yunze had already muted his microphone and played the recording. It was brief. The beginning featured director Lin's assurances of Xia Yurong's talent, followed by critiques post-audition. The stark contrast in tone was particularly pronounced given the deliberate editing. Xia Yurong's plaintive caption read, If you thought I was unsuitable from the start, why not say so earlier? Isn't our time as outsiders valuable? Or is it because I rejected my suitor? The conflict between the outsiders and the crew, a naturally disadvantaged group, often drew sympathy, coupled with her lingering comments. Netizens swiftly transformed into amateur detectives, piecing together the narrative. Then, Xia Yurong liked the post. The situation erupted in fervor, and angry netizens flocked to the official account of the heartfelt crew. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, activating his microphone. I've seen enough. He casually picked up the lighter from the table, spinning it between his fingers. What is your take? Director Lin, on the other end, quickly responded, inquiring. In the private room, Song Jinha also held her breath, listening intently. That was Su Yunja's first love, a fondness that blossomed during high school. She had witnessed firsthand the tenderness he showed her. Would he? A light chuckle interrupted her reverie, dispelling her worries like mist in the morning sun. Do you not perceive this as an opportunity presented on a silver platter? Su Yunja declared, casually placing the lighter on the table with a decisive clink. Our promotional efforts for the post-production will also require financial investment. Director Lin's tone seemed to lighten. Are you suggesting we let the situation simmer? Allow the bullets to fly for a while? Su Yunja lifted his chin. We need not clarify anything. Rather, we should discreetly assist Miss Xia. Laughter echoed from the other end of the line, a melody that resonated clearly in both their ears. Good lad. I was concerned that you harbored lingering feelings for her. But now I feel reassured. By the way, what are you up to now? The call took quite a while to connect. Su Yunja glanced at a certain someone who pretended to be dining while secretly observing them, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Iching. Accompanying my wife. Director Lin's realization dawned. Ah, you're having dinner with your wife. Why didn't you mention that earlier? What did you say? Dining with your wife? His voice rose in pitch as the realization hit him. Does that mean what you said earlier still stands? Hello? The call was abruptly terminated. Song Jinha had not anticipated overhearing this conversation and nearly choked in surprise. She patted her chest, feeling her ears warm with embarrassment. A piece of chicken was lifted and placed into her bowl. Why aren't you eating? Were you waiting for me? Yes, I was waiting for you. The two of them continued their meal in pleasant companionship, while Director Lin, fuming from the abrupt end of the call, paced back and forth in the center of the crew, pondering Su Yunja's words. Surely, what he just said was not spoken merely out of regard for his wife. Was it? A young assistant tidying up props raised a hand timidly. Director Su is not that kind of person. I know. Director Lin's uncertainty deepened. He certainly understood that Su Yunja was not that type, yet the transformation he had undergone in recent days was exceedingly rapid. It was as though he had been reborn, nearly unrecognizable. Very well, we shall proceed as he suggested. What was meant to be a cost-saving venture had been turned upside down by this young rascal. After hanging up, Su Yunja remained in high spirits as he shared lunch with Song Jinha. It had been a long time since he felt so elated. A gentle breeze greeted him at the foot of the apartment complex, carrying a hint of warmth. We should wear this outfit when we go to get the marriage certificate tomorrow. Song Jinha handed him a shopping bag, her eyes crinkling into a smile at the thought of obtaining the certificate. It should fit you perfectly. Su Yunja raised an eyebrow. You can ascertain my size without even asking? Suddenly, a phrase crossed his mind. My eyes are the measure. Gratefully accepting the bag, their fingers brushed lightly. A fleeting yet delicate sensation. Tomorrow, let's be punctual, Song Jinha called, waving goodbye. Tomorrow, we can finally shed the title of unmarried. Alone in the elevator, Su Yunja opened the bag to reveal a new suit. It seemed freshly cleaned, imbued with a subtle fragrance. He lifted a necklace, for the first time clearly seeing its design and the heart-shaped engraving on the pendant. A custom anniversary piece from the LY brand, priced at 520,000. This was what she had mentioned seeing in the mall. It seemed Song Jinha could tell a white lie too. Su Yunja's fingertips delicately traced the pendant, the heart still seemingly warm from another's touch. She had concealed it in her hand, letting it slip only to fall before him. Whose heartbeat was that? The weather was splendid, sunlight enveloping Su Yunja as he took the hand of a woman whose features remained obscured. Together, they stepped into the Civil Affairs Bureau. The woman, sensing his gaze, turned her head, and her face was unmistakably Song Jinha. No, Xia Yurong gasped, abruptly sitting up in bed. The bedside lamp cast a dim, warm glow, and upon switching it on, bright light flooded the room. Xia Yurong pressed her hand against her chest, gradually calming herself. She had just experienced a nightmare. No, it wasn't quite a nightmare. She dreamt of Su Yunja marrying someone else. How could Su Yunja possibly marry anyone but her? He loved her most of all, after all. It was Su Yunja who had rented her current loft apartment. Moreover, the leading lady in her dream was none other than Song Jinha. The thought made Xia Yurong chuckle to herself. She swung her legs off the bed and poured herself a glass of warm water. It was merely that Su Yunja's attitude towards her had soured due to love turning into resentment, compounded by their encounter with Song Jinha downstairs, leading her to dream of their wedding. Was there anything more absurd? Su Yunja and Song Jinha were two individuals who had no business being together. After soothing herself and achieving emotional equilibrium, she picked up her phone, sent a few messages to Xia Yurong, then opened her social media. In a single day, her follower count had surged by 500,000. Numerous fans commented on her recent posts, expressing their support. It seemed the Questioning the Heart crew had yet to respond. Likely under immense pressure, it appeared she would soon receive good news. Meanwhile, Seon also replied to her messages, expressing concern over her late-night activities and assuring her not to worry about work. He would handle everything. A blissful smile graced Xia Yurong's face. See? Give it another chance. Everything is progressing towards a beautiful outcome. What is there to worry about? Drowsiness washed over her once more as she returned to bed. Just before closing her eyes, she mused, if I dream again of Su Yunja marrying Song Jinha, I shall rush forward and separate them. She would slap herself, reminding herself, it's just a dream. Come closer, newlyweds. Say cheese. Radiant sunlight spilled onto the red carpet at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, suffusing the atmosphere with joy. The photographer focused on the newlyweds, capturing the moment with a click of the shutter. Chapter 11. Whose wedding candy is it? The efficiency of the Civil Affairs Bureau staff was commendable, and within mere minutes, 2 bright red booklets appeared in Song Jinha's hands. The color of the booklets tinted her cheeks with a rosy hue as she handed one to Su Yunja. We've obtained the certificate. Shall we move in together? Song Jinha smiled gently, her natural beauty unadorned by any makeup, her figure elegantly accentuated by a cream-colored qipao. Round pearls adorned her earlobes, glistening in the sunlight. Today, Song Jinha radiated like a luminous pearl, gracefully placing the certificate into Su Yunja's hands. As if unbothered by prying eyes or potential leaks, she confidently displayed her beauty. Su Yunja adjusted his shirt, slightly disheveled from the earlier photo session. All right, let's south move to my place. There are just the right number of rooms. Before he could finish his sentence, her soft, warm fingertip pressed against his lips, silencing his words. He looked up, meeting Song Jinha's eyes, which sparkled with a hint of amusement. Today, Song Jinha's smile seems to be abundant. Come over to my place, she suggested. It's more spacious there. Her finger gently pressed against his lips, as if to silence any unwelcome words he might utter. Su Yunja curved his lips into a smile and moved his own lips slightly. Then let us heed Miss Song's advice. In an instant, Song Jinha released her hand, concealing it behind her back, where her thumb and forefinger softly rubbed together. That sensation from earlier lingered. For reasons unknown, she appeared to become quite busy, her gaze drifting to other places as she fussed with her hair. Perhaps I should no longer refer to you as Miss Song. Su Yunja raised an eyebrow, following her lead with a question. Then what should I call you? Mrs. Su. Xia Yurong felt as if she had slipped into a trance. She had clearly convinced herself that Su Yunja and Song Jinha obtaining their marriage certificate was merely a figment of her imagination. Despite comforting herself, sleep eluded her throughout the night. Eventually, when she finally dozed off, she dreamt of the two entering the Civil Affairs Bureau together, with Song Jinha addressing her as Mrs. Su. How could such a dream even occur? As the night wore on, rain began to fall, and she left the window open, allowing the chill to seep into the room. Xia Yurong, indifferent, curled up on her bed like a helpless little beast. After enduring a night filled with nightmares, she finally awoke, bleary-eyed, and dressed herself. The first thing she did was head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The bureau bore a striking resemblance to the one in her dream. In a past life, she and Su Yunja had emerged from such a place. Standing to the side, she observed couples entering the bureau, sunlight warming her face. After a moment of silence, she found herself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. How could Su Yunja and Song Jinha possibly marry? And here she was, reborn Xia Yurong, with a second chance, still preoccupied with that errand boy. Was she truly lurking at the bureau due to a nonsensical dream? Just as she turned her head, she spotted a figure resembling Su Yunja, escorting a woman to a car. Who are you marrying? Her feet moved faster than her thoughts, leading her to chase after them. However, the distance was too great, and she could not catch up, watching in stunned silence as the Maserati sped away. The consequences of a sleepless night were truly terrifying. But when she opened her social media, seeing Xia Yurong's post, she froze in place. Two bright red booklets, dated today, with the caption, "Married." Xia Yurong arrived at the film set still wearing a smile, seemingly retaining the warmth from the woman he had just left. After exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Song Jinha appeared lost in thought, almost stumbling. "Be careful," Xia Yurong said, reaching out to steady her. Their hands naturally intertwined, and there was no reason to let go. After agreeing to move in with Song Jinha, Xia Yurong pondered for a moment before speaking. "Let us first cultivate our feelings just in case." The unspoken what if hung in the air. Song Jinha raised her index finger, waving it slightly in front of him, her expression bearing an unmistakable threat. It seemed to convey, "If you continue, I shall silence you." The what if remained unarticulated. That's how it should be. I don't wish to hear anything negative, nor do I believe it could ever happen to us. Song Jinha felt satisfied, inching closer, the proximity allowing Xia Yurong to catch a faint scent of orchids emanating from her. "And you still threaten people?" Director Lin, having appeared out of nowhere, wielded a folder that he playfully tapped against Xia Yurong's head. The action was gentle, yet brimming with authority. "You rascal, smiling so broadly, what good fortune do you have? Hurry up and get to work." Xia Yurong responded with a smile, sidestepping Lin's inquiry. Instead, before Lin's eyes, he selected 2 photos from the gallery and posted to his social media. The caption read, "Married." Those 3 words appeared beneath Lin's very nose. After posting, he kept his phone illuminated on that page, almost as if fearing Lin wouldn't notice. "Are you really married?" Lin scrutinized Xia Yurong from head to toe, feeling somewhat satisfied, yet beginning to doubt. Previously, he had viewed this fellow as a playboy. Now, he was left questioning the truth. Before he could sort out his thoughts, Xia Yurong handed him some peanut candies, a little wedding candy to share the joy. Lin's expression brightened instantly as he unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. Who could refuse a taste of joy? As for everything else, that could be dealt with later. After all, Lin's keen eyes would undoubtedly keep a close watch on this boy. "Lin, does my marriage grant me a day off?" "You want a day off?" "No. What I mean is since I got married today and still have to work, I deserve extra pay." Get lost. When Xia Yurong arrived at the film set, everyone was already in position, the table adorned with unopened wedding candies, and an air of celebration filled the atmosphere. She felt somewhat dazed upon seeing the candies, unable to suppress her irritation. She picked up her phone and snapped a photo to post online, captioned with malicious speculation. "You gave my role to someone else. Are you happy? Celebrating with wedding candy?" Due to the uproar online, Director Lin had refrained from making any overt statements to prevent leaks, and the security guards, too intimidated to stop her, allowed Xia Yurong to enter. Nevertheless, she thought to herself that she would eventually find her way into this production team. What difference did it make whether she arrived early or late? She was eager to witness the frustration of those who could do nothing about her presence. However, upon reaching the set, it was Xia Yurong herself who felt the most irate. Her earlier post quickly garnered responses, and though its popularity had waned throughout the day, it was reignited. The official account of the Questioning Heart production team had retweeted her post, accompanied by the caption, "The wedding candy was distributed on our screenwriter's joyous occasion. Please do not misunderstand." Chapter 12. Want to join the crew? Sure, but there reste no pay. A joyeuse occasion. Suddenly, Xia Yurong recalled the dream from the previous night and the silhouette she had seen at the Civil Affairs Bureau that day. She reassured herself that it was merely a case of poor sleep leading to misinterpretation. But what about that social media post? After a brief silence, a new message popped up on her feed as the Questioning Heart account replied to her comment. "Miss Xia Yurong, please report to the film set on time." Go to the film set? Report? In that moment, all the chaotic thoughts in Xia Yurong's mind vanished, replaced by pure delight. She squinted her eyes in joy, dismissing any concern regarding the wedding candy or the marriage. Was the production team finally buckling under pressure? Naturally, they had to care about public opinion as members of the entertainment industry. She hummed a little tune, not bothering to dwell on the notification issued in the comments. Perhaps the crew was simply too exasperated. With her bag in hand and her head held high, she strode towards the set with an air of arrogance. No matter what Xia Yurong had done to strip her of her role, the second female lead was destined to be hers. That was her strength. No amount of gossip or slander against her would change that. As she entered the office and was about to call for someone to brew her a cup of tea, a staff member placed a contract before her. "Miss Xia, you may join our Heart of Inquiry production team. However, there will be no remuneration for your participation." Xia Yurong paused mid-signature, her pen hovering in disbelief as she lifted her gaze. How splendid! How utterly splendid! Ha ha ha! In another office space, Director Lin clapped his hands in mirth, laughing heartily. Having witnessed Xia Yurong's entire maneuver, he could only marvel at the youth's superior grasp of rhythm and public sentiment. Indeed, the younger generation possesses a sharper, more innate talent. The celebratory candies were personally distributed by Director Lin himself. The elderly gentleman, now advanced in years, occasionally craved a sweet treat, savoring the flavor of the peanut candy, when his assistant promptly informed him of the latest news from the social media. Upon reading Xia Yurong's message, his ire caused the candy in his mouth to lose its sweetness. What nonsense is this? Is she truly so self-important? Does she believe our celebratory candies are for her? How can someone so new to the industry exhibit such arrogance? What audacity does this penniless newcomer possess? Director Lin, incensed, seized his phone and fervently reposted Xia Yurong's message, his fingers flying across the screen with such rapidity that they left shadows in their wake. Still unsatisfied, he berated Xia Yurong several times. Xia Yurong brought forth a carefully brewed pu'er tea and placed it before Director Lin, gently pressing his shoulders to encourage him to sit, before picking up his own phone. A day had passed, and the fervor had somewhat diminished. Ms. Xia has exerted considerable effort to elevate our production's visibility. We ought to express our gratitude, should we not? He tagged Xia Yurong in the comments, summoning her to report in. Casting a sidelong glance at the still fuming elder, Xia Yurong could not suppress his amusement. Surely, Ms. Xia does not mind joining our production without compensation. After all, even a minor role is still a role. This succinct remark dissipated Director Lin's anger. He first took a hearty sip of tea, akin to a cow chewing peonies, allowing his emotions to settle before reaching for his phone. Observing Xia Yurong's reply to the comments, coupled with his earlier words, Director Lin suddenly comprehended the young man's intentions. The old gentleman chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. A linguistic trap, is it? You are quite clever, young man. Xia Yurong lounged leisurely on the opposite side of the sofa. Dressed in a black suit, the golden threads of his tie shimmered subtly with his movements, attesting to its quality. Perhaps the attire enhances his presence, thought Director Lin, who couldn't help but steal a few more glances. This young man exuded an increasing aura of authority. Who would believe he was merely in his early 20s, freshly graduated? An outsider might assume he was the producer of the project, twirling a lighter in his hand. Xia Yurong wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, just as Miss Xia had hoped, was it not? Ha ha ha. Indeed, Director Lin chuckled. Is it possible that our production harbors hidden treasures, compelling her to join? Do you believe I could simply refuse to join your production? Xia Yurong nearly fumbled her pen, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, her teeth gritting as she glared at the staff in front of her, as if wishing to peel away their skin with her gaze. The staff, hands raised in surrender, replied helplessly, "It is our leader's command. If Miss Xia wishes to leave, she is free to do so." He tilted his body toward the door, gesturing an invitation. Xia Yurong's anger intensified, clenching her pen so tightly her teeth nearly pierced her lips. She finally managed to utter a few words. "Fine, I will sign." Had she not thought that her previous life's first role was in Heart of Inquiry? Coupled with the script's quality, she would never have agreed to this. Feeling as though she was enduring humiliation, her mood improved slightly after she begrudgingly signed her name. In her eyes, the Heart of Inquiry crew could not bear to bow to public opinion, yet simultaneously felt that conceding was beneath their dignity. Hence the difficulty they imposed upon her. Remuneration is an essential aspect for any actor, as they all need to earn a living. Who would act without compensation? Alas, it seems the Heart of Inquiry crew could only impose such trials upon her. Once the contract was collected, the staff's demeanor appeared to soften somewhat. He exhaled deeply, as if resigned to the situation. Here is the script. Please review it carefully and prepare accordingly. Prepare? Xia Yurong rolled her eyes. She had debuted through this very role, becoming widely known. In this world, no one understood the character of Ryue better than she did. Receiving the script, the words Heart of Inquiry were boldly printed on the cover, with her name inscribed just below. Flipping through, she was momentarily dazed by the densely packed text. Ultimately, she closed the script, failing to notice that a few lines on one page had been circled in red ink, seemingly meant for someone else's perusal. This time, instead of discarding the script, she meticulously placed it into her bag and turned to leave. As an essential supporting character, she was ready to join the production at any moment. Your gaze needs to be more focused and lower your hand a few centimeters to the right. Yes, just like that. Yunze was supervising the filming, occasionally offering suggestions. As both the screenwriter and assistant director, and having received compensation, he certainly intended to oversee the entire process. Director Lin was also present. After discussing Xia Yurong's situation, he called for everyone to begin filming once he observed her signing the contract with the staff. He settled onto a small stool beside the camera, stroking his chin, his mood buoyant. This young man, who would have known he had some skill in filmmaking? Observing how his few words significantly improved the actors' performances, they often managed to get their scenes in one take. With Yunze present, the old gentleman felt considerably more relaxed. The atmosphere of the entire crew was harmonious and cheerful. Upon Xia Yurong's arrival, she was greeted by this scene. Her expression was one of disdain. Chapter 13. Is this not proof that you cannot do anything about it? Xia Yurong despised Yunze's condescending demeanor. Lacking any true ability, he constantly sought to assert his presence. Many times, she believed her performance was commendable, yet after a few of Yunze's remarks, her confidence would wane. Her demeanor faltered, and she appeared far less appealing before the camera. Yet he seemed to believe himself quite impressive. Watching crew members express gratitude to Yunze after receiving his guidance filled Xia Yurong with irritation. She took a tissue and meticulously wiped down the small stool beside her, preparing to play on her phone while waiting for the director to call her onto the set. However, this wait extended to 4 hours. Her legs grew numb, and she felt increasingly uncomfortable, her expression darkening. Why had the director not called for her yet? Was the second female lead scene not yet due? Xia Yurong pondered, occasionally glancing up to see a familiar face performing. Meow meow, excellent. Continue. Witnessing Yunze praising that individual, a wave of displeasure surged within her. Just then, a staff member approached with lunchboxes, ready to invite everyone to eat. Xia Yurong sighed in relief, standing up to stretch her numbed legs. I will not eat here. With that remark, she strode toward the exit, leaving the staff member bewildered. After all, as a mere extra, she was not entitled to a lunchbox until her scene was called. He shook his head, dismissing the minor incident, and turned back to greet everyone, encouraging them to take a break and enjoy their meal. Leaning against the edge of the table, Yunze picked up a box meal. Just then, Song Jinhe inquired about his lunch, prompting him to casually snap a photo of the box meal and send it to her. Director Lin was not an ungenerous man. The box meals were quite decent. Nestled in her bed, Song Jinhe tossed and turned, her thoughts racing, and when she heard the notification chime, she quickly reached for her phone. The night before, the thought of obtaining a marriage certificate with her beloved had kept her tossing and turning, as if caught in a dream. When she finally drifted off, she dreamt of the certificate being secretly observed by Xia Yurong, which jolted her awake, leaving her with the unfortunate consequence of 2 dark circles under her eyes. If her fans caught sight of her, they might mistakenly believe she was portraying a panda. She had covered up the dark circles before heading out, hoping to catch up on sleep upon her return, but the moment she closed her eyes, certain fragments replayed in her mind. Her hand pressed against Yunze's lips, and when he spoke, his mouth brushed against her skin as if kissing her hand. Lost in thought, the imagery turned increasingly suggestive, igniting a warmth that spread through her. Ding! She unlocked her phone and zoomed in on the photo of the box meal, contemplating the need to treat the crew. You've worked hard today. Let's have dinner together tonight, and I'll add a little extra. plus help you move. After sending the message, she made a phone call. Hey, Shaolin, I need you to help me with something. Buy a house at this address. Yes, the owner is Su Yunze, and it will be listed soon for a market price of 5 to 10 times the value. The calmness in the girl's voice on the other end suddenly vanished. My dear, why spend 10 times? Do you have money to burn? Song Jinha smiled brightly. Shaolin, you don't understand. It's money that goes in one pocket and out the other. Huh? Marital property, do you know what that means? Check my moments. I'll hang up now. Shaolin, Song Jinha's personal assistant, was typically meticulous in her work and communicated efficiently, but this was the first time she felt lost. Moments. What is that? Curiosity piqued. She clicked on the page she had never seen due to her busy work life. Gradually, her face flushed as she tightened her grip on her phone, forcing a syllable from her throat. Knock. Xia Yurong had spent the day at the studio, having stealthily returned after lunch. She had expected someone to inquire about where she had eaten, wondering what to do with the extra box meal. However, it seemed her expectations were unfounded. The staff had efficiently dealt with the surplus meals. Having sat there all day in a daze, the entire crew appeared to ignore her presence, with no one engaging her, and even a crew member requesting her to move as she was blocking the way. That night, she called Xia Yurong, unable to hold back her tears. Don't cry. Don't cry. If they're directing their anger at you, it only proves they can't do anything about you. Xia Yurong took Xia Yurong out for dinner. Sitting beside her, he spoke gently, trying to soothe her. What began as a small grievance for Xia Yurong now felt even more burdensome as she wiped away her tears. Xia Yurong, you're so good to me. Su Yunze only ever criticizes me and tells me to reflect on my shortcomings. He never stands by my side like you do. Xia Yurong accepted the compliment with an unchanging expression. I'm different from Su Yunze. He may be more pragmatic. I tend to be more considerate of your feelings. Nothing is more important than your happiness. Drying her tears, Xia Yurong regained her composure. She had intended to speak, but upon seeing two figures walking closely together downstairs, she blurted out, Su Yunze. What? Xia Yurong was momentarily taken aback. Xia Yurong had already dashed outside, calling out from several meters away. I saw Su Yunze having dinner with a girl. How could that be possible? Xia Yurong struggled to process it. Su Yunze had been devoted to Xia Yurong since middle school, pursuing her in high school. How could he simply abandon those years of affection? And if he were to abandon her? The thought of someone as talented as Su Yunze breaking free from Xia Yurong's grasp made Xia Yurong feel a pang of sympathy. He hurriedly followed her outside. The waiter, carrying dishes, was momentarily stunned as the two rushed past him. With no one left in sight, he wondered whether he should still serve the food. Should he eat first or move house? When Song Jinha posed this question, Su Yunze replied without hesitation, let's eat first. Moving could take an uncertain amount of time. It's one thing for me to go hungry, but I can't let my wife go hungry. After all, she was now his legally wedded wife. Once in the car, Song Jinha stole a glance at Su Yunze's neck and casually asked, don't you like your necklace? Su Yunze looked down. He was still wearing the suit from their marriage registration that morning, with a black and gold tie loosely knotted around his collar. How had she noticed he wasn't wearing the necklace? I like it, but gifts should be cherished. Laughter rang out, and perhaps due to their proximity, Su Yunze felt a slight itch in his ears. He caught a whiff of the fragrance as she leaned closer, gently adjusting his tie. It only holds meaning when worn by you. If you like it, I can buy you several more. They aren't expensive. 520,000. Not expensive? She truly thought he was oblivious to everything. Su Yunze turned, about to speak when he found himself gazing into her sparkling eyes, filled with a gentle smile, as if she knew everything. This time, Song Jinha chose not to dine at a high-end restaurant, stating that this felt more casual. The bustling food court under the night sky was teeming with couples, young lovers entwined as they strolled, kissing each other's cheeks. As Su Yunze observed, a delicate hand grasped his. He was momentarily taken aback and reciprocated the gesture. Chapter 14. You should call me sister-in-law. Su Yunze had little to pack, finishing with just 2 small suitcases. Song Jinha insisted on helping him carry them, and despite his refusals, he relented, handing her his laptop bag while he lifted the 2 suitcases with both hands. Closing the door behind him, he bid farewell to the home he had lived in for a decade. Selling the house had been Song Jinha's suggestion, and upon reflection, he found it quite sensible. Rebirth was not merely a second chance. With nearly a decade's worth of memories in his mind, he possessed invaluable assets. Moreover, investing in film and television required time and cost. Living with Song Jinha would allow him to convert the vacant property into funds. As he carried the suitcases, his muscles strained against the fabric of his white shirt, accentuating his physique. Song Jinha followed closely behind, her cheeks flushed. Casting a backward glance at the house, she mused. The ownership has merely changed names. It is still Xu Yunze's. Xu Yunze felt a twinge of reluctance, which she noticed. Song Jinha could not fathom why Xu Yunze had changed so drastically to agree to marry her. She refrained from asking, intent only on seizing this serendipitous opportunity. She wished to assist Xu Yunze, but was uncertain where to begin, fearing that a direct monetary gift might jeopardize the current progression of their relationship. She discerned that Xu Yunze was indeed a capable individual. Thus, she resolved to employ a more circuitous approach. Perhaps she could take on a few roles to earn some remuneration. It is quite customary for a wife to hand over her earnings to her husband after marriage, isn't it? Momentarily distracted, Song Jinha collided forcefully with Xu Yunze's broad back, covering her nose and letting out a soft whimper. "Are you all right? What are you thinking?" Xu Yunze immediately set down the box he was carrying and examined her condition closely. Once he confirmed she was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Song Jinha rubbed her nose and smiled. She recalled Xu Yunze's earlier question and mentally answered, "I was thinking of making money for you to manage." Soon they arrived at Song Jinha's residence, a solitary villa nestled in a tranquil setting. She entered first, changed her shoes, placed her laptop bag on the sofa, and returned to assist Xu Yunze with the box. After donning his slippers, Xu Yunze surveyed the abode. The decor was in a rustic style, dominated by a creamy palette, with warm recessed lighting illuminating the hallway, creating a cozy atmosphere. Compared to his previous austere living space, this place evidently exuded a sense of home. However, some ornaments and soft furnishings appeared quite new, as if recently acquired. As Xu Yunze entered the restroom to wash his hands, it was unmistakably evident that new items had been added. The pair of slippers had been prepared in advance, along with couple-themed toothbrushes and towels, indications that he had already staked his claim in Song Jinha's home. "Hey, why are you standing there in a daze? Want to see the rooms?" Song Jinha beckoned him over. He approached, and at the end of the corridor were two rooms, one door ajar and the other closed. Naturally, Xu Yunze stepped into the open room. To his surprise, he was met with the sight of a pale yellow bedspread, women's pajamas, and intimate garments carelessly strewn about, with a blanket in disarray, suggesting the occupant had hurriedly risen that morning. Xu Yunze cleared his throat and promptly exited the room, a faint flush creeping up his ears. "Wasn't it just to see the room? This seems inappropriate. Did I open the wrong door? That's my room. This one is yours." Leaning against the wall, Song Jinha tilted her head and laughed, boldly opening the door to the other room without a hint of embarrassment. "Our rooms are identical. If you wish to see more of mine, it's perfectly fine." Xu Yunze was momentarily taken aback, yet he too smiled. "That might not be proper. It would be impolite. We are already registered, so what need is there for propriety?" Without addressing the somewhat precarious topic, Xu Yunze approached and took Song Jinha's hand. "Let us tour my room," he suggested. Song Jinha's waist was slender, and the qipao accentuated her figure exquisitely. The dim corridor lights cast a soft glow, and they were positioned closely, the scent of orchids tantalizingly close. Her S-shaped silhouette captivated his gaze, and with just an outstretched hand, he could touch her. Xu Yunze's eyes darkened slightly. He did nothing but allow Song Jinha to lead him into the room. This night in the Flower City, two restless souls lingered, nestled in her blankets. Song Jinha's long legs protruded as she unconsciously clutched the quilt. After ushering Xu Yunze into her room, she felt a palpable difference in the atmosphere, as if it now bore a hint of masculine pheromones, a sense of invasion. She tossed and turned, replaying the evening's interactions in her mind. He was just in the adjacent room. Their proximity had never been this close, merely a few steps apart, within reach. Suddenly, Song Jinha flipped over and sat up, her almond-shaped eyes scanning every corner of the room as a smile crept across her lips. The events of the evening had been intentional on her part. No matter how busy the morning, there was always time to tidy up. She intended to employ unconventional methods to bridge the gap between them. Yet he was so restrained, so gentle, so polite. Song Jinha couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes twinkling. In the dead of night, Su Yunze took a cold shower. Just as he finished drying his hair, his phone buzzed with a message. "Brother, how long will the assessment last? Just give me the rights." He replied, "Can't sleep either? Yin Hiu? Question mark. Yin Hiu. Brother, don't joke. You are my only brother. I can't sleep thinking about your copyrights." Su Yunze had penned 3 novels during his university years, all of which became sensations. The first was Questioning One's Heart, and the second was In the Previous Life, which he gifted to Yin Hiu. Afterward, he chose to put down the pen to focus on supporting Xia Yurong, never publishing another work. A shadow flickered in his eyes. Such a thing would not occur again in this lifetime. Yin Hiu was a good person. Continuing to grant him the rights this time posed no issue, Su Yunze pondered. "Help me with one more thing." "What is it?" "Wait for the notice." "Sure thing. No problem, brother. You're my real brother. Don't mention one thing. I'd do 100 for you." Su Yunze couldn't suppress a smile. In her previous life, Yin Hiu had indeed lived up to his words, treating Su Yunze exceptionally well, as if he were a true brother. However, due to emotional strife, the company had collapsed. Under the dual blows of love and career, Yin Hiu gradually became despondent, slowly vanishing from Su Yunze's life. 10 miles away, in apartment 2103, all the lights were extinguished except for the faint glow of a phone screen. Upon seeing the reply, Yin Hiu leapt from his bed, pumping his fist in excitement. Yes. He had followed Su Yunze's first work closely, and now he felt as though a dream had come true. Just as he settled down from his excitement, another message appeared on his phone, a friend request. After accepting it and inquiring about the sender's identity, the reply came, "You should call me sister-in-law." Huh? Where did this sister-in-law come from? Suddenly, Yin Hiu recalled the earlier message and realized. Could it be that what Su Yunze mentioned had come pass? Chapter 15. Sister-in-law? A gold digger. While dining with Xia Yurong, Xia Yurong caught sight of Su Yunze's silhouette and immediately dashed outside. After pursuing him downstairs, she found nothing. Xia Yurong, Banting, caught up and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Did you find him?" If Su Yunze was dating another girl, it would be a significant matter, suggesting that this prominent admirer might have broken free from their control. No, Xia Yurong's tone was inexplicably subdued as she clutched the hem of her dress, suddenly recalling that the white dress she wore was a gift from Su Yunze. They had just begun university at that time. She marveled at how he had managed to gather such funds to purchase an item of that brand. When he presented the dress to her, whether he was rushing or feeling bashful, his cheeks had flushed. The rosy hue of a youthful face is the most exquisite form of affection. Xia Yurong suddenly recalled this sentiment. "That's good. It seems he still loves you." Embracing Xia Yurong's slender waist, Xia Yurong leaned in to inhale her fragrant hair. Feeling reassured, he had heard rumors of their quarrel. However, Su Yunze's agreement to allow Xia Yurong into the production team was the best proof of his feelings. Xia Yurong suddenly realized that he ought not to be overly concerned with the romantic developments between Xia Yurong and Su Yunze. As long as Xia Yurong could firmly capture Su Yunze's heart, that would suffice. Although he and Xia Yurong had ostensibly established their relationship, his incessant inquiries about her interactions with other men bordered on possessiveness. Rong, how can you still think of other men when you are with me?" Xia Yurong grasped Xia Yurong's chin, turning her face towards him. "You chose me. Am I not as exceptional as Su Yunze?" The deliberately crafted jealousy swiftly stirred Xia Yurong from a reverie. She swiftly shook her head, focusing her gaze solely on Xia Yurong. "Brother Xia Yurong, you're the most outstanding. How could Su Yunze compare to you? It's my fault. Please don't blame Rong, all right?" The corner they occupied was conveniently hidden behind a pillar, shielding them from the prying eyes of passersby. Xia Yurong apologized, recalling her resolve upon her rebirth, and immediately wrapped her arms around Xia Yurong's neck, bestowing him with a tender kiss. Xia Yurong, possessing a delicate beauty akin to a pure white flower, had no reason to refuse him. Internally, Xia Yurong felt a swell of pride. What a Su Yunze's excellence! What use was intellect if he could not win the heart of a woman who had succumbed to his charm? One kiss led to another. When the two finally straightened their somewhat disheveled attire and returned to the dining area, they were met with astonishment. The dishes had been cleared away. Others had already taken their seats. What is happening? Server, wasn't tea at our table? Xia Yurong seized a passing server, the very one he had brushed past in his haste downstairs. The server, suppressing a desire to roll her eyes, extricated her arm from Xia Yang's grasp. Sir, the dishes were served earlier, but you dashed out, and we thought you no longer required them. Despite my calls, there was no response. Thus, we had no choice but to return the dishes to the kitchen. Her gaze swept over their slightly wrinkled clothes, an eyebrow raised in suspicion. In such a hurry. Were you two getting intimate? Perhaps I should suggest a room for you. Such behavior in public was rather unbecoming. Unaware of the server's thoughts, Xia Yurong maintained a pristine image, considering himself part of the elite class. Naturally, he could not afford to quarrel with a server, so he took the irate Xia Yurong and relocated to another restaurant. Soon, Xia Yurong was calmed. Xia Yang's eloquence and charm proved irresistible, and she found herself enchanted. She delighted in the notion that her brother Xia Yurong seemed increasingly attentive towards her. This affection was unlike anything she had ever experienced before, an unmistakable favoritism. Her gaze towards Xia Yurong was so tender it could have wept. Back at home, gazing at the tranquil yet warmly adorned loft apartment, Xia Yurong mused. When her notoriety grew and she blossomed into a star, she would invite brother Xia Yurong to move in with her. With his support, she was certain her progress would far surpass that of her previous life. Reflecting on her former existence, she picked up her phone. Among the new messages was a peculiar one. Miss Xia, the rent for this month is nearing its due date. When do you plan to make the payment? She rolled her eyes, decisively discarding the message into the trash. Who was this person who had obtained her contact information? Attempting to harass her? If one wished to intrude, at least a better excuse was warranted. Rent payment? She had never concerned herself with such matters. Contemplating, she recalled someone from her past who had assisted her greatly and had always treated her with respect. She retrieved the number she had dialed numerous times from memory. Following the trajectory of her past life, she still had half a month before she would encounter this individual at a restaurant. He was the head of brilliant entertainment, Yunze. Upon their first meeting, he had been surrounded by admirers, yet upon spotting her, he had shown great excitement, exclaiming that he had long wished to visit her and was surprised to encounter her here. He addressed her as sister-in-law, presumably due to Xia Yurong's connections. Remembering the sweet words, promises, and intimacy shared with Xia Yurong that evening, her heart swelled with happiness. Since he was already aware of her existence. A mere fortnight's delay was inconsequential. Surely, Xia Yurong had orchestrated everything meticulously. Xia Yurong promptly sent a friend request. It was quickly accepted. The familiar profile picture and moments brought her relief. Her memory had not betrayed her. He inquired as to her identity. Filled with pride, Xia Yurong typed without hesitation, "You should call me sister-in-law." Meanwhile, Yunze, unable to sleep from excitement after receiving a promise, saw her message and immediately linked her with Su Yunze. Does Zhe have a girlfriend? He pondered, scratching his head in confusion. He refrained from replying immediately, opting instead to peruse her moments. Oh my, she asked the real sister-in-law. He noted several photos of her with Su Yunze, the captions and poses intimate, alongside interactions below. And he felt as though he no longer needed a midnight snack. He could not afford to delay any longer. The comments and interactions were undeniably his brother's. He had just declared he would treat her as a sister. Yunze quickly responded, "Sister-in-law, greetings. My brother has spoken of you long ago. Your relationship is wonderful, and you two are well matched. My brother has sacrificed much for you." Well, not much, really. Most of his brother's social media posts featured lavish gifts. If he were to say, it was his brother who was generous. Were it not for the interactions with replies, he would have assumed she was merely a gold digger. Suddenly, Yunze grasped the gravity of the situation. He sat up straight, once more opening Xia Yurong's moments. A gold digger? Surely not. Chapter 16. The Footstool and the Chat Companion. As the head of brilliant entertainment and an only child, Yunhe had lived a life of opulence and luxury from a young age. He lacked for nothing and had encountered all manner of people, including the notorious gold diggers. As he meticulously scrolled through Xia Yurong's moments, the glow from his phone screen illuminated his face, revealing clear shock. Wasn't she just a quintessential gold digger? For the past 7 or 8 years, she had subtly inquired about the necklaces of his friends, only for him to hear that she had procured one shortly after. How frustrating. Yunhe felt a surge of anger. How dare she treat his brother like a fool? She would need to reckon with him. With a swipe, he came across yet another intimate photograph of the two, and his fury dissipated. She was not merely a gold digger. She was a sophisticated one, adept at providing emotional value. He focused on his brother's youthful face in the photograph, ultimately exasperated, tossing his phone onto the bed. What to do? His brother's beloved is a rather dubious character. Yunhe grew increasingly convinced that what his brother spoke of was merely assisting this little gold digger. Otherwise, what an uncanny coincidence that just after his brother had mentioned it, this person added him. Yunhe clicked in the chat window with Xia Yurong, intending to bring up the matter. The gold digger was not unattractive, yet the world is replete with beautiful individuals. In the entertainment industry, the timeless beauty Song Jinhe is the moon in countless people's hearts. Why not take a glance at her? If one were to compare Song Jinhe with this little gold digger, the latter would be overshadowed in an instant. However, after much contemplation, Yunhe found himself a loss for words. Men seldom speak of their partner's attributes. It often sounds like gossip and lacks a sense of distance. Why should he concern himself with the private lives of others? Yunhe, feeling somewhat exasperated, sat up and reassured himself that perhaps it was merely his own misperception. How much could one truly discern from observing social media? Perhaps it was best not to frighten oneself unnecessarily, concealing his personal emotions and donning a facade of professionalism. Yunhe initiated a cheerful conversation. My brother is truly wonderful and admirable. You must think highly of him. As their conversation progressed, Yunhe solidified his suspicions. This sister-in-law appeared to harbor genuine feelings for his brother, as evidenced by her unabashed admiration when discussing him. Perhaps further observation was warranted. As Yunhe chatted into the night, Xia Yurong's excitement remained palpable. Sporting dark circles under her eyes, she couldn't resist calling Xia Yurong. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she probed, Xia Yurong, your brother is quite remarkable. Have you mentioned my existence to him? He said he would take good care of me. On the other end, Xia Yurong, still battling drowsiness, felt a jolt at the mention of this crucial detail. He had no brother, let alone one who would take care of Xia Yurong. It must be Xia Yurong. He promptly confessed, yes, it's me. That kid has already contacted you? Feel free to give him orders. I'll take care of any issues that may arise. His career is somewhat accomplished. Xia Yurong was taken aback. To Xia Yurong, the head of the dazzling entertainment empire, it was merely a modest achievement? Xia Yang's influence was greater than she had imagined. Feeling fortunate about her choice, Xia Yurong smiled triumphantly, kissing the receiver several times. Then I shall certainly make good use of Yunhe. If anything arises, I'll have you bear the brunt, Xia Yurong. Her sweet, delicate voice nearly intoxicated Xia Yurong. He hastily agreed, no problem, no problem. Yet, how could Xia Yurong's affections for Xia Yurong possibly come to light? He would ensure that no one discovered it. Nonetheless, that name seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Yin something. He shook his head dismissively. No matter, even if Xia Yurong had some influence, it wouldn't be too outrageous. I simply need to enjoy the fruits of his labor. After an entire night of adjusting his mood, Xia Yurong finally fell asleep as dawn broke. The next day, when her alarm rang, she instinctively turned it off. As the sun rose, she suddenly awoke. I am a second female lead. How can I have been absent for so long? I hope I won't be criticized for being late. The memory of the previous life, where she had been reprimanded for tardiness by director Lin and the crew, filled her with annoyance. She closed her eyes and opened her phone. Silence greeted her. No one had reached out, not a single message. Xia Yurong's eyes widened in disbelief. She turned off her internet connection and switched it back on, still met with tranquility. Her earlier agitation seemed to have been self-inflicted. A peculiar thought crept into her mind. Perhaps it was a good sign that no one was looking for her, suggesting that Su Yunze had realized his mistake and was attempting to make amends, asking them not to disturb her. With a slight sense of relief, she did not anticipate that in the following days she would feel like an invisible presence on set, with no one caring about her or calling her to film. In fact, she discovered that even her lunchbox was absent. With a scowl, she posted a complaint on social media. Xia Yurong was struggling, while Su Yunze appeared to be thriving. After witnessing Song Jinhe rise early to prepare breakfast for him for the third time, Su Yunze couldn't help but exclaim, "Allow me to make breakfast tomorrow." He realized that the breakfast Song Jinhe had arranged for him that day was, in fact, prepared by her own hands. Dressed in a slightly oversized nightgown, the apron cinched at her delicate waist. Though not form-fitting, it accentuated her curves beautifully. Her long hair was casually pinned up, and upon hearing Su Yunze's words, she turned to him with surprise, her eyes sparkling like treasures. "You can cook. How many more surprises does Su Yunze hold?" Though they had been cohabitating for only 3 days and had not shared a room, their daily rhythms began to align, and the atmosphere grew increasingly nuanced. Occasionally, upon returning home, Su Yunze would find Song Jinhe nestled on the couch in her nightgown, lazily perusing a magazine. Other times, when he sought the restroom, he would encounter her styling her hair. The sound of water running during her showers frequently wafted into the living room or balcony, capturing Su Yunze's attention. Breakfast comprised dumplings and soy milk, and after finishing, Su Yunze took it upon himself to clean the soy milk maker as well. With interest, he opened the group chat for the heartfelt production team. Among the day's roles, one name stood out: Xia Yurong. Having ignored her for 3 days, Xia Yurong was visibly growing irritated. No one paid her any attention. She felt like a phantom on set, and even Su Yunze began to admire her resilience. How could she endure this? Several times as he passed by, Xia Yurong attempted to initiate conversation, deliberately pulling a sulky face, hoping Su Yunze would approach her. Yet he remained unyielding, walking past with an impassive expression, leaving Xia Yurong to spiral into frustration. "You seem a bit pleased?" Song Jinhe's head suddenly popped up, inquiring. Su Yunze smiled and tucked his phone into his pocket. Today promises an entertaining spectacle. An entertaining spectacle? Song Jinhe's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What time do you finish work?" Chapter 17. We have a rule in our household. Xia Yurong's pent-up anger could no longer be contained. They say misfortune comes in threes. Yet she had endured 3 consecutive days of isolation. Arriving at the set early that morning, she spotted the photographer hurriedly passing by with a bottle of cola. She reached out to stop him. "Is there something you need, Miss Xia?" The photographer nearly collided with her arm, barely managing to halt in time. Looking at Xia Yurong, he silently patted his chest in relief. "Thank goodness. If I had bumped into her, I might have been in trouble." Xia Yurong stifled her frustration, believing that for the sake of the filming schedule, she would reach out to them and not hold a grudge over past grievances. But lo and behold, the photographer dared to inquire what she needed. She felt her fists clench, struggling to control her voice. "When do I have my scenes?" The photographer appeared taken aback. He pulled out his phone to check, and it was indeed available today. If you hadn't inquired, a staff member would have certainly informed you. The feeling of discomfort within Xia Yurong dissipated like ice-cold beverages enjoyed on a sweltering summer day. It was not entirely her act of yielding. These individuals were meant to seek her out in any case. She raised her chin with quiet dignity, signaling to the photographer that he could depart. As the suppressed spirit within her reignited, what did it matter if they intentionally sidelined her? She was the second female lead, a presence akin to a white moonlight. Could the production do without her? They could only endure so much. The sound of her high heels striking the ground echoed loudly, and Xia Yurong strode toward the fitting room with a proud demeanor. Su Yunze, clad in yet another suit, sat nonchalantly on a small stool, legs casually crossed. Such a posture would typically be deemed rather unrefined, yet on Su Yunze, it exuded an air of carefree defiance. This provoked a nearby young girl to clutch her heart and lament, "Why has the suit-wearing savant married so young?" The term suit-wearing savant was their affectionate nickname for Su Yunze. He was like a mannequin devoid of flaws. handsome and proficient in a multitude of skills. Half of his week was spent adorned in a suit, earning him a remarkable title. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, sensing a stir in the air, though he paid it little mind as he turned to gaze at Xia Yurong alongside Director Lin. The ambient lights cascaded around them as Xia Yurong gracefully approached the camera. In that fleeting moment, her aura mirrored that of a star gracing the red carpet in a past life. Why were there still people on stage? Staff members handed over the script, only to be dismissed by her wave of the hand. I do not wish to see the script. Her gaze fell upon Lin Miao Miao on stage, confusion swirling in her heart. Was this the second female lead's mere cameo? Glancing down at her own attire, she had not seen her makeup, but sensed something was amiss. No need to peruse the script? The assistant tucked the script away, scratching his head. After all, it was merely one line of dialogue. Facing the camera, Xia Yurong reflected upon every sorrow from this life and the next, crafting a look of poignant melancholy. Cut! Director Lin interrupted her performance, his expression impassive. Before she could voice her protest, he added, "Even if you forego your pay, this is an invaluable opportunity for growth. Miss Xia, you should cherish it and not squander everyone's time." Xia Yurong furrowed her brow. What did he mean? Clearly, it was he who had interrupted her shooting. Director Lin was almost amused by her indignation. I interrupted your performance? Am I the director? Or are you? Have you even read the script? Do you know what you are supposed to perform? How could you not know? Xia Yurong felt entitled. She approached and picked up a hefty stack of scripts resting nearby, asserting, "Isn't this all what I am meant to act?" A soft chuckle drew everyone's attention. Su Yunze clapped and stood. Miss Xia, I believe you ought to take a moment to review the script. Beneath the harsh glare of the bright lights, Su Yunze's features were obscured behind his glasses, exuding an air of almost frigid indifference. Script, yet again script. A sense of foreboding swelled within Xia Yurong. It couldn't be. She shook her head vehemently. Insisting, impossible. The second female lead is mine. Who else could portray her so well? She was reluctant to confront this reality, yet the costume she wore, having acted countless times in her previous life, made it clear that this role was unbefitting of a lady. This was that of a maid, a servant, the very kind of role she loathed. She had been played for a fool. Flipping through the script rapidly, she finally noticed the highlighted section. The maid with reddened eyes stand before Ryue, exclaiming, "How can you treat the young lady this way?" This was all the dialogue Xia Yurong was allotted. "How could you humiliate me so?" Her eyes instantly filled with tears, overwhelmed with anger. Did they not realize she was destined for stardom? Only by participating wholeheartedly could she shine. Throughout her last life, had she not consistently outperformed all others in the cast? She was the very soul of the production. With her chin held high, Xia Yurong kicked the nearby stool aside, tearing the script in half with a fierce gesture, letting it crash to the ground. Her high heels stomped upon the script, grinding it harshly beneath her. What a wretched script! I refuse to act. She scoffed at their lack of insight. Xia Yurong's blatant disrespect for the script infuriated Director Lin, causing his hand to tremble and his face to flush. Su Yunze approached and gently patted Director Lin on the back. After regaining his composure, he raised his head. Miss Xia, are you planning to leave? Xia Yurong was furious, exceedingly so. Had she known these people were so oblivious, she would not have come. Without her, what was left of the production? And then there was Su Yunze. Xia Yurong glared at him. Unable to suppress her anger, she longed to slap this man fiercely. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? What of it if I wish to leave? Su Yunze looked down at her, asserting, "You signed a contract." Xia Yurong could not help but laugh derisively. Is there any compensation? Furthermore, I do not deign to play such a menial role. This was an affront to her dignity. Su Yunze chuckled, a chill in his laughter that swept over Xia Yurong from head to toe. And what caliber do you consider yourself, Miss Xia? 5 minutes later, Director Lin sipped his tea, gazing at the door that had been forcefully kicked open, unable to contain his words. Had I known, I would have never invited her to our production. The door lay ajar, papers strewn across the floor, and the torn script bore an unmistakable high heel imprint. While playing a minor role, such roles were essential to any production. Many renowned actors began their careers in minor roles. Director Lin felt his irritation resurfacing. He lifted the teacup Su Yunze had filled for him and took another sip. To his surprise, the old man was quite riled up, prompting Su Yunze to refill his cup again, attempting to soothe him. Setting aside these matters, Su Yunze pondered. Do you think she will want to retaliate after such a humiliating experience? As they delved into professional territory, Director Lin's anger seemed to dissipate, his eyes brightening as something innate within him ignited. Are you suggesting? The two exchanged knowing smiles. The fervor was rekindled. Meanwhile, a staff member approached to close the door, erasing the footprints from the floor. The scattered scripts were soon collected, and the production began to regain its order. Continuing the filming. Outside, as they had anticipated, Xia Yurong's fury intensified. Not long after, she found a spot to sit and began organizing her existing materials. She intended to evoke sympathy from netizens across the nation. Su Yunze continued filming with the crew until 5 in the afternoon. Originally, Song Jinhe had inquired about his quitting time, but suddenly announced she had matters to attend to and would be on a business trip. When he asked where she was headed, she replied, to make money. She then queried, do you know the rule we have in our family? Su Junde hon stili zetponde. I do not. Song Jinhe replied, you will know soon enough. Chapter 18. Brother, did you and sister-in-law have a quarrel? Upon returning to the LOF apartment, the faint redness around Xia Yurong's eyes had vanished. The soft sunlight of 10 o'clock in the morning streamed through the tall glass walls, casting a warm glow onto the white carpet. She basked in the sun, exerting every ounce of her strength to suppress her grievances. It was all Su Yunze's fault. The indifferent Su Yunze of today starkly contrasted with the obedient one of the past. A fierce determination welled up within her. Su Junde, there is no possibility for us anymore. On her journey to becoming a leading actress, she vowed not to offer any assistance should he encounter any crises. Having lost herself, Su Yunze could await his descent into obscurity as a mere errand boy. After a considerable time repressing her anger towards Su Yunze, Xia Yurong picked up her phone. Her grievances of the day would not go unpunished. She would make those who crossed her realize the dreadful consequences of losing her. She intended to make Su Yunze regret his actions. With the material already saved, Xia Yurong did not post immediately. Instead, she first took a screenshot of the responses from the Wenshin production team and captioned it. If you cannot do something, do not say it, leaving others in vain joy. For several days, the buzz surrounding her and the Wenshin production team had waned. Netizens believed the matter had concluded, but turning around, a new twist emerged. They flocked back, analyzing what had transpired. The text she had crafted, a 500-word essay filled with the fury Xia Yurong had meticulously poured out, was already prepared in her notes. She intended to evoke sympathy from all netizens, transforming her fans into the sharpest of blades. This had been the case in her previous life. After half an hour, she noted a flood of unending comments. Xia Yurong blinked and opened a chat with a contact. Yunze. She typed, are you free today? I'm feeling down. The reply came swiftly. Sister-in-law, what happened? Did my brother upset you? What did this have to do with Xia Yurong? Xia Yurong was perplexed, yet she refrained from voicing her confusion, merely sending a few tearful emojis. The response from the other end did not disappoint her. Noon at Jinyuan Restaurant, room 308. Sister-in-law, please don't argue with my brother. Let us sit down and talk it over. Xia Yurong did not reply again. She thought to herself that it was Su Yunze who had angered her, not Xia Yurong. Of course, she would not quarrel with Xia Yurong. Reflecting on Xia Yurong, who had done so much for her in her past life, paving countless paths, warmth filled her heart. Yunze was merely one connection among many. There were numerous others, scripts, advertisements, and variety shows. This time, she need not burden Xia Yurong as heavily, Xia Yurong resolved. Recalling the timeline from her previous life, after Wenshin released her stills and behind-the-scenes footage, she had garnered considerable attention. Although she had not joined Wenshin this time, it seemed that the entire internet was aware of her. Her starting point was undeniably higher than in her previous life. Without the need for labor or effort, such results had diminished her discontent. She needed to think long-term. It seemed someone had once offered her a script, but Su Yunze had disapproved, leading to its rejection, only for that script to later become a tremendous hit before swiftly fading away. Xia Yurong paused her scrolling. Anything that could bring her fame was a beneficial stepping stone. What right did Su Yunze have to obstruct her? Did he not wish for her to excel? She scrolled through her email and, indeed, found a message. After sending a reply to arrange a meeting for noon, Xia Yurong postponed her meeting with Yunze to the evening. Even though this newfound attention was delightful, she was still angered. Director Lin reclined in a wicker chair, glancing at his phone while gently rocking back and forth, stealing glances at Su Yunze. Perhaps there would be some good news to brighten his mood, such as a new script. The production team was filming scenes with extras, where the acting demands were not particularly high, allowing Director Lin to let his assistant gain some experience while he rested nearby. Su Yunze was brewing tea. He pressed down on the teapot lid with his right hand, pouring out the tea that had fully steeped. A few wisps of steam rose, carrying the fragrance of the tea. "Would you like some tea?" He first set a cup beside Director Lin, ensuring it was within easy reach. Did he not understand the implication of Lin's words? The old man had a temper that flared swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. Now, he was already pondering his next project, watching Director Lin leisurely sip from his cup and return it to its original place. Su Yunze calmly stated, "Don't think about it. I've already promised my next project to someone else." He rinsed the teacup and poured hot water into the teapot. His movements were fluid throughout the day, complemented by his elegant suit, exuding an air of nobility. Director Lin silently concluded, his ingrained instincts kicking into high gear. This young man was not unappealing at all. With such a demeanor, acting in a period drama would surely captivate those enamored by handsome faces. Lost in thought, he only realized after some time that Su Yunze had spoken. "Huh?" the old man exclaimed, sitting upright in his chair. To whom? Damn, wasn't he this young man under his watch? No one in the industry had the opportunity to connect with him, who had plucked the fruit from his tree. The old man, irate, snatched the teacup and downed its contents in one go. Su Yunze watched his actions with a smile, leisurely uttering 3 words. Yunze. Huh? Brilliant entertainment? That kid? Director Lin was somewhat taken aback. When did you connect with him? As soon as the question escaped his lips, he realized it was a futile inquiry. With that young man's status, Yunze must surely be aware of it. His talent and innate ability were striking. Anyone who recognized him would take notice. Moreover, he had a knack for attracting attention. Director Lin, fuming, reclined back into his chair. Just as he was lamenting his misfortune, Su Yunze's phone lit up, displaying a message from someone. "Brother, did you and sister-in-law have a quarrel?" Chapter 19. The scoundrel is truly remarkable. When Yunze received Xia Yurong's message, he was in his office. After orchestrating a meeting, he replied to Xia Yurong, confirming he would be available that evening. However, he crossed his legs, repeatedly reading the brief message, as if trying to decipher its essence. Did they truly have a quarrel? Yunze felt like a monkey scratching its head in confusion, anxious and restless. A knock echoed at the door, and his secretary entered with coffee. Yunze did not bother to uncross his legs. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to message Su Yunze, hoping to gauge the situation. Based on his brother's response, he would determine how to handle his evening encounter with Xia Yurong. Su Yunze's reply came swiftly, and upon reading its content, Yunze's interest peaked. Did you have a quarrel with sister-in-law? While enjoying his tea, Su Yunze found the sudden message perplexing. He finished his tea and opened the chat with Song Jinha, glancing back and forth. In the previous message, Song Jinha informed him of a family rule, to which he inquired about its nature. Yet Song Jinha remained reticent. Is there a quarrel? He decisively replied, no, why do you ask? How could someone within their circle acquire information so swiftly? After all, he had only recently received his marriage certificate with Song Jinha. Su Yunze couldn't help but feel a tinge of lamentation. Perhaps Song Jinha's moments had been seen by Yunze. It was not surprising for individuals of their stature in the entertainment industry to have each other's contacts. Su Yunze absent-mindedly caressed the screen of his phone, where Song Jinha's name was noted. In the next instant, a message refreshed. Song Jinha, I will return tonight. I wonder if the young lady might have the pleasure of inviting you to dinner at the Jinyuan restaurant? Su Yunze chuckled softly. That would be my honor. Miss Song. No quoted? Yunze flicked the pen, rotating on his fingers onto the table with a soft thud, lazily reclining back into his executive chair. As long as there was no quarrel, that was what mattered most for his brother's mood. If his brother were to become unhappy, it could jeopardize all that had been promised. Suddenly, Yin Heyu pondered, if there was no quarrel, then what about his sister-in-law? He jested to himself. Could it be that he mistook his sister-in-law? Yet, how could that be possible? Yin Heyu had never committed such a foolish error. With a push of his right hand against the table, his executive chair spun in a new direction. The brilliant sunlight bathed every street of Huaqing, and the bustling traffic reflected through the large glass walls, captivating Yin Heyu's gaze. He stroked his chin, reminiscent of his childhood reading comprehension exercises, beginning to carefully decipher Su Yunze's intentions. There was no quarrel, but his sister-in-law was indeed upset. So, was this a unilateral grievance from her? Did his brother perceive no issues? After 5 minutes of contemplation, Yin Heyu felt he had grasped the truth. A sudden enlightenment washed over him. So that was it. With a brother as capable as his, everything must be within his control. Hence, his sister-in-law was merely sulking. Yin Heyu lifted his cup and took a generous sip of coffee, the unadulterated bitterness flooding his mouth. He felt invigorated, utterly revitalized. If his sister-in-law was upset and his brother remained indifferent, Yin Heyu mused, then his brother was indeed a notorious scoundrel. He spoke lightly, a hint of humor lacing his words, as if his brother's reputation as a scoundrel was of little concern. Scoundrels are delightful. Scoundrels are remarkable. Scoundrels are not easily caught by women. Yin Heyu was a quintessential businessman, an extreme individualist. He discerned no right or wrong. His focus lay solely on the interests of those he cared about. To him, the world was divided into two categories, those he valued and those he did not. At noon, Su Yunze, as per his routine, consumed a boxed meal. Recently, there seemed to be an increase in portion size, and the variety of dishes had significantly improved since the first day. When he inquired with the owner, the response was simply that they were currently running a promotion. The staff remarked that it was indeed a treat for them, having never experienced such quality boxed meals before. However, applying the principle of conservation of energy, the gain for some men is sacrifice for others. Su Yunze and director Lin casually found a corner to sit and dine. They were not the type to require a formal table to enjoy their meal. The filming had been underway for several days, and the male and female actors had grown more familiar, with several of them noticeably sporting new romantic interests. In the distance, a young couple tentatively approached a girl who was eating, sitting beside her. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not shy away. Su Junde Sai, stuffing a mouthful of rice, relishing its delightful flavor. Director Lin chuckled at the scene. In the next moment, a cup of milk tea appeared before Su Yunze. The young couple was obstructed, and Su Yunze looked up in surprise, meeting Lin Miao Miao's bashful gaze. The young girl pushed the milk tea towards him. Director Su, I know I owe my role as the second female lead to your recommendation, and I wish to express my gratitude. It seemed he could hear Director Lin's murmurs of admiration. Su Yunze smiled as he extended his hand to accept the milk tea. I will graciously accept the milk tea. But nothing else, please. Focus on your acting. You are an excellent performer. Understanding his underlying message, the girl slightly pursed her lips, feeling a mix of disappointment and joy at the compliment. In a state of emotional conflict, she expressed her thanks and hurried away. Once Lin Miao Miao had departed, Director Lin's teasing began. Oh dear, you've accepted the milk tea, but what else will you not accept? Her heart, perhaps? Indeed, the young love stories were always intriguing. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Having nearly finished his meal, he collected the boxed lunch and placed it in a garbage bag. He then picked up the milk tea, puncturing the straw with a swift motion. The sound, a soft pop, echoed like the shattering of a young girl's heart. I am married, Su Yunze declared, and I have someone I adore, Song Jinha. This assertion was made somewhat loudly, clearly intended for the girl who had not yet walked far. She hesitated, and under their gaze, her steps quickened as she retreated into a corner. The teasing glances from the side were unmistakable. I'm married, Director Lin echoed, lifting his eyebrows, playfully mimicking Su Yunze's words. Married yet so popular. And your beloved is Song Jinha? Disposable chopsticks fell from his hand with a clatter. Engrossed in his teasing, Director Lin, upon regaining his senses, widened his eyes. Did you just say you like whom? The renowned actress Song Jinha? After Su Yunje nodded, Director Lin gasped, neglecting to pick up the fallen chopsticks. This lad was married yet still had affections for Song Jinha. He was truly fickle. Director Lin resurrected the conclusion he had drawn days prior, scrutinizing Su Yunje with an air of disbelief. Could Su Yunje's wife truly be Song Jinha? That was utterly impossible. Therefore, Su Yunje was indeed a capricious scoundrel. What of it? Su Yunje watched the transformation of expressions on Director Lin's face, finding it exceedingly amusing. How could a person's visage display such a plethora of colors? He mused that Director Lin, to some extent, might well be suited for acting. What of it? Director Lin stifled the curse that almost slipped from his lips, glancing around cautiously, lowering his voice. It seemed he feared the surrounding crowd might overhear and tarnish Su Yunje's reputation. You're already married. You can only love one person. You cannot love both your wife and Song Jinha. Chapter 20. Using the future Su Yunje's assets to contend with his present self. Given this lad's talent and intuition, he was destined to ascend ever higher, reaching the pinnacle. Perhaps one day, the illustrious actress Song Jinha would find herself acting under his direction. The relationship between an actor and a director, one that allows for prolonged interaction, would undoubtedly lead Su Yunje to manifest his affections in some manner. Would this not constitute infidelity? Director Lin considered himself an elder to Su Yunje and had already begun to fret over the discord in his domestic life. Su Yunje smiled gently, asserting with an air of certainty, "I only have affection for one person." This statement inadvertently confirmed Director Lin's suspicions, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. What a lad! Only one person? Does that imply a lack of affection for his wife? This is a disaster. Xia Yurong arrived at the designated location, which was somewhat remote and afforded excellent privacy. The glass was one way, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. She pressed her lips together slightly, instinctively sensing something amiss. Why was the meeting place so concealed? Was there something unsavory about it? Or was it simply a matter of habit? Having spent several years in the entertainment industry in her previous life, she had been well protected, untouched by any unsavory dealings. Yet, she had witnessed much from within. A flurry of speculations crossed her mind, only to be dismissed. The script was titled The Legend of Chu Fei, directed by Yan Haoran, whom she had met in her past life and found to be a genuinely earnest and meticulous individual. The Legend of Chu Fei was a period drama. When she had watched, admiring the exquisite costumes and the actor's striking makeup, he was indeed a commendable director. With his conclusion firmly in place, Xia Yurong shattered all her negative assumptions and took out her phone to message Yan Haoran. She chuckled at herself for having overthought things. In her previous life, Su Yunje had spoken ill of director Yan in her presence, and she had clung to those words. Su Yunje's influence on her had been far too profound. In this life, the path was hers to traverse. She would carve her own way. Before long, a figure emerged from the restaurant. Quickly surveying Xia Yurong from head to toe, a smile spreading across his face. "Miss Xia, I presume?" He approached. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Yan Haoran. Shall we discuss matters over dinner?" The restaurant's privacy mirrored that of the exterior, consisting solely of private rooms. The corridors lacked windows and glass, obscuring the view both in and out. Soon, the two arrived at their private room. As the dishes were served, Yan Haoran gradually steered the conversation towards the main topic, expressing his sympathy for Xia Yurong's experiences and assuring her that his crew would never encounter such issues. With Xia Yurong on board, she would at least secure a supporting female role, if not the lead. She could choose whichever she preferred. I, Yan Haoran, am a man of my word. I will never go back on what I have promised. Noticing the relaxation in Xia Yurong's demeanor, he tentatively inquired, regarding the fact that the crew did not assign a role to Miss Xia, what are your intentions? During their conversation, Yan Haoran had already confirmed his suspicions, realizing that the Xin crew had not cast Xia Yurong in the supporting role. He held no curiosity about the reasons, nor did he express any sympathy for her plight. From beginning to end, his sole focus was on the heat of public interest. Currently, Xia Yurong was garnering sympathy from netizens, and his assistance would serve to cultivate a favorable persona for himself, endearing him to the public. Just then, memories sparked in Yin Haoran's mind. He had come well prepared, even bringing along the contract. As Xia Yurong meticulously examined it and saw the clear stipulation of either the lead or supporting role, her defenses began to crumble. The lead role. In her previous life, she had shone brightly, yet her starting point had merely been as a supporting actress. She had not pursued Xia. But if this life began with her in the lead, the prospect was exhilarating. Having signed a contract, Xia Yurong felt no further apprehension towards Yin Haoran. She produced her prepared materials and edited proposals, showcasing them one by one. The small room echoed with her plans, when to release them, when the netizens' sympathy and speculation would peak, and at that moment, she would unveil her prepared materials, igniting the emotions of the online community. All the sympathy would transform into an unstoppable weapon, serving as her stepping stone to the pinnacle of success. Yin Haoran listened in awe, his gaze towards Xia Yurong shifting gradually. This was no ordinary woman. Despite her youth, her understanding of the entertainment industry was remarkable. Could this be a form of innate talent? After all, she had only just entered the industry, with no one to guide her. With her striking appearance, innate talent, and sensitivity to public opinion, Yin Haoran believed he had drawn a winning card this time. Seated across from him, Xia Yurong passionately articulated her thoughts, swirling her glass of sparkling beverage to her lips. The blue and white drink, infused with a hint of alcohol, heightened her emotions. Suddenly, she recalled how Yunze had once safeguarded and taught her in a similar manner. She had been oblivious to the nuances of public sentiment, merely echoing his words. Yet, she realized that the lessons Yunze imparted were indeed quite useful. He was not entirely devoid of merit. Alas, that was the Yunze of 10 years hence, not the present-day errand boy. She intended to utilize the insights from the future Yunze to contend with the current, youthful Yunze, who possessed little more than an irritable temperament. Under the cool light, Xia Yurong slowly curled her lips into a smile. Having discussed all that needed to be addressed and consumed some food, the meal concluded swiftly. Xia Yurong carefully stowed away both the lead and supporting scripts in her bag. With a lead role secured, who would still want to play a supporting character? She mused. Yunze had once remarked that a well-portrayed supporting role, if fitting, could outshine the lead. Xia Yurong had scoffed at such notions, firmly disbelieving that the protagonist's brilliance could ever be eclipsed. Despite her thoughts, in her initial meeting with Yin Haoran, she meticulously stored the scripts in her bag to convey her respect and admiration for him. As they exited together, Yin Haoran kindly summoned a car for Xia Yurong, further enhancing her favorable impression of him. Yunze's previous criticisms of others must have been tainted by his personal biases. She waved goodbye to Yin Haoran, oblivious to the camera hidden in the corner, quietly trained upon them. I haven't seen this woman before. Let us capture this moment, the journalist Xiao Fu decided. Noting something amiss with director Yin Haoran and suspecting he harbored secrets, he had been stealthily observing for several days. Swiftly backing up and uploading the photos to the cloud, he retreated from the scene, ever vigilant. Chapter 21. Even as formidable as his brother, he still required his assistance in matters of the heart. When Yunze received the message and stepped outside, Song Jinha had already arrived. The red strapless dress accentuated her complexion, rendering it even more delicate. With few people around, she leaned against the car while on the phone. As Yunze approached, her distinctly cheerful tone reached his ears. No need for clarification. Considering going public? Soon. It seemed she noticed him approaching, for she exchanged a few more words before hanging up. The city began to warm, and the breeze carried the scent of summer. Her long hair danced playfully in the wind, the curls at the ends swaying mischievously. Song Jinha opened the car door and picked up a beautifully packaged box, striding confidently towards Yunze. Yunze's attention was not on the gift. Rather, he was captivated by her exquisite makeup, which suited her style perfectly, showcasing her beauty in all its glory. Cradling the box in her hands, the rays of the setting sun added a delicate blush to her cheeks. As she lifted her gaze, her sparkling eyes reflected Yunze's figure. "Weren't you busy with an advertisement today?" she inquired. The client insisted on giving me a box of chocolates as I was leaving. Su Yunze reached out to accept it, not glancing at it immediately. Are you cold? Not at all. Song Jinha narrowed her eyes slightly. She was indeed wearing a coat, but had removed it while waiting for Su Yunze. Shall I show you the little gift I brought? She tapped the chocolate box with her right index finger. Although she was the one presenting the gift, her anticipation surpassed that of the recipient. What was she looking forward to? The reaction of the one receiving the gift. The Song Jinha Su Yunze remembered was not like this. In her previous life, she spoke little, her words always succinct and direct. Divorce? Why didn't you use an umbrella in the rain? Let me give you a ride. Her demeanor was somewhat aloof. As she aged, her indifference deepened. Many referred to her as the moon, yet few dared to speak freely in her presence. And now, what of the present Song Jinha? Su Yunze chuckled softly as he opened the lid. His fingertips gently brushed over the logo on the exquisite packaging. He recognized the brand, knowing the owner to be quite frugal. It was inconceivable that he would take the initiative to gift Song Jinha anything. The current Song Jinha, however, was a little trickster. The aluminum foil-wrapped chocolates appeared before Su Yunze, a subtle aroma of wine wafting up to greet him. Life, after all, is meant to be savored with a touch of sweetness. Song Jinha took the lid from his hands, blinking playfully. Would you like to try one? Su Yunze gazed at her as the sun dipped lower. A warm orange hue fell across her prominent collarbone, the ruby around her neck shimmering with light. She resembled a rose, captivating and radiant. It's very sweet. Hey, you haven't tasted it yet. Song Jinha reached into the box, seemingly intending to retrieve a chocolate for Su Yunze. However, when her hand emerged before him, it was pinched between her index and middle fingers, a card nestled in between. Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fell upon the card as Song Jinha turned her hand halfway, his confusion mirroring her motion. It was, in fact, a bank card. Didn't I mention? We have a family rule. Song Jinha shielded the gift box between them, leaning closer. The card gently pressed against her chin, lifting it slightly, bringing her nearer to him. The presence of the box obscured their bodies, yet the slight distance heightened the atmosphere of intimacy. Without the barrier, their bodies would be nearly touching, separated only by a thin layer of fabric. Song Jinha would have fallen into Su Yunze's embrace. Now, let me tell you what the rule is. Her luminous, dark eyes lifted to meet his, exuding confidence and allure. The rule is that the wife's salary card must be handed over to her husband for safekeeping. Su Yunze's lips curled into a smile. It is my honor. He grasped Song Jinha's hand, lifting it upward, their faces and ears drawing near. What is it, just a salary card? In the private room on the first floor of Yunze restaurant, Yunze rested his hand behind his head, reclining against the chair while casually crossing his legs. He was curious about what kind of sister-in-law this was. Was she as lovely as in the photographs? How had she managed to capture the heart of his illustrious brother? As a younger brother, he dared not inquire too deeply, but felt it permissible to observe. 5 minutes later, the door to the private room swung open. Yunze immediately uncrossed his legs. He looked up to see a woman in a white dress, her head bowed, her eyes slightly reddened, as if she had been crying. Compared to her photos, she appeared even more innocent. With his first impression, he quickly stood up, smiling warmly. Sister-in-law, please sit. I've already ordered the dishes. Xia Yurong had deliberately arrived 5 minutes late. Neither too early nor too late. Just enough to establish her presence as a sister-in-law, without provoking any resentment from Yunze. The dishes have already been ordered. Xia Yurong was not particularly fond of Yunze restaurant. The establishment was known for a flour pastry that she was allergic to, yet she adored it. To avoid any allergic reactions, she never visited, even though Su Yunze had mentioned liking it and promised to remember her allergies. Settling herself into the chair, Xia Yurong forced a smile before lowering her head again, appearing quite disheartened. Sister-in-law, what is the matter? Yunze, having sensed her distress, took the initiative to inquire. It's nothing. She inhaled deeply, burying her face lower, exuding an air of complete grievance. Yunze's mind raced as he quickly pulled out his phone, displaying a photo in front of Xia Yurong. Did I upset you? Xia Yurong lifted her gaze, and the image revealed none other than Su Yunze. She struggled to suppress a smile, her lips twitching, yet she managed to maintain composure, responding with a soft her eyes betraying another hint of moisture. To her surprise, the flow of information among them was quicker than she anticipated. He already knew about her difficulties with Yunze on set. Surely, he would stand up for her. The dishes were served, but Xia Yurong was preoccupied, barely glancing at them. Yan Hiyu served her, silently congratulating himself for his cleverness. He felt exceedingly astute. She was upset, yet claimed it wasn't an argument with his brother. Thus, it seemed his sister-in-law was forgiving, not perceiving it as a quarrel. She simply felt wronged. To validate his thoughts, he pulled up a photo of his brother. Indeed, in that moment, Yan Hiyu wished to applaud himself. The sense of achievement and pride he felt at that moment surpassed what he experienced while orchestrating matters at the company. I will take care of this. Yan Hiyu spoke with confidence. He had everything under control. Even someone as formidable as his brother still required his assistance in matters of the heart. This time, the copyright was secured. Sister-in-law, you just need to live happily with my brother. Xia Yurong's spirit soared. Yan Hiyu would help her teach Yunze a lesson. All she needed was to live well with Xia Yurong. That was splendid. It was worth her trip. Contentment washed over her, and her expression of grievance softened as she casually picked up some food for her bowl. However, merely teaching Yunze a lesson would not suffice. She desired more. Do you have a candidate for the annual endorsement of Bauta? Chapter 22, she was deliberate, and so was he. Yan Hiyu was not merely the president of an entertainment company. Bauta was a prestigious luxury brand, one of the family's businesses gradually passing into his hands. He held the authority to decide who would be the spokesperson. Yan Hiyu paused momentarily in his eating, swallowing the mouthful of rice. In that instant, many thoughts raced through his mind. How was it that his brother's information circulated so swiftly? Xia Yurong arrived to seek him out. Was it at the behest of his brother? Was this merely a ploy to secure compensation through endorsements? He pondered for a moment, feeling it improbable, and an odd sensation towards this seemingly innocent sister-in-law surged within him. Was she truly his sister-in-law? He chuckled lightly, claiming he was still contemplating, and swiftly shifted the topic, beginning to extol Xia Yurong's virtues. He remarked that she was a promising talent destined for great heights, offering such perfunctory praise. Yet, Xia Yurong did not perceive it as insincere. Her slightly furrowed brow relaxed, a smile illuminating her eyes as she casually lifted a piece of floral pastry to her lips. Indeed, I owe much to your brother's assistance, she mused, reflecting that had it not been for Xie Yang's recommendation to Yan Hiyu, her own efforts would have taken much longer to connect with such influential figures. With her spirits lifted, she seized the opportunity to divulge her recent casting in a new drama. I signed on as the female lead during lunch, Xia Yurong proclaimed with pride. This is the rightful beginning for someone like me, reborn to navigate the entertainment industry, captivating countless fans who will cheer for me. Watch as I ascend to the pinnacle of stardom. Huh. Yan Hiyu choked on his soda, hastily grabbing a tissue to wipe his face as he inquired. Who is the director you mentioned? Yin Haoran, Xia Yurong replied, casting a glance at Yan Hiyu, her pride swelling further. See, even someone of his stature was astonished by her news. After several coughs, Yan Hiyu regained his composure, settling back into his seat. Yin Haoran? He is notoriously difficult to work with. Those aware of his reputation avoid him. How on earth does she regard him as a good director? He observed Xia Yurong, detecting her pride, which deepened his silence. This, Yan Hiyu struggled to articulate. Does my brother know? Of course, Xia Yurong asserted nonchalantly. He encouraged me to venture forth, saying I would surely make a name for myself. Wait, this? Isn't it akin to being pushed into a pit of muck? As he gazed at Xia Yurong, Yan Hiyu could not help but draw a conclusion. Foolish. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the unkind thought. He also said he would be my support. Ah, well, that's reassuring. My brother truly is wise. You carry on. I'll wash my hands. Finding an excuse, Yan Hiyu slipped out of the private room. He lit a cigarette, wandering aimlessly, his thoughts spiraling. Could it be that his brother harbored dissatisfaction towards sister-in-law Xia Yurong, deliberately putting her through trials? Otherwise, why would he allow her to join Yan Haoran's crew without objection? If his brother was unopposed, did that mean he should follow suit in case anything arose? Perhaps too engrossed in his musings, he turned a corner and caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Brother. Yin Heyu's eyes brightened. The simplest solution was, of course, to seek confirmation from his brother directly. In the next moment, he witnessed his brother's arm encircling the slender waist of a woman beside him. He froze, his pupils dilating, struggling to comprehend the scene. How could this be? Was his brother already married? Still at the same dining hour. By the time he regained his senses, his brother's figure had vanished. Yin Heyu felt dazed. His sister-in-law was ready to leap into a pit of muck, while his brother embraced another woman. Was the world truly transforming into something unrecognizable? Chuckling to himself, he convinced himself that perhaps he was merely overworked and hallucinating. He needed to rest. As Yin Heyu stumbled outside, he resolved to return home and collapse into sleep. Before leaving, he made sure to settle the bill for the private room. Su Yunze and Song Jinha's private room was on the second floor. Draped in a black suit jacket, amidst the bustling crowd, Song Jinha walked slightly ahead of Su Yunze, perhaps standing improperly. She twisted her right ankle and began to tumble towards him. Su Yunze, quick on his feet, caught her, grasping her slender waist through the delicate silk of her dress. He felt an undeniable warmth, tightening his hold. As Song Jinha regained her balance, he intended to speak, but suddenly furrowed his brow, glancing back. What's wrong? Maintaining their close proximity, Song Jinha exhaled softly. Nothing. Su Yunze shook his head, having thought he heard someone calling him, but upon turning, the crowd revealed no familiar faces. Then what now? Song Jinha hesitated, glancing down. From this angle, she leaned against his chest, her face slightly flushed, an unspoken shyness enveloping them. Realizing he still held her waist, Su Yunze stepped back slightly, apologizing. There's no need for apologies, Song Jinha replied with a smile. The sunglasses obscured much of her face, concealing her eyes. If it weren't for you catching me, I would have fallen. Why apologize? She edged closer, taking his hand that hung limply at his side. We are in a legal relationship. Moreover, she seemed to have intended this all along. Perhaps shielded by her sunglasses, she no longer concealed her intent. A glimmer of triumph flickering in her eyes. Boldly, they ascended the stairs, appearing as an exceedingly intimate couple to onlookers. Some paused, puzzled, staring at Song Jinha. Isn't that her goddess? Yet, the goddess had been located hundreds of kilometers away, just hours ago. How could she suddenly appear so close to a man? The thought seemed impossible. Surely, it must be someone resembling the goddess. The little fan quickly diverted her attention, tugging her tall boyfriend aside to eat. Su Yunze held Song Jinha's hand. With each slight movement, he could feel the softness of her skin. Her hand was well cared for, smooth and radiant, and the warmth radiating from her slowly seeped into his heart through their clasped hands. Su Yunze focused ahead. He was not the sort to forget to release a delicate gem when held, aware of her strong presence. He intentionally pressed his thumb against the back of Song Jinha's hand, the sensation aligning perfectly with his imagination. Chapter 23. The Withered White Moonlight. It had been a week since he and Song Jinha had obtained their marriage certificate. Since his rebirth, nearly half a month had passed. On the plate beside him lay a piece of floral pastry, which Song Jinha had brought for him. Just as Su Yunze reached for it, Song Jinha's phone rang. Without glancing at the caller, she answered and activated the speakerphone. Hey, sweetheart, I heard you have a significant other. Bring them back so we can meet. The voice of the aunt on the other end was clear, though she spoke hesitantly, as if struggling to believe her own words. A smile crept on his Song Jinha's lips. It's not a boyfriend. It's my husband. We have obtained our marriage certificate. The moment the words escaped her lips, the voice on the other end of the microphone was tinged with evident disappointment. Isn't it your partner? What did you say? Husband. My goodness. Can you bring him home tomorrow, please? Song Jinha smiled. She turned to see Su Yunze leisurely picking up a shrimp, meticulously peeling it while wearing gloves. Though he appeared indifferent, his movements grew increasingly deliberate. He seemed rather proud. Perhaps he had begun to care for her as well. No rush, he would bring him back. After all, they certainly wouldn't want her newly acquired husband to be frightened away, would they? Su Yunze raised an eyebrow. Scared away? Him? Impossible. What had he not witnessed in his past life? It was all just a trivial matter. The call was soon disconnected. And Su Yunze placed the peeled shrimp into Song Jinha's bowl. "Since when did I become your acquired treasure?" he remarked. Clearing his throat, he referenced the boastful comment, causing Song Jinha to glance at him with her beautiful eyes, retracting her head momentarily before quickly regaining her composure. "Do not concern yourself with such trifles. How could it not be considered that she had acquired him, or rather, salvaged him? Yet for this day, she had meticulously planned." At the Song family's ancestral home, a throng of people crowded together, straining to eavesdrop on the conversation. Even with the phone on speaker, they huddled close to Song Jinha's mother, eager to catch every word. "Wonking, what did the little girl say?" Su Wonking casually placed the phone down. "You all heard it. She mentioned that when the moment is right, she will bring him home." "Oh, let us tone it down a bit. We can hardly contain our excitement. We wouldn't want to scare him away and see if she gets upset." The family members nodded in agreement, but as soon as they turned away, they erupted into cheers. "Hooray! What does the brother-in-law look like? I thought my sister would end up alone. Let us wait for her to notify us. But should you all start preparing your gifts?" Amidst the joy, some felt discontent. Xia Yurong had just filled her stomach, yet Yunze had not returned. She scratched her face, puzzled by an itch. Had she been bitten by a mosquito in the box? After waiting another 20 minutes, Xia Yurong could no longer sit still. She signaled to the waiter and inquired about the situation. They left. Xia Yurong's eyes widened. "Did we order separately?" "Yes, we did," the waitress confirmed. "That's good." Xia Yurong gracefully stood up, grabbed her handbag from the adjacent seat, and walked past the waiter towards the exit. How could Yunze leave without a word? By her understanding of him, he must have had urgent business. Since he hadn't replied to her messages, she decided to toss her phone into her bag as well. After only a few steps, she couldn't help but scratch her face again. Her once smooth and fair skin was now dotted with red rashes. Turning a corner, she spotted someone ahead, squinting her eyes and quickening her pace. "Su Yunze, you've ruined my chance to act with a clear conscience. Haven't you caused enough trouble? What brings you to Jin Yuan restaurant?" After dining, Su Yunze had intended to return home alone. Halfway, Song Jinha mentioned she had left something in the box and went back to retrieve it. Su Yunze waited for her. After a brief moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned, wondering who could be so impolite, only to hear a familiar voice. It was indeed Xia Yurong. What a coincidence. "Is this restaurant owned by your family? Or what does your family live by the sea, sampling everything that passes by?" In the past, Xia Yurong had avoided this place due to a flour cake that caused her allergies. A closer look revealed the rashes on her face were indeed a reaction. Su Yunze, not inclined to be kind, simply stood before her, watching as she scratched her face, turning it a deeper shade of red. "You." Xia Yurong glared at Su Yunze, her expression shifting rapidly before she suddenly burst into laughter. "Su Yunze, do you really think this will capture my attention and evoke fond memories of your kindness? Let me tell you, based on your past kindness, if you behave properly, there's a position for you to wash my feet. But with this ruckus you're making, I will only grow more repulsed." She was no longer a child who tugged at someone's hair when she fancied them. Xia Yurong was well aware of how Su Yunze had treated her. Setting aside the last 10 years of his past life, this life as Su Yunze had also cherished her for a decade. Could 10 years of feelings be erased simply because she rejected his confession? Su Yunze understood Xia Yurong well. Observing her expression, he could easily discern her thoughts. No explanations were offered, nor were there any superfluous words. He merely lazily raised his hand and gestured dismissively, responding with a nonchalant "oh." "Oh, and then what?" There was no follow-up. Su Yunze knew how to infuriate Xia Yurong. This air of indifference made it seem as though her words hit nothing but cotton, rendering her efforts futile. Her previously quelled anger surged anew. "If you keep this up, we truly will have no future together." Su Yunze, unwilling to engage further, scoffed lightly and turned towards the box. "Next time, should I follow Song Jinha wherever she goes to avoid these tedious encounters?" In truth, he and Xia Yurong had shared beautiful memories during their impoverished yet academically successful middle school days. Her innocent affections had blossomed when the most outstanding version of himself fell into her eyes. She would bring him meals, care for him, and stand by him during the passing of his only family member, his grandmother. though he was proud and solitary as a youth. He too had a heart and could be touched. Their relationship was never formally defined, but as they aged, subtle feelings developed. Eventually, they left their rural village for high school and university. The world was too vibrant. The dazzling neon lights captured the girl's attention, gradually overshadowing everything else. The once diligent and exceptional youth had long been cast aside in her eyes. On that fateful day when she clamored for a divorce, she looked down upon him with an air of arrogance. Yunze, if it weren't for my pity for you, a mere boy from a mountain village, how could you marry someone as beautiful as me? Her features still held faint traces of her youthful self, yet her eyes no longer bore the innocence of yesteryears. Xia Yurong was Yunze's white moonlight. But as time passed, when Yunze turned away, he realized that some held fast to their initial intentions while others had deteriorated. Chapter 24. Addressing her as sister-in-law must certainly be due to Xia Yurong. The emotional turmoil in her eyes quickly faded. In his past life, when Yunze discussed divorce with Xia Yurong, he had already packed away all past affections and discarded them into the trash. Xia Yurong had provided him with beautiful memories and spiritual support. He too has made significant sacrifices, aside from the subsequent material aspects. Xia Yurong's admission to the same university as him was largely thanks to his assistance in tutoring. She detested his humble origins in a remote valley. Yet it was he who personally extricated her from that desolate place. Later, he elevated her to the pinnacle of success. A voice drifted from behind. "Goodness, madam, your face appears to be inflamed. You ought to rush to the hospital." The clamor arose from Xia Yurong, who could hardly believe her allergic reaction, as she bickered with the well-meaning stranger. Yunze quickened his pace. As he turned the corner of the corridor, the enchanting maiden caught sight of him, seemingly agitated, her gaze flickering before she fell into his embrace. Clad in a resplendent red dress, she was a vision of beauty. Song Jinha grasped the hem of Yunze's suit jacket, her voice soft and delicate. "I walked quite a bit today. My legs are sore. Shall we head home?" Walking beside Yunze towards the parking lot, Song Jinha's eyes shimmered with intrigue. She had witnessed everything that transpired moments ago. Initially, she had intended to rush over to support Yunze, regardless of their past, for he was hers now. However, Song Jinha gently squeezed the back of Yunze's hand. It seemed his combativeness was still quite formidable. Xia Yurong had been embroiled in a lengthy altercation. As a celebrity actress and a potential film queen, her visage was her utmost concern. To have anyone approach her and suggest there was an issue with her appearance was an immense affront. The kind-hearted person was merely a young girl, her eyes innocent and naive. Having never encountered such a scenario, she was brought to tears under Xia Yurong's scorn. "Did your instructor not advise you about this situation? Just take a look in the mirror," she lamented. "I was merely trying to help. Why berate me?" Around them, onlookers began to gather, pointing and whispering. It was then that Xia Yurong recognized something was amiss. Her demeanor shifted as she produced a mirror from her bag to inspect her face. Upon seeing her visage, swollen and grotesque, her pupils dilated in shock. Was this truly her face? She was allergic? What had happened? Had brother Xia not informed his companions of her allergy? After a prolonged moment of disorientation, she slowly lowered the mirror. As she became aware of the gazes surrounding her, she recalled the events that had just transpired. Indeed, she was allergic. The comment made by the girl was not malicious. It was her who had overreacted. She attempted to muster a smile to salvage the disastrous situation. But upon seeing the young girl's expression, she understood. This well-meaning individual, having been scolded, was now teary-eyed and promptly left. Xia Yurong remained, feeling the sting of embarrassment, contemplating whether to utter an apology, only to swallow the impulse whole. Yet, as she observed the peculiar looks from the crowd, an innate sense of wrongness washed over her. It seemed she had never before experienced such a mortifying and disgraceful incident. Why? Covering her face with her right hand, she bent low and hurriedly exited the corridor, seeking to evade the attention of the throng. Her face continued to itch. She made a phone call. "Hello, brother Xia?" Xia Yurong replied that he was too busy and would not be able to come for a while. Anxious about her appearance, Xia Yurong could not bear to wait for hours and took a taxi to the hospital. After receiving her medication, Xia Yurong arrived belatedly. He grasped her hand immediately, concern etched in his features. What happened? How did you suddenly break out in hives? Suddenly? Xia Yurong furrowed her brow. She was already aware that her allergies stemmed from consuming the floral cakes at Jinyuan restaurant. Xia Yurong knew about her allergies, yet he seemed oblivious to the cause of her reaction. Thinking it was sudden? Had Yin and Yu not informed Xia Yurong of their meeting? Were their relations truly as she had presumed? For the first time, Xia Yurong regarded Xia Yurong with suspicion. She had applied medication to her face, enveloping it in a thick layer and covered it with gauze. The cool compress provided a slight relief, sharpening her mind. Xia Yurong, did you not inform Yin and Yu that I am allergic to hibiscus cakes? Her gaze fixed intently on Xia Yang's handsome face. She scrutinized for any subtle shifts in his expression. The Jinyuan restaurant we visited today. Under her gaze, Xia Yang's mouth fell slightly agape as he raised his hand to his forehead. So was the Jinyuan restaurant you went to today? No wonder you had an allergic reaction. He then retrieved his phone from his jacket pocket, scrolling through it briefly. Xiaoyan informed me, but I was preoccupied and did not pay attention. After confirming the sequence of events, he stowed his phone away. He gently touched the gauze-wrapped portion of Xia Yurong's face with his right hand. You must be feeling quite uncomfortable, aren't you? His eyes were filled with compassion. It's all my fault. If I had taken a little more time to check the messages and paid you a bit more attention, this situation would not have arisen. I vowed to protect you, yet I've allowed you to suffer. The allergy itself was not particularly severe. Xia Yurong had only consumed one floral cake, and the rash on her face was exacerbated by her own scratching. With the medication taking effect, the heat and itchiness diminished, and her skin began to recover, rendering her discomfort more bearable. Witnessing Xia Yurong's self-reproach, her doubts dissipated significantly, and a sweet sensation surged within her. In her previous life, when she had suffered an allergy in front of Su Yunze, he had shown no such reaction, merely maintaining a stoic demeanor while applying ointment. It was evident that Xia Yurong truly cared for her, his concern palpable. The swift changes in her emotions were mirrored on her face. As the skepticism and gravity faded away, in the next instant, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Rong, I'm so sorry. It's entirely my fault. A cough is nothing serious. Xia Yurong struggled momentarily, but then surrendered, choosing not to resist. Nestled in Xia Yang's arms, she found her earlier thoughts utterly absurd. Yin and Yu calling her sister-in-law was undoubtedly due to Xia Yang's presence. Could it possibly be because of Su Yunze? Su Yunze was merely an inconsequential errand boy. Moreover, she had long since parted ways with Su Yunze in this lifetime. Xia Yurong was simply too busy. She had to understand such an outstanding individual. Drawing warmth from Xia Yurong, Xia Yurong cast aside her worries about the allergy. She began to formulate a plan regarding the revelations from the questioning Heart film crew, which needed to be disseminated. Surely, Su Yunze, the insignificant errand boy, would be dismissed as a result? Chapter 25. We demand accountability for the actors humiliated by the questioning Heart film crew. Public opinion surged once more. In this swirling maelstrom, everyone understood the necessity of skepticism regarding the information encountered online, as reversals were always possible. Yet, as they viewed the video Xia Yurong had leaked, it was evident that the questioning Heart film crew had initially promised her a role, only to later deceive her in assigning a contract with no remuneration, relegating her to a mere background character. As soon as the surrounding crowd spotted the film crew's staff, they couldn't help but approach and inquire, is it authentic? Director Lin promptly silenced his phone and set it aside. Holding a fan, he reclined on a deck chair, swaying slightly as he observed the filming progress. The next moment, upon hearing that Su Yunze had arrived, he sprang up from his chair. His face, now marked with faint wrinkles, bore a hint of worry. Finally, my busy bee has arrived. Director Lin feigned an air of acute anxiety. How can our crew function without you? Just look at how the netizens are berating the poor old man online. As Su Yunze entered, his coat draped over his arm, he quickly discerned the thoughts swirling in Director Lin's mind from the latter's expression. You've barely started filming, and your mind is already wandering elsewhere? Realizing he had been seen through, Director Lin could only retract his grandiosity. He cheerfully waved his fan. Nonsense. I'm merely preparing for the future. What do you know? Young one, it's free publicity, after all. I'm more than delighted. Indeed. Perhaps you are coveting the resources in this young man's hands? He continued. By the way, are there any plans for a new project? Yunze set his coat on a small stool beside him, and, upon hearing this, a graceful figure flashed through his mind. He nodded slowly. I do have such intentions. Oh, pray tell. Director Lin's interest was instantly piqued. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, abandoning his previous nonchalance. In that moment, all thoughts of public opinion and inquiries were cast aside. Will you be selling the rights outright? Or, after a moment's calculation regarding his savings over the years, Director Lin concocted a new idea. How about you sell the rights directly to me? We're old acquaintances. I assure you, I won't let you suffer any loss. Yunze couldn't help but chuckle. There's no rush. Let's serialize it first and test the waters. He had some ideas. He envisioned directing the new work himself once it was completed, particularly for that leading lady. Disheartened by the unlikelihood of acquiring the rights, Director Lin quickly regained his composure and remarked to Yunze that he would like to serve as the assistant director when the time came. The surrounding crew members interjected. We are still working. Is it truly appropriate for you to say such things, director? Look at us. Take us along too. Their hopeful gazes radiated an extraordinary warmth, quickly capturing Director Lin's attention. He cleared his throat, pointing his fan at the crowd. What are you all standing around for? Have you finished today's scenes? Are you not planning to sleep tonight? The crowd responded, that's not what we want to hear. Despite their complaints, the crew redirected their focus to the work at hand, diligently resuming the shoot. Director Lin nodded in satisfaction, contemplating how could the young ones possibly understand an old man's thoughts. Do they truly believe Yunze is capable of opening doors for them? They must display a strong work ethic to catch his attention. Side note concluded. Director Lin then remembered the main topic of the day. The two settled down by the coffee table. Yunze had yet to check his phone since waking up and was thus unaware of the online uproar. He opened his social media, immediately noticing recommendations in the trending section. His eyebrows lifted slightly as he detected a familiar flavor amidst the chaos. The counterattack materials for the Questioning Heart crew had long been prepared, with Xia Yurong's denunciation issued the previous night, now nearly 12 hours old. Just as he was about to instruct his assistant to begin editing, a notification popped up at the top of his phone, a new hot news report. Actors bullied by the Questioning Heart crew. We demand accountability. The headline failed to identify the source, but pointed directly at the criticized Questioning Heart crew, alongside the actors involved. Was this not the sequel to the incident? Almost everyone clicked on it, causing the heat to surge instantly. Director Lin and Yunze exchanged glances, their expressions turning cunning as they reached a silent agreement. Here comes the traffic. They pondered whether this might be a tad too mundane. Director Lin reclined back into his chair, gently fanning himself. With no memorable points, the gossip-hungry netizens would soon forget. Well, this is splendid. No need to worry now. He mused, feeling quite touched. He scrutinized the post shared by others with little interest, squinting his eyes as he began to hum a tune. Sujunde, somewat I sapata. Shook his head with a smile. He first brewed himself a daily cup of pu'er tea. Perhaps it was age catching up with him, but he had grown increasingly fond of tea. The fragrance enveloped him like a warm embrace, rendering his very soul relaxed, while the Questioning Heart crew leisurely savored their time. After finishing their current shots, Director Lin, in high spirits, granted everyone a half-day break. Once the door was closed, the commotion outside ceased to concern them. Yet online, information was fervently circulating. The trending keywords that had fermented overnight now rapidly climbed the ranks. In front of Song Jinha, a cup of freshly warmed milk rested on the coffee table. The city she frequently resided in was not the Flower City, and the office here had yet to be fully equipped. However, the main crew had already arrived. A young boy with light blonde curls raised his phone and read aloud the comments beneath the trending report. At this point, isn't it solid proof? Why hasn't the Questioning Heart crew announced their disbandment yet? He laughed, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Really? Are these netizens that easily deceived? Yin Haoran is no good man. Song Jinha's lips curled into a slight smile. The curly-haired boy, noticing her engrossed in her phone, eagerly leaned over to sneak a glance at her screen. "No way, sis," he exclaimed dramatically. "You're actually following gossip news? Didn't you say it was boring?" Who is his sister, Song Jinha? She is a well-known beauty in the entertainment industry, recognized for her striking features that are hard to forget. Yet her demeanor often remains cold and indifferent, as if nothing ever truly concerns her. He had overheard others secretly referring to her as the moon of the entertainment circle. She is the moon, an unattainable entity for mere mortals. Could such a celestial being be intrigued by gossip? Was he still half asleep? The boy leaned in closer to Song Jinha, scrutinizing her once more, his expression clearly conveying, "Whoever you are, get away from my sister." Song Jinha turned off her screen, her smile fading as she raised an eyebrow. "Are you growing impatient with life? Or could you long for the days under Instructor Lee's training?" As she spoke, Song found himself amused. He rubbed his face and shifted to the side, mumbling, "That's the feeling. This is definitely my cousin, Song Jinha." A few seconds later, he snapped back to reality, his fingers tracing his chin, a glint of the public relations professional's keen insight in his eyes. "Baita moment, cease. You wouldn't be paying attention to this gossip unless someone you care about is involved?" Song's eyes sparkled. "Is it brother-in-law?" Chapter 26. Rent. What does it have to do with me? The topic has become the most fervently discussed subject among the Song family in recent days. Initially, a fan claimed to have spotted Song Jinha at the Civil Affairs Bureau in Huaqing, and this topic gained traction as more fans became intrigued. Subsequently, the tech-savvy matriarch of the Song family, while perusing Song Jinha's exclusive entry, stumbled upon this matter. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, she began her search, and, to her astonishment, several fans reported seeing Song Jinha in the company of a man in Huaqing. Having debuted at a young age, Song Jinha's fans have accompanied her for a long time and have matured into a disciplined group. They refrain from indiscriminately exposing their idol's privacy, sparing her life from unnecessary disturbances. Thus, the topic remained a delightful gossip confined to a small circle, with no photographic evidence to substantiate it. The matriarch felt that where there's smoke, there's fire. Thus, she promptly urged her sister-in-law, Su Wanqing, to call Song Jinha. The outcome was unexpected for all. Her sister. She acknowledged it. The brother-in-law exists. Sister. The advantage of proximity. Song settled onto the couch diagonally opposite Song Jinha, supporting his chin with his hand. His eyes gleamed with excitement. "Even if you disregard my status as your brother, can you not take into account the toil I endured upon returning home to work for you?" A slight smile graced Song Jinha's lips as she picked up her milk and gently stirred it with a spoon. "Curious? Certainly. Feel free to seek the answers yourself." This statement was evidently a royal decree, prompting Song to raise his hand in jubilant cheer. "Hooray! What could be more exhilarating than uncovering the secrets of my sister's husband? If he were to discover it first, perhaps he could leverage that information to seek a reward from grandmother?" He chuckled to himself, reveling in delightful thoughts. He scrolled through related figures in the reports. "Let me see how old this brother-in-law is. Recently graduated, perhaps? Then this handsome screenwriter must not be. Let me investigate further." Hearing something amusing, Song Jinha couldn't help but chuckle softly. The sun was high in the sky. Sunlight poured into the master bedroom of the loft apartment. A couple lay intertwined, their bare bodies barely concealed by the quilt. Scattered on the floor were women's lingerie, stockings, and a man's shirt. As the sunlight grew more piercing, Xia Yurong let out a soft groan and opened her eyes. She turned to glance at the still sleeping Xia Yurong beside her, a sense of contentment washing over her. The previous night, Xia Yurong had escorted her home. After editing and sending off those messages, she had taken the initiative to grasp Xia Yang's sleeve, pleading with him not to leave. It dawned on her that since her reincarnation aimed to be with Xia Yurong, there was no need for her to be coy. Sometimes, one's body could serve as a valuable asset, a means to firmly tether Xia Yurong to her. She had already begun to enjoy the connections that Xia Yurong brought. Thus, she needed to ensure that this vessel remained steady, safeguarding her path to stardom from any unforeseen mishaps. As she turned, her gaze fell upon a harassing text from an unknown contact on her phone. The rent was overdue by 2 days. She was urged to pay promptly. Xia Yurong rolled her eyes and promptly deleted the message. In her 2 lifetimes combined, no one had ever come knocking at her door demanding rent. Was this something she ought to worry about? Her sole responsibility was to shine in the entertainment industry and earn more money. This loft was rented for her by Yunze, paid in full for a year, and only 3 months had passed. How could it possibly be due so soon? She scoffed, sitting upright in bed and opening her social media. As for the 2 missed calls and friend requests, she completely overlooked them. The online discourse mirrored her expectations. Netizens overwhelmingly sided with her. Director Yunze had expertly timed his announcement to align with the heightened emotions of the online community after a night of fervor, undoubtedly fueling the fire. This garnered significant attention for the yet-to-be-formed cast of The Legend of Chu Fei. On a newly established official account, numerous netizens rallied in her support, vowing to watch the drama and lend their backing even before filming commenced. The person she yearned for lay beside her, and public sentiment swirled in her favor. Her first drama, anchored by a beloved protagonist, epitomized the essence of what reincarnation should feel like. Mr. Su, I apologize for bothering you again. Miss Xia is not answering my calls, nor is she paying the rent. Yunze reclined against the sofa while speaking on the phone, idly twirling a gel pen between his fingers. Behind his glasses, his dark pupils reflected an air of nonchalance. She's not answering your calls? Yunze crossed his legs, contemplating the troublesome predicament. Why not just go directly to her? Are you jesting? I've long since lost contact with her. After hanging up, he disregarded the caller's insistence of being unavailable and promptly added their number to his blacklist. This landlord is quite unscrupulous, charging an exorbitant fee. He initially intended to explore other apartments within the same complex, but Xia Yurong had taken an immediate liking to this one and insisted on residing there. No contract, no moving out. Each month, rent and utilities combined to nearly 5,000. Upon returning to his former life, Yunze swiftly reclaimed the remaining rent. He held leverage over the landlord, successfully retrieving the payment by threatening to report fire safety violations. As for future rent, it would be up to him to demand it from Xia Yurong. Additionally, the gifts he had initially bestowed upon her were returned in a huff after she grew frustrated. Once he ensured that all items related to Xia Yurong were cleared away, Yunze languidly settled into the sofa, resuming his online browsing. Song Jinhe was becoming increasingly busy as well. Yunze observed the unanswered messages in the chat window, pondering what kept her preoccupied. Whenever a hot topic emerged, those marketing accounts were always the quickest to pounce. After spending an hour navigating through the internet, Yunze encountered countless videos criticizing the cast of Questioning the Heart, with the brunt of the attacks directed at him. Upon coming across yet another marketing account that lambasted him with sharp rhetoric, Yunze exclaimed, "Where are the staff? No more waiting. The clarification video must be released immediately." Chapter 27. If you desire fame and fortune, you must be more ruthless than others. This production team was concealed in the outskirts of Huaqing. The surroundings were discreet, equipped with signal-blocking devices, and the mobile phones of every staff member were uniformly collected. A girl's shriek echoed through the studio. "No, don't come near, I won't shoot anymore. I don't want the money." The silhouette of a burly man loomed closer on the floor, his claws extending slowly. "No." Yunze, seated 10 meters away on the sofa, reveled in the satisfaction of his creation. Dedicating oneself to art is their privilege. There was an extraordinary brilliance in his gaze. Those fools, what do they understand? Yunze was renowned for his suspense films, with incredibly immersive plots that propelled him to fame. Yet, how many eyes were fixated on the studio? Who knew what form this notoriety came at the cost of? The shooting concluded. The girl lay on the ground, her eyes vacant, her body trembling slightly. Yunze approached, half squatting to grasp her chin. After observing her physical condition and confirming her safety, he clapped his hands and stood up. He took the handkerchief handed to him by a nearby person and meticulously wiped each finger. It was time to send her back. Not a single cent of the payment should be spared. There were concerns among the group. What if she succumbed to despair again? Those who frequently traverse the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Many had already speculated about Director Yan's actions. Whispers had leaked out, and outside, who knows how many paparazzi were poised with cameras, waiting to capture the next sensational news piece. Handle it well. Yin Haoran waved his hand. He noticed the peculiar glances directed at the girl by those around him, and his voice grew colder. What? Feeling pity? It was her family who personally brought her here, solely for the exorbitant compensation he offered. In the past, those starlets he had dealt with had all been delivered to him, some by their families, others coming willingly. Yet, they were unaware of what awaited them. Yin Haoran scoffed softly. He watched as the crew cleaned the girl and dressed her in clothes. Without his intervention, she would have never had the chance to escape the mountains and alter her fate. The participants in the shoot were not solely girls from mountains. There were boys as well, tirelessly toiling in the film city for meager pay as extras. In the sweltering heat, they ran under the sun. It was thanks to Yin Haoran's presence that they could earn in a short period what they might otherwise not make in an entire year. They should be grateful to him. However, the crew looked on in silence as Yin Haoran turned to leave, swallowing their words. Yes, it was a change of fate, but how many truly desired such a transformation? Yin Haoran turned sharply, his narrowed eyes glimmering with a sinister light. Had he recently viewed something he ought not to have? When you took the money, did you not ponder such matters? If you refuse, many others would be eager to take your place. He nearly laughed. How amusing that someone who had followed him for 2 years would suddenly entertain unrealistic notions. Only because this person had been with him for 2 years did Yin Haoran relent to speak further. The entertainment industry was a vast cesspool. If one wished to achieve fame, one must be more ruthless than the rest. He licked his lips. Recently, he had discovered a promising talent, along with these supporting roles. She would surely become our golden goose. To be a director, one must possess renowned works. Moreover, it is crucial to have a lead that captivates the audience. Brother, please take a seat. Someone squeezed past the young cameraman, bringing a chair for Yin Haoran in a bid to please him. The promising talent he had just mentioned was. His tactfulness brought a hint of joy to Yin Haoran, who then settled into the chair. The individual who had been bullied by the crew of Heart of Conscience was a newcomer, ambitious and possessing striking looks. Yin Haoran squinted. As for acting skills, he had never cared for such things when filming. The new drama, The Legend of the Chu Concubine, would capture the essence of feudal times, and our protagonist would be a young lady of high status. Yin Haoran had a keen eye for talent. Xia Yurong was absolutely suited for the role, requiring only to play herself. The ensemble cast would allow Xia Yurong to immerse herself fully in the script. Is a newcomer you mentioned this one? A person entered just in time to overhear the conversation. He placed his still-lit phone before Yin Haoran. Response to public opinion. I thought wise men would quell rumors, but it turns out I must be compelled to respond. Is encouragement for the younger generation now considered a promise? Does this industry not typically speak to one's capability? A bad premonition surged within Yin Haoran. Before entering the studio, he had diligently monitored the online sentiment, which had been favorable to him. Had the tides turned in just a few short hours? Yin Haoran fell silent, controlling the slight tremor in his hand as he clicked into the comment section. Good. Director Lin's approach is absolutely correct. Incompetent actors should be cast aside. Thankfully, I remained silent this morning. The actress selected for the second female lead is incredibly talented. How amusing, according to someone, should teachers no longer encourage newcomers? That was significant support for the Heart of Conscience crew. His strength waned significantly, and he was grateful to be seated, as those around him could not perceive his inner turmoil. Heaven knows how long Yin Haoran had awaited this exposure opportunity. Each of his works had been executed flawlessly, receiving uniformly positive ratings and reviews, yet for some inexplicable reason, they had not gained traction. Now, with the rising star Xia Yurong appearing before him, he felt that was the chance he had been waiting for. Yin Haoran's hand clenched tightly around his phone, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, as if he intended to crush the device. The one who had handed him the phone hesitated, wanted to reclaim it, but feeling apprehensive. Fortunately, Yin Haoran ultimately returned the phone, turning to grab his own and dialing a number. Have you seen the online sentiment? He asked impatiently once the call connected. What are the plans? As for the so-called clarification video, Yin Haoran had not even glanced at it. He was utterly indifferent to the truth. It was merely that the Heart of Conscience crew was more adept, having prepared more, thus gaining an advantage. The truth was always grasped by a select few, while the online audience and viewers, they were merely fools to be manipulated. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before a response came. Wait, Xia Yurong said. Both parties tacitly avoided mentioning the veracity of the matter. The contract had been signed. They were in the same boat, united in purpose. The internet has no memory, Xia Yurong asserted decisively. We have said what needed to be said, expressed our stance. Those who believe in us will naturally do so. Furthermore, controversy may not necessarily be a bad thing. 2 minutes after hanging up, Yanhao noticed a new post from Xia Yurong. It contained only 8 succinct characters. As stated, the wise clear their own names. His furrowed brow relaxed, and he lit a cigarette, bringing it to his lips. Excellent. He had held the same sentiment, perfectly aligning with Xia Yurong's perspective. As long as they maintained an appearance of integrity, others would surely believe them. They were truly kindred spirits. Chapter 28. The purpose of the media. What does the wise clear their own names mean? Is that her copy, which she simply appropriated? The 4 characters sent the old man into a fit of rage. Unable to contain himself. Clearly, he had been cornered into silence, yet now feigned a noble sacrifice. Wasn't this akin to being a prostitute while erecting a moral high ground? This outburst caught Su Yunze's attention. Was this really the same refined director Lin? While his words were coarse, the underlying logic was sound. Yet this was far too crude. Before Su Yunze lay a table with a glowing phone. The screen displayed that very announcement. He dipped his finger into the spilled tea, drawing an X on the table surface. Don't pay too much heed to it. Xia Yurong's intent was unmistakable. She believed the internet had no memory. Little did she realize, people came online primarily to unwind and indulge in gossip. After a long day's work, one naturally feels weary and disinclined to exert mental effort remembering trivial matters. A brief moment of amusement, and then one turns to other distractions. The next time we encounter you, the earlier misdeeds will have faded from memory, humorously dubbed as, the internet has no memory. But does it truly lack memory? The unwillingness to remember, the absence of mental engagement, does not equate to non-existence. Water can both support and capsize the boat. Your actions have already aroused vigilance among those who had relaxed, prompting them to regard you with scrutinizing eyes. Do you truly believe the public can return to their initial trust in you? The manner in which we treat others will determine the returns we receive. The tea stains drawn on the table have gradually dried, yet under the light, the mark of that X remains unmistakably visible. Lin, the old man, has seemingly quelled his fury, a fan now appearing in his hand as he gently waves it. His gaze, too, falls upon the table. Su Yunze once again dipped into the tea, sketching a hook beside the nearly dry fork. Genuine feelings beget genuine feelings, he asserted. This industry is indeed a vast vat, but what you acquire through cunning is akin to a tower in the air. One day, it shall come crashing down. That which is gained through deceit can likewise be lost through deceit. Diligently creating quality work and presenting sincerity before the audience will yield reciprocal sincerity. Su Yunze lifted his gaze, meeting Lin's piercing eyes, both reflecting a tumult of inexplicable emotions. Some sentiments need not be articulated. They understand one another, for they are kindred spirits. Encircling the 2 symbols, Su Yunze softly declared, "This is the essence of media's rightful existence." Excellent. Lin struck the nearby sofa with his fan, laughing heartily. Well said. You rascal, we truly see eye to eye. Lin did not conceal his admiration. This lad, setting aside emotions, grows increasingly pleasing to the eye. From their initial acquaintance, he recognized him as a diamond in the rough. Indeed, once that bothersome layer of dust is cleared away, he radiates a light distinctly his own. While Lin was animated, Su Yunze hesitated. Could he express that he did not wish to be a turtle nor a green bean? Yet, witnessing Lin's admiration, he ultimately swallowed his words. Oh well, hasn't Lin been this joyful in quite some time? Su Yunze stroked his chin, glancing at the darkened screen of his phone, recalling the furious old man from earlier. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up his phone and reposted Xia Yurong's Weibo, captioning it with a dog emoji. A cheeky expression, ambiguous in meaning, suggesting that if one is angered, they may as well voice it. "Xielang, I truly like you," Xia Yurong murmured. her gaze slightly dazed as she nestled in Xia Yang's embrace, whispering sweet nothings. The words were insincere. She realized she favored Su Yunze just a tad more. Yet, as she noted, she was no longer a child, unable to choose someone as unremarkable as Su Yunze. He might run errands and cheer her up, but beyond these superficial traits, what else was there? Xia Yurong, on the other hand, was a well-rounded individual, though his appearance slightly paled in comparison to Su Yunze's. That was his only shortcoming. One cannot juxtapose Xia Yurong's weaknesses against Su Yunze's strengths. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled Xia Yurong's formidable prowess, immense to the point of intimidation. Even figures like Song Jinhe, prominent in the entertainment industry, would cast their gaze downward before Xia Yurong. The master of the dazzling entertainment world, Yunze, willingly submitted to Xia Yurong's direction. Now, such a person gently held her close. The stark contrast sent Xia Yurong's heart racing. Brother Xia, we will be together forever, right? Xia Yurong's affection. He caressed her well-maintained hair, responding without hesitation, yes. Tightening his grip, he drew her closer into his embrace. Xia Yurong had some capability, yet she was just within his grasp. Has Su Yunze been bothering you lately? Xia Yurong inquired. Why bring him up? Mentioning Su Yunze dampened Xia Yurong's mood. She picked up her phone to check the latest public sentiment. The crew of Questioning the Heart had reacted swiftly, even releasing a video of her poor audition. Infuriated, her face turned crimson. The phrase in the notice, "A wise person clears their own name," felt like mockery. She stared for a long time, devising a countermeasure. The internet has no memory. As long as she handles it nonchalantly, presenting herself with forthrightness, this incident might not be the end. Those who believe in her will remain. Casting another glance at her follower count, Xia Yurong resolved to act decisively. When Yin Haoran called, she shared her plans with him as well. Surely, matters would soon be settled, right? With renewed confidence, she opened her Weibo. What greeted her was a profoundly sarcastic dog emoji, devoid of any caption. Her expression shifted. Who was being insulted here? Surely the comments would speak for her, right? With a tentative heart, Xia Yurong trembled as she opened the comment section. The sudden barrage of dog emojis made her head spin. Damn it, who was behind this? Her chest heaved with indignation as she struggled to regain her composure. Gritting her teeth, she messaged Yunze. How is the script for yesterday at the station coming along? I want a lead role. Meanwhile, Yunze was dutifully pouring Su Yunze another glass of wine when his phone suddenly lit up, displaying the contact name, sister-in-law. Chapter 29, Brother. How have you and sister-in-law been lately? Xia Yurong could no longer wait. Clearly, she had become a lead in a promising film. Yet, why were recent developments fraught with setbacks? She had been reborn. She was ahead of those around her who were unremarkable, forever oblivious to what the next moment might bring, by half an era. Why then did she find herself in such a predicament? After a moment's reflection, she concluded that her methods had been too gentle. With ample opportunities at her disposal, she had refrained from seizing them. Yunze had never denied her any request in her past life. The endorsement was secured, but the timing was not yet ripe. How could she enhance her leverage? Her gaze fell upon a blockbuster film from Dazzling Entertainment. Yesterday at the station. It was a healing-themed movie about time reversal and a mending of regrets. Set to release in 6 months, it garnered immediate acclaim upon airing. Viewers spontaneously recommended it, bringing in billions at the box office for Dazzling Entertainment. Notably, Yesterday at the Station and Questioning the Heart were both penned by the same author, whose pen name was simply 2 characters, Chen Mo. Contemplating Chen Mo's ability to craft such captivating works, rich in enchanting prose, Xia Yurong felt a yearning. She wondered if she would ever have the chance to meet Chen Mo in this lifetime. Becoming the heroine of his literary works would undoubtedly bestow upon her a certain radiance, wouldn't it? With hope nestled in her heart, Xia Yurong sent a message. She did not await a reply, but turned to message Yin Haoran instead. Director Yin, I believe we should seize the momentum and swiftly commence filming to convert some of our fans. A visually appealing, amiable, and diligent actress can certainly attract a fair number of career-oriented admirers, don't you think? Xia Yurong felt increasingly confident in her assertions. She began to ponder what had transpired during this period in her previous life. when Yu had succumbed to a deep slumber. In the midst of his slumber, a phone call interrupted him. Groggily, he answered, muttering that they could discuss matters upon his awakening before hanging up and drifting back to sleep. Upon rousing, he stared at the ceiling, and his sluggish mind finally rebooted to normalcy. He picked up his phone to check the time, and his eyes widened in disbelief. 12 hours? How had he managed such a feat? Feeling a mix of astonishment and curiosity, he sat up and began to recollect the content he had seen earlier. How to put it? That was his brother. Had it been anyone else, he might have scolded them, but his brother must have had his reasons. With a well-rested mind, he automatically rationalized the situation. Even if he had indeed wronged his sister-in-law, could she possibly be entirely blameless? After addressing a few work matters that had accumulated during his rest, he picked up his phone and made a call, tentatively inquiring, "Zhigo, how's your love life lately?" He received a resolute answer, "Pretty good." When Yu fell silent, he looked up at the sky. His brother was already pursuing new interests behind his sister-in-law's back. And this was considered good? Was it possible that Yu was so engrossed in work that he had become out of touch with modern sentiments, rendering himself an antiquity? Before he could fully comprehend this, a few more words were exchanged on the other end. His eyes lit up. "Dinner? Sure thing, bro. No problem." He felt compelled to probe deeper into the true circumstances. Upon meeting Yunze, he eagerly posed the question that had occupied his thoughts throughout his journey. "Bro, how are you and sister-in-law really doing? Are you both starting to pursue separate paths?" The latter part of his inquiry remained unvoiced out of politeness. Yunze had been at the restaurant for a while, and since the filming crew was nearby, they had walked over. The table was adorned with steaming sauerkraut fish, with small chili peppers bobbing in the broth, the sour and spicy aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing the palate. Upon seeing the spread, Yu's eyes sparkled. His earlier question evaporated from his mind as he settled beside Yunze. Twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, spicy hot pot. These are all my favorites. Bro, I love you. Taking a deep breath, he savored the dish's aromas, feeling so moved he nearly shed tears. His brother was not particularly fond of Sichuan cuisine, and this delightful banquet was clearly prepared with him in mind. For such exquisite flavors, he would willingly cover for his brother for 100 years. But wait, cover for what? As the Sichuan delicacies clouded his judgment, he suddenly recalled his earlier inquiry and was left momentarily dazed. Bro? Yunze appeared somewhat puzzled. He had recently received an invitation to the Huaqing Film Festival and was discussing new developments with director Lin when he suddenly received a message from Yu. It was rather odd. He suspected Yu was encountering romantic issues and was using this as a guise to seek his counsel. Coupled with the need to discuss the copyright for a new project, he had decided to invite him for dinner. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There's nothing wrong between me and your sister-in-law. We're doing quite well, actually. I'm currently nurturing my relationship with Song Jin-hee. We even went for a stroll a few days ago. She's just been a bit busy lately." Huh? Yunze's response was firm. Yet, Yu was utterly taken aback. He even forgot to sample the sauerkraut fish that had been on his mind since entering. No issues? Recalling the scene he had witnessed at Jinyuan restaurant, where his brother had placed his hand on another woman's shoulder, he thought, this is absurd. How can there be no issues? Could that woman truly be his sister-in-law? Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, Yu struggled to regain his composure before tentatively asking, "So, how should one handle conflicts with a girl? What if opinions differ?" Finally, the moment had arrived. Yunze's eyes brightened. He set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. This young man was indeed grappling with romantic troubles, yet he was beating around the bush. He recalled that in his previous life, around this time, Yu had been arranged for a blind date, where he met a girl. Their first encounter had been far from cordial, leading to a direct argument. Subsequently, things had not progressed well, and Yu had been ensnared by a charming yet calculating woman. Yet when he faced bankruptcy, it was that very girl who had remained by his side. Was Yu already in the midst of a quarrel now? After a brief recollection, Yunze vaguely remembered that their acquaintance would be postponed for several months. But he paid it no mind. After 10 years, memories inevitably blurred. If you find yourself at odds with a girl, whatever you do not act impulsively. Avoid arguments. Avoid arguments. Grant each other a bit more time. when he was generally quite gentle with others. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he would erupt when confronted with that particular girl. When he remained oblivious to Su Yunja's internal thoughts. His mind was consumed by the mantra, avoid arguments. Give each other more time. So, when his brother embraced another woman, was that also a means to afford his sister-in-law some time? When he was bewildered and shocked, only aware that his brother appeared self-assured, and these few pieces of romantic wisdom were indelibly etched in his mind. Have you understood? Su Yunja rapped his fingers on the table. Have you learned? Learned? I can reclaim the copyright at any time. Learned? Don't let yourself be swayed by those charming temptresses. What do you mean she's your good sister? That good sister has stripped you of her dignity. Got it. Got it. When you picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and stuffed it into his mouth. Squinting as he chewed, he suddenly recalled, bro, next month is the Huacheng Film Festival. Where did you receive your invitation? He did not even ask his brother if he had received one. It was a given in his mind. Once when Xin was announced, it immediately trended online, and fans were rejoicing, eagerly anticipating the television adaptation. The appeal of Shun Mo was undeniably extraordinary. My position? Su Yunja spread his hands, seemingly unconcerned, in the center of the VIP section. When Xin was his first work adapted for the screen. Attending the Huacheng Film Festival at this time was merely a formality. He found it somewhat uninteresting. But my goddess Song Jin, he is going too. She has posted about it. When He exclaimed, glancing at the illuminated screen of his phone, suddenly astonished. This film festival is not an international one. Rather, it belongs to a smaller scale, serving as a platform for interaction within the vibrant film industry of watching. He never anticipated that Song Jinha would also be in attendance. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow. However, on the flip side, it was entirely out of the question to make an appearance. Memories from the past flooded back to him. At this time, in his previous life, he had received an invitation and was aware that Xia Yurong was very eager to attend. To spare her feelings, he had gone so far as to exchange his accompanying slot with a prominent figure, bringing along the magnate's sister and requesting his assistance in bringing Xia Yurong along. Shaking his head, he dismissed the fleeting memory. Su Yunze lifted his gaze. The copyright for yesterday's station is entrusted to you. The surprise arrived so abruptly that when He, who was fond of his beloved sauerkraut fish, nearly choked, his cheeks flushing red. He hastily grabbed the chilled beer beside him, gulping down several mouthfuls to regain his composure. Bro, you're simply the best. When He joyfully filled a large glass of beer for Su Yunze, his excitement rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. Rest assured, if you need anything from me, just command. Had his brother already agreed to something he hadn't yet fulfilled? How splendid. Yet Su Yunze paid little heed to the matter of the promise. Initially, he had only suggested it to prevent this young man from becoming obstinate and disobedient during moments of frustration. Observing now, he could see that he was even willing to seek his guidance on matters of the heart. This life was secured. He was certainly no longer susceptible to the charms of a scheming green tea girl. But do not rejoice too soon. Su Yunze raised a hand to quell his exuberance. But when He approached with his glass raised, his body instinctively mirrored the action. The two glasses clinked together. Cheers! When He exclaimed, do I appear as if I wish to toast with you? Su Yunze zipped, gulping down another half glass, when He casually wiped the sweat from his brow. Bro, what do you want to say? Su Yunze rubbed his temples. I meant you shouldn't be so quick to celebrate. The rights remain with me. I can revoke the copyright at any moment or dissolve the crew you've assembled. All right, bro. No problem, bro. When He beamed, unhesitatingly agreeing. He didn't take Su Yunze's words to heart. If it were anyone else, he would undoubtedly be wary. But this was his brother, his own flesh and blood. Could his brother truly harm him? That was simply out of the question. If his brother were to act thus, it would only imply that someone had displeased him. It would be up to him to apologize. Chapter 32. When He's self-cultivation. If his brother were to act thus, it would only imply that someone had displeased him. It would be up to him to apologize. As they conversed, when He's phone, resting nearby, lit up, he saw a message, but didn't bother checking the sender. Simply turning the illuminated screen face down on the table. They were currently enjoying drinks together. No one could interrupt, unless the person was truly his sister-in-law. The two brothers, intoxicated by their revelry, cleared the table of dishes. Seizing the opportunity, while Yunze stepped out to use the restroom, when Hyu picked up his phone, momentarily focusing. Who had sent the message? A contact named sister-in-law. When Hyu pondered for a moment before replying honestly. The copyright hasn't been secured yet. I'll be busy with festival matters. The festival? Xia Yurong's eyes sparkled. She had never felt time drag on so slowly. Waiting an hour for a response to her message to Won Hyu. Yin Haoran had already replied, informing her that he was urgently organizing materials and would be ready to enter the group the day after tomorrow, inviting her to come for a fitting tomorrow. The first production was ready to commence. What about the second? She couldn't help but pace anxiously in the living room, during which she was pulled aside by the still-present Xia Yurong for an intimate moment. There's no need to fret. What is yours will naturally belong to you. Xia Yurong soledher. Not long after, her phone chimed again. Xia Yurong immediately turned, her heart lightening when she saw it was a message from Won Hyu. She brightened, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Xia Yurong, realizing why he had been so confident in comforting her. Had the arrangements been confirmed? Xia Yurong, let us go to the film festival together, she murmured, burying her face against his chest. Xia Yurong's expression stiffened. The festival? Of course, he had been following it. But what was his standing to gain entry? Even securing tickets online was no guarantee. Due to the angle, Xia Yurong didn't catch his expression, lost in her recollections. This film festival was etched in her memory. When she first entered the industry, she had initially lacked the qualifications to attend, but Yunze had comforted her, suggesting she could participate from outside the venue to feel included. She had gone, and to her astonishment, fortune favored her as she stumbled upon the belongings of a prominent figure. With no companion, he had taken her inside. She could indeed follow the same path this time around, but she had placed so much hope on Xia Yurong, wishing he could bring her in. Rong, my career is just beginning, Xia Yurong said, striving to keep his voice steady, offering a resigned consolation. Even if I were to receive an invitation, there's no guarantee of an accompanying slot. Xia Yurong paused her nail fiddling, looking up with a puzzled expression. Given Xia Yang's connection to Won Hyu, and with the brilliance of the entertainment company being one of the organizers, wouldn't it be effortless to secure a few extra slots? There was no need for such deliberation. But then she reconsidered. Perhaps Xia Yurong wished to rely on his own merits. Then I shall strive harder, she resolved. For Xia Yurong, entering the film festival felt like a simple endeavor. The distinction lay in how one entered and where one sat. She hoped to occupy a position closer than in her past life, with a chance to be projected on the big screen. If that were unattainable, she would have to settle for entering in the manner she had previously. Days passed, and all necessary arrangements were in place. The actors were no mere amateurs. After a few pointers from Yunze, they had found their rhythm. He sat on a small stool with his laptop perched on the coffee table, his fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard. The sound of rapid typing resonated in the air. A head peeked from behind him. Director Lin, fanning himself, caught sight of the title displayed on the computer screen. Yesterday's station. Who is so fortunate as to have secured your new copyright? Chapter 33. Compromising oneself. Temporarily walking the path of the past. He paused his editing, intertwining his fingers and stretching them forward to relieve some joint stiffness. Director Lin, with the sourness you exude, there's no need for vinegar at tonight's dumpling feast. You can't hoard it all for yourself. Share some with others. As soon as he finished speaking, the fan landed a firm slap on his head. Sharing the wealth, are we? Director Lin gritted his teeth. Indeed, you're quite the scoundrel. After teasing each other for a bit, he glanced back at the screen. Are you planning to adapt this into a television series? Yunze's fingers remained poised over the keyboard. He nodded in affirmation to Director Lin's inquiry. After discussions with Yin Hyu, Yunze expressed that this piece could initially be laid out as a television drama. A longer narrative allows for a more intricate portrayal of the story and can effectively cultivate a loyal fan base, potentially igniting a box office sensation. As his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, they paused briefly for respite when a cup of tea was placed beside him. Yunze looked up, momentarily taken aback, meeting the somewhat awkward gaze of Director Lin. The youth, despite his robust health, should not overexert himself. Su Yunze couldn't help but chuckle. He raised the teacup with his right hand and drank deeply. I appreciate your concern, Director Lin, he said, regarding the old man as a tough exterior but a soft heart. Su Yunze had quite a number of tasks at hand. After completing yesterday's station, he needed to begin a new work and start serialization. His previous long novels typically exceeded 3 million words. Taking 3 million words as an example. Even if he wrote 10,000 words daily, it would take a full 300 days. With a clear goal in mind, it was inevitable that he would feel the time stretching on, searching and searching, yet finding nothing. Song Song clutched a plush pillow, burying his face in it, emitting a drawn-out lament. Shaolin passed by, delivering warm milk to Song Jinha. Upon seeing this sight, he could not restrain his laughter. Few dared act out in front of Song Jinha, and this one certainly did, as both a cousin and the head of the company's public relations department. He returned home from studying abroad and immediately joined Song Jinha's company, knowing well that she would not reprimand him. If you can't find my brother-in-law, just tell me. Who is he? After a long wait without a response, Song Song's throat grew dry from calling out. He grabbed a nearby bottle of mineral water and gulped down half. Or should I just go out and look for him? Song Song's eyes darted around. Sister, since you're attending the Huaqing Film Festival, I might as well take a chance too. Who knows? Maybe my brother-in-law will pick me up the moment I step outside. It was uncertain which words stirred Song Jinha, but she snapped her book shut with a resounding thud and casually placed it on the table. All right, but since you've said that, she said, resting one hand on the table, looking down at him with a leisurely tone. Until the film festival is over, you're not allowed to go out searching for your brother-in-law. Wait, what? Song Song's wail was interrupted by a light, airy voice that fell upon his ears once more. And don't even think about bringing Grandma along to find your brother-in-law. Song Jinha's voice froze his cries, his eyes slowly shifting to her with hesitation. He met her devilish smile. He wanted to ask how she knew, but just as he was about to nod, he suddenly shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, no." Song Song protested. I definitely wasn't planning to bring Grandma to look for her son-in-law. That's good to hear. Song Jinha leisurely set down her milk cup, dabbed her lips with a tissue, and walked towards the balcony, still savoring the knowledge gleaned from her earlier reading. Contrast. The recent warmth and closeness should suffice. The film festival was just around the corner. Her remaining words faded into barely audible murmurs, dissipating at her lips. In the office, Song Song's playful lament went unnoticed, the volume automatically diminishing. He cautiously peeked out from behind the pillow, revealing half an eye as he searched for Song Jinha's figure. 8 meters away, safe distance. He gently shifted his position to the edge of the sofa, extending his hand to retrieve the book from the table. His aloof, illustrious sister had been engrossed in this book for the entire morning, occasionally circling passages with a pen. He called to her. It took more than 2 calls for her to hear. Song Song was intensely curious about what kind of book could captivate Song Jinha. Was it about acting techniques? Or perhaps business analysis? In the next moment, he caught sight of the title, The Art of High Emotional Intelligence in Romance. Song Song. He couldn't believe his eyes, opening the book. Surely it was an illusion? The Art of High Emotional Intelligence in Romance? How could this possibly be something my sister would read? It must be a trick of the light. He chuckled nervously to himself. Then, as he turned to the open pages, he saw the key points circled in red ink. Exhibit contrasting charm to captivate his attention. Struck as if by lightning, Song Song collapsed onto the sofa. Just before closing his eyes, he murmured, impossible. It must be an illusion, right? Ha, a nap will sort it out. The unfolding events exceeded Xia Yurong's expectations. The promotional stills for The Legend of Chu Fei had been released, showcasing exquisite makeup and costumes, drawing fans who lavished praise beneath the posts. She occasionally shared behind-the-scenes glimpses, steadily increasing her fan base daily. All of this should have been a positive development. Yet when Xia Yurong endeavored to secure a ticket to the film festival, she found herself helpless. Director Yin had no slots available. A staff member delicately remarked, "Sister, our level doesn't qualify for an invitation." What level? Xia Yurong retorted. She was a rising star, a treasure of the film industry. No matter how treasured, she had to admit that, at this moment, she was still undeveloped and thus unable to attend the film festival. The handkerchief in her grasp was torn into shreds. Xia Yurong felt a pang of bitterness. Was she destined to miss the film festival in this lifetime? It seemed she would have to begrudgingly tread the path laid out before her for now. The film festival arrived swiftly, and Xia Yurong dressed to the nines. Positioning herself at the spot where she had stumbled upon the tycoon in her previous life, eagerly anticipating the event. Chapter 34. Brother-in-law. Has anyone in your production crew fallen in love recently? This location was 50 meters diagonally to the right of the main entrance, with a loft behind it, allowing a glimpse of the film festival. Xia Yurong recalled that this spot had been chosen by Yunze in her previous life. He had said that even if she couldn't enter, she could still enjoy the ambience from outside. Xia Yurong, was far too proud to think about next time. She had always strived for immediate success. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her. She had found a tycoon's possessions and was brought into the film festival. The tycoon was the renowned producer Wang Lichuan, and alongside him, Xia Yurong walked the red carpet for the first time, relishing the sensation of being photographed by eager reporters. The night air in Huacheng was slightly cool. Dressed in a delicate off-the-shoulder gown, she shivered as the wind blew. Though her elegant attire did not obstruct the flow of the crowd, it drew many gazes as she waited outside. Ashu, she sneezed, rubbing her arms. Her eyes fixed on the passing throngs, hoping to spot that tycoon. I must rely on myself. I can't ask when Heyu for help. Xia Yurong thought to herself, while she could seek resources from him. Needing to rely on him for even entering the film festival would be looked down upon. Surprise? Yunze reclined languidly in Director Lin's exclusive chair, stroking his chin. The crew had only filmed for half a day today, granting them a break as Director Lin hurried off to the film festival. Yunze inquired if he would accompany him, only to receive a disdainful glance from Director Lin. You boy, if you don't want me to steal the limelight, just say so. If I walk with you, who will pay attention to me? Last night, Song Jinhe did not return, and Yunze was not in a hurry to go home either. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing the word surprise that illuminated the screen before him. The notion of surprise was articulated by Song Jinhe. He truly could not fathom what kind of surprise it could be. Song Jinhe had remarked, if a surprise cannot be expressed, it ceases to be a surprise. She also added, stop prying. I've sent a car to pick you up. See you tonight. It was a reasonable statement. Yunze stood up, dusted off his trousers, and prepared to head home for a shower and a change of clothes. Later, he could attend the film festival. The moment the Azure Maserati arrived, it captured the attention of all present, its trident emblem glimmering brilliantly under the lights. As the car door swung open, the first thing that caught everyone's eye was the figure clad in a sleek black suit, with sunglasses perched on his nose and his right hand tucked into his pocket. He waved casually at the onlookers. Many responded immediately. Who was he? Such an aura did not resemble the influential figures I knew. Could I be mistaken? Whispers of speculation filled the air. Yet the man said nothing, turning instead to hand his invitation to the staff, bypassing the red carpet and vanishing discreetly from view. Contrary to the cold demeanor others had imagined, Yunze shook his head once he found refuge in a corner. Thankfully, he had made a swift exit. He had not anticipated that the vehicle summoned by Song Jinhe would be a Maserati, and a limited edition at that. As an unremarkable screenwriter, it was wiser to avoid attracting undue attention at this stage. Just as he was about to enter the venue, a youth with curly, yellow hair stepped forward, stammering, Hey, could you let me join you inside? I'm socially anxious and afraid of all these people. Yunze remained silent, taking in the boy's appearance, the light yellow hair, his finely featured face, and the seemingly expensive fabric of his attire suggested a background of affluence. Such a person, socially anxious? Surely not. Why would he attend a film festival then? Moreover, he need not speak at all. Wishing to inquire further, the boy stepped closer, clutching Yunze's sleeve with tear-filled eyes. Please, I beg you. Yunze, feeling a sense of helplessness, waved his hand in acquiescence. Then stay close to me. Great. Thanks, bro. The boy, Song, replied happily, squinting with delight. This tactic had indeed proven effective. He employed it regularly with his sister. A single strategy could yield endless successes. Positioned at the entrance was Song, who had initially intended to lurk around his sister's husband. However, he quickly realized the unfortunate truth. He had no idea what his brother-in-law looked like. He had never seen Song Jina's marriage certificate, which was well concealed. What if her husband were an exceptionally handsome young actor, recently entered into the industry? He would not even qualify to enter the film festival. As he pondered this predicament, Song Song's attention was drawn to the commotion at the entrance. Lifting his gaze, he spotted Su Yunze, his eyes lighting up. Isn't that him? The assistant director and screenwriter from the Questioning Heart crew. He looked quite handsome. If only his sister weren't already married. He would undoubtedly play matchmaker for them. However, it mattered not. Her husband was presumably involved with the Questioning Heart crew. Building a rapport with the assistant director would surely lead him to his brother-in-law. Su Yunze, on the other hand, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He could discern the boy's intentions with ease. Nevertheless, everyone present at the event was from the same industry, and connections were plentiful. Even if he were being utilized, he did not mind. Once seated in the audience, they found themselves with a perfect view of the red carpet area. Dazzling stars and actors graced the scene. But Su Yunze quickly lost interest after observing a few. Beside him, Song Song felt restless, as if something prickled beneath him. A glance at his phone revealed no messages. Su Yunze casually inquired, "Is the chair uncomfortable?" "Not at all," Song Song replied, momentarily taken aback before chuckling. With the topic now open, he continued, "Actually, I know who you are." Finally, the boy was revealing his purpose. Su Yunze, intrigued, diverted some of his attention from the red carpet to focus on Song Song. And who might I be? This was a scenario he had never encountered before, and curiosity welled within him. Since the day he had distanced himself from Xia Yurong, it seemed that surprises and unexpected events visited him daily. "You are the assistant director and editor of the Questioning Heart crew," Song Song replied. As he remembered his question, a twinge of nervousness washed over him, and he glanced toward the red carpet. Confirming his sister had not yet arrived, he felt a wave of relief. He lowered his head and whispered, "Has anyone in your crew recently fallen in love? And is their partner particularly good-looking?" That phrasing was perhaps misleading. If the news had spread, he would certainly have known. His brother-in-law must be keeping it a secret from the crew. Song Song reconsidered and rephrased, "I just mean that feeling of joy that comes after falling in love. Being with such a beauty like my sister, wouldn't that make anyone feel elated?" Su Yunze genuinely pondered this, mentally reviewing the male members of the crew, but found himself puzzled. "No, not that I know of. If someone were in a relationship, surely there would be noticeable changes, right? I would have picked up on it." "Are you sure?" "Think again," urged Song Song, leaning in closer, his head nearly touching Su Yunze's. "Is there no one who's been showing off a stunning partner around the crew?" Su Yunze understood now. The boy meant someone who flaunted their significant other. He began to scrutinize the faces in his memory. Though he generally maintained an air of aloofness, he did possess a modicum of interest in gossip. Having spent some time in the crew, he would have noticed any budding romances, yet the concept of a partner being flaunted was absent from his recollection. "Honestly, I can say there hasn't been anyone. If someone were dating a beauty, I doubt they would keep it under wraps." Su Yunze looked at Song Song with skepticism. "Are you sure you're in the right place? Is there really someone in the Questioning Heart crew?" Song Song bristled at the implication. "It must be in your crew. Never underestimate the instincts of a public relations expert, especially one with a natural talent honed over many years. I have keenly analyzed the subtle details exhibited by my sister, Song Jinha, and deduced that her husband must be within the Questioning Heart crew. As for where exactly he is, who he is, or what he looks like, that remains a mystery to me. Initially, he had considered bringing his grandmother along, thinking her instincts might be even sharper. But alas, his sister had seen right through him. The two stared at one another, and Song Song's bravado began to wane. He scratched his head and suggested, "How about we exchange contact information? I could visit your crew someday, if that's all right with you?" Su Yunze and Song Song shared an inexplicable sense of connection. Just as Su Yunze was about to respond affirmatively, the following moment, the area surrounding the red carpet erupted with fervent cheers. "My goodness, it's Song Jinha." Su Yunze lifted his gaze. Emerging from the shadows, she was adorned in a golden gown that accentuated her S-shaped silhouette exquisitely. As the lights cascaded down, not only did her crown sparkle, but the subtle glimmer in her almond-shaped eyes also shone brightly. With each glance, her enchanting eyes sparkled, making her the sole splash of color on the stage. Su Yunze watched her as she swayed gracefully, the split of her skirt revealing her long, fair legs, while the train behind her served as an exquisite embellishment. She was truly breathtaking, akin to the sun rising, radiating a brilliance that nothing in the world could overshadow. As if sensing his gaze, Song Jinha turned her head. Her delicate makeup rendered her features even more exquisite. She directed a slight smile towards Su Yunze, her lips curling upward. Throughout the event, whether speaking or posing for photographs, Song Jinha excelled. Accustomed to such occasions, she effortlessly showcased her charm, eliciting countless cheers from the crowd. Her expression remained placid, as if this were the most mundane occurrence. The brightest smile she displayed was directed towards Su Yunze. Her waves also aimed at him. Methodically navigating through all the procedures, Song Jinha declined the reporters' interviews. With each step, she gracefully traversed the crowd, halting beside Su Yunze. She smiled, inquiring if the spot was taken. Su Yunze removed his glasses, his throat shifting slightly, replying in the negative. From the moment Song Jinha asked about the seat, it had belonged to her. As for its previous occupant, Su Yunze mused that he would explain it to Song upon his return. It was then that Su Yunze realized he was unaware of when Song had vanished. Perhaps it was while he was watching Song Jinha, or as she approached him. When he glanced beside him, the spot was already empty. Song Jinha settled herself elegantly. After she took the stage, many cameras shifted their focus away from her, beginning to capture the next individual in line. Upon seeing Song's name marked on the list, Song Jinha raised an eyebrow. Her mood was not as serene as others perceived. This was the first occasion where she shone so brilliantly on stage, and, upon looking up, she saw the one pair of eyes she longed for among the multitude. In an unnoticed corner, Song Jinha extended her hand. Her index finger gently entwined with that of the person beside her, then moved slightly. In the midst of the crowd, their skin brushed against one another. The response came from a broad hand that firmly grasped hers in return. It seemed as though Song Jinha had orchestrated this, as before the film festival had concluded. They slipped away. The two departed separately. The industry exchanges continued, remaining undisturbed. The lighting in the underground parking garage was dim, the surroundings devoid of life, while muffled sounds of revelry echoed above. Su Yunze was led by Song Jinha, following closely as they navigated past car after car. His gaze fell upon their intertwined fingers. "Is this the surprise you spoke of?" Su Yunze's voice turned a bit hoarse, yet restrained. Her gown was adorned with golden embroidery, and even in the dim underground parking lot, her beauty remained untarnished. Was this the astonishing charm Song Jinha referred to? If so, he would concede that it was indeed quite a surprise. Not just that, they soon arrived in front of Song Jinha's car. The pristine light gold Maserati was spotless, an unexpected match to her attire for the evening. She turned her head, resting one hand on the car. A surprise must be unforgettable, after all, having escaped the throngs. Facing Su Yunze, her laughter became more frequent. Her left index finger rested against Su Yunze's chin, prompting him to look up in response. This gesture reminded him of earlier, when, in the spotlight of the VIP section, her hand had delicately entwined with his. Now, in the dimly lit underground parking garage, her soft fingertip gently traced his lips, only to retreat. Just when Su Yunze thought this was the conclusion, her fingertips circled back, returning to his chin. In the next moment, her crimson lips pressed against his, the warm sensation breaching his defenses. Su Yunze's eyes widened. The remnants of restraint within him ignited into a roaring flame. He took the initiative, capturing the back of Song Jinha's head, drawing her waist into his embrace. Was that Su Yunze? As he entered the film festival, someone from outside caught sight of his silhouette. Xia Yurong could not help but ponder. She had to rely on the big shot to bring her in. How could Su Yunze possibly be worthy of attending the film festival? This reminded her of past events. In her previous life, upon entering the film festival, she unexpectedly saw Su Yunze alongside a beautiful woman. He had mentioned that the kind-hearted individual happened to have an extra spot and brought him along. Xia Yurong had immediately grown furious, questioning his lack of pride. How could someone with a girlfriend accept such charity? Su Yunze had initially been pleased, but her words left him in silence for the entire film festival. If it weren't for that woman, he likely wouldn't have been able to enter. Yet, that silhouette seemed hauntingly familiar, descending from a luxury vehicle. As Xia Yurong contemplated, she caught a glimpse of the person she had been watching all night. The big shot who had brought her in during her previous life, Wang Lichuan. Her eyes sparkled as she jogged over. Chapter 36. Is the power generated by butterfly wings truly this immense? At the entrance of the film festival, the striking Xia Yurong hurried over, her eye-catching blue gown capturing the attention of many guests preparing to enter. They speculated about which budding star she might be, although she appeared unfamiliar. Being invited to the film festival surely indicated potential, didn't it? Wang Lichuan was among them. He had been making light-hearted remarks, jesting that the individual blocking the entrance might be someone's little wife or a canary, until he saw Xia Yurong rushing towards him. The smile vanished from his face. Oh no, she is coming for me. The gazes from those around him felt as though they were peeling away his layers. When Xia Yurong approached, breathless, she anxiously inquired, "Mr. Wang, have you lost something? Lose something?" Wang Lichuan was somewhat baffled, momentarily neglecting everything else to check his belongings. Nothing was amiss. Is that so? Did you not drop a set of keys? Xia Yurong suddenly froze, instinctively gripping the hem of her gown. Where are the keys? She had picked them up. How could this happen? In her haste to find Wang Lichuan, she had forgotten to pay attention to the process. Her mind was a blank canvas. What had gone awry? It was precisely the same time and location as in her previous life. Why hadn't she collected Wang Lichuan's keys? How could she enter the film festival now? The scrutinizing gazes from all directions felt like needles, leaving Xia Yurong utterly humiliated. Such an embarrassing incident made her feel like a clown. "Honey, are you ready yet?" A deliberately sweetened voice wafted toward Wang Lichuan. "The film festival is about to commence." Just a moment, he replied hurriedly. To others, it sounded like a tender call, but for Wang Lichuan, it sent a chill down his spine. This was his younger sister. To speak in such a tone would undoubtedly lead to trouble when they returned home. He promptly distanced himself from Xia Yurong. "My apologies, miss, but we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." How could Wang Lichuan possibly have a female companion? Xia Yurong turned her head only to widen her eyes in surprise. "It's you, the woman who brought Su Yunze into the fray in the last life." That had led to Su Yunze receiving quite the scolding. How could this person possibly know Wang Lichuan? A storm of thoughts surged through Xia Yurong's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. As they were about to depart, Xia Yurong quickly inquired, "Do you know Su Yunze?" Watching the woman shake her head and vanish with Wang Lichuan, Xia Yurong was left utterly bewildered. The cold wind swirled around her, yet it failed to rouse her from her stupor. What was happening? Xia Yurong's gaze became vacant. Why did her rebirth seem to cause her fortune to dissipate? Wasn't it fate's favor upon her? Or had it all gone awry? Could the power of a butterfly's wings be so immense? Instinctively, she pulled out her phone and dialed Su Yunze's number. "The number you have dialed is currently busy." She switched to another number, and this time it rang a bit longer before being unceremoniously cut off. How could this be? Having been buffeted by the cold for too long, coupled with the hasty jog that had made her sweat, Xia Yurong's appearance had become a disheveled mess. She felt utterly embarrassed as every passerby cast a glance in her direction. Her complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, prompting her to hurriedly retreat to a nearby corner. She felt as though she had never experienced such a failure. She called Xia Yurong, but there was no answer. She tried contacting Wenhayu, but again, no response. Inside the festival venue, the amplified sound from the microphone reached Xia Yurong's ears like a haunting echo. She felt lost and despondent. In her previous life, everything had seemingly gone smoothly, and when faced with unexpected circumstances, she found herself at a loss for how to cope. Time slipped away, perhaps an hour, perhaps two. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message. A fleeting glance at it revitalized her spirits. The message was from Wenhayu. "Let us confirm the leading role from yesterday's station incident." That was a major film. Xia Yurong's enthusiasm surged once more. So what if she couldn't enter the film festival? One day, she would rely on her own abilities, just as in her previous life, to be invited and stride confidently inside. With her first two projects as leading roles, one of which was destined to be a blockbuster. Xia Yurong felt that her second life was on the verge of reaching its zenith. What on earth was her brother doing? When Heyu was in a state of agitation. Su Yunze's subtle antics at the film festival had not gone unnoticed. As soon as he exited, when Heyu, who had been observing him closely, followed discreetly. Then, to his astonishment, he watched as Su Yunze held hands with the illustrious Song Ingho. When Heyu's mind went blank, he rubbed his eyes several times to assure himself it was not an illusion. That striking golden gown, shimmering even from a distance, was undoubtedly worn by Song Ingho. But how could his brother possibly connect with her? They were holding hands. Just the thought sent Wen Heyu into a frenzy. How many surprises about his brother was he still unaware of? The last time he had seen him with a beautiful woman at a restaurant. And now, this reflecting on how he had once feared Su Yunze might be deceived by a gold digger. He realized he had been overly worried. His brother was the real heartbreaker. Still reeling from the shock, Xia Yurong's call came through, instantly making Wen Heyu feel guilty. Without a second thought, he flipped his phone face down, waiting for the call to disconnect automatically. It wasn't his wrongdoing. Unbeknownst to him, why was he feeling guilty? Were brothers not supposed to share a bond? After pondering for a long time, Wen Heyu was at a loss for how to address the situation. He decided to shift his focus back to the film festival. If his sister-in-law was calling, had she discovered something? He would need to cover for his brother. No matter how much of a scoundrel he was still family. Contemplating this, he sent a message to Xia Yurong. Lead role? Granted. My brother even said he has the right to reclaim the copyright. Wen Heyu shrank his head. Now that the lead role was given to his sister-in-law, he couldn't possibly bring it up again when he saw her. Could he? He stroked his chin and thought. No, he needed to ensure his brother noticed the good deed. Otherwise, perhaps he could invite him to be the director? Xia Yurong was oblivious to Wen Heyu's thoughts. She read the message and felt as if fortune was smiling upon her. No, her luck had always been like this. No wonder she couldn't get into the film festival. Perhaps it was because there was a more splendid gift awaiting her. As her spirits lifted, she felt a chill and sneezed several times in quick succession. She quickly hailed a cab, intending to return home. Having earned some remuneration, it was high time she considered purchasing a vehicle. Speaking of which, wasn't her first car in her previous life a gift from Su Yunze? Just as her thoughts drifted, her phone screen lit up again with another message. Sorry, Rong. I've been swamped at the film festival. So many acquaintances were looking for me. I couldn't let them down. Accompanying the message was a photo from inside the festival, featuring Xia Yurong in the center, gazing at her with deep affection. In an instant, Xia Yurong felt elated. She hugged her phone, feeling blissful. Xia Yurong had not answered her call earlier because he was too busy. No wonder when Heyu had suddenly mentioned the lead role. He must have spoken with Xia Yurong inside. Believing she had uncovered the truth, Xia Yurong's mood soared. So what if she couldn't enter the film festival? The influential figures within were all working on her behalf. Yet, as Xia Yurong looked at the photos sent by Xia Yurong, she couldn't help but notice the position seemed a bit distant. Chapter 37, Love Variety Show. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Xia Yurong swiftly cast that concern aside and began to delightfully fantasize about how to manage her role as the lead in yesterday's station. Shouldn't she sign with an agency? One that could help her navigate her career and handle some mundane matters? Xia Yurong mused, for she was destined to become a cinematic queen. It was just that her journey had yet to take off. Her contemplative gaze fell upon several major entertainment companies, pondering who would be fortunate enough to receive such a boon. Did someone just send you a message? Why not take a look? In the underground parking lot, Song Jinha poked at Su Yunze's side. Su Yunze pulled her out of his embrace. I usually prefer to prioritize matters by urgency. He did not provide a direct answer. However, Song Jinha understood his implication. There were more pressing issues at hand. Her petite face flushed a rosy hue, and she gently pressed her lips together, as if feeling a touch of shyness. She averted her gaze, yet 2 seconds later, she lifted her eyes once more, drawing them back to him. On the verge of speaking, yet holding back, the stark contrast in her demeanor caused Su Yunze to instinctively tighten his hand that rested at her waist. It seemed the two of them relished this moment. Had it not been for the interruption of a text message, they might have continued embracing each other. Song Jinha took a step back, raising her hand to reveal the car keys that had mysteriously appeared before Su Yunje. The golden emblem of the goddess of victory gleamed resplendently in the dim light of the basement. "Do you like it?" This surprise, she inquired, her eyes curving into a delightful smile. "Ido," Su Yunje replied. With a press of a button, the black Rolls-Royce beside them illuminated. She placed the keys in Su Yunje's hand. "So tonight, Mr. Su, you'll have to personally drive the car home. I will follow behind you." She patted the soft golden roof of the car. "How could that be a burden?" Su Yunje chuckled. "You've gifted me such an exquisite present. What does it matter if it's valuable? Isn't the essence of a gift the sentiment behind it?" Song Jinha had already opened the car door, raising an eyebrow at Su Yunje. "Moreover, this is your first time attending a film festival and receiving such a gift. It holds no special significance for me." Implicitly, she suggested there was no need for reciprocation. She silently mused, "Being with you is the best gift I could ever receive." As she watched the Rolls-Royce glide out of the underground parking lot, a glimmer flickered in Song Jinha's gaze. The stark contrast of the evening should yield a favorable outcome. She pondered, with the gift presented, what should be the next step to draw their relationship closer. She wished for Su Yunje to, like her, fall in love with her. After exchanging thanks, Su Yunje took the lead and drove away. His mood was far from the calm that others perceived. This car was of considerable worth. In his previous life, he had never owned a car until he discussed divorce with Xia Yurong. And then there was Song Jinha. While halted at a red light, his fingers gently tapped the steering wheel. He thought to himself, the novel needed to be serialized soon. Song Jinha had shown interest in him. How could he transform that interest into something deeper, perhaps even love? He felt fortunate that all past grievances had been forgotten the moment he agreed to divorce before his rebirth. Suddenly reminded of something, he picked up his phone. A text message from when Hanyu appeared, gentle in tone. "Brother, do you have any thoughts on the female lead from yesterday's station?" Su Yunje felt puzzled. He had arranged everything quite well in his previous life regarding the female lead. So why was there such a question? Just as he was about to reply, another message popped up. "Brother, I've already arranged everything. By the way, will you come to direct? If you don't want to tire yourself, let the assistant director handle it." He raised an eyebrow and quickly responded, "Okay." After the film festival, a flurry of news emerged, with Song Jinha's being the most captivating. That golden gown, even through a screen, had undoubtedly mesmerized countless viewers. The photos circulated widely, and someone remarked, "I think I saw Song Jinha escorting a man." 2 cars, one in front and the other behind. The news faded as quickly as it emerged. Those who witnessed it couldn't help but laugh. Song Jinha had been in the industry for a decade without a hint of scandal. Not to mention escorting someone. She hadn't even held hands with anyone. Her reputation remained impeccably clean. Her fans exclaimed, "A celestial being isn't someone an ordinary person can date. Escorting a man? Impossible. I tell you, sister, just as the heat rises, these people are crazily sending you scripts." Song scrolled through his email, unable to contain his exasperation. "What is this? A dating variety show? They dare to send my sister a script for that? No matter how popular she gets, she would never participate in a dating show." Song didn't even glance up, completely unaware that Song Jinha seemed to be contemplating something, her eyes gradually lighting up. "Delete all of it. Throw in the trash." Song commanded decisively. "Wait a moment." A voice from beside him stopped him. Song Jinha cleared her throat. "Sometimes one needs to try things they've never experienced before." "Huh. Let me see that dating show script," Song Jinha requested. Song's eyes widened, confirming that his sister was not joking before he silently turned his gaze to the tablet in his hands. Swiftly, he deleted everything. He quietly rummaged through the email trash bin and found the sole dating show script. Upon seeing the title, Heartbeat Confession Day, he thought it was delightful and sweet. Just the name suggested an abundance of sugar. However, it hardly seemed like a program his sister would participate in. Internally ranting, he obediently forwarded the email to Song Jinha and raised his hand like a dutiful student. "Sister, it's been sent." Typically, handling invitations should fall to the manager. However, the young manager had recently taken leave to return home, leaving the job to the bored Song. "You must read it thoroughly," he urged with fervor. Yet 2 seconds later, he heard an incredulous response. This variety show is excellent. My upcoming schedule is open, so tell him I'll take it. What? Chapter 38. Why not remove that last-minute addition, Xia Yurong? He gazed at her in confusion. Song Jinha raised a finger to silence him, quickly replied to the email. I have conditions. After a moment's thought, she waved her hand decisively. Just send the email, let them discuss it with me. It seemed there was little hope for a reply, as the recipients were astonished, and the email contained several exclamation marks. Before long, Song Jinha had her phone in hand, engaging in conversation with them. Song felt as if ants were crawling all over him. Observing the faint smile playing at the corners of Song Jinha's mouth, he could not help but ask, Sister, why do you want to go on a dating show? His sister had already obtained her marriage certificate with her husband. Their relationship should be quite strong, having been together for a while. However, his sister was truly impressive, managing to keep their relationship hidden from the family for so long. Song Jinha seemed to have finished her conversation. She set down her phone and stretched her arms upward, revealing her beautiful silhouette without reservation. Why go on a dating show? Didn't T.I. mention? To try something I've never experienced before, to push my boundaries. Song Jinha casually replied. Her cousin, sometimes rather naive, would never discover the truth even with the slightest misdirection. But even if he did, it wouldn't matter much. Song Jinha's dark eyes twinkled as she smiled. If he remained oblivious, it would surely be more entertaining and add more opportunities for her to cultivate her relationship with Yunze. Push my boundaries? Try something I've never attempted? Upon recalling what Song Jinha had just said about conditions, Song felt a spark of realization and nodded in understanding. Trying different types and directions was a principle many actors embraced. With professionalism and trust in his sister, he never considered that her fame would require any embellishments. Moreover, what can reality dating shows transcend? Surely, there must be her own intentions behind what sister is doing. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Following the customary procedure, he first perused the latest news headlines, ensuring there was no detrimental information about the company before finally relinquishing his work mode and collapsing onto the sofa. A sense of ennui washed over him. He turned to the wall-mounted LCD television and suddenly recalled a young man he had met at the film festival. With his workload currently light, why not pay him a visit? His grandmother had begun subtly reaching out to him, guessing that he would take her along to meet her grandson-in-law. Indeed, as fate would have it, the unexpected was upon them. Song Jinha's phone vibrated on the table. Upon answering, the warm voice of his grandmother greeted him. Hime, when are you bringing my grandson-in-law back for me to see? Lately, I've been feeling a bit suffocated and haven't been sleeping well. Also, the microphone seemed to have been moved further away, as the speakerphone clearly transmitted the clandestine conversation from the other end. What other discomforts do I have? Old woman, are you still having trouble sleeping? Oh, yes, indeed. The robust voice of Grandma Song returned. If he can bring my grandson-in-law back, I shall certainly recover instantly. Observing this exchange, Song couldn't help but twitch his lips, glancing at his sister, who clearly struggled to suppress a laugh. He covered his forehead, thinking that he would have to conduct some training with Grandma next time they met. At the very least, she ought to understand the importance of muting during private conversations. Song Jinha chuckled softly, responding gently to Grandma Song's words. Of course, Grandma. I still have to participate in a variety show. Once I've completed that, I'll check the timing. Completing the show would likely take a few months, she estimated, by which time her relationship would have progressed accordingly. I must wait until I finish the show to bring him back? Oh dear, Grandma Song seems somewhat dissatisfied. Why can't it be tomorrow? He may. We're all waiting every day. There's exhaustion even without contributions or hardships. You must consider our feelings. Regardless of Grandma Song's entreaties, Song Jinha replied sweetly, all right. Yes, I understand. She was impervious to Grandma's coaxing. In the end, the latter could only relent, albeit reluctantly agreeing. Then make sure to bring him back as soon as you finish the show. With that, the call concluded. Just as the conversation ended, the next moment, Song's phone rang. Upon glancing at the contact name, he saw Grandma. Raising his gaze, he met Song Jinha's eyes, which sparkled with amusement, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He lowered his head, grasped his phone, and swiftly made his exit. Xia Yurong felt that her fortune was indeed on the rise. The developments that should arise from her rebirth were vividly manifesting in her life. With some strategic management, her fame was gradually becoming more pronounced. At the film festival, she had even hired paparazzi to capture her at the entrance, subsequently prompting marketing accounts to promote her presence. Following this maneuver, many fans believe she had indeed attended the film festival, relishing the pride that came with it. Our sister truly is remarkable. Those bigwigs from the organizing committee must see her potential, right? If we invest now, we will be lifelong fans. Observing the burgeoning buzz in the entertainment circle reminiscent of her previous life, Xia Yurong felt a sense of satisfaction. She posted the recently released behind-the-scenes footage with the caption, "Working hard again today. Our new drama will soon meet everyone." After posting, instead of waiting for fan comments as she usually did, she accessed the back end of her social media account. With her rising fame and recent efforts, people began approaching her with scripts and endorsement offers. However, her standards were high. She would only consider scripts for the lead or second female roles, and only accepted third female roles if they were from renowned directors. As she scrolled through a series of unremarkable private messages, one invitation caught her eye, igniting her interest. Confession Day? It sounded somewhat familiar. She recalled that it was a very popular and sweet dating show. Thoughts of Xia Yurong crossed her mind, and she felt a spark of inspiration. She could bring her brother along to assert her claim, while also showcasing his excellence to the fans. She promptly responded to the production team, followed their official account, and shared their announcement. Eagerly, she captioned her post, excited to meet everyone. Then, she dialed a number. "Xia Yurong, would you accompany me on a variety show? It's a dating show." While Xia Yurong was filled with joy, someone else was in distress. They had miscalculated the number of scripts to be distributed, seemingly giving away too many. Glancing at the responses on the screen, the young and vibrant screenwriter couldn't help but tug at her curly hair. Her assistant handed her a cup of milk tea, rescuing her disheveled hair, and brought over a comb for careful detangling. Even Song Ying-ho agreed. What a stroke of luck. The assistant glanced at the computer screen, continuing to tend to her own hair. Why not remove that last-minute addition, Xia Yurong? Chapter 39. I can't wait to find my brother-in-law. This is an exceedingly tantalizing suggestion. The reason she had taken notice of Xia Yurong was precisely due to the heat surrounding her. The fact that she had propelled the show to its current explosive success could not have been mere charity. She would not overlook any opportunity for utilization. After contemplating, the screenwriter shook her head in refusal. On second thought, let us not. The phone screen lit up, and she saw that even the promotional post had been shared. At this point, it would be impossible to withdraw the invitation. Adjusting the show slightly to include another couple was feasible. The invitations had indeed been sent out. To backtrack now would tarnish the reputation of the production. Having made her decision, the screenwriter picked up her phone and began contacting the individual Song Jinha had mentioned. The leading actress was of utmost importance. If they secured this, it would be known that their production team was the first dating show that Song Ying-ho participated in. Goodness gracious! Just imagining how many would be drawn to this news made her heart race with excitement. Following the details provided by Song Jinha, she located the information on that person. Su Junjie. The editor raised an eyebrow. He was quite the talent. When she called, she was unexpectedly met with a refusal. Pondering for a moment and recalling Song Jinha's teachings, she tentatively stated, "It was Song Ying-ho who asked me to invite you." Internally, she fervently wished, "Please agree, please agree." If he declines, such a prominent actress might just fly away. What if she ends up with the competition? The editor, Mu Yuner, had no interest in gossip. Her sole focus was on achieving results. Thankfully, at the last moment, he finally agreed. With the situation stabilized, Mu Yuner immediately contacted Song Jinha to arrange a contract signing. Simultaneously, she announced the news of Song Ying-ho's participation in their dating show. It was time to boast. This quarter, with the endorsement of Song Ying-ho, their production team was invincible. When Mu Yuner called, Su Yunze had just finished typing 10,000 words, the beginning of his new book. He had divided it into 5 chapters, directly bundled them together, and uploaded them to his quiet account that had lain dormant for a year. While also initiating a contract signing, he felt somewhat dazed as the call connected. A dating variety show? He was merely an ordinary writer. Why would a dating show reach out to him, especially to make a phone call? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yunja declined. With such free time, wouldn't it be better to write a few more words? Or perhaps invite Song Jinha out for a meal, a shopping spree? Or to share a drink and indulge in a little flirtation? He had no time for a dating show. Convinced that the caller was somewhat misguided, he was about to politely end the call when the words that followed held him captive. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten to mention. It's Song Jinha, the renowned actress, inviting you to our dating show." Su Yunja's expression instantly softened. He swiftly changed his tone, smiling as he said, well, we can certainly discuss this matter in detail. By the way, what is the name of your dating show? On the other end, Mu Yun'er, who had just thoroughly introduced their crew, replied, all right. What about the payment, the ratings, the fame, and the cast? You seem to care little for all of that. None of it holds as much weight as the name Song Jinha, does it? They exchanged pleasantries and added each other as friends, agreeing to discuss further details at a later time before ending the call. Heartbeat Confession Day. Su Yunja savored the name of the dating show. The 5 short words seemed to possess a peculiar magic, and as he imagined certain scenarios, his heart raced. Oh, you little rascal. Director Lin, who had suddenly appeared, playfully swatted Su Yunja on the head with a fan. Why are you standing there blushing like a fool? TSK, 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 and those ears too. Su Yunja deeply. I'm not blushing. I was just deeply engrossed in writing the new piece and got a bit tired. He spoke earnestly. Director Lin scoffed. You think I'm blind? I can see right through you. With a gaze as piercing as a laser, he scrutinized Su Yunja, realizing that the young man was genuinely putting on an act. All right, enough teasing. There's a kid with yellow hair looking for you. I don't know how you know such peculiar people. Just don't get led astray. Comparing the odd posture of the young man with curly yellow hair waiting at the entrance, Director Lin couldn't help but advise. His assistant director, at first glance, appeared quite well-behaved and impeccable. Su Yunja could not fathom why Director Lin's gaze towards him oscillated between disdain and satisfaction. Upon hearing someone calling for him, he promptly snapped his notebook shut and rushed out. They're here to ask me to help find my brother-in-law. Director Lin, I'm off. Behind him, Director Lin leisurely settled into the spot where Su Yunja had just been typing. Watching Su Yunja's departing figure, he nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he's starting to act his age. Young people should have some vitality. Director Lin would forever remember that day when Su Yunja called, and he had transformed entirely. The remnants of that scornful woman were nowhere to be seen, and his aura had deepened. It was a good thing, but it felt too stifling. He did not resemble a young person. Rather, his gaze was profound, akin to that of an elder at dusk. Director Lin was pleased he had come to terms with things, but couldn't he shake the worry that this little rascal might have suffered some blow. Well, at least he need not fret anymore. Wasn't he this lad a notorious playboy? Why should he still be concerned? Quite strange indeed. With a leisurely demeanor, Director Lin turned and noticed the writing on a sticky note on the desk, halting his movements. Heartbeat Confession Day. Not good. ISNT, this kid already married? Is he so overjoyed because he can flirt with girls on a dating show? Indeed, a playboy. Bah. As Su Yunja exited the office, he slowed his pace. First, he carefully set down his laptop and tidied his slightly disheveled shirt. Staff members passing by greeted him. Director Su, have you finished? Someone's looking for you outside. When you were busy, Director Lin told us to keep our voices down so we wouldn't disturb you. Su Yunja was taken aback. That old man. After thanking the staff, he stepped outside and spotted Song Song, dressed in a sporty outfit, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, leaning lazily against the wall. His curly hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Su Yunja thought, no wonder Director Lin said that. Indeed, Song Song's style is quite avant-garde. Upon seeing Su Yunja, Song Song's eyes brightened, and he straightened up. Bro, it's great to see you again. I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. So I came directly. Song Song beamed as he glanced into the production crew. Can you show me around? I can't wait to find my brother-in-law. Chapter 40. Does his sister ever have such considerate moments? Su Yunja pondered briefly before agreeing. The crew required confidentiality during filming. But since everyone was on break and preparing for lunch when he had just stepped out, it wouldn't hurt to give Song Song a tour. Seeing his agreement, Song Song's eyes sparkled. Jigu, you're the best. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Don't worry, I'm in public relations. Since you're so kind to take me in, I want to look around or spread anything. Appreciating his awareness, Su Yunze had no further objections, and the two entered the crew together. Hello, everyone. I'm Jagu's new little brother. Song Song boldly introduced himself as he entered, unshy in the slightest. I met Jagu at the film festival. I'm here looking for my brother-in-law. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow. At the height of Song Song's enthusiasm, he casually remarked, "Didn't you say you're socially anxious?" Song Song stammered, "Well, that was just a few days ago." As many pairs of eyes turned to him, the typically socially awkward Song Song experienced his first taste of social death. "I just wanted to get closer to you to find my brother-in-law," he quietly explained. "Can we not mention this, bro?" Noticing Su Yunze's impassive demeanor, he quickly added, "I'll treat you to a meal." Su Yunze slightly raised his chin, modestly indicating his acceptance. With that, Su Yunze led him around the crew. Just in time for lunch, everyone casually found a spot to eat. Xiao Lin and Xiao Wu had gone on a date. The cameraman, noticing Song Song by Su Yunze's side, approached with a lunchbox. They went out to eat, and we had an extra lunchbox. If you don't mind, curly hair brother. Before he could finish, Song Song snatched the lunchbox with a smile. "Thank you, big brother. How could I mind when I'm getting free food?" Sharing a meal was a perfect opportunity to bond with the crew, and he subtly probed to deduce who might be his brother-in-law. As Song Song was about to partake in his meal, he glanced down at the contents of his lunchbox, rendering him momentarily speechless. Goodness, has the catering for the Hua Chung production become this exquisite? It seemed oddly familiar. Without hesitation, he tore open a pair of disposable chopsticks, scooped up a mouthful of vegetables, and upon savoring the flavor, he confirmed it. This was indeed the outsourced meal package from their company cafeteria. Had half a year passed without his notice, and now it had reached Hua Chung? Such a level of luxury was typically reserved for when his sister joined a production, prompting special arrangements. The photographer appeared to revel in his astonishment. The lunchbox had been ordered by Director Lin, while the dishes had previously been delightful. They had never been this lavish. He rubbed his belly thoughtfully. In the past, the rigors of filming would leave him leaner, but this time, he had gained 5 pounds instead. He could scarcely believe that a film crew's boxed lunch could be so sumptuous. It could easily rival a restaurant's offerings. Song Song smiled in silence, for he understood that his family would go to great lengths to ensure his sister ate well while filming. Unbeknownst to them, he was on the verge of becoming the king of the culinary realm. As his thoughts meandered, he concluded that his sister must have noticed her husband was not eating adequately and had discreetly arranged for the enhanced meal plan. Oh, how attentive his sister could be. It was surprising, given her usual demeanor towards him. With a bittersweet heart, he dug into his food with greater fervor. "Eat slowly, don't choke," cautioned Su Yunze, who had also taken a lunchbox and sat beside him, casually passing him a bottle of mineral water. Observing Song Song devouring his meal with gusto, the others felt a sense of camaraderie blossoming. Once they had nearly finished eating, Song Song wiped his mouth and recalled his purpose. "I work in public relations over in the Xinhu district," he began. Su Yunze noticed an elderly gentleman at the back of the gathering. His ears perked up in curiosity, and couldn't he help but chuckle. This young brother's sister happens to be the object of affection for someone in our crew. He patted Song Song on the shoulder, revealing a tidbit that piqued everyone's interest. "And she's quite the beauty." Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, building suspense among the listeners. Just as they were eager to discern the identity of this fortunate individual, he shifted gears. "However, little Song here doesn't even know who his brother-in-law is. He came to our crew seeking to investigate discreetly." Song Song shot Su Yunze a grateful glance. He had been contemplating how to pose the question, and it was indeed thoughtful of Brother Zhe to assist him. "My sister's ideal partner must be both handsome and capable, someone who could captivate her." As he spoke, many in the group instinctively directed their gazes towards Su Yunze. This description, why did it seem so fitting for Director Su? Yet, since Su Yunze had brought him along, surely he would know if he were indeed his brother-in-law. It seemed implausible. It was highly unlikely that someone of such striking talent would be in a lowly position in society. After all, his sister was not one to care about such trifles. Song Song stroked his chin, thoughtfully elaborating. "I must admit, my understanding of Song Jinha is quite thorough. My sister and her husband have already obtained their marriage license. Knowing her character, they would have likely dated for a year or two before tying the knot. This assertion effectively silenced any lingering doubts regarding Su Yunze's involvement. Initially, there had been a semblance of similarity to director Su, but this revelation dispelled any such notions. Many were aware that just a month ago, Su Yunze had been pursuing someone else, only to realize the truth recently. How could he have married little curly-haired sister? Was it a seamless transition? That seemed utterly impossible. What grand beauty would act so hastily and without dignity? Upon noticing the confusion in Song Song's eyes, a kind-hearted individual quickly provided an explanation. He noted that this was not a secret. Everyone in the crew was aware of it. Is that so? Song Song inquired, momentarily taken aback. To be honest, when he learned of Brother Zay's age, he too had his doubts. Wasn't this precisely what his sister had mentioned about him just past midnight? Yet now, it seemed inconceivable. How could his sister possibly have a seamless marriage with Su Yunze? Such a plot twist would be implausible even in a film. Therefore, it was evident that his brother-in-law must have been in a long-term relationship with his sister, skillfully concealed from view. Song Song surveyed the crew, mentally tagging Su Yunze with definitive labels. 1. He could not possibly be the brother-in-law. 2. He was the brother-in-law's superior. After relaying all this information, he noticed no one was responding, causing his expression to fall. Oh dear, my dear brother-in-law, if you are among this crowd, would you kindly step forward and claim your title? My sister has already mentioned bringing you home. I will find out your identity sooner or later. It is simply a matter of time. Just satisfy my curiosity about the person who holds my sister's marriage license. I would not dare to make things difficult for you. Song Song's forlorn expression elicited laughter from everyone. Don't be disheartened, Su Yunze encouraged, patting Song Song's shoulder. I doubt anyone here knows who your brother-in-law is. I genuinely don't either. Why not come to our crew more often, and with your keen eye, perhaps you'll uncover the truth. Chapter 41. How could a married man possibly participate in a dating show, unless? Su Yunze's suggestion was quite astute. The little curly-haired fellow, whom he had met at the film festival, seemed hesitant to reveal his full name, stating only that he was called Xiao Song. The crew members now referred to him as Little Song. He appeared cautious, and thus Su Yunze invited him to come by more often, for perhaps he would discover who his brother-in-law truly was. This proposal evidently struck a chord with the little curly-haired fellow, whose eyes sparkled as he rushed to shake Su Yunze's hand. Brother Zay, thank you so much. Without you, I might not have even made it into your crew, let alone find my brother-in-law. Rest assured, he patted his chest with assurance. Once I locate my brother-in-law, I will definitely treat you to a grand feast. And my sister, she has her own talents. I'll have her introduce you to some beautiful ladies. She knows so many. Introduce beautiful ladies? Su Yunze suddenly thought of Song Jinha. If she found out, she would certainly be furious, but it was evident to everyone that the little curly-haired fellow was merely joking, and laughter ensued, prompting Su Yunze to remain silent. Having eaten his fill, Song Song stood up, patting his backside, and bid farewell to the group. Thank you all for the hospitality. I shall return. I'll bring a good assistant along to find my brother-in-law. His playful expressions amused everyone. You don't know. I have a grandmother who possesses extraordinary insight. She will surely recognize who her grandson-in-law is at first glance. Song Song mused that it had been a while since his grandmother had gone out for a stroll, and it would be a perfect opportunity for her to come and play while searching for her grandson-in-law. Since Su Yunze had brought him along and he was getting along well with everyone, they parted ways amicably, inviting him to return and search for his brother-in-law again. Little Song certainly knows how to engage in conversation. Who do you all think his brother-in-law could be? Do you still suspect it's Director Su? How naive! In my opinion, he is the least likely candidate. The group engaged in lively discussion. When Su Yunze returned, he shook his head in exasperation, adjusting his glasses. Spotting the fruits that Song Song had brought, he took it upon himself to slice them for everyone. Heartbeat Confession Day is a highly popular dating reality show. By the time Su Yunze had finished cutting the fruit and brought it out, the crew was already engaged in conversation. The cast list was released so swiftly. Let me take a look. The filming schedule must be postponed. Why is Song Ingho in the lineup? Am I imagining things? Just as Su Yunze took a seat, Director Lin, drawn by the aroma, approached. He seized a piece of watermelon, chewing it while casting a scrutinizing gaze at Su Yunze. You seem to have something going on. With Song Ingho participating in a dating show, this lad had written the show's name on a sticky note. The media's fanciful speculations immediately connected the two. Could it be that he would join Song Ingho on the dating show? Director Lin was startled by his own conjecture. With impulsive curiosity, he promptly interrogated Su Yunze. You, my lad, are a married man. Su Yunze's suit jacket was tugged, yet he did not resist, raising his hands in mock innocence. As you said, I am indeed a married man, just gathering information. How could a married man participate in a dating show unless with his wife? That is good then. Satisfied with this response, Director Lin relaxed his grip. However, his brow remained furrowed, sensing something amiss, and he admonished. You mustn't entertain any ill thoughts. How many young people have seen their families crumble due to fleeting foolishness? Regret sets in with age. Yet that person has long been erased from memory. Chapter 42. Isn't it better to have an ex around? Regret surfaces in old age. But that person has been thoroughly deleted. Perhaps he was overly sensitive. The two were currently as distant as could be. How could they possibly attend a dating show together? Indeed, Su Yunze himself spoke up. Rest assured, he will definitely be going to the dating show. The association of Heartbeat Confession Day with Song Ingho began to gain traction, and excitement gradually mounted among fans who fervently commented below. This is Song Jinha's first time participating in a dating show. No, it's her first time in any variety show. Previously, it was said that Song's family background was affluent and acting was merely a dream, hence she refrained from participating in variety shows. But this time, she would deliver a spectacular surprise. Everyone eagerly anticipated witnessing Song Ingho in love. The official announcement stated that Song Ingho aimed to challenge herself. Yet fans cared little for such details. It was all sweetness. They would savor it first and consider the implications later. The buzz grew so loud that even those unrelated to the matter were aware of Song Jinha's participation in the dating show, let alone Xia Yurong. She had finished filming her scenes for the day. Nearby, a tipped footbath lay in disarray, water spilled everywhere, while the actress playing the maid tidied up. Xia Yurong truly cherished the atmosphere of this crew. As the lead actress, everyone doted on her, as if she had truly stepped into the world of the legend of Chu Fei. She disregarded the red mark on the maid's face left by Yin Haoren's strike. Lost in her own reverie, the news of the leading actress joining a dating show felt like a delightful surprise had struck her. Her eyes sparkled as she returned to her profile, examining the reposted articles closely. They were the same. She and Song Jinha were set to appear on the same dating show. One honor. Xia Yurong was utterly exhilarated, immediately sharing the good news with Xia Yurong. Wasn't this the surge in popularity she desired? Being in the same crew, she could become close friends with Song Ingho, sharing everything. Soon, Xia Yang's reply arrived. I already knew. The implication was clear. He had known even before the crew's announcement, recalling how Song Ingho had often looked her way in their shared alma mater. Xia Yurong's heart raced. Could it be that Song Ingho had been paying attention to her all along? Was her participation in the variety show the catalyst for this? It felt a bit ominous. Why must this Xia person also join? Song Jinha couldn't help but scoff. The office area in Huacheng was almost ready. She adjusted the plush office chair to a reclined position and settled in. In her vision, a dating show would cultivate feelings between her and Su Yunze. The unforeseen presence of an ex significantly dampened the atmosphere. Xiao Lin brought a blanket to cover Song Jinha's midsection. Intrigued as it was the first time she heard her utter an uncivil remark. Who is it? With her eyes closed, Song Jinha replied nonchalantly. The ex of my dating show partner. With an ex around, how could she possibly flaunt their affection? Xiao Lin chuckled softly. Sister, that's where your thinking is flawed. Having an ex around is even better. Flaunt it, proclaim your claim. This exchange prompted Song Jinha to open her eyes wide. She sat up, curiously appraising Xiao Lin. I thought you were a straightforward person. Who knew you had such a devious side? Xiao Lin blushed at the compliment. Oh, it's nothing. Just remember, as long as you're not upset, it's others who will be uncomfortable. Song Jinha seemed to have her spirits lifted. She and Xiao Lin locked eyes. both clearly recognizing the mischief in each other's gaze. Ah, how delightful. Chapter 43. Rising Star Xia Yurong. With newfound popularity showering down upon her, Xia Yurong realized that if she did not cherish this opportunity, it would be a tremendous waste of her remarkable talent. She began to engage more frequently, capitalizing on the heat. Just in time, the annual endorsement for Bauta was nearing its end, and she commented below, expressing her gratitude. The official account liked her comment. As soon as her fans noticed, the promotion surged, bringing her visibility back up. Moreover, she began auditioning for a role at the station yesterday, simultaneously announcing she would be the lead actress. Onlookers were astonished. She can even land the lead role in MOG's project. This woman possesses some real talent, not just fluff. Since her debut, her roles had all been leading characters. Did she have backing? Yet, some remain skeptical. The film Question of Heart is also by Sean Mo. And Xia Yurong didn't even land a good supporting role. How could she possibly secure the lead this time? However, the comments were predominantly celebratory, and doubts were swiftly drowned out, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Xia Yurong and Xia Yurong were enjoying tea together, with Yin Haoran seated across from them. Yin Haoran was overjoyed, never expecting to stumble upon such a treasure at the end of his career, a veritable cash cow. With Xia Yurong around, future projects seemed assured. His attitude towards her grew increasingly favorable, and he no longer underestimated Xia Yurong. If this man had no merit, how could he earn the affection of someone as proud as Xia Yurong? Was it merely his eloquence? Impossible. Filming for Heartbeat Confession Day would not take long. By then, their own projects would also approach completion. Yin Haoran poured tea for them. Miss Xia, feel free to proceed with your plans. Our crew for the Legend of Chu Fei will await your return. The implication was clear. Adjustments would be made to accommodate her schedule. Xia Yurong felt a swell of pride. In her past life, she only experienced this kind of treatment when she reached the pinnacle of her career, just when she was on the verge of receiving a prestigious award. But now, look at her. How long had it been since her debut? What were reporters in the industry saying about her now? Debuting as a dual award-winning actress, sharing the stage with an award-winning actress in her first variety show. They were all proclaiming her a rising star, and just thinking of this made Xia Yurong feel as if she were living in a fantastical dream. Is Su Yunze now regretting his previous poor attitude towards me? Leaning against Xia Yurong, Xia Yurong couldn't help but wonder, why is Xia Yurong everywhere? Has he spent money? Su Yunze opened his social media feed, scrolling through 3 short videos that praised Xia Yurong's beauty, announced her as the leading lady in a blockbuster debut, and commended her diligence. They brought a smile to Su Yunze's face. He didn't linger for even 3 seconds. Irrespective of the content, he swiftly exited. In the settings, he blocked the keyword Xia Yurong. Upon returning to his feed, it appeared pristine and uncluttered. Su Yunze felt a sense of satisfaction. What was said about her securing some luxury brand endorsement? Unable to recall, he decided against revisiting it and promptly dismissed the thought. He was aware that Xia Yurong had joined the cast of The Legend of Chu Fei. The director, Yin Haoran, was known for blending reality with performance, often leading to explosive revelations. It wouldn't be long before the production faced backlash, and those involved would be implicated. Those in the know regarded him as a cesspool to be avoided. Xia Yurong's leap into that cesspool was, naturally, of no concern to him. As for the crew, he would keep an eye on things, and it was unnecessary for him to meddle. His sole responsibility was to wait for his remuneration. When Su Yunze arrived that morning, Director Lin advised him to focus on his new project. Just as he had relaxed and was preparing to exit the social media platform to write, Director Lin gently pushed the door open. Do not spend prolonged hours in front of the computer. Get outside more often. Lin placed a plate of washed blueberries beside Su Yunze and left immediately. Chapter 44. Is Chun Mo possibly the brother-in-law? Lin had just set down the plate of blueberries when he departed. This young man is becoming increasingly busy. The keyboard is nearly smoking from his typing. Occasionally passing by, one can always hear the incessant clattering from within. He pondered whether it might be best for Su not to come at all. His presence was more of a hindrance, demanding an extra plate of blueberries from him. Lin silently critiqued, ensuring the door closed as gently as possible. Meanwhile, Su Yunze began perusing comments and private messages in the back end. Noticing a message from an old fan, he furrowed his brow. A book club? He replied, "We shall see." Su Yunze also had a loyal readership. Initiating a book club could be quite meaningful. However, fame brings its own burdens. He preferred to dedicate his time and energy to his works and life. His followers should focus on his creations, without unnecessary interest in others. Just as he contemplated this, another message popped up on his phone. Yenhiyu, the auditions are nearly concluded. The main roles are set. When will you come by to take a look? After checking his manuscript and schedule, he replied, "Tomorrow afternoon." What exactly is my brother's attitude towards that woman named Xia? Yenhiyu was on the brink of pulling his hair out. The endorsement from Bauta was within reach, and Xia Yurong was beginning to flirt with Bauta's official account. No, I cannot refer to that woman in such a manner. She is, after all, my sister-in-law. As a successor of the family, he had many considerations, and Xia Yurong evidently did not meet the endorsement criteria. If his brother were to speak up, the endorsement would surely be granted. He settled back onto the sofa, raising his cup and drinking it all in one go. The cool tea coursed down his throat, clearing his mind. Yenhiyu took out his phone to message Su Yunze. A reply came swiftly. Upon reading the message on the screen, his eyes sparkled. Tomorrow afternoon? Then the matter would be straightforward. The boss's chair was reclined, and Song Jinhui lay atop it, a book covering her face. Song cautiously approached, intending to remove the book. Before he could reach it, his wrist was seized. Song Jinhui lifted the book, sitting up with a faint smile. "What do you want?" A dangerous aura enveloped him. Song quickly raised his hands above his head, exclaiming, "I wasn't doing anything. I merely saw you sleeping and feared the book might be uncomfortable." He hurried to explain, "So I thought to help, to make your rest more pleasant." Song Jinhui raised an eyebrow, eventually letting him off the hook. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced at the title of the book resting on her head, asking the heart, "Sister, do you also enjoy Chun Mos novels?" Song Jinhui placed the book neatly on the table, nodding in affirmation. Her gaze upon the book sparkled with interest. She appreciated Chun Mo's prose. It resonated with her junior's expressive style. "Oh, now I should refer to him as my husband. My brother-in-law also enjoys asking the heart. I like Chun Mo's works, and I also like my brother-in-law." Song's eyes darted around. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Song Jinhui. "Sister, do you think it's possible that my brother-in-law is Chun Mo?" Song Jinhui was already accustomed to his peculiar thought processes and promptly smacked the book on his head. He yelped, clutching his head and jumping aside. "That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? You don't just admire his works. You've fallen for a kindred spirit within them. This is a recognition of your soul." Chapter 45. This is a recognition of your soul. His words struck a chord, leaving Song Jinhui momentarily stunned. Just as she began to contemplate the truth behind his statement, Song's confident demeanor vanished as he scurried to the sofa, pinching a few chips from an open bag and munching them with half-closed eyes. Song Jinhui couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. This carefree fellow was genuinely taken aback by his own words. She turned back to recline in the boss's chair, needing to discuss some activity designs with the reality show crew. "Hey, why aren't you taking this seriously?" Noticing Song Jinhui's lack of response, Song's irritation grew. "Don't you think if my brother-in-law were Chun Mo, that would make for an incredibly captivating storyline?" As he spoke, he sat cross-legged on the sofa, propping his chin on his hand and beginning to daydream. He could easily take the lead, but chose to remain incognito, acting as a minor actor in the production. People would overlook him, mistaking him for a mere understudy, and after belittling his brother-in-law, the latter would reveal his true identity and deliver a resounding slap to their faces. Song Jinhui leisurely scrolled through her screen, her calm demeanor starkly contrasting with Song's excitement. "Delete all those Urban Dragon King stories from the bookshelf. Otherwise, I'll tell Mother." Song. He bared his teeth but dared not retort. After a long pause, he regained his composure and asked, "Don't you hope my brother-in-law is Chun Mo? Isn't that impressive?" Song Jinhui caressed the books on the table. "In my heart, he is already quite remarkable." To be honest, Song Jinhui never inquired about Su Yunze's professional matters. She did not investigate or even seek to understand. Her affection for Su Yunze needed no embellishment. It existed solely because he was who he was. Yet, she noticed that while Su Yunze appeared to agree to marry her and engaged in some interactions, an underlying sense of distance remained. This was indeed what Song Jinhui truly desired, the essence of his heart. She yearned to penetrate the depths of his soul, becoming his one and only. All right, I am not particularly well versed in this matter, but I shall inquire the next time I visit the heart. Song Song spread his hands and retrieved his phone, transcribing the latest message in a text. Grandmother Empress, will you take me next time? That's right. My eyes are still sharp. I can certainly recognize your brother-in-law at first glance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened, and the clouds were tinged with a warm orange hue. A black Rolls-Royce came to a halt on the side street beneath Song Jinha's office building. The moment she appeared, Su Yunze caught sight of her. Clad in a cream-colored knitted dress, with her hair elegantly pinned low, her pearl earrings glimmered subtly. The rosy hue of her lips added an enchanting allure to her gentle ensemble. Su Yunze exited the vehicle and approached the passenger side, assisting her as she entered. Have you been waiting long? Song Jinha inquired while fastening her seatbelt. Su Yunze replied in the negative and began discussing where they might dine that evening. Her fragrance enveloped him, and he was surprised to realize that their interactions had, almost imperceptibly, become quite natural, as if they were gradually melding into each other's lives. His throat involuntarily shifted. This was Su Yunze's first time picking Song Jinha up from work. Both had been quite busy lately, often missing breakfast together. Their encounters were limited to fleeting moments in the bathroom, where she, with her hair in a bun, splashed water on her face and smiled upon seeing him. Just as Su Yunze was about to start the car, Song Jinha leaned over to adjust his shirt collar. Her fingers brushed against his chest, evoking a peculiar sensation. Su Yunze couldn't help but glance over, yet all he saw was her diligently smoothing his collar. Surely, she didn't do this intentionally? A ripple stirred within him as Song Jinha, having adjusted his collar, began to retract her hand, only for his large hand to gently grasp hers. Reality show? It was the first time Su Yunze had broached this topic in a week. Song Jinha did not respond directly, nor did she withdraw her hand. A slight curve graced her lips as she playfully blinked at Su Yunze. This will be a novel experience, trust me. Her fingers, held within his grasp, lightly traced his palm. Having slept rather late the previous night, Su Yunze awoke feeling somewhat unrest. Sitting up, he bent his right index finger, massaging his temples. It seemed Song Jinha had also enjoyed a late night. He had heard her, clad in slippers, wandering to the bathroom late at night, followed by the faint sound of a shower. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Su Yunze opened the door, just in time, to encounter Song Jinha returning to her room. Her hair was damp, tiny droplets cascading down her collarbone and disappearing into her nightgown. Could you assist me in drying my hair? Su Yunze naturally had no reason to refuse. He guided her to sit in the living room, positioned the hairdryer, and let the warm air envelop her damp locks. Some unruly droplets slid down her fair skin, vanishing into her alluring curves. In a corner unseen by Su Yunze, Song Jinha's eyes glinted with a mischievous delight. In truth, she had a bathroom in her room. What appeared to be a simple task took over 10 minutes, quickening Su Yunze's heartbeat. It seems it hasn't dried yet. His hand was captured, moving from her neck into her hair, the warm, soft strands brushing against his palm, inadvertently teasing him, while she remained blissfully unaware, shaking her head lightly. Even as they drove towards the dazzling entertainment venue, Su Yunze found himself still pondering whether her actions were deliberate. Soon they arrived at their destination, and Su Yunze decided to set aside this question for the moment. Originally, they were supposed to visit the film set, but it was still being organized, and due to the distant location, Yan and you had gathered everyone here instead. I can't believe I'm in a work by Chen Mo. I'm such a fan. Su Yunze heard a familiar voice upon entering, laced with uncontainable confidence. You were chosen so early. Does that have anything to do with Brother Chen Mo? Summer Yueying was modest initially, but her facade was transparent. Brother Mo believes in me. She was undeniably proud. Among the actors present, who hadn't entered the industry before her, yet they still had to support her. In her previous life, it had taken her a year to reach this point. Now, Returning, she was set to debut at a level unattainable by others. Yunze. He lowered his head to send a message to Yin and Yu, inquiring about his whereabouts and wondering how he managed to be everywhere. Before he could hit send, Summer Yueying turned, seemingly noticing Su Yunze's presence, her expression shifting. "Wait for me." With that, she left the break area, striding towards him, her demeanor transforming from anger to something more nuanced. "Su Yunze, you again. Are you stalking me?" Before she could finish, Su Yunze had already anticipated her words. With a scoff, he casually tossed the cigarette handed to him by the security guard into the trash and turned away, leaving Summer Yueying standing there, stunned. Chapter 46. Could there be two sisters-in-law? Summer Yueying had not expected such an outcome. She had assumed Su Yunze was persistent, following her here, considering how deeply he had once cared for her, a fact known to all around them. She intended to give him a stern reprimand, but upon closer inspection, she was taken aback by his appearance. The suit, seemingly acquired from an unknown source, suited him remarkably well, making him a striking figure. Summer Yueying realized, albeit belatedly, that Su Yunze seemed to have changed. She couldn't help but reminisce about their beautiful past and wished to engage him in meaningful conversation. But what was the point? He saw her and simply turn away? This was, in her view, absolutely inconceivable. The scene had already attracted the attention of the other actors in the break area, their gazes piercing through her. Her face flushed crimson, and the thoughts of being kind to Su Yunze vanished. Next time they met, she would make sure to have the upper hand. Su Yunze was grateful for his swift departure. The security guard at the entrance, missing a tooth, spotted him and offered another cigarette from a distance. Su Yunze hastily declined, affirming that he did not smoke. Moreover, he was indeed married, and there could be no story between him and the guard's beautiful 34-year-old daughter. The guard, somewhat disappointed, placed the lit cigarette in his mouth and took a deep drag. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Yunze glanced at his phone. Yin and Yu had already replied. Before long, he spotted the familiar figure jogging towards him. "It's been a while. Have you been sleeping well lately?" Seeing Yin and Yu again in this building prompted Su Yunze to reflect. Everything had yet to unfold, and there were still chances for change. Yin and Yu. His lips twitched slightly. The weight of Su Yunze's hand on his shoulder felt burdensome. That was pressure. Had it not been for the fact that this was his brother, Yin Yu would have certainly exchanged a few words with anyone else. "Are you not aware of the consequences of your own actions? How could he possibly sleep soundly when he is so troubled?" With a heart full of grievances yet a smile adorning his face, he grasped Su Yunze's hand, which was about to reach out again. "Brother, let's take a look at the performers first. After that, allow me to treat you to a meal." Su Yunze pondered for a moment. "Let us see. I might have dinner with your sister-in-law. It's sufficient to occasionally meet up with a brother, but one must prioritize their time wisely." Yin Yu fell silent once more, casting his gaze towards the interior of the building, where, if his eyesight were keen enough, he could spot Xia Yurong within. "If your sister-in-law is present, does that mean you want to dine with him?" He found himself torn between feeling sorrow for the endorsement he was about to relinquish and the heartache of being cast aside. "Let us move on and observe." Leading Su Yunze into the elevator, they ascended to the second floor, affording them a superior view of the ensemble of actors. The glass walls ensured that their conversation would remain unheard. This is the second female lead. Her acting is decent, and she could achieve fame in the future. And here is the male lead. Su Yunze leaned his right hand against the armrest of the sofa, following Yin Yu's commentary, scrutinizing each individual. In his previous life, he had never paid attention to the characters. He had assumed the changes were due to the adaptation of the work into a television series. As he continued to point them out, he found himself lingering on the absence of Xia Yurong. Su Yunze's brows furrowed slightly as he raised a hand to halt Yin Yu's incessant chatter. "What about her?" He gestured towards Xia Yurong below. Yin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Isn't she your girlfriend? Why are you asking me?" As a seasoned investor, Yin Yu's insights were notably sharp. If he were to provide his opinion, it would be evident that Xia Yurong had little to offer. Her appearance was acceptable, but in the entertainment industry, who wasn't good-looking? Not to mention, she was an actress with a tarnished reputation. She is the female lead, and she looks, well, passable, he managed to state with reluctance. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yin Heyu forced himself to compliment her. Downstairs, Xia Yurong returned to the crowd. The flattery and praise she received causing her to narrow her eyes in delight, gradually losing herself in the moment. Is the author Shun Mo perhaps one of my fans? Su Yunze couldn't help but chuckle. Do you remember our jest about reclaiming copyrights? Yin Heyu responded with confusion. He recalled the conversation, yet he couldn't fathom its connection to Xia Yurong. Surely, his brother wouldn't be infuriated enough to reclaim the copyrights simply because he had summoned Xia Yurong to be the female lead. Would he? Isn't she your sister-in-law? Just say it outright. Su Yunze had already risen to his feet, squinting slightly. With his exceptional eyesight, he clearly caught the arrogance radiating from Xia Yurong's face. Reminiscent of when she had received the Best Supporting Actress award in his previous life. Is she beginning to soar too high? Alas, the higher one climbs, the harder the fall. My production cannot feature her as the female lead. With that, Su Yunze stood and departed, and Yin Heyu instinctively followed suit. Not possible for her to be the female lead? This suggested his brother's discontent with Xia Yurong, yet only moments prior, he had intended to dine with her. Even the best of brothers shouldn't meddle too much in others' emotions. This role was initially intended to placate his sister-in-law. If his brother saw no need for it, then. Yin Heyu opened his phone and messaged his assistant, retracting a female lead role and, additionally, the endorsement. The endorsement couldn't precisely be termed a withdrawal. It had never been agreed upon, merely hesitated upon, complicating matters for those below him. Much like relationships, without a clear refusal, things could easily become ambiguous. Today, Yin Heyu had unwittingly played the role of a cat on behalf of his brother. The two walked in silence, one ahead of the other into the elevator. Yin Heyu was processing the information he had received. To retract after passing an audition would certainly require justification. Fortunately, he had recalled his brother's remark about reclaiming copyrights when signing the contract, leaving a precautionary measure in place. If the director and original creator were dissatisfied, they could unconditionally advise the dismissal of the actor. It wouldn't be fair to single out Xia Yurong. It would be best to dismiss her alongside others. A roundabout way of rectifying the situation. Su Yunze walked ahead, his mind somewhat adrift. He felt no anger. He trusted Yin Heyu to handle matters well. Yet today, for reasons unknown, he felt it wouldn't hurt to consider the situation more lightly. I'm off to dine with your sister-in-law. Yin Heyu was left completely stunned. Wait, didn't you just take the role from her? Now you're saying you're going to have dinner with her? A bizarre thought struck him. Could it be that there were two sisters-in-law? The shock of this revelation rendered Yin Heyu momentarily speechless as he watched Su Yunze walk further away. Wait a moment. When did my brother acquire a Rolls-Royce? Meanwhile, Xia Yurong was left in disbelief. She touched her ears, questioning the staff before her. What did you say? The newly formed production team is disbanding? No one could comprehend Xia Yurong's current emotions. The glory she had imagined for herself shattered within mere hours. Wasn't the production team supposed to be auditioning? A male actor who had been flattering her hesitated to inquire. We are about to start filming. How could we possibly disband? The staff provided no further explanation, merely stating, please keep an eye on group messages for further updates. Implicitly, this meant that the disbandment was not as straightforward as it seemed. There might still be matters to address concerning them. So, it was merely a matter of removing a specific actor? Those quick to connect the dots began to glance in Xia Yurong's direction. She remembered that previously, Shin Mo's work had expressed confidence in her, yet later opted not to include her. Could it be that, if this were indeed the case, then there were innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire? The thought darkened her gaze. Xia Yurong, oblivious to the surrounding discussions, was suddenly struck by the news, which left her reeling. She had already declared her intentions, and now, with the production team disbanding, how many would revel in her misfortune? She grasped the departing staff member's arm. Clarify this for me. You can't just say you're disbanding without providing us with an explanation. The staff member, smiling yet firm, broke free from her grip. Miss, I believe you may not have heard me clearly. I said to keep an eye on group messages for updates. With that, he slightly bowed and turned away, leaving a group of people in stunned silence. Let us go. Today's trip has been in vain. Not entirely in vain. Didn't they say we should watch the group messages? A short-haired girl interrupted her companion's complaints. If we are innocent bystanders, shouldn't we receive some form of compensation? That would be a positive outcome. Xia Yurong paid no heed to these words. The sudden turn of events left her gaze vacant, and she failed to notice her phone lying on the nearby table as she prepared to leave. The roles have been firmly established and contracts duly signed. How could the production team disband? Suddenly, a memory struck her. There was a clause in the contract stating that, under special circumstances, actors could be unconditionally persuaded to withdraw. Xia Yurong shook her head in disbelief. How could that be possible? She did not even know the author of the work. How could the author disband the production team simply due to dissatisfaction with her? Her mind raced as she turned to leave. A swift-handed girl caught her arm. Pointing to the phone she had inadvertently left on the table. Xia Yurong snapped back to reality and muttered a thank you. How could she have dropped her phone? Was this something she would do? A vague recollection surfaced, as if something had happened in her previous life. A figure always by her side, supporting her and offering advice. Xia Yurong's heart wavered as she picked up her phone to call Xia Yong. After a few seconds of silence, no one answered. A wave of regret washed over her for the first time. Had she truly made the right choices since her rebirth? If she had not rejected Su Yunze's confession, would he have been by her side? Where was he now after being spurned? A black Rolls-Royce sped down the street. The window rolled down halfway. The weather had warmed, and sunlight bathed the blooming flowers by the roadside, their faint fragrance wafting in the air. Watching was a city steeped in romance. Passing by a flower shop, the proprietress, donned in a straw hat, bent to water the blooms. The car gradually came to a halt. Su Yunze opened the door and approached the shop, inquiring, "Are there any flowers available?" The proprietress set down her watering can and smiled. "Indeed, of course. It is the season of blooming." Noticing Su Yunze's indecision as his gaze flitted over the bouquets, she asked, "Young man, who are the flowers for?" Su Yunze had never bought flowers before, and instinctively, he had not considered giving them to Xia Yurong. Yet today, he found himself unable to resist stopping, a captivating figure materializing before him. He touched the tip of his nose, saying, "They're for my wife." The term wife rolled off his tongue with exceptional tenderness, prompting a smile from the proprietress. "Is this your first time giving flowers?" Su Yunze nodded, and with the proprietress's guidance, he quickly selected a bouquet to his satisfaction. How about red roses paired with black calla lilies? Their language signifies fervent love, and she is elegant and noble. Fervent love? With his right hand resting over his heart, Su Yunze unhesitatingly revealed his payment code. "This will do." The dark red velvet paper wrapped the flowers, tied with a ribbon as the proprietress meticulously packaged them. Fresh flowers paired beautifully with perfume. If he seldom gifted her, perhaps he could add a bottle of fragrance. And look here, you could hide a little bracelet among the blooms for a surprise. Emerging from the flower shop, Su Yunze cradled the bouquet, his mind buzzing with ideas for gifts. Spotting a nearby shopping mall, he hesitated before returning to his car, then decided to veer off and enter the mall. Behind him, the flower shop proprietress watched his retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with delight. The curtain behind her lifted, and a burly man entered, wrapping his arms around her waist. "What were you looking at?" "A handsome young man just came in to buy flowers. I suggested he had a gift, and look, he turned right around to buy it." Indeed, love is all about these little gestures. But what about Xia Yurong? The disbandment of the production team struck her with a heavy blow. She stood at the entrance of the building, attempting to call Xia Yong for a ride, but after several attempts with no answer, she was driven away by a formidable security guard. Her spirits plummeted. Unable to contain her frustration, she delivered a forceful kick to the stone pillar at the entrance. Pain surged through her, and she gasped, fighting back tears as sunlight poured over her. She lifted her gaze to the billboard across the street. Compared to her past life, the current advertisements appeared crude, and the actors and stagecraft were mediocre. Gradually, her confidence began to resurge. She had returned from nearly a decade ago. How could she, armed with knowledge a decade ahead of this era, not achieve success? Was her existence to be for naught? A sense of pride rekindled within her, and Xia Yurong squinted. She pondered that even if she did not pursue acting, she could debut as a singer or an idol, effortlessly surpassing others. What was there to fear? At that moment, Xia Yang's call connected, his gentle voice flowing through the receiver. "What's wrong, Roro?" She mused that Su Yunze could only offer her a modicum of emotional value. Did she truly lack for that? The situation with the production team was not as dire as it seemed. The disbandment affected the entire crew and was unrelated to her personally. She could still navigate the industry, crafting a victim persona. After formulating her plans, Xia Yurong sniffed, adjusting her tone as she responded to Xia Yurong. She demanded to know why she had lost the role, which had been arranged for her by Xia Yurong, and insisted on an explanation for her unwarranted dismissal. Chapter 48. I do not wish for a certain individual to be my lead, understood? The coffee shop was quiet. Not yet at closing time. A long-legged waitress in a maid outfit placed 2 cappuccinos on the table and vanished up the staircase. Xia Yurong averted her gaze. After failing to reach her desired contact for the 4th time, she finally awaited the arrival of the person she had longed for. Her mood soured, and she felt disinclined to look at Xia Yurong. All right, Ro, I'm busy with something, he replied. Xia Yurong scoffed, you're always busy. I wonder what exactly keeps you occupied when I can't even find you. This was the first time Xia Yurong had been confronted so directly, his expression stiffening. He had always known of Xia Yurong's fiery temperament, but he had never been on the receiving end of it. If I do not work hard, who will you rely on when you need support? Are you still counting on Su Yunze? The words escaped Xia Yurong's lips before she could restrain herself. In her previous life, she had never concealed her temper in front of Su Yunze, and this reaction was instinctive. However, Xia Yurong was not Su Yunze. He was genuinely occupied with his career. She could not hold Xia Yurong to the same standard she had applied to Su Yunze. Biting her lip, she ultimately acquiesced. I'm simply feeling aggrieved. Once the floodgates opened, her emotions poured forth. She lifted her cappuccino and took a small sip to steady herself. Xia Yurong, wasn't it you who arranged for me to join the Yesterday Station production? Xia Yurong looked up at Xia Yurong. Heaven knows how thrilled I was when I learned this project will be adapted into both a movie and a television series. I was the female lead in the drama. How far could the film's lead be? Yet all of that had crumbled to dust. The production team had disbanded, and so many people had once supported her. They had rallied around her, and upon receiving the news, their hopes had been dashed. Her voice trembled as she recounted everything that had transpired. All she desired was compensation. If Xia Yurong could arrange for her to be the lead in Yesterday's Station, he could surely facilitate other opportunities. She was about to collaborate with an award-winning actress on a romantic reality show. If her name was not established, how would she secure her moments in the spotlight? The disbandment? Xia Yurong was taken aback, secretly alarmed. He had no knowledge of this situation or its underlying reasons. Engrossed in the affairs of the alumni gathering, I had momentarily overlooked this matter. Xia Yurong furrowed his brow, as if only a trifling incident had occurred. He embraced Xia Yurong reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall make a call shortly to inquire and ensure the crew provides you with an explanation, reinstating your position. He offered her a piece of good news. Weren't you just upset that I missed your call? I was occupied with the alumni meeting. Alumni meeting? The mere mention of those 3 words ignited a spark of interest in Xia Yurong. She extricated herself from Xia Yang's embrace. She recalled attending the alumni meeting in her previous life, where she had the honor of representing the outstanding graduates to deliver a speech. The Huaqing Film Academy was no insignificant institution. The event featured journalists in attendance, and photographs of her speech had circulated widely, turning her into a trending topic. It was this series of remarkable events that ultimately led her to claim the Best Supporting Actress trophy. Had she not been reborn, she would have been but a step away from becoming a leading actress. With newfound anticipation, Xia Yurong tentatively inquired, so am I. I have already requested their invitation. Do not fret, Xia Yurong assured her with confidence. He had indeed visited the academy that morning and had learned through insider information that Xia Yurong would be invited to participate. It was quite fortuitous. As for the spokesperson, he was uncertain, but perhaps it would be Su Yunze. Su Yunze was the true epitome of excellence, both as a student and after graduation. Xia Yurong's heart soared with joy. Xia Yurong had not directly stated that she would be the spokesperson, which must mean he intended to surprise her. All her previous anger dissipated, and she nestled back into Xia Yang's embrace, her eyes glistening with affection. Xia Yurong brought her. The second floor of the CAF was deserted, providing them with the perfect opportunity for a moment of intimacy. When she regained her senses, Her cappuccino had turned cold. Xia Yurong tidied her disheveled hair and picked up her phone to open her social media. Earlier, she had subtly hinted at the disbandment of the crew while en route. It was time to generate a bit of buzz. Before long, the comments rallying in her defense began to multiply. The official account had even intervened to confirm the occurrence of the events in question. How delightful! As she refreshed the page, 2 messages appeared simultaneously. The author Chun Mo has spoken out regarding the crew's disbandment, and the spokesperson Bauda claims that the contract signed last year with Ms. Lee was for 2 years, with no plans to change the endorsement. How could that be? Had the endorsement vanished? What did Chun Mo have to do with her? She did not even know this person. Xia Yurong instinctively sensed something amiss, her hands trembling as she clicked on the statement. Chun Mo, I hear you all are arguing about the crew's disbandment. Want a reason? Listen closely. The reason is simply that I do not wish for a certain individual to be my lead actor, okay? It felt like a bolt from the blue, causing Xia Yurong to freeze in shock. What kind of bracelet would Song Jinha prefer? This was the new dilemma confronting Su Yunze. Before him lay a counter filled with an array of bracelets in various materials and styles, overwhelming his senses. Which one would suffice? Why were there so many designs? Did they not all appear somewhat similar? Never before had Su Yunze encountered such a formidable challenge. After leaving the flower shop, he followed the proprietor's suggestion and purchased a bottle of perfume, a new release from a renowned brand, Heart Prolo. The fragrance was a fusion of rose and sandalwood, with top notes of the rose's vibrant sweetness, a heart of rose intertwined with sandalwood, and a base of rich sandalwood. Su Yunze was not particularly knowledgeable about fragrances. He merely knew that this one smelled pleasant, along with the counter's claim. The rose signifies passionate love, while sandalwood symbolizes eternity, perfectly capturing the essence of a journey from fervor to commitment. He refrained from voicing his feelings of infatuation. In any case, his wallet had been significantly lightened. The counter attendant, noticing the roses in Su Yunze's hands, carefully selected wrapping paper in a matching hue to package the perfume. Sir, your lady will surely be delighted upon seeing this gift. Su Yunze lifted his chin slightly, turning towards a jewelry store. However, he found himself once again rendered perplexed. Gazing at the glittering bracelets, he recalled Song Jinha's fair wrists, as if she could make anything look exquisite. Just as his thoughts began to wander, his phone rang. Gently placing the roses and perfume aside, he answered the call from his editor, Xia Yurong, a rather rotund individual. The voice on the other end was filled with excitement. Chun Mo, you must check the social media. Their little affair has stirred quite the commotion. Comments are flooding beneath your account. Is that so? Su Yunze reassured him with a few calming words, indicating he was aware of the situation and urging Xia Yurong not to panic. He turned and logged into the account under the name Chun Mo Lo, and behold, the uproar was indeed palpable. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow and decisively typed out a message. I hear you are all arguing about the crew's disbandment. Want a reason? Listen closely. The reason is simply that I do not wish for a certain individual to be my lead actor. Okay? He accompanied it with several images, including a contract that clearly stated if Chun Mo disapproved of an actor, they could be unconditionally dismissed from the role. With a few keystrokes, he aimed to quell the online discourse. Su Yunze glanced towards the counter attendant. All right, let us continue selecting. Chapter 49. My dear wife, have you endured injustice? Xia Yurong was uncertain of the emotions that accompanied her as she opened that statement. All she knew was that she felt numb, blood rushing to her head. She stared at the cold, unyielding words, which seemed to transform into blades, piercing her heart. But why was this happening to her? She had no acquaintance with Chun Mo. There was no reason for him to target her. An inexplicable sense of grievance surged within her as she observed the comments below, all relishing the spectacle of her distress. Some even claimed insider knowledge, asserting that the crew's disbandment was due to Xia Yurong herself. The last time, it had been said that Chun Mo disliked Xia Yurong, and now it was the same. All the other actors were merely collateral damage. Others insisted that Chun Mo would never allow Xia Yurong to star in his work. With each passing moment, her anger intensified. Unable to contain herself, Xia Yurong rose abruptly, raising her hand to violently smash her cappuccino onto the ground. The white glass cup shattered, splattering cappuccino across the floor. She leaned on the table, gasping for air, akin to a stranded fish. As her gaze shifted, she noticed Xia Yang's expression of disgust. Xia Yurong was taken aback. Could the person she chose truly despise her? She acknowledged that she had somewhat lost her temper. But should not one who loves another embrace every aspect of them? Upon closer inspection, she realized that Xia Yang's face bore a familiar, gentle smile. With a hint of exasperation, he explained to the server who had rushed over, "My girlfriend was simply overwhelmed with anger. Please clean the floor. We will cover any necessary compensation." Indeed, it had been a mere misperception on her part, though Xia Yurong's heart still raced. She composed herself and settled back into her seat. Upon unlocking her phone, she was once again met with those comments, and, in a fit of frustration, she hurled her device across the room, having carefully selected a platinum bracelet adorned with diamonds. Yunze set aside the packaging and gently wrapped the bracelet around the center of a rose. Gazing at the thoughtful gift he had prepared, a sense of satisfaction filled him. The jewelry in the surrounding displays continued to sparkle, and as he stroked his chin, an object caught his attention. It was a ring. A thought crossed his mind. Since he and Song Jinha had registered their marriage, did that not imply he owed her a ring? He beckoned the sales assistant, who had just finished writing a receipt, and whispered his instructions. "I will bring my wife over shortly, pretending that I wish to try on the ring. Please assist her in trying it on and take note of her ring size. Later, I will return for your recommendations on rings that would suit her." Women understand women. The sales assistant, accustomed to observing various patrons adorned with jewelry, possessed a keen aesthetic sense. Though her recommendations might be tinged with a hint of personal interest and salesmanship, Yunze, already intent on making a purchase, was unconcerned. As the sales assistant noted the bouquet and gift in Yunze's hands, along with the bracelet he had just acquired, she connected the dots to his request. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly nodded, signaling her commitment. "Rest assured, I will accurately record your wife's ring size." Internally, she was elated, thinking, "Goodness, am I in the midst of a romantic drama? How sweet this is." Having made the necessary arrangements, Yunze reviewed the styles of rings once more, focusing primarily on whether they were matching bands. Upon exiting the store, he placed the bouquet in the passenger seat of his Rolls-Royce and pulled out his phone to message Song Jinha. "Wife, I feel wrong today. Can you come down to keep me company?" After sending the message, Yunze felt a long-forgotten warmth spreading through his cheeks. His face seemed to have thickened a bit. However, he reasoned, what harm was there in being a little thick-skinned if it meant achieving his goal? Suppressing his discomfort at calling her wife for the first time, he started the car. As for feeling wronged, wasn't it unjust that an inexplicable person had intruded into his film crew, seeking to play his leading lady and disrupt his mood? At the moment Yunze's message arrived, Song Jinha was in a meeting, sitting in the boss's chair. She held a commanding position, listening to reports from above. As the meeting neared its conclusion, employees were discussing the complexities of relocating the company to Flower City. When she received the message and noticed it was a voice note, she paid it little mind and casually hit play. Then, that slightly aggrieved wife echoed throughout the entire office. The sound was amplified through the nearby microphone, clearly audible to everyone. Those engaged in discussion halted, disbelief etched on their faces as they turned to look at Song Jinha. Wife. Out in the world, Song Jinha was an acclaimed actress, adored by fans who fervently called her their wife or sister, but within the company, she was unmistakably the boss, an embodiment of a powerful female CEO. The onlookers, observing her composed demeanor, dared not exhibit overtly exaggerated reactions, though internally they were in a frenzy. This was bad. That young man had inadvertently revealed the truth about the real movie queen. If he was indeed her husband, how could they not feel envious? Tears of envy threatened to spill from their eyes. Song Jinha pocketed her phone, rising gracefully from her chair. Meeting adjourned. Indeed, she carried herself with the poise of a leader, showing no signs of embarrassment. The employees couldn't help but admire her demeanor. Little did they know, a tempest of emotions raged within Song Jinha. The moment she stepped out of the office, her face flushed with visible heat, growing redder and warmer by the second. She felt the urge to stomp her feet in frustration. Why had he suddenly called her wife in front of so many people? Touching her increasingly warm face, she decided to retreat to the restroom, splashing some cool water on her skin. While cooling down, she remembered to message Yunze back, sending a voice note in reply. "Come to me when you arrive. I'll be down shortly." She felt fortunate that today's song was nowhere to be seen. Or else the family group chat would surely have erupted in chaos upon hearing the voice note and seeing her flustered expression. In a secluded corner, Yunze had already exited the car and stood waiting. His downcast demeanor bore a hint of grievance. As the sound of approaching high heels echoed, he kept his head lowered. The next moment, a hand grasped his, gently lifting his chin, revealing the visage of an exquisitely beautiful woman. She inquired, "What is the source of your grievance?" Yunze pondered for a moment about what grievance truly felt like. He pursed his lips slightly, lowering his gaze. "I was invited to observe the casting for a role today. Can you guess what I encountered? I ran into that woman surnamed Xia, and she called out to me, expressing her desire to play my leading lady." "Woman surnamed Xia?" Song Jinha paused momentarily. "Isn't that Xia Yurong?" Intrigued by his tone, she couldn't help but ask. "And then what happened?" Yunze replied, "I can assure you, encountering her was irritating, so I promptly stripped her of the role." His tone skillfully conveyed a mix of grievance and assertiveness. And after speaking, he looked at Song Jinha with a hint of pride. Song Jinha couldn't help but laugh. An impulse surged within her to ruffle Yunze's hair. She acted on the whim, her hand reaching up to touch his head. His hair felt fresh and soft. Yunze stood still, slightly taken aback, but a smile crept across his lips, even lowering himself slightly to accommodate her hand. Worried that she might tire from reaching too high, feeling a sense of satisfaction, Song Jinha withdrew her hand. "Shall I take you for a stroll? There's a wetland park nearby." "Certainly," Yunze replied, eagerly opening the car door for her. As Song Jinha's gaze remained fixed on him, Yunze witnessed the transformation of her expression, astonishment, shock, delight, as her smile became increasingly difficult to suppress. Due to their proximity, he could even discern the slight widening of her pupils, filling him with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. The significance of his careful selection materialized in that moment. "Please, get in the car, my beautiful wife." Throughout the journey, Song Jinha made no effort to conceal her emotions, allowing Yunze to perceive the depths of her joy. The striking combination of red and black in the bouquet was a feast for the eyes. After lingering in the car for a while, a delightful fragrance began to permeate the air. Cradling the flowers, Song Jinha leaned in, squinting her eyes as she inhaled deeply. "When did you buy these?" As she cautiously unwrapped the perfume, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight upon seeing the bottle. Suddenly recalling something, she looked up at him, her bright eyes glinting with mischief. "You don't mean to say that your grievance was merely a ruse to gift me, do you?" Yunze raised an eyebrow, one hand resting casually on the steering wheel as he loosened the top button of his shirt, revealing his Adam's apple. "How could that be? How could I possibly fabricate something false just to amuse you?" he asserted, acknowledging the grievances he had endured. "Let us take a leisurely stroll." Song Jinha's eyes sparkled with delight. Could it be that he meant every word he uttered? Her spirits lifted even further, carefully placing the perfume back into the gift box. Song Jinha cradled the bouquet of flowers. Sunlight streamed through the car window, enhancing the blossom's vibrant hues, with droplets of water glistening on the petals, creating a mesmerizing array of sparkling stars under the light. It felt like a dream. Even the center of the half-bloomed rose exuded a metallic sheen. Wait, a metallic sheen? Song Jinha's heart skipped a beat as an incredulous thought crossed her mind, glancing between the bouquet and the perfume. Could there possibly be another gift? Looking up, she met Yunze's clear gaze, and he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there was. With utmost care, Song Jinha began to sift through the petals. And there it was. A platinum diamond-studded bracelet appeared before her eyes. Wow! Yunze had anticipated her reaction, yet witnessing it in person was 100 times more endearing than he had imagined. The surprise gleamed in her eyes as she held the flowers close, her expressions filled with admiration. Even after their visit to the wetland park, The smile on her face persisted. By the way, there is something else I need your assistance with. Buckling his seatbelt, Su Yunze suddenly recalled something. What is it? Song Jinha inquired, her attention still fixated on the bouquet, pondering whether to take it home or to the office. I wish to purchase a ring, but I'm concerned about my choice. I would like your help in selecting one. That is no problem at all, Song Jinha replied decisively. Were we to one another, but companions choosing something together? Soon, the car roared to life, speeding towards the store where Su Yunze had shopped earlier that morning. In Song Jinha's office, Song Song lounged on the sofa, casually using a rabbit-shaped pillow as a makeshift headrest. Oh, my dear Empress, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I was absent at the time and have no idea who sent my sister a voice message. Surely, it must have been my brother-in-law. If only I had been there. Song Song had not anticipated that his brief absence would stir such sensational gossip. During a meeting, their boss's phone emitted an ambiguous voice message, and, as a subordinate, he lacked even the courage to indulge in gossip. What a disgrace. As this thought crossed his mind, Song Song could not help but sit up, slapping his thigh in frustration. The sharp sound echoed, leaving a distinct palm print on his thigh beneath his shorts. Oh no, that was too hard. He grimaced, nearly dropping his phone in the process. He regretted not being present earlier. Had he been there, he could have inquired who it was, or at least requested to listen to the message again. He could have recorded it, taken it to the production team, and asked, "Zhigu, whose voice is this? My sister has been exceedingly busy lately," he lamented into the phone to his grandmother. "She is participating in a dating show and has an alumni gathering in 2 weeks. I have no idea who her partner is. I'm still investigating." After a brief conversation, they agreed to visit the production team tomorrow for further inquiries. And Song Song finally hung up. He sprang from the sofa, darting to the window, surfing the net while keeping an eye out. As a competent public relations officer, he understood the necessity of seizing every moment at work to stay informed about the latest online discourse. Hey, this author, Shun Mo, is precisely the one my sister adores. I should send it to her as a suggestion. This store seemed promising. It would do just fine. Upon entering the shop with Song Jinha, Su Yunze exchanged a knowing glance with a saleswoman who approached them, feigning unfamiliarity. What rings do you recommend here? Indeed, we have several options, the saleswoman replied, understanding Su Yunze's intent as she led them to the display case. She was curious about what kind of person would capture the attention of such a handsome gentleman, but the mask obscured the full view of his face. Nevertheless, his upper features revealed an exquisite visage. Not daring to dwell too long during work hours, she focused intently on showcasing the rings. This piece is our new arrival, and there is a discount today. Su Yunze stood by, silently observing how the rings appeared on Song Jinha's fingers, analyzing which would best complement her. The conclusion was unanimous. All were suitable. Your hands are so beautiful. Any ring would elevate its elegance, the saleswoman exclaimed. Why don't you try one? Song Jinha noticed something amiss. After entering the store, Su Yunze mentioned he wanted to see how they looked on him, prompting her to start trying them on. As she continued to try on various rings, she wondered why Su Yunze remained completely silent. When people are flustered, they tend to act busy. Suddenly called out regarding the style he intended to buy, Su Yunze tried on several rings one after another, only to reluctantly set them aside. I don't like any of these. I'll purchase something next time. Don't like them? Song Jinha paused mid-motion with the rings. The store they were in, named Su Wong, was a renowned jewelry brand with a presence in many cities, boasting impressive designs. After a moment's reflection, she tentatively suggested, shall we explore other stores? No need. Su Yunze waved his hand dismissively, pretending to check his phone. I have a discussion with Director Lin regarding a plot later. He simply wished to leave this place as swiftly as possible, planning to return secretly later to purchase the ring he had just seen. Not looking anymore? Song Jinha questioned, puzzled. Her gaze scanned the counter, where the warm-toned fiber-optic lights illuminated the jewelry, causing them to twinkle like stars. Just moments ago, Su Yunze had seemed quite enamored with several styles. Yet now he claimed disinterest. Exiting the store with Su Yunze, Song Jinha pondered and arrived at a conclusion. Could it be that Su Yunze had emptied his wallet when purchasing her the perfume and bracelet? In that case, She must take responsibility. With a playful flick of her finger against Su Yunja's palm, an idea sparked in her mind. Su Yunja escorted Song Jinha to the secluded corner where he had dropped her off, watching her disappear at the hallway's entrance. To maintain the ruse, he called Director Lin, engaging him in conversation for 10 minutes. As the time elapsed, he promptly ended the call. Director Lin, still at the production site, was left bewildered, glancing at his phone as he pondered the abrupt termination of their conversation. What on earth was that all about? Meanwhile, Su Yunja had already driven away, recollecting the designs he had been eyeing. Some might pursue romance by opting for custom pieces, yet Su Yunja preferred immediate gratification. Once he resolved to buy, he wished to do so without delay. But he couldn't just purchase one. Unbeknownst to him, just as his car departed, a pale golden Rolls-Royce emerged from the underground parking lot. Song Jinha grasped the steering wheel, her left hand rising. The bracelet adorning her fair wrist sparkled brilliantly, standing out conspicuously. This bracelet was certainly not inexpensive, Song Jinha mused. Clearly Su Yunze must have emptied his wallet. In the spirit of reciprocity, having received a gift, she felt compelled to return the gesture. Although it was unnecessary for couples to be overly formal, she simply yearned to purchase something. She resolved to buy a ring for Su Yunze, specifically the one he had shown particular interest in today. Upon arriving at the store, Su Yunze could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to the sales assistant at the counter. "Do you remember the size I mentioned?" he inquired. Even if she didn't recall, it was of little consequence. He had observed the rings long enough to ascertain which one corresponded to Song Jinha's size. The rings displayed beneath the transparent glass gleamed alluringly, seemingly beckoning him with an insistent whisper. "Buy me, buy me." The sales assistant nodded in acknowledgement, having conveniently gathered the selection of rings that Song Jinha had previously tried on. The very design Su Yunze had in mind was among them. "Wrap it up for me," he began, but then quickly amended. "Actually, bring it over first, I'd like to take a look." He randomly selected a men's ring from the counter and slipped it onto his own finger, then carefully adorned his pinky with the ring meant for Song Jinha. The contrast between the two was striking. Su Yunze, satisfied, declared, "This is the one." The sales assistant efficiently prepared the receipt, and Su Yunze retrieved his phone to scan the QR code. Just as the code processed, a voice filled with delight resonated from outside. "Could you please help me with the ring my husband just looked at?" Before she could finish her sentence, Song Jinha stepped into the store and immediately spotted Su Yunze. Her unfinished words caught in her throat as her eyes widened in disbelief. "What? How could Su Yunze be here?" Meanwhile, Su Yunze leaned casually against the counter, his right hand raised to scan the QR code, with the receipt and the men's ring set aside beside him. What a coincidence! He awkwardly waved, the women's ring still sparkling on his pinky, glinting under the lights with every movement. Song Jinha quickly grasped the situation. She approached him and playfully pinched the ring still adorning Su Yunze's pinky, intentionally disregarding the slight blush on his cheeks and his evasive gaze. "You came here to surprise me without telling me?" Her finger curled, and it was unclear whether it caught the ring on his hand or his pinky. Surprise quickly morphed into delight as her eyes sparkled with joy, gazing at Su Yunze. She had not anticipated a ring among the flowers, perfume, and bracelet. Was today some extraordinary occasion? Su Yunze lowered his voice, responding softly. He felt that the brilliance in her eyes surpassed even the most radiant rings on display. The air was thick with affection. The sales assistant standing nearby felt almost full from the sweetness of their interaction. She too felt a flutter of excitement, recognizing that her chosen couple was indeed a delightful match. Reluctant to interrupt the enamored couple, she cleared her throat and presented the receipt. "Sir, here is your receipt. Shall I wrap the ring for you?" Ultimately, the ring was not placed in a box. Song Jinha slipped it onto her left ring finger, signaling with her hand. The more she admired it, the more she was captivated, unable to resist snapping several photos with her phone and sharing them in the family group chat, captioned, "Wedding ring." After sending the message, she ignored the barrage of notifications, feeling elated as she tucked her phone away. "Could you also wrap that men's ring?" Her gaze swept across the counter, precisely pinpointing her target. It was the same design as the one Su Yunze had just removed, prompting the sales assistant to think, "Truly, they are a perfect pair." Su Yunze then realized the reason behind Song Jinha's return. Surely, she didn't think he was reluctant to buy himself a ring, or that he was short on funds. The conclusion brought a smile to his heart. Yet, as he contemplated the ring he had just purchased, he thought of Song Jinha's swift return to the store. She must have come right after he left, he mused, a warm sweetness blossoming within him. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, the sensation of being cherished by Song Jinha. Still lost in thought, Song Jinha lifted Su Yunze's left hand, sliding the ring onto his ring finger, completing the gesture with a satisfied nod. Another box opened nearby, revealing the women's ring. Song Jinha beamed. "Aren't you going to put it on for me?" Su Yunze paused, then laughed, responding, "I would be delighted to." The sales assistant remarked, "This is truly precious." They are so well matched. Together, they stepped outside the store, the rings glimmering on their ring fingers. Song Jinha squinted in the light, declaring, "What a wonderful day this is." Meanwhile, Xia Yurong could hardly fathom how she had returned home. Her new drama's lead role had vanished, and her endorsement had slipped away. When she inquired with Xia Yurong, he stated, "This is your brother-in-law. I can't help it. Shen Mo is a renowned author. Even if he purchased the rights, he has the authority to make certain demands." Xia Yurong spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Xia Yurong fell silent, grappling with the dismal turn of events. Upon regaining her composure, she realized that her trust in Xia Yurong had developed a slight fracture. Despite her efforts to mend it, the rift persisted. "Yin, and you had also messaged her," echoing similar sentiments, that Shen Mo held the explanatory power, and there was nothing to be done. As for the endorsement, it was consistent with the announcement, indicating that her previous endorsement had yet to conclude. What a deception! Xia Yurong seethed, shattering another cup in frustration. The ornate ceramic vessel shattered into fragments, littering the floor of her loft apartment. Her chest heaved with indignation. Who were they fooling? She had been reborn. In her previous life, the spokesperson had clearly changed. Xia Yurong had yet to depart, and upon witnessing her distress, he enveloped her in his embrace, murmuring soothing words. After a brief struggle to free herself, Xia Yurong resigned to silence, bewildered by the current state of her life. However, in her previous existence, the resources she had gained through Xia Yurong had been considerable. Now, reborn, she had also acquired the resource of yin and yu, albeit through unexpected circumstances. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. Perhaps it was the unforeseen consequences of a butterfly's wings. Her starting point was already significantly better than in her past life. Was it not? With Su Yunze no longer a burden and the prospect of having her long-desired Xia Yurong as her assistant, she took a deep breath and began planning for the upcoming alumni meeting. If memory served, the acclaimed actress Song Jinha had attended in her past life as well. If she could engage in conversation with Song Jinha in front of a crowd, she would successfully acquire the label of Song Jinha S. Jr. With a firm resolve, Xia Yurong decided to retrace the path that Song Jinha had once walked. Believing that such an endeavor would significantly facilitate her ascent to the pinnacle of stardom as a leading actress. Determined, she diligently sifted through the schedule of the Chu Fei Legend production team. Was this indeed the set for the Question of the Heart crew? Early that morning, Grandma Song had ventured out, making her way to the bustling city center of Huacheng to rendezvous with Song Song. Her gaze was fixed eagerly upon the distant film crew. Brimming with anticipation, was her esteemed son-in-law truly among them? The photo of Song Jinha adorned with a wedding ring had caused quite a stir yesterday, but after that, she seemed to vanish without a trace. No matter how persistently they inquired, she remained reticent. When asked for a photo of her husband, she remained silent. When questioned about her whereabouts, she simply replied with a light-hearted, "Just on a date." Everyone was left utterly perplexed by her sudden disappearance. Song Song's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had witnessed that ring with his own eyes yesterday. It rested on his sister's left hand, specifically on her ring finger. What did that imply? She was married. He could hardly contain his eagerness to transform into a paparazzo, trailing behind his sister to uncover the identity of this enigmatic brother-in-law. Yet, amid his fervor, he reminded himself to ensure Grandma finished her soybean milk. Upon reaching the entrance of the film set, they chanced upon Su Yunze sauntering towards them, a glimmer of light reflecting off his left hand. Shafe, Song Song called out hurriedly. However, another figure moved even more swiftly than him. Grandma Song darted in front of Su Yunze, seizing his hand. Grandson-in-law. Su Yunze did not resist. He cast a perplexed glance at Song Song. Is this your grandmother? Indeed. Just call her grandmother. Grandma Song beamed, her eyes narrowing with delight. She turned to Song Song. Why are you still standing there? Hurry, greet your brother-in-law. I told you my instincts were sharp, didn't I? The moment we arrived at the set, I spotted my grandson-in-law. Song Song struggled to find his voice, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. After responding to Su Yunze's inquiry, he finally turned to his grandmother. Grandma, Xia is not your grandson-in-law. He placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation. Grandma Song was not pleased. She shot an indignant glare at Song Song. This is my grandson-in-law. Do you think I wouldn't recognize my own grandson-in-law? Song Song thought to himself, you truly wouldn't recognize him. If Xia were indeed my brother-in-law, would I be unaware? What a joke. Grandma, I've known Xia for a long time. He is definitely not your grandson-in-law. I've confirmed it. Nonsense. Grandma Song clung to Su Yunze's hand. I can tell at a glance that this young man is a perfect match for our sister, and his ring matches our sister's, doesn't he? Upon hearing this, Song Song glanced down. Indeed, just a few days ago, Su Yunze had not worn a ring, but today he sported a wedding band on his left hand's ring finger. The style was unmistakably a pair with his sister's. Song Song was astonished. Could it be that Xia truly was my brother-in-law? Here, right beside me, yet I was oblivious? Xia, before he could finish his thought. He recalled his previous visit to the set. Anyone could potentially be his sister's husband, but Xia was the only one who couldn't be. Sorry, Zege. My grandmother has some misunderstandings. Let me clarify things with her. With that, he pulled Grandma Song aside. Fragmented whispers drifted into Su Yunze's ears. Sister and brother-in-law only got their marriage certificate after 2 years of dating. Xia was still pursuing someone just last month. How could he possibly marry my sister? The old lady's voice was surprisingly vigorous, growing louder. Why is it impossible for him to marry your sister? Nowadays, aren't there plenty of novels and short dramas featuring whirlwind marriages? Your sister and brother-in-law are just one of those couples. Xiao Song. I can't believe you work in PR with such a feudal mindset. The two of them held steadfast to their differing opinions. Just then, Director Lin happened to pass by. Curiously, he inquired, what is going on? Su Yunze briefly recounted the situation. He found it rather amusing. After all, if a familiar elder approached you, claiming you were her grandson-in-law, how would you react? It would certainly be implausible. He had known Song Song for several days. If he were indeed Song Song's brother-in-law, would Song Song be unaware? Thus, he merely absorbed the chatter, letting it enter one ear and exit the other. Upon hearing the story, Director Lin was taken aback. He turned to examine Grandma Song more closely, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Oh no, wasn't this the esteemed Mrs. Song? In her generation, she was quite well known, and now she held another identity with even greater renown. She was the grandmother of Song Jinha. Lin's expression grew complex as he regarded Su Yunze. Just the other day, he had expressed interest in the illustrious Song actress, and now her grandmother had appeared, calling him grandson-in-law. Chapter 53. Song Jinha. The wedding ring? It was a gift from my husband. Meanwhile, Grandma Song remained steadfast in her belief that Su Yunze was her grandson-in-law. However, upon hearing Song Song's concern that misidentifying him could jeopardize her granddaughter's relationship, Grandma Song hesitated. With Director Lin's assistance in affirming the situation, she finally relented, though she insisted on further observation. After their clandestine discussion, Grandma Song, maintaining her usual demeanor, approached Su Yunze, grasping both his hands warmly. Xiaoze, I feel an instant connection with you. You wouldn't mind if your grandmother occasionally troubled you, would you? Su Yunze hurriedly waved his hands. How could that be bothersome? As he watched the duo depart, a smile crept onto Su Yunze's face as he picked up his phone to message Song Jinha. I encountered something quite interesting. Song Jinha, who rarely engaged with her phone, had recently found herself frequently communicating with someone, resulting in her now seldom parting with it. This led to her only noticing the message from Song Song the following day. Author Chun Mo stated, "I do not wish for a certain individual to be my lead." Song Jinha had merely been intrigued by Chun Mo's works, harboring no particular feelings towards anyone else. Just as she was about to respond, she noticed the subsequent message, and a sudden realization struck her, recalling something someone had said the previous day. "I've directly stripped her of her role." Could it be? A spark of excitement ignited within her, prompting her to click on the link and thoroughly read the entire report. Still feeling unsatisfied after finishing, she delved into the blogosphere, consuming all related information before returning to the messaging page, feeling exhilarated. Her husband was none other than the esteemed author Chun Mo. Song Jinha narrowed her eyes, reclining comfortably in her office chair, utterly content. Truly, he is exceptional. After the initial surprise, a sense of pride filled her, confirming her previous impressions. She had never deliberately pried into Yunze's privacy, but she had known all along that he was an extraordinarily talented individual. Discovering this unexpected truth merely affirmed her conclusions. Unable to resist the urge to send Yunze a message, she opened the chat window just as a new message from him arrived. Upon discerning the contents, Song Jinha could not suppress her laughter. With a smile, she pressed and held the voice message. "Does that grandmother adore you so much? Have you informed her that you are already married?" Indeed, the grandmother possessed a discerning eye. After just one visit, she immediately recognized Yunze. Truly, experience is invaluable. Yunze's response was swift, also in the form of a voice message. She clicked to play it. "I mentioned it, and the facts confirm that this is a misunderstanding." Listening to Yunze's slightly helpless tone, Song Jinha couldn't help but chuckle. A misunderstanding? This was far from a mere misunderstanding. Their feelings seemed to have blossomed, as Yunze had already purchased a ring for her, indicating that he undoubtedly harbored feelings for her. Could it be time to introduce him to her family? Song Jinha retrieved a desk calendar from her drawer and studied it intently. Time flew by, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Yunze opened the calendar. Today was the 3rd, the date prominently marked. This was the day Song Jinha would return. He had given her the ring, and the very next afternoon, she had departed on a business trip, boarding a plane to a city 1,000 miles away. Fortunately, their communication had not faltered, and after half a month apart, their feelings remained as strong as ever, perhaps even intensified by the distance and longing. Yunze recalled a saying, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder." A smile crept across his lips as he messaged, "What time is your flight this afternoon?" Tomorrow marked the alumni reunion at Hwacheng Film Academy, which Song Jinha was also set to attend. She was returning today, and tomorrow she would rush off to the reunion, leaving little time to spare. Speaking of the reunion, Yunze's mind wandered to memories of the past. In his previous life, it was he who was supposed to take the stage as an exemplary graduate, but at that time he was already with Xia Yurong. And in a bid to please her, he had secretly relinquished his opportunity to speak. The outcome? Well, it had been more than a decade. A lifetime's worth of memories, now somewhat blurred. Yunze was only curious about one thing. Xia Yurong seemingly believed she had earned her chance to speak on account of her own excellence. Would she realize the truth tomorrow? Would her expression be worth witnessing? Yunze acknowledged that sometimes he was not as noble or detached from worldly matters as he liked to think. He had a penchant for mischief deeply ingrained in his nature. Furthermore, the night before the alumni reunion, the gathering of classmates from his department was approaching, and surely, the invitation would soon arrive on his phone. Would he first pick up Song Jinha from the airport, and then attend the class reunion? As he pondered this, his phone pinged with a message. "Song Jinha, it's quite late. I'll arrive in Hwacheng at 12:30. So late? That meant by the time she got home, took a shower, and settled in, it would be nearly 2 o'clock, and they still had to attend the reunion the next day. Unconsciously fretting over Song Jinha's sleep schedule. 12:30 would be her landing time. The gathering venue wasn't too far, so he could leave by 11. Yunze calculated his evening plans. What he did not know was that 1,000 miles away, Song Jinha had already packed her bags and was preparing to head to the airport. Upon reading the message, her dark eyes twinkled with mischief. What 12:30? That was merely a ruse to deceive Yunze. Her true intention was to attend Yunze's class reunion and surprise him. She had a junior from the same class as Yunze who, aware of her plans, had informed her about his itinerary long ago. The alumni reunion and the gathering of classmates. She was keeping a watchful eye on every place Yunze might appear. Their encounter at the plaza was no coincidence. It was meticulously orchestrated by her. Even if it hadn't been at the plaza, they would have surely crossed paths at the next venue. Be it the reunion or perhaps some gathering in the entertainment industry, or even on an ordinary street where Yunze might be, arriving in Haicheng for a public event. Fans were well aware of Song Jinhe's schedule. Today, some had specifically staked out at the airport, even though Song Jinhe was donning a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. The fans still recognized her. Jinhe, you look stunning. Sister, look at me. I'm her unseen wife and sister. Upon being recognized, Song Jinhe ceased her attempts at concealment, boldly removing her glasses. Under the protection of security, she engaged in a brief interaction with her fans. Sister, is it true that you are participating in a dating reality show? Oh, that ring. The question came from a polite young girl who, upon noticing the ring on Song Jinhe's left hand, was left utterly speechless. It was a wedding ring. Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that she was really married? The girl was bursting with curiosity, yet hesitant to inquire for fear of invading Song Jinhe's privacy. A broader smile graced Song Jinhe's lips as she proudly raised her hand to showcase her wedding ring, casually explaining, "This is a gift from my husband." Her voice was calm, yet it dropped a bombshell into the crowd. By the way, he is my partner in the dating reality show. The fans stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation, watching as Song Jinhe waved goodbye. It was only after her departure that they regained their senses. Oh my goodness, did she really get married? Woe is me. Does that mean I no longer have a wife? Wait, is he the real husband? Or was this just a ploy for the show? The fans were left uncertain, but their enthusiasm remained undiminished. After all, it was Sister who had taken the initiative to share this news. Typically, prying into her private life was considered impolite and disrespectful, but when she chose to share, it was a different matter entirely. This was something to savor openly. In less than half an hour, several trending search terms skyrocketed online. The ring my husband gave me. Real husband or fake husband? Sister is here to confess her feelings. The emergence of these trending topics was immediately noted by Xia Yurong. Her eyes widened as she clicked to enlarge the image of Song Jinhe's wedding ring. How could Song Jinhe be married? Instinctively sensing that something was amiss, she felt as if something was gradually slipping from her grasp. Chapter 54. Yunze's presence felt so unfamiliar to her. It should be noted that in her previous life, until she had declared her intention to divorce Yunze, she had spent nearly 10 years alone. Could she possibly announce that she was in a relationship? Xia Yurong unconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her skirt, wrinkling the soft white fabric layer by layer. Rong, I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? The colorful lights of the KTV danced across Xia Yurong's arms, suddenly snapping back to reality. She looked at her classmates before forcing a smile and shaking her head. It's nothing. She was more than willing to attend the class reunion, eager for her peers to witness how she had swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of success. Liwen inserted a straw into her milk tea cup. Among these people, she and Xia Yurong were the closest. Thus, she didn't shy away and curiously leaned over to peek at Xia Yurong's phone. What are you staring at? Upon seeing the trending search terms displayed on the screen, Liwen was taken aback. Are you also following Song Jinhe's gossip? Lo and behold, it is a senior from our very own school, basking in her current glory. A glimmer of yearning flickered in Liwen's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. Today, at the airport, Song Jinhe proclaimed that the ring adorning her finger was a gift from her husband, leaving everyone brimming with curiosity. Was it truly her husband, or merely a variety show partner? It must be the latter. Xia Yurong snapped back to reality, her assertion resolute. She exited the trending topic, choosing not to indulge further. So, Song Jinhe's claim of having a husband was merely a promotional stunt for the show? Ultimately, it stemmed from her participation in the variety, creating a ripple effect. Xia Yurong felt a weight settle in her stomach. Before her lay the milk tea Liwen had brought. She pushed it aside and uncapped a bottle of beer. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years in her previous life, she had long cultivated a fondness for drinking. The warm embrace of alcohol soothed her senses, lulling her into a pleasant stupor. By the way, Yurong, where's Su Yunze? Weren't you two inseparable from freshman year until graduation? Inquired another classmate, Wu Xiaolin, surveying the room but failing to spot Su Yunze. The gathering was still sparse, and the music in the private room was not particularly loud. So many heard her question and turned their curious gazes toward her. Su Yunze, during their school days, had been quite the notable figure in their department. His popularity stemmed not only from his excellence, but also from his unwavering kindness towards Xia Yurong, so much so that at times it bordered on obsequiousness. No matter how remarkable a person may be, witnessing them grovel for another can shatter any illusion of grandeur. It raises questions. Are there not aspects of oneself that one should uphold? As someone who had always trailed in Xia Yurong's shadow, his sudden absence sparked intrigue among the crowd. After all, it had barely been half a year since graduation. A boy with a microphone exclaimed dramatically, "Yurong, how did you manage to shake off that annoying sycophant? Truly impressive." A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Xia Yurong's lips. She harbored no objections to the disparagement of Su Yunze. On the contrary, it brought her a sense of comfort. It was as if Su Yunze was entirely under her control, unable to escape her grasp. Xia Yurong found herself pondering why she relished this feeling. She listened nonchalantly to the derogatory comments about Su Yunze in the private room. Occasionally, someone would attempt to intervene, only to be silenced. "He'll come, right? I mean, Yurong is here. He won't be upset." She finally spoke, her tone leisurely. As for him, Xia Yurong twirled a strand of her hair, revealing a hint of satisfaction despite her attempts to mask it. What does it matter to be exceptional in school? The real world reveals that even someone as competent as Su Yunze can only play the role of a mere errand boy. I've clearly rejected his advances in favor of a senior. Many in the know had been apprised of Xia Yurong's recent circumstances, and they began to elevate her status. Recently graduated and already a frequent subject of trending topics. What an extraordinary achievement for these fledgling industry newcomers. Amidst the flattery, there lay veiled criticisms of Su Yunze. The more they extolled Xia Yurong, the harsher their disparagement of Su Yunze became. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as someone tugged on the sleeve of the most vocal boy, attempting to interrupt, but he swatted them away in irritation. "Are you annoying or what? We're talking about Su Yunze, not you. Why are you interrupting?" He retorted. "Well, I just wanted to say." But before the speaker could finish, a clear voice laced with mockery resonated through the room. Everyone turned toward the sound, only to realize that Su Yunze had arrived unannounced. Clad in a deep blue suit, with his shirt sleeves rolled up, he leaned casually against the doorframe, seemingly having overheard their conversation for quite some time. Silence fell over the room. "You were saying something quite intriguing. Why the sudden hush?" The crowd exchanged glances, feeling the embarrassment of having spoken ill of him only to be caught in the act, especially as a cryptic smile danced on Su Yunze's lips. He exuded an air of enigmatic nonchalance, almost as if he belonged to a different echelon. Was this truly the same Su Yunze they had derided? He appeared transformed. Subtle glances darted towards Xia Yurong. The room had been opened. Why linger in silence? "Sing, everyone. There are over 20 of us here." Yet, faced with Su Yunze, the crowd felt an oppressive weight in the air, their voices faltering. Su Yunze settled himself in the center of the sofa, arms stretched casually along the backrest. Crossing his legs, unfazed, he lounged comfortably, his piercing gaze scanning the room. Those he met with his eyes instinctively averted their gazes. The atmosphere grew increasingly strained, with someone attempting to sing, but their voice was barely audible amidst the tension. Xia Yurong bit her lip, perplexed by Su Yunze's transformation. For the first time, he felt unfamiliar to her. Lost in thought, she noticed his left hand resting on the sofa's backrest. Her pupils dilated. Was that a ring? Chapter 55. This is her possession. A declaration of ownership. A ring on the fourth finger of the left hand. What could it signify? Xia Yurong understood better than anyone, having once worn such a ring herself. The individual who frequently referred to her as a former spouse had left a mark on her memory, one that Su Yunze did not share, rendering the title somewhat moot. Witnessing the man who had once adorned her finger with a ring, now sporting a wedding band, stirred emotions within Xia Yurong that were far from the calm she had anticipated. Clutching her chest, she found herself momentarily dazed. Why was this happening? And what of Su Yunze's wedding band? Was it genuine or merely a ruse? She recalled the crew members from the Questioning the Heart production team mentioning they had partaken in Su Yunze's wedding candies. She had dismissed it at the time, but after encountering him multiple times and suspecting he was stalking her, the reality now seemed too complex to ignore. Xia Yurong's heart raced in turmoil. It appeared that she still harbored some feelings for Su Yunze. If this were indeed a ruse, and he sought to rekindle their relationship, she couldn't help but bite her lip in anticipation. The anxiety in her heart was hers alone to bear. Su Yunze seemed to revel in the atmosphere of the private room, neither singing nor eating, simply sitting back and engrossed in his phone, exuding an air of ease as if he were in his own domain. While he appeared comfortable, the others were anything but. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity as Su Yunze lingered for an hour and a half. The attendees felt as though they were enduring the longest hour and a half of their lives. He had done nothing but remain there, yet his presence rendered everyone restless, making even the sounds of eating seem subdued. Su Yunze's fingers lightly tapped on the table, resonating as if striking the hearts of everyone present. "Hello?" He answered the call, his voice no longer exuding the earlier indifference, now tinged with a hint of surprise. "At this hour, shouldn't you be on a plane? Coming to fetch me home?" Su Yunze uncrossed his legs. "Is that for real?" The playful tone of the response reached his ears, and he finally grasped a significant truth. Song Jinhe was coming to pick him up. But how did she know exactly where he was? With a swirl of confusion in his heart, he concealed it from his expression, picked up his suit jacket, and rose to his feet. At his movement, the crowd visibly exhaled in relief. The king of hell had finally departed. They would rather endure a direct outburst from Su Yunze than endure the palpable tension that had filled the air. A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Yunze's mouth as he paused, nodding slightly. Had he forgotten to mention something? His gaze drifted to a somewhat inconspicuous girl in the corner, and he beckoned her. "Your mouth seems quite idle. It appears your career has flourished, Xia. Let everyone buy their own meals today." Lin Xia, a wealthy girl from their department, typically lacked presence, but over the past few years, she had undergone a remarkable transformation, emerging as a well-known idol. She nodded obediently. "All right, Zeech." After speaking, she cautiously glanced at Su Yunze, suddenly worried that she had been found out for sending her location to Jie. Thankfully, that was not the case. Upon hearing Su Yunze's words, the crowd gasped. They were expected to foot the bill for tonight's expenses. Most of them had only recently graduated, and with a luxurious private room and food and drink. The estimated cost was around 30,000. With nearly 30 people present, that meant each person would have to contribute about 1,000. After calculating their share and eyeing their wallets, these newly minted members of society felt a collective urge to slap themselves. Why say so much? What would it hurt to say less? Many were still searching for jobs, eagerly awaiting tomorrow's alumni meeting for industry connections and employment opportunities. "It's all your fault. I told you not to say anything, and you still did." As Su Yunze walked out, the quick-witted among them snapped back to reality. "Zeech, wait up. We realize our mistake." The remaining people in the private room quickly followed suit, rushing out. Xia Yurong was also swept along with them. Su Yunze heard them, but did not pause. He could have skipped this gathering entirely and simply attended tomorrow's alumni meeting. However, that had been a lingering obsession from his youth. Back then, he was just an ordinary graduate with a knack for writing, and the mockery he faced at this gathering had haunted him for years. Look at how simple it was to make them realize their mistakes. Just sitting there and uttering a single phrase could unveil their errors and the underlying logic of society. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Those who had splattered mud upon him would inevitably be pointed at by the masses. Su Yunze did not look back as he descended the stairs. A thin fog had settled over the night, and his suit jacket swayed gently with his stride. Those who understood the situation stood still on the steps, a few centimeters apart, as though the 3 tiers of steps had become a clear dividing line. They remained rooted in place while Su Yunze moved a few meters away, stepping into another realm. Some began to vaguely grasp the implications, their eyes fixed on Su Yunze's retreating figure. A pale golden Rolls-Royce awaited by the roadside. Upon seeing Su Yunze, the driver alighted and approached him. "Why weren't you waiting for me in the private room?" Song Jinha laughed as she took the suit jacket from his hands. "Should I greet your classmates?" Su Yunze blinked, suddenly infused with a sense of vitality. "No need. There won't be any more gatherings in the future. Is that so?" Song Jinha chuckled lightly, asking no further questions as she gently embraced Su Yunze. Their fingers intertwined, her right hand caressing Su Yunze's left, distinctly feeling the presence of his wedding ring. The embrace was brief, yet comforting. "Shall we go?" Song Jinha smiled, standing elegantly to one side, allowing the light to cascade over her, ensuring that her form was fully visible to those on the steps. "This is her man. They need to know." Song Jinha tilted her chin slightly towards them, hand in hand with Su Yunze, walking away without glancing back. After a long moment, a fervent buzz of discussion erupted among those on the steps. "Oh my God, did you see who that was? They seem so close. She looks just like the leading actress. Could it be?" Xia Yurong fixated on their departing figures, her nails digging into her palm. Chapter 56. The speaker is not her. Today felt like a dream. Xia Yurong could scarcely believe her eyes. Who was that woman so intimately close to Su Yunze? She knew all too well. Song Jinha, once idolized by her, and Su Yunze, someone she had dismissed as a mere errand boy and burden. How could they be together? Su Yunze's transformation tonight was surely due to his association with Song Jinha. He had managed to win over a leading actress. Zij really has it made. Someone nearby whispered. "Look, Su Yunze has distanced himself from them. He is no longer in their world." But how could Song Jinha be with Zij? Xia Yurong scoffed internally. She smirked faintly, saying, "One must allow for some to seek shortcuts." Shortcuts? Su Yunze and the leading actress? Having learned their lesson, they dared not speak recklessly again, their gazes revealing a singular thought. Could someone like the leading actress be so easily attached to? Before anyone could say more, a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt, and the door swung open. Upon seeing Xia Yurong couldn't suppress a thought. Why wasn't he driving a Rolls-Royce? The alumni meeting was nearly arranged. Rong. Let us head home to rest. Remembering the outstanding graduate representative for tomorrow's meeting brought a smile to Xia Yurong's face. She raised her chin and slid into the passenger seat of the open car door. Unlike Su Yunze, who relied on others, Xia Yurong could stand on her own. The next morning, Xia Yurong dropped Xia Yurong at the entrance, turning to say he had matters to attend to and left. Xia Yurong, not suspecting a thing, walked into the alumni meeting venue alone. The venue had been prepared, with a red carpet laid out and banners hanging at the entrance. Everything was just as she remembered. Xia Yurong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Recent events had made her feel like her grip on the situation had weakened considerably. Last night, upon returning home, she found herself questioning whether her experience of rebirth was merely a vivid dream. When reality set in, her husband was still the same ineffectual assistant, Su Yunze. However, upon encountering Xia Yurong and perusing the contact list on her phone, Yin and Yu, Xia Yurong began to feel a semblance of authenticity. After meticulously arranging her appearance, she remembered that among those present today was someone of great significance to her. Shun Jixia, her mentor from school, was also a renowned investor within their circle, possessing a wealth of resources. In her previous life, after this very day, Shun Jixia's attitude toward her had notably improved, providing invaluable assistance along her journey. It was thanks to Shun Jixia that she had managed to secure the trophy for Best Supporting Actress. Scanning the crowd, she quickly identified her target and hastened towards her. Shun Jixia was on the phone beneath a banner, and upon noticing Xia Yurong's approach, she gestured for her to wait. Once the call concluded, Shun Jixia furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who are you?" The confidence and assurance that had adorned Xia Yurong's face faltered in her past life. Shun Jixia had readily engaged her in conversation upon seeing her, yet now, things were different. "I am one of the invited, distinguished graduates speaking today. Hello, Sister Jixia." As the words left her lips, Shun Jixia's expression grew even more peculiar. She scrutinized Xia Yurong with a polite smile before excusing herself. left in a state of bewilderment. Xia Yurong had intended to make a good first impression, but the outcome was far from what she had anticipated, leaving her frozen in place, feeling utterly awkward. As more attendees began to arrive, she sensed their curious glances drifting toward her, making her feel uncomfortable, as though she were a mere clown. Perhaps Sister Xia simply had a poor memory and had forgotten her. With the speech approaching, Xia Yurong had to compose herself, forcing a smile. She took a seat among the audience, as her classmates gradually filled the room. "Yurong, I heard you're the speaker today," inquired a girl with short hair. She had not attended the gathering the previous night and had only heard about it through others, regarding the situation with a hint of disdain. After all, she was unaware of the means by which Xia Yurong had connected with influential individuals, abandoning her in the process. What was there to reverence? Yet Xia Yurong was recognized as an outstanding graduate by the school. Adjusting her posture and extending her neck, Xia Yurong displayed a hint of pride, clearly sharing the same sentiment. As for the information, it was undoubtedly disseminated by her own accord. However, what was the use of merely dazzling everyone for a fleeting moment? She aimed to ensure her classmates were aware of her presence, to watch as she ascended the stage step by step. Soon, the alumni gathering commenced. Xia Yurong counted down the time, her anticipation mounting. She spotted Shun Jixia, as well as many leaders and teachers who had previously regarded her with indifference. These individuals would, without exception, alter their demeanor towards her in the years to come. Having experienced this scene once before in her past life, facing it again in her rebirth stirred a wave of excitement within Xia Yurong. She awaited that pivotal moment. Let us invite the outstanding graduate of the class of 2018, Yunze, to the stage. A smile graced Xia Yurong's face. Before she could even process the introduction, she stood and walked toward the exit. In the sea of seated attendees, Xia Yurong stood out conspicuously as she rose. The collective gaze of those around her turned to her in unison. Was it possible that so many had sent her off to the stage in her previous life? Xia Yurong mused. Before she could reach the podium, someone had already grasped the microphone. Yunze, clad in a deep blue suit, wore a gentle smile as he cleared his throat and delved into his speech. "Thank you for the invitation from my alma mater." Xia Yurong froze in place, her pupils dilating in disbelief. How could the speaker be Yunze? The impact of this revelation was akin to witnessing Song Jinhe appear alongside Yunze, hand in hand, the day before. A nearby teacher, seeing her emerge, halted in the aisle and kindly asked, "Are you all right, student?" How could she possibly be all right? Yunze had cast her aside and allied with Song Jinhe. Yunze had usurped her position as the speaker. How could she be fine? Xia Yurong felt as though the strength had been siphoned from her body. Instinctively seeking an empty seat to collapse into, she scanned the room, hoping to find someone who could offer her solace. The one she had chosen after her rebirth was absent, leaving only Yunze. Yunze stood on stage, illuminated by warm light, surveying the audience, his gaze encompassing everyone, except for her. Yet the ordeal was not over. After Yunze stepped down, he was succeeded by Song Jinhe. In the fleeting moment they brushed past one another, their eyes met, exchanging a silent communication that only they could perceive. Once off stage, Song Jinhe settled into a seat beside Yunze, their fingers intertwining. Yunze raised his chin slightly, saying, "What a coincidence, my wife is the very person you, Xia, have high hopes for." Shen Jixia's eyes widened in disbelief. The alumni event at Huaqing Film Academy had journalists present. Song Jinhe, without a hint of hesitation, chose to sit beside Yunze amid the multitude of available seats, inevitably drawing attention. Certain cameras captured the moment their fingers entwined, the sound of shutters clicking incessantly. Having grown accustomed to cameras in her previous life, Yunze remained unfazed. On the contrary, he subtly squeezed Song Jinhe's hand. Unbeknownst to her, she overlooked this detail. Her focus diverted elsewhere. As Yunze's facade continued, her head turned towards him, catching a glimpse of a certain someone lost in despair. Had she seen it all clearly? That would be splendid. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in her bright black eyes. She was not particularly fond of exposing her private life. Yet if such revelations could serve to undermine her ex and assert her claim, she would relish the opportunity. After the alumni gathering concluded, Xia Yurong, feeling despondent, departed with her bag in hand. Inside, she had a script prepared for potential interviews, albeit one that remained unused. A Mercedes was parked at the side of the school gate, and upon spotting Xia Yong, she impulsively grasped his collar. "Where have you been? I'm asking you. Where did you just go? Weren't you supposed to handle matters concerning the alumni event?" Xia Yurong's eyes were reddened. Why was it that the one person she had longed to see the most during her time of need was absent? In an anguished outburst, she voiced the confusion that had been bottled up for 2 hours, her eyes glistening with the threat of tears. Today, Xia Yong truly made her feel inferior to Yunze. She was reluctant to admit this truth, yet it lay starkly before her. Yunze is shown in the public eye, while the person she had chosen was but a shadow. If Yunze were also reborn, he would surely find it amusing. Xia Yang's temper, it seemed, had always been quite gentle in her presence. Even when she grasped his collar, he responded with a resigned tone, akin to dealing with a petulant young girl. "Rong, didn't you report my information for the Heartbeat Confession Day? They need to enter the group early. We have to head over there tonight. I tried calling you, but you didn't answer, so I had to reach out to you." Xia Yang's gaze fell upon the collar she held. The implication was unmistakable. Heartbeat Confession Day, a dating reality show. Those few words poured over Xia Yurong like a bucket of cold water, jolting her back to reality. Indeed, the alumni gathering was merely an opportunity for public appearance, offering no tangible benefits. Yet, given her current status and exposure, she hardly lacked for such chances. The excerpt from Legend of Chu Fei had been released, garnering a positive response, with many fans eagerly awaiting the broadcast. As her debut drama, it could certainly be deemed a success. Thus, the alumni gathering's significance seemed trivial in comparison. Xia Yurong remained silent for a considerable time, her tear-filled eyes gradually regaining their composure. "Rong?" Xia Yang called out to her. She did not respond, but instead pressed her crimson lips forward. "I'm sorry, brother Xia." As for why Yunze could appear as a spokesperson, Xia Yurong mused, it was undoubtedly due to Song Jina's assistance. Did he possess any real capability? She was not entirely certain. With the dating show about to commence, an idea took root in her mind. If she could cultivate a good relationship with Song Jinha and discreetly reveal Yunze's true nature to her, perhaps Song Jinha would cease to be his ally. Through this act of disclosure, she could also gain a close friendship with a senior who was an award-winning actress. Imagining this scenario ignited a fervor within Xia Yurong. "No way, sis. Are you really going on a dating show with Zeej?" As Song Jinha returned to the company, she was immediately met with her brother Song's incredulous gaze. He held up his phone, displaying a candid shot of their intertwined fingers, his heart heavy with dismay. "What are you doing holding hand with Zeej? He has a wife, and you have a husband. How can these two be together, holding hands? And even going on a dating show?" Song Jina's participation in the dating reality show with Yunze was news that Song had only just learned. While coordinating with the production team, he had casually asked, "Who is my sister's partner?" Yunze, came the astonished reply. "No way. You don't even know who your sister is going on a dating show with? Is she really your sister? Do you even count as a brother?" Such a simple statement struck Song like a thunderclap. The words echoed repeatedly in his mind. "Do you even count as a brother?" How could he not? Just as he began to formulate a rebuttal, the other party had already hung up. In a fit of anger, he vented his frustration. You know, I thought you'd only find out when the show aired." Song Jinha was somewhat taken aback. She shrugged, turning to open the desk drawer and placing a bottle of perfume into her bag. She was about to go on a date with Yunze, and perfume was a must. "How can you do this? Does my brother-in-law know?" Frustrated, Song Jinha had no choice but to sit down. "Did I not mention before that I joined the dating show to break through my limits?" Song glared at her. "You did, so what? That's exactly it. You see, I can have a husband and still act with others as if we're a couple. Why can't I do the same on a dating show?" Chapter 58, Stealthily Exposing Her Brother-in-Law. One sentence rendered Song speechless. He instinctively found himself immersed in Song Jinha's line of thought, unable to resist pondering. Indeed, many actors continue to work even after marriage. Being married does not preclude one from accepting roles. This was merely a job, a requirement of their profession. Could his sister understand that? Song Song stood there, deep in thought. Having deftly dealt with Song Song, a faint smile crept onto Song Jina's lips, quickly concealed. She knew her cousin well. He was a straightforward young man who had never been in love. While he had a knack for public relations, he was also easily ensnared by her schemes. This was not the first time. If he remained skeptical, she thought she could always claim it was for her brother-in-law's work, to foster a good relationship with his superior. In high spirits, she slung her bag over her shoulder and made her way downstairs. Unbeknownst to her, just minutes after her departure, Song Song quietly raised his head. He stood at the window for quite some time, watching as his sister's car drove away. With a lifted chin, he snorted softly. I may be straightforward and inexperienced in love, but I'm not foolish. He was well aware that some entertainers deliberately engaged in physical interactions for the sake of the show and the couple dynamic, such as hand-holding and eye contact. These were trivial matters. However, he could do the math. In the alumni gathering video from Huaqing Film Academy, his sister and Su Yunze had exchanged glances 25 times. The video was barely over an hour long. Hand-holding was one thing, but when their eyes met, it was as if the entire world faded away, leaving only the two of them. Was this reasonable? Was this simply for the show? Song Song walked to a corner and dialed a number, covering the microphone with his right hand. He spoke cautiously. Your Majesty, can you hear me? I have new intel. I suspect my brother-in-law has made an appearance. After muttering in the corner for half an hour, Song Song finally hung up the phone. He made a gesture of encouragement. There's a saying, when you've ruled out 99% of options, the one that remains, no matter how improbable, must be the answer. As his eyes darted around, Song Song contemplated what his sister's reaction would be when he discreetly brought her husband out in front of her. A ring that precious, and yet he claimed it was merely a prop? Was he attempting to fool an imbecile? For the purpose of the heart-throbbing Confession Day's filming requirements, and to build anticipation for the post-production of the show, the male and female participants arrived in separate groups. The setting was a quaint photographic town located 50 kilometers from Huaqing. Having just experienced rainfall, the ground was somewhat damp, and the air was rich with the fragrance of grass and blooming flowers. Song Jina had placed Su Yunze at a nearby hotel and made her way to the location alone. She had prepared in advance, changing into a pair of athletic shoes. And now, as she stepped onto the still, slightly moist path, she surveyed the place where they would reside for the next fortnight. Not bad at all, she mused. It could be considered a brief honeymoon of sorts. With her eyes narrowed in delight, she disregarded the cameras trailing her and couldn't help but think. Xia Yurong happened to be a short distance behind her. As the car came to a halt, she hadn't prepared a strategy or inquired with the crew. And upon opening the car door to see the damp road, her nose wrinkled slightly, avoiding puddles in her newly arrived limited edition high heels. She stepped onto a relatively dry patch. If it weren't for the need to cultivate a relationship with Song Jinha and create a topic of conversation, she was still pondering when her gaze shifted, spotting Song Jinha not far ahead. Xia Yurong's eyes lit up. She had even forgotten to grab her luggage, hastily walking over to greet Song Jinha. However, Song Jinha seemed to possess some foresight, turning away and heading towards the designated accommodation without a backward glance, leaving a smile for the air. Was Song Jinha doing this on purpose? Just as she was about to follow, the driver called her back to retrieve her luggage, forcing Xia Yurong to return with resignation. After finally collecting her belongings, she found that Song Jinha had vanished. Welcome, esteemed female guests, to Heart-Throbbing Confession Day. Once everyone had gathered, the director promptly announced the game rules. Before the male guests arrive, prepare a dinner for them. The accommodation consisted of 2 large villas, ample enough to comfortably house 6 couples, with a spacious kitchen that was more than sufficient. While Song Jinha was busy kneading dough, Xia Yurong feigned selecting kitchen utensils and sidled up to her. Senior Song, I'm your junior. Xia Yurong lowered her voice, refraining from immediately speaking ill of Su Yunze. They had a full 10 days in Rose Town to navigate that. Since Song Jinha had shown interest in Su Yunze, Xia Yurong thought it prudent to first establish a rapport with her. I was in the audience when you spoke on stage yesterday. Song Jinha's donating motions were uninterrupted. She responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, her hands now working the dough, which soon began to develop elasticity. "I didn't realize you could need dough, senior," Xia Yurong exclaimed in surprise. "Your partner is indeed fortunate." For the first time, Song Jinha, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, allowed a smile to grace her lips as she replied, "Indeed, he is fortunate." Finding an entry point for conversation, Xia Yurong felt a flicker of joy. She had no genuine interest in who Song Jinha's romantic partner was on the dating show. It certainly couldn't be Su Yunze, who was merely a kept man. After exchanging a few more words to bridge their distance, Xia Yurong boldly stated, "Senior, I know you came here for me." Song Jinha paused her kneading, somewhat perplexed, and turned to regard Xia Yurong. "I indeed came for you." The male contestant's task is to utilize the resources available to prepare a gift for the female participants that will make their hearts flutter. The male guests had also arrived at the filming location, separated from the female guests. The director quickly laid out the rules. During the filming, both parties would wear heart rate monitors. The activities they would engage in were quite ordinary. Su Yunze had familiarized himself with the concept of this dating show beforehand, which emphasized a grounded and realistic portrayal of romance, with the main highlights centered on the participating guests. Previous groups had included those reuniting with first loves, old flames after 3 years apart, contract couples who blurred the lines between acting and reality during filming, resulting in heightened heart rates, and even a scenario involving a real-life CEO and secretary, depicting a tumultuous romance. This time, the most significant highlight would be his own wife, Song Jinha. Standing by the roadside, Su Yunze pondered what gift would make her heart race. As he spotted some materials at a roadside stall, an idea suddenly struck him. Just as he was about to approach, someone called out to him, "Long time no see." He turned to find Xia Yurong. "You still have feelings for her, don't you? You're still pining after her, aren't you?" "But she chose me." "Su Yunze, do you not realize that perhaps you haven't truly made an effort?" It was a moment of sheer delight for Xia Yurong to see Su Yunze. He lacked Su Yunze's contact information, yet the resources Xia Yurong had once accessed were inextricably linked to Su Yunze. He sought to test the waters. Chapter 59. Thankfully, you're still alive. Those with troubled minds ought to be in a hospital. Su Yunze straightened his back, letting out a derisive laugh as he spoke without restraint. "Now that we're on a dating show, you two must be together, right? Do you enjoy adding a splash of color to your own image?" "Xia Yurong, oh Xia Yurong." Su Yunze regarded him with a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "How did I never notice before that you possess the attributes of a minotaur?" He made these remarks without any attempt to evade the cameras. Once the production team had the footage, they could choose to release it or retain it as they saw fit. It was of no concern to Su Yunze. These were words he had long wished to voice. If only Xia Yurong had been a bit more forthright in his previous life, Xia Yurong would have been with him long ago. Yet he had not. Instead, he had dangled Xia Yurong along while subtly mediating between them during conflicts. "Being your wife is quite hazardous." Xia Yang's face flushed crimson with anger. A sudden, forceful blow struck him, rendering him momentarily speechless. When had Su Yunze become so sharp-tongued? Hadn't he always been the underdog in their interactions? He wanted to say more, but Su Yunze had already crouched down, rummaging through the temporary stall set up by the production team. "This one do, neither will this. And that one is somewhat useful." Gripping a pink bead tightly in his hand, Su Yunze's gaze wandered as he began searching for decorative items. After standing still for half a minute, watching Su Yunze create a gift, Xia Yurong found himself utterly at a loss for topics to discuss. His usual lines were limited, brief, yet exceptionally effective for Su Yunze. A slight provocation would prompt Su Yunze to make irrational decisions to prove his love for Xia Yurong. Now, however, he was left to wonder, had it all become ineffective? How could a person change so drastically? Xia Yurong began to suspect that perhaps Su Yunze had undergone a transformation. He stood in a daze for quite some time until he saw Su Yunze rise and depart. Observing the leisurely figure walking away, Xia Yurong's mind suddenly sparked. He felt as though he had stumbled upon the truth. Certainly, no one changes that dramatically, but if he has suffered from heartbreak, hasn't he? With the announcement of his marriage, the cold remarks directed at Xia Yurong and his participation in a dating reality show, it seems he is deliberately trying to provoke Xia Yurong. Feeling as though he has uncovered the truth, Xia Yurong relaxed considerably. A smile crept onto his lips. During the dating show, he would engage more with Xia Yurong to irritate Su Yunze. Yet, he pondered, who has Su Yunze chosen as his partner for the show? The news and methods he employs are quite astute, managing to pursue someone onto the program. But alas, with misguided intentions, all efforts are in vain, merely a gesture. The sense of superiority surged within Xia Yurong as he realized he had attained what Su Yunze could never possess. He initially intended to casually pluck a rose as a gift, but upon noticing the nearby camera, his movement hesitated. What began as a hasty plucking transformed into a meticulous selection of a single rose. On Su Yunze's side, he had already prepared a gift, placing it into a box specially provided by the production team. However, just before setting it down, he paused momentarily. He examined the carefully prepared present in his hands, then glanced at the box supplied by the team. An unbidden thought crossed his mind: to buy the case and forsake the pearl. Was it because the pearl lacked an appearance that the character in the story desired only the box? Quickly shaking his head to dispel the impolite notion, Su Yunze acted decisively, even retrieving a small pink ribbon from the side to tie a bow. He assessed his gift, thinking to himself, not bad, quite perfect. While he admired his creation, an unseen shadow silently approached. Su Yunze looked up, meeting the enlarged visage of a man. His pupils constricted, startled, he instinctively sidestepped, stabilizing his body with formidable core strength. Though taken aback by the sudden proximity, upon recognizing the individual's face, Su Yunze gasped in astonishment. What are you doing here? This was a renowned singer, an artist who penned his own lyrics and sang, having ascended to stardom within a mere 5 years. Yet, his enjoyment of life was fleeting. He leapt from a bridge dozens of meters high, ending his life just as he reached the pinnacle, poised to embark on a vibrant journey. Su Yunze held a profound impression of him, for this man had once been exceptionally kind to Xia Yurong, to the extent that external commentary suggested he was deeply infatuated, so much so that Su Yunze himself began to feel uncomfortable. Realizing this, the younger, yet-to-become-a-star singer approached Su Yunze, gazing at the rooftop railing with an unusual glint in his eye. The two lit cigarettes, but did not smoke. He said, Su Yunze, you need not concern yourself with my presence. I merely wish to see her living well. I know they are not the same person. However, I still have things I wish to accomplish. I must have something to keep me going. Rest assured, I won't be a bother for long. Over the following year, he would occasionally seek out Su Yunze for drinks, and they unexpectedly became friends who could converse freely. A year later, he became a superstar, and Su Yunze had promised to celebrate with him over drinks. Yet, before they could indulge in their toasts, the tragic news of the young king's demise arrived. Only then did Su Yunze comprehend the meaning of the peculiar gaze the man had cast toward the rooftop during their first conversation. He had long harbored thoughts of despair. I wanted to end it when she left, but she told me I would become famous. She wished to be a singer. I thought, then I shall become a singer. Su Yunze often dreamt of that fateful moment of his death, taking 3 to 4 years to bury it deep within his heart. Occasionally, he would recall the words that rendered him utterly speechless. I searched for many faces, but only Xia Yurong resembles her. His voice was hoarse, tinged with desperation. So please, do not reject me. It had been 5 years since they had last met, and now this figure, who should have long since reincarnated, appeared before Su Yunze, startling him, especially since he himself had just been startled. The dual shock prompted him to utter something somewhat inappropriate. After speaking, Su Yunze realized he had already been reborn, which meant this person, long relegated to the recesses of his memory, was still alive. Su Yunze's gaze flickered, a smile suddenly dawning in his eyes. Thank goodness you're still alive. I apologize for startling you. Are you well, my friend? Su Yunze snapped back to reality, unceremoniously swatting away the man's hand that was flailing before him. I'm fine. Let us grab a drink sometime. Sure, I startled you, so I should make amends. Su Yunze smiled without a word. Su Yunze. And you? Pleased to meet you again, future superstar, Li Runhao. Li Runhao. Chapter 60. Congratulations. You have found your heart's desire. Those who can become friends are inherently compatible, their souls drawn to one another. Even if years pass, they can still forge a friendship. After a few exchanges, the two quickly became good brothers, comfortably linking arms. Lee Runhao openly shared his intentions for joining the dating show. We've been together for 5 years. But after a fight, we suddenly parted ways. She left quite fiercely, and I dared not contact her, fearing to irritate her. So, I began writing little essays in the circle. Unexpectedly, after 3 months, it gained some traction, and the production team pulled me in. At this moment, Lee Runhao exuded youthful vigor, dressed in sporty attire, his eyes bright with anticipation for the show, a stark contrast to the lethargy he would exhibit years later. Su Yunze recalled something significant. Lee Runhao's beloved was named Chun Xinghe. Although he would later refrain from discussing this experience, Su Yunze gleaned some information. An incident had occurred while they were participating in the dating show. Chun Xinghe had sacrificed her chance at survival for Lee Runhao, urging him to live on and fulfill her unaccomplished dreams, pleading with him not to make any foolish decisions. Reflecting on this, Su Yunze's heart tightened as he tentatively inquired, "What is the name of your beloved?" Upon mentioning his heart's desire, the young man blushed slightly. "Chun Xinghe." He scratched the back of his head, glancing around, and whispered, "Isn't it quite lovely? It sounds gentle, doesn't it? But she is a real firecracker from Sichuan and Chongqing. When she gets angry, it's earth-shattering." No wonder Lee Runhao said he didn't dare to coax her. Su Yunze felt a tinge of melancholy. Their intention in participating in the dating show was to reconcile, to rekindle their past, yet unforeseen events had transpired. "I wish to reach you, yet I find I can never see you again." No wonder the program Heartbeat Confession Day ceased airing after the incident. As for the girl who held Lee Runhao's heart, she would forever remain in that flower-filled town, eternally preserved in her most beautiful years. With a plan forming in his mind, Su Yunze resolved to keep a close watch on this young couple. Meanwhile, Lee Runhao had prepared a gift as well. His craftsmanship was impressive. In no time, he assembled a miniature castle from an assortment of small items, showcasing exquisite artistry. It is difficult to fathom that this occurrence coincides with Su Yunze's gift within the same program and time frame. The male participants lined up outside the villa when the director suddenly had an idea. She produced several masks and distributed them among the men, instructing them to don them. Now, it rests upon the female participants to discern their respective partners based solely on the gifts. Su Yunze remarked, "Is it not permissible to present gifts discreetly? What a spectacle this is." With no opportunity to object, and having already signed the contract, a staff member affixed a black British-style mask upon his face. Inside the villa, the female participants sensed a stir. Xia Yurong's eyes darted. Who could be the male participant for Song Jina? In a rush to participate in this romantic variety show, it seems only suitable suitors could be potential marriage partners, does it not? Su Yunze's presence could only be concealed. Contemplating this, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Extinguishing the flame beneath the porridge she had prepared, her curiosity piqued as she smiled at the camera. What could be happening outside? I shall take a look. With that, she stepped outside. The program, inherently unscripted and rather freeform, had minimal staff and imposed few restrictions on the guests. However, Xia Yurong was halted at the door. The male participants were in the process of putting on their masks. Outside, all had donned their masks, but one final participant caught Xia Yurong's eye, revealing his visage. Her pupils constricted instinctively, and she stepped aside. Could it be Lee Runhao? Indeed, at this juncture, encountering Lee Runhao is entirely plausible. Lee Runhao was a man fond of her, destined to become a superstar, though the reasons behind his later despair remain a mystery. Reflecting on his kindness, Xia Yurong mused that she ought to extend a bit more care towards him in this lifetime. Rumors suggested that perhaps her lack of attention had contributed to his plight. Countless times, when Lee Runhao gazed at her with profound depth, intending to express something, he was interrupted by Xia Yurong. She had little interest in such trivialities. As long as Lee Runhao treated her well, she would reciprocate with a modicum of warmth. As for why he harbored affection for her, or what he pondered in his heart, Xia Yurong remained indifferent. He was perceptive enough to recognize her disinterest, though she could sense his latent sadness, which later stifled any inclination to confide in her. Recalling her recent sighting of Li Runhao, she pondered whether he had cherished her even back then. Should he wish to speak before her in the future, she would graciously refrain from interrupting. Resolute in her decision, the masked male participants followed the director's lead and entered the villa. "Ah, the female participants have prepared dinner for our beloveds," announced the director. The male participants, too, had their gifts ready. "You now have 5 minutes to identify your partners based on gifts." The female participants swiftly engaged, immediately examining the presents. Xia Yurong circumvented Li Runhao's figure and began to scrutinize the gifts. Upon seeing Li Runhao donning a mask, she instinctively recognized him. Soon, her gaze settled upon a vividly blooming rose. This must be a gift from her brother, Xia Yurong, who had remarked that she was as beautiful as a flower. Capturing his heart, a sudden thought caused her cheeks to flush. Meanwhile, Song Jinhe was also inspecting the gifts, her eyes landing on a peculiar box. To describe the contents, one could call it truly unique, albeit in an unattractive way. At its center lay a pink heart-shaped bead, strung together with an assortment of oddly shaped shells. Individually, they were not unappealing, but assembled, they were quite the sight. The box had been prepared by the production team, standardized in style, thus devoid of critique. Yet, she realized for the first time that one could tie butterflies in such an unappealing manner. Raising her gaze to the gift's owner, she found him partially masked and masked, his features concealed. At the moment their eyes met, Song Jinhe experienced an inexplicable sensation and resolutely approached the unsightly gift, taking that person's hand. "This is my beloved." The staff exchanged curious glances, seemingly suppressing laughter. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Does this gift stir your heart?" Song Jinhe cast a glance at the contents of the box and replied without hesitation, "It does." "Congratulations on finding your beloved," Su Yunze remarked. "She truly evokes a profound sense of emotion in him." Soon, it was time for dinner. Though the director's intentions remained unclear, as she did not permit the male participants to remove their masks, perhaps orchestrating some dramatic scenario, she mysteriously added, "The filming will span 7 days. For the first 3 days, the male participants must wear masks in public areas." Chapter 61. Junior. What have you been discussing with my esteemed partner? Only when alone with the female participants may they remove them. Song Jinhe had prepared a bowl of ramen for dinner. Noticing her occasionally rubbing her wrist, Su Yunze silently grasped her hand, gently massaging it. The pair left the table first. "You need not knead the dough for ramen by yourself anymore," Su Yunze suggested. Song Jinhe squinted, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Did you enjoy today's dinner?" After a brief pause, she reminded him, "This is a romantic variety show." Su Yunze pressed his lips together, affirming, "I did enjoy it." After a moment, his voice lowered, "But I feel a bit pained." The Rose Town was abundant with flowers, and the summer evening breeze stirred the air, while fireflies danced about. Their gazes met, and in that moment, they could distinctly see something different reflected in each other's eyes. To imbue the program with a touch of whimsy, the production team would assign identities to the participants every other day, simulating related roles, such as librarian or gardener. This was not genuine labor, but rather symbolic. Every 2 days, participants would draw a role, necessitating 1 day of work followed by a day of dating. By evening, they could pin down their moments of excitement as confessions, aptly titled Heartbeat Confession Day. Su Yunze's assigned role for the day was that of a fisherman, while Song Jinhe portrayed a local resident seeking to buy fish from him. The two fell in love at first sight, rowing together on a small lake. Upon glimpsing the script, Song Jinhe was somewhat astonished. The director had quite the imagination. Having never watched romantic variety shows before, or rather, lacking interest in others' romantic endeavors, she was unaware of the format. Some aspects were later clarified by the director, Mu Yun'er. The small boat was easy to navigate, and the lake was not extensive, encircled by meticulously planted lotus flowers, a designated shooting location for the town. Su Yunze arrived early to familiarize himself with the boat's handling, ensuring a natural interaction between the couple, even without staff accompanying them on the vessel. Life jackets were stored at the back of the boat, and staff were nearby. Observing the scene, with the lotus flowers and pods gracing the lake, it truly exuded an antique charm of romance. However, Su Yunze pondered, stroking his chin, Is it safe? His mind lingered on recent events, aware that Li Runhao and another participant seemed to have encountered an outdoor mishap, though their misunderstandings had been resolved and they had reconciled. Today marks the first day, and the roles they drew are indoors. Therefore, Yunze chose not to intrude and stepped outside on his own. After starting the boat and fumbling through the controls, he heard footsteps approaching. Initially, he assumed it was Song Jinhe, but upon looking up, he was presented with a towel. Since your roles require you to board the boat, would you like a towel? Yunze was taken aback. Xia Yurong seemed not to expect any response from him. After shoving the towel into his hands, she proceeded with her dialogue. Today, her role was that of a student, a backpack slung over her shoulders. Xia Yurong bit her lip, glancing at the camera in the distance, appearing somewhat shy to speak. You must want to go to Song Jinhe, right? But perhaps you should spend more time with her. Let her appreciate your virtues. She lowered her head slightly, embodying an innocent demeanor perfectly, resembling a well-meaning individual who couldn't help but intervene when witnessing something amiss. Xia Yurong was quite experienced in playing such roles. In her previous life, as things progressed, those around her often reminded her of her advantages, advising her on how to leverage them to gain the favor of fans. She had tried it, and it worked not only on fans, but also on passers-by. She could even sow discord between a pair of lovebirds. What would be beneficial, she mused. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Xia Yurong. It couldn't be. Xia Yurong stiffened slightly, and before she could turn around, she saw Song Jinhe, her hair styled in twin ponytails, approaching from the side. Junior, what are you discussing with my dear Yunze? Song Jinhe sauntered over, pinching Yunze's chin with 2 fingers, planting a kiss on his cheek. It was a fleeting touch, yet a jade-like arm draped over Yunze's shoulder. Song Jinhe lifted her chin slightly, her eyes narrowing. Gossiping about others behind their backs is hardly a commendable habit. Xia Yurong's face flushed crimson. She had never anticipated that Song Jinhe, when silent, would be so formidable in her words once she spoke. The complexity of this dating reality show exceeded her expectations. She had assumed that merely appearing alongside Song Jinhe would suffice, and she had previously witnessed how intimate they were. Upon arriving, she encountered a former admirer who had a striking resemblance to her. Last night, she had been anxious that Li Runhao might seek her out. After a long wait with no word from him, Xia Yurong felt relieved. Indeed, Li Runhao was always quite discerning. She simply had to wait for him to approach her, presenting her with opportunities. However, the situation concerning Song Jinhe had far surpassed her anticipations. Xia Yurong could not comprehend why. Despite being from the same college and Song Jinhe being her senior, there seemed to be a mutual affection that transformed their encounters into such a predicament. Was there some misunderstanding? Clenching her teeth, she appeared quite aggrieved. Senior, I meant no harm. I was merely concerned that you might be deceived. Seeing how good your relationship is with him, I feel reassured. Of course, we have a good relationship, Song Jinhe replied, wrapping her right arm around Yunze's neck as if pulling him closer. But as for you, Junior, when in the presence of others' partners, refrain from adopting inappropriate postures to avoid misunderstandings. Her gaze sharpened, scanning Xia Yurong from head to toe, her meaning unmistakable. Xia Yurong retorted, What about Yunze? What Yunze and I share is of no concern to you. Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs? Xia Yurong's complexion paled slightly. The familiarity of these words struck her, reminiscent of someone else who had spoken similarly to her not long ago. However, before she could dwell on it, reality delivered another blow. Darling, tell her about the nature of our relationship. Song Jinhe tilted her head, her naturally rosy lips drawing near, their intimacy palpable. It was a fleeting contact, yet it felt entirely natural, as if it were the most ordinary interaction. The man, masked and with a slight smirk, spoke in a husky voice. Our relationship? This young lady should have observed quite well. It is splendid. With that, he transitioned from defense to offense, lifting Song Jinhe's chin. The proximity was intimate, and the unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Observers would note that the heart rate monitors strapped to them had surged to 120. How could this be? In her previous life, she had never heard of Song Jinhe being so close to any man. How could 2 appear all at once? The intimacy felt genuine, shattering Xia Yurong's preconceived notions of control over the information she believed she possessed. Her mind went blank. Chapter 62, she realized Su Yunze could play the piano. The blow was too great. Xia Yurong didn't even notice that the voice of the man aboard the boat sounded somewhat familiar. That huskiness, combined with the unforeseen circumstances, overwhelmed her. Xia Yurong's eyes widened, as if an invisible force amplified the scene before her. She could see Song Jinha's cheeks tinted with a rosy hue after the kiss, her eyes glistening with moisture. She noticed the man's earlobes turning pink as well, and his grip on Song Jinha's hand tightened involuntarily, the veins on his hand slightly protruding. This was clearly a manifestation of passion. Xia Yurong's lips moved. For reasons unknown, the word she intended to express, apologizing for the interruption, never left her mouth, and she turned on her heel to leave hastily. In her rush, she collided with someone. Without even glancing at the person's face, she adjusted her pace and quickly departed, her actions betraying a sense of urgency, as if fleeing the scene. Hey, Xia Yurong. Xia Yurong, today, assuming the role of a mentor. I've been searching for her since she had been absent for too long, initially intending to call her by name. Upon noticing the cameras around and the individuals aboard the boat, he altered his words. He nodded at the two, offering a greeting, and quickly followed after her. Left behind. The two exchanged glances. Song Jinha blinked, unable to contain herself, and burst into laughter. She attempted to retract her hand, exerting a bit of effort, yet it remained ensnared. Looking down, she realized her hand was still being held by someone, and meeting his burning gaze, she smiled. What's wrong? Not enough kisses? Su Yunze, without waiting for a response, pressed his lips together as if savoring the moment. Leaning closer to Song Jinha's ear, he whispered something. Suddenly, Song Jinha's face turned beet red as he mentioned going home to kiss. Glancing again at the surrounding cameras, she felt a twinge of regret, sensing their presence to be somewhat superfluous. Today, according to the script, Su Yunze indeed caught several fish from the lake, with Song Jinha assisting beside him. Their skin occasionally brushed against each other before swiftly parting, leaving behind a lingering warmth that recorded their experiences. Their gazes inadvertently met before quickly darting away. Yunze, observing from backstage, was in stitches, unable to straighten her back from laughter. She held a can of popcorn in her hands, with chilled cola on the computer desk, delighting in the footage captured by the cameras as if it were an exclusive preview. So sweet, so sweet. Yunze contentedly stuffed a handful of popcorn into her mouth, squinting her eyes as she chewed. Why else would she participate in a romantic variety show? It wasn't for the meager financial reward, but rather for the sweet moments. Who would believe that our Oscar-winning sister possessed such a side if they hadn't witnessed it firsthand? Yunze musit, already envisioning how she would articulate her request to the editing team when submitting the footage later. She envisioned subtitles and specific moments that required a slow-motion treatment. Nearby, a junior assistant holding a notebook raised her hand. Sister Yunze, what about the footage we just captured? There seems to be a bit of a contradiction between the esteemed Song Ingho and Xia Yurong, given their vastly different statuses. Yunze va fatea hunt dismissively. We're here for a romantic show. We should focus on capturing what needs to be filmed. As for the rest, she stroked her chin thoughtfully, arriving at a decision. It can be kept as a backup. Is it not curious that even someone as amiable as our Oscar-winning sister might have her detractors? Turning her gaze back to the screen, which still displayed the raw footage without any edits, Yunze felt as though she were gazing at a screen full of bubbles. It seemed that the elusive moon of the entertainment industry was finally within reach. True to the nature of a romantic variety show, after a day filled with filming, Su Yunze could distinctly sense a subtle shift in his dynamic with Song Jinha. Yet, he found himself a loss, unsure whether it was a product of the show's design or an authentic feeling of his own. As he closed his eyes that night, the memory of their exchanged glances and playful banter returned to him, leading him to experience one of the three great illusions of humanity. She likes me. Certain settings naturally exude a unique atmosphere, such as a bridal shop. Even two individuals meeting for an arranged marriage in such a place, adorned in exquisite wedding attire amidst layers of flowing white fabric and gentle lighting, would inevitably evoke a sense of sweetness. Lost in thought, Su Yunze rolled over, pulling a pillow over his head. With these musings swirling in his mind, he reminded himself that tomorrow they would need to strategize how to gain some advantages. The following day, both participants found themselves in a villa. The production team had assigned each couple their own private space, ensuring that their feelings would not be influenced by external factors. The two spent their daytime hours in a sunroom where sunlight streamed through 2-meter-tall glass walls, casting radiant beams upon the piano. As Su Yunze stepped inside, he was greeted by the shimmering surface of the piano, reflecting the light. "Can you play the piano?" he was asked. He shook his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes, gazing at the instrument as if it were an entirely new species. "No, it is my blind spot." Song Jinha chuckled lightly, opening the piano and pulling out a chair. "Then why don't you sit down, and I'll teach you how to play? It will be a novel experience." Su Yunze readily agreed, seating himself in the chair. Standing behind him, Song Jinha reached her hands around his ears, her fragrant presence enveloping him in a close embrace. As she guided him through the keys, explaining each note and the fundamental techniques, a flicker of amusement flashed in his eyes, hidden from her view. In truth, he could play the piano. "We'll start from here. This is do, re, mi, fa," she instructed, embodying the role of a diligent teacher, her smile gradually widening. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yunze was a national-level piano competitor, the vice president of the association, and an award winner. How could Song Jinha, who had been following him closely, not be aware of that? Later that evening, as Su Yunze and Song Jinha shared a movie and munched on the same bucket of popcorn, director Mu Yun'er unexpectedly entered, announcing, "We have some matters to attend to." The film had reached its end, and the credits were rolling when she arrived, indicating her impeccable timing. "Is it an inconvenience? What arrangements do you have in mind?" Su Junde inquit. The lights in the small room brightened, showcasing the production team's meticulous attention to detail as they had set up a private cinema for them, maximizing the experience. Mu Yun'er blinkte, remarking that her presence wasn't strictly necessary, but her curiosity compelled her to come. "First, I would like the female guest to accompany me. We need to record a segment regarding your feelings about this relationship." After Song Jinha departed, Su Yunze assumed he would not be involved in any further activities and began tidying up the room, only to be ushered away by another staff member. "A segment about your feelings and perspectives on this relationship?" Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, Mr. Su," the staff member confirmed as he led him down a dimly lit corridor, illuminated only by the faint twinkling of overhead star-like lights, as if entering a special realm. His mood shifted subtly. "Mr. Su, there's no need to be anxious. Think of it as an interview," the staff member suggested. "You may treat it as an internal monologue or a heart-to-heart conversation with a friend." He explained that each episode of Heartbeat Confession Day features unique segments, akin to hidden Easter eggs. Sometimes it involves a letter. Other times, the production team organizes a collective wedding for all couples at the end or provides wedding photo sessions. Listening to the staff member's explanation, Su Yunze nodded, understanding the appeal of Heartbeat Confession Day. There was undoubtedly a reason for its popularity. The director's innovative ideas were complemented by her genuine care for every participant in the show. Such a production should not be marred by an unforeseen incident. Su Yunze murmured softly to himself. "Pardon?" the staff member asked, having not caught his words. As they reached the end of the corridor, the staff member opened the door to a warmly lit room, flooding the hallway with a soft glow. "What did you say?" he queried once more. "Nothing," Su Yunze replied. The interview, or rather, the discussion began promptly. The interviewer who had brought him there was a young man who resembled a recent college graduate. His youthful face belied his earnest demeanor. Holding a pen and a small notebook, he asked, "How long have you known each other?" Having exchanged a few light conversations in the hallway, they were now somewhat familiar. Su Yunze candidly responded after a moment of contemplation. "We've actually known each other for a while, but our intimate relationship has only recently developed." "What is your attitude towards this relationship?" Su Yunze paused, gathering his thoughts. "When she approached me, I could hardly believe it, as if I had stumbled upon a pie falling from the sky. But whether such a pie truly falls is in the hands of fate. What I can do is seize the opportunity and grasp it firmly. With a bit of thought, I even agreed to Song Jinha's marriage proposal without hesitation. It was precisely because I could hardly believe it that Yunze intertwined his fingers, clasping them together, a habitual gesture when deep in contemplation. Thus, I often find myself hesitant to overthink. I can only ascertain that she harbors a modicum of interest in me, and little more. Having returned to this life, coupled with my past experiences, Yunze remains somewhat vigilant. He trusts Song Jinha, yet this caution arises instinctively. Until a definitive outcome is ascertained, his instincts caution him against hasty actions and excessive thoughts, urging him to afford her a measure of respect. Facing the camera, Yunze articulated his thoughts, his uncertainties, a tinge of trepidation, and the reverence he holds for Song Jinha. The essence of love lies in respect. I believe that exercising caution is not an undesirable trait. Obtaining a conclusive result holds paramount importance. Concluding his interview with this sentiment, Yunze noted that he and Song Jinha had begun cohabiting. Should he wish to take action, countless opportunities lay before him. Nevertheless, he must ponder the possibility that Song Jinha's interest in him is but slight. Ultimately, he trusts that those destined to be together will find their way, confident that their outcome will be favorable. The pressing question remains, does Song Jinha truly possess only a fleeting interest in him? Upon the interview's conclusion, the staff member, an earnest young man with clear eyes, couldn't help but reflect upon his notes. Why couldn't he experience such melancholy? After all, she was an esteemed actress, the cherished dream of many. Even the slightest hint of interest would be enough to make him wake up smiling from his dreams. Lastly, he pondered a secret known only to the production team. The morning scene felt like a recent memory, the scent of orchids still lingering. He chuckled, remarking, "She has no idea I play the piano. What will her reaction be when the show airs?" Meanwhile, the interview was simultaneously unfolding for director Yunze and Song Jinha. How do you perceive our relationship? When the topic of love arose, Song Jinha's usual aura seemed to fade. She subconsciously clutched the armrests of her chair, torn between distress and sweetness. I feel more than mere affection for him. Her candidness astonished Yunze, who maintained her professional demeanor, widening her eyes slightly without interrupting Song Jinha. However, Song Jinha remained lost in her own world, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly, evoking a desire to soothe her anxiety. Did you know he had someone he adored deeply? How deep was that affection? Perhaps it consumed his entire youth. A glance that would shape a lifetime. Although Song Jinha did not experience such extremes, the moment she first laid eyes on the boy at the entrance of the Huaching Film Academy, he had entered her heart. She witnessed his unwavering admiration for Xia Yurong, undeterred by rumors or setbacks. He was steadfast in his affections. That individual had cherished her for nearly a decade. How many decades does one have in a lifetime? Shaking her head, Song Jinha gazed at the ceiling, blinking a few times to regain her composure. Thus, even now, she remained uncertain of his feelings towards her. All she could do was suppress her doubts, continuously appearing before him to remind him of her presence, employing every means at her disposal. With a radiant smile directed at the camera, all traces of negativity vanished. She lifted her chin slightly, akin to a proud swan. Ultimately, those who take the initiative possess everything. It was precisely due to her proactive stance that she and Yunze had reached their current stage. Compared to the past, when she could only admire him from afar, her circumstances had improved significantly. I have recently sensed that he harbors a slight interest in me, Song Jinha expressed, choosing her words with care. The bouquet of red roses, the perfume, the carefully hidden bracelet surprise, and his efforts to take her ring shopping. Perhaps this interest was not as minimal as she suggested. Just await my good news, she declared. Those fated to be together would overcome any obstacle. They were already together, and evidence of their bond was tangible. As the interview concluded, Yunze's eyes sparkled with delight. Just a hint of interest? She inquired, having eagerly awaited this day to glean the gossip she craved. Jinha, I heard you've already obtained your certificate. Song Jinha refrained from a direct answer, instead winking playfully. When there's a celebratory feast, I'll be sure to invite you, director. That day isn't too far off. My heavens. The implication of no denial suggests acknowledgement. Mu Yun's heart fluttered with excitement, relishing the delicious tidbits of information. Almost forgetting her final question, she ventured, lastly, a secret from the production team that he is unaware of? After a moment of contemplation, a smile illuminated Song Jinha's face. I know he plays the piano, but he doesn't know that I know. Mu Yune guspit, my heavens. Transporting the esteemed actress back to her romantic haven, she wore a blissful smile, preparing to savor the delightful revelations she had just absorbed. Upon returning to their rendezvous point, only the two of them remained. Su Yunze inquired, "What did you say during the interview?" Chapter 64. I want to hear it from your lips. Could Su Yunze experience moments of impatience as well? Song Jinha found this notion intriguing, blinking and placing her finger to her lips. This is a surprise, revealing it would spoil the excitement. What sort of person was Song Jinha? She mused that perhaps those questions had answers now. Do you wish to know right now? If you desire it. The finger resting on her lips gently tapped before withdrawing, suggesting she had said everything yet nothing at all. Su Yunze grasped her lowered hand. Of course, I wish to know, but I want to hear it from your lips. The anticipated kiss, however, did not occur, for the production team had finally interrupted the atmosphere. The earnest young man knocked on the door, delivering their identity cards for the third day. After completing his task, he belatedly realized, did I disturb you? Should I leave? Even he, a lifelong singleton, could sense that something was amiss. He wondered if his cousin would dock his pay for this disruption. Su Yunze and Song Jinha waved him off. Su Yunze understanding, you may leave, since you're here. Don't forget to close the door. The young man responded, oh, was love indeed fleeting? Hadn't they been enjoying their conversation splendidly just moments ago? Silently closing the door, he vanished from their sight. Curious about the identity card for tomorrow, Su Yunze opened the card to find that his character was a concealed superstar shopping incognito, while the female guestess role was that of a starstruck girl encountering her idol. The two exchanged glances. Su Yunze remarked, me? A superstar? Song Jinha replied, me? A starstruck girl? Is our identity reversed? Yet, there was an unexpected charm in this role reversal. Song Jinha teased softly, well then, I entrust you with my care tomorrow. Superstar. Su Yunze coughed lightly, of course. However, before that, he needed to ascertain one thing. Is Li Yunhao's event tomorrow indoors or outdoors? He awoke at the break of dawn, waiting outside for Li Yunhao. The production team mandated that male guests wear masks for the first 3 days. But since it was still early and filming had yet to commence, he was unmasked. Hey, what are you doing, brother? Li Yunfo, startled after just waking up and stepping outside for some fresh air, was abruptly pulled away by Su Yunze. He clutched his chest. I have a girlfriend. Su Yunze held back the urge to roll his eyes. I have a wife, you know. The reason I called you out is to ask something. Is your activity today indoors or outdoors? Upon hearing the question, Li Yunhao snapped to attention. He unfolded his arms and stretched luxuriously. It must be said that Li Yunhao's dedication to fitness had endowed him with a well-defined chest. As he stretched, he was indeed quite captivating, which explained his heightened sense of awareness. Su Yunze's keen eyes noticed what seemed to be a red mark beneath Li Yunhao's loose athletic tank top, plunging him into silence. You just asked about our activity today, right? Li Yunhao, holding a favorable impression of Su Yunze, pondered briefly before responding. Today we are students in a campus romance scenario. I am a senior, and she is the junior. He continued, it's surprisingly fitting. My own relationship with Chun Qinghe began in a similar setting. Our dream was to transition from campus to wedding, and I find myself rather looking forward to this theme. It's nostalgic. As soon as Chun Qinghe was mentioned, Li Yunhao seemed to have an endless stream of thoughts. His eyes sparkled, revealing the depth of his affection for his beloved. With the dawn barely breaking, he gazed into the distance where day met night, unable to discern whether it was dawn or lingering darkness. When one yearns fervently for something, is the next step towards an abyss. I discreetly inquired with the director. Li Yunhao shared, and on the final day, there will be a surprise prepared for us. Do you know what it is? A wedding dress. Oh my heavens! I have dreamed of seeing my fierce dragon in a wedding gown. The more he spoke, the more vividly the superstar Li Yunhao emerged from Su Yunze's memories. The desolate visage, the lost light in his eyes, and the scattered bottles from their drunken escapades haunted him. He cradled his head, whispering incoherently. What did he say? Su Yunze couldn't help but lean closer. He said, Chun Qinghe, I truly wish to see you in a wedding dress. Why are you silent? As memories faded and time rewound, Li Yunhao waved his hand in front of Su Yunze, puzzled. Is my tale truly so enchanting? Brother, have you been entranced by it? Li Yunhao successfully convinced himself, raising his fist in excitement. Truly amazing. I'll share this with Chun Qinghe. Su Yunze interjected. No need for that. What are you two discussing? Just then, a feminine voice rang out from the entrance of the villa. Xia Yurong emerged in her indoor slippers, her expression shifting sharply upon recognizing the two. Su Yunze, what are you doing here? It was just past 6 o'clock. In Rosetown, dawn broke late, and it was still dimly lit. Xia Yurong, unable to sleep due to her racing thoughts, had ventured to the bathroom when she faintly heard voices outside, somewhat familiar, prompting her to investigate. To her astonishment, she found Su Yunze. How could he possibly be at the filming location of a dating show? Was he here to see Song Jina? Upon noticing who he was speaking with, Xia Yurong immediately dismissed that notion. Li Yunfo, her own admirer. What business could Su Yunze have conversing with him? The thought that Su Yunze might have come because of her stirred a pang of jealousy within her. Were they discussing her? Regarding Su Yunze's feelings, she felt uncertain, especially since he had changed so much since she had rejected his confession. Is what you were discussing related to me? She blurted, asking without hesitation. Chapter 65. Will Su Yunze be abandoned? Su Yunze had yet to react when Li Yunhao was already filled with questions. Did he know this young lady? Was the subject of their discussion his beloved? With a myriad of unspoken doubts swirling in his mind, Li Yunhao, ever the polite gentleman, remained unaware of Xia Yurong's motives for her inquiry. No, I was just chatting with Su about my significant other. Xia Yurong blinked in surprise. Your significant other? The dating show partner? So that makes me the stand-in. She felt compelled to inquire further, but as dawn gradually brightened, the production crew began to stir. Hey, male guests, remember to wear your masks in front of the female guests. A sleepy young man mumbled. Xia Yurong waved her hand dismissively and returned to the villa, her spirits lifted. After encountering Li Yunhao, she realized the abundance of advantages she possessed. Her previous life in the limelight had been smooth, aided by many benefactors. Now, having been reborn with memories of the next decade, she was determined to traverse the same path once more. Surely, she would not falter this time. Her confidence swelled, and she stood taller. When greeted by female guests recording the show, she chose to ignore them. Meanwhile, Chun Qinghe, who had been restless and searching for someone, rubbed her eyes in confusion at the distant figure. Did I offend her in some way? She wondered. Oh, whatever, where's my little Li? She found no trace of him in his room. Meanwhile, Su Yunze and Li Yunhao remained at the same spot, with the female guest gone. The male assistant nodded at them before returning to his slumber. This guy is so dedicated, it's almost pitiful, Li Yunhao quipped. Reflecting on the peculiar Xia Yurong, he cautiously posed a question about that female guest earlier. Li Yunhao was quite adept at reading the room, thanks to his daily interactions with the fiery dragon from Sichuan. He noticed that while Xia Yurong's inquiry seemed directed at both of them, her gaze lingered predominantly on Su Yunze, revealing her surprise. They know each other. Li Yunfo concluda decisively. If she says something strange in your presence, just ignore it. Su Yunze shrugged his shoulders, lightly tapping his forehead with his right index finger, as if to say, you know what I mean. Is there something wrong with my mind? It certainly doesn't appear so. Li Yunhao silently committed this observation to memory, eager to share it later with the gossip-loving Chun Qinghe. As he turned his gaze, he was greeted by the sight of someone stumbling out of the villa, and his eyes sparkled as he waved. Chun Qinghe. With that, he bid farewell to Su Yunze and quickly jogged over. It's a bit chilly this morning. Why are you dressed so lightly? Come on, let us head back and get you something warmer. His voice faded into the distance, gradually disappearing from Su Yunze's hearing. Su Yunze remained in his spot, a smile slowly curving at the corners of his mouth, one he was unaware he was wearing. Today's activities for Li Yunhao were still not considered outdoor events, which allowed him to relax momentarily and begin his schedule. The the star experience card for a day. As a celebrity, what would he do when encountering someone who made his heart flutter, especially if that person happened to be a fan? The answer: to host a personal exclusive concert for her. By the lavender fields of Rosetown, Yunze set up simple equipment, including a microphone and a small speaker. Song Jinha followed closely beside him. The two had moved past the stage of coincidental encounters and the revelation of identities, and the atmosphere now bore a hint of ambiguity. Song Jinha regarded Yunze with eyes that sparkled with admiration, reminiscent of a starry-eyed girl infatuated with her idol. As Yunze adjusted the equipment, he thought to himself, "Indeed, she is an actress. With his concert scheduled for tomorrow, would it be troublesome to sing just for me?" Song Jinha, who typically embodied a somewhat aloof older sister persona, uttered the word brother today, causing Yunze his ears to flush with warmth. He scratched his ear and replied, "Not at all. You are a special presence to me." In the days leading up to the recording of the variety show, he enjoyed his time with Song Jinha during the day, while also diligently updating his writing at night. Once finished, Yunze couldn't help but daydream. As the sun gradually ascended, coupled with the busyness of the day, beads of sweat formed on his brow, only to be gently wiped away by someone else's tissue. Song Jinha felt a stir in her heart. Yunze's earlier words did not seem to be mere jest. Just then, their eyes met. "Senior, are you here on a mission? Our roles today would actually suit the lavender fields perfectly. Would you mind if I took some photos here?" Xia Yurong and Xia Yurong made their entrance, both adorned in straw hats, perfectly embodying a pastoral vibe, with Xia Yurong cradling a large camera in his arms, while Xia Yurong leaned affectionately against him. Song Jinha raised an eyebrow, her tone nonchalant. "As you wish, as long as you don't feel awkward." What could possibly be awkward? Xia Yurong thought dismissively. Surely she doesn't think she can steal the limelight? She calculated that Song Jinha's side had one more camera than any other group. The director truly showed favoritism. Yet, she maintained her composure, wearing her trademark innocent smile. As long as the senior doesn't mind. Approaching the flower field, she softened her voice. "Photographer, I beg you." After observing that Yunze was not present, she casually asked Song Jinha, "Senior, did you see Yunze?" The two, adjusting the equipment, paused momentarily. Song Jinha extended her arm, drawing Yunze closer, and lightly replied, "I did see him." Not only did she see him, but she had also ensnared him. "I saw him this morning as well. Was he here to look for you? But you already have a male guest, so how could you still be interested in him?" A hint of condescension slipped from Xia Yurong's lips. However, upon noticing the lack of response, she redirected her attention to the small violin the two were tuning. "This brother is quite impressive. He even plays the violin?" Yunze certainly did not. Yunze and Song Jinha exchanged glances, aware of Yunze's identity. Xia Yurong lowered his head in silence, pretending to wipe the lens. With so many cameras around, it was not wise to speak too much. Xia Yurong's thoughts, however, diverged. She relentlessly elevated the status of Song Jinha's male guest, seemingly attempting to diminish her affection for Yunze through comparison. Yet, the more she spoke, the more she sensed an undeniable shift in their atmosphere. It appeared their bond had deepened. Was her persuasion effective? Would Yunze be cast aside? Such thoughts lingered until evening, after dinner and watching a fireworks display, when the director's team announced, "The male guests may now remove their masks." Xia Yurong's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Song Jinha. She yearned to discover who Song Jinha's male guest was. Upon recognizing the figure, her pupils constricted, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? How could be Yunze?" Song Jinha actually brought Yunze onto the show. Chapter 66. Will we become best friends? Song Jinha actually brought Yunze onto the show. Xia Yurong's mind was a blank slate. How could this be? As if sensing her gaze, Song Jinha leaned in closer to Yunze, planting a kiss on his cheek, then arching an eyebrow and throwing her an ambiguous look, just as she had over the past 3 days. Xia Yurong was utterly stunned. Today, she had witnessed Song Jinha's intimate contact with her male guest and felt a twinge of joy. Delighted at their rapid progression, she had planned to ensure Yunze's departure upon returning. She had sensed something odd, such as the familiarity of that male guest, but she dismissed it as mere illusion. She thought that after seeing Su Yunze that morning, she wouldn't see him again, believing he had left. Yet, it turned out that Su Yunze was the male guest. What did that make her incessant praise of him throughout the day? A fool? Excuse me, miss, is there something wrong? A clear-eyed male student could not recall Xia Yurong's name, so he addressed her directly, his expression serious as he scrutinized her sudden outburst. I believe my actions have followed the proper protocol. Xia Yurong felt utterly humiliated. And no, it's nothing. She sat down, clutching the hem of her dress and forcing a smile. I was merely surprised that the senior's guest is so handsome. Is that all? Song Jinha toyed with Su Yunze's collar, her fingers deftly twisting the fabric. Is your own male guest not handsome? Xia Yurong was momentarily speechless. The tension in the air was palpable. Many were astonished, glancing from Song Jinha to Xia Yurong. The beautiful and talented actress was known for her kindness. In this situation, it was undoubtedly the female guest's fault. Eventually, director Mu Yun'er stepped in to mediate. Everyone has been filming all day and must be tired. Let us wrap it up for the night and head home to rest. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Mu Yun'er let out a sigh of relief, raising her hand to deliver a light smack to the person beside her. Host, what are you doing? The host immediately covered his head. What is the matter? Is this how you conduct your internship? What is wrong with this approach? I find no fault in what Sister Song has said. Mu Yun'er interjected. Is this a matter of right or wrong? She gritted her teeth and forced out a few words. Deductions. The next day marked the usual indoor interaction segment. Su Yunze and Song Jinha sat together, engrossed in their reading, exchanging interpretations. To their astonishment, their insights overlapped significantly. Furthermore, Song Jinha extracted a novel titled The Station of Yesterday from the bookshelf, her expression laced with meaning. I greatly admire the works of this author. The prose is exquisite, and the emotions are sincere. She must be as gentle as her writings. I've heard the author is a girl. Initially flattered by the praise, Su Yunze felt a twinge of embarrassment mixed with awkwardness. However, upon hearing the latter part, he was taken aback. Who claimed the author is a girl? Where did that come from? Song Jinha continued, flipping through the pages, her delicate fingers circling the author's name. Tell me, if I were to meet the author, might we become best friends? Best friends? Su Yunze gritted his teeth. Impossible. How could he possibly be best friends with his own wife? Oh, you are so certain? She teased, lightly tapping his hand. He suddenly felt a jolt, as if Song Jinha had uncovered something. Was it merely his imagination? Soon, the fifth day arrived. As the final day of role-playing, the director presented a different card. An alternative version of forced love? Su Yunze glanced at the character in Li Runhao's hands. A coal magnate and a coal mining girl from a destitute background? Just from the character description, he could instantly conjure a complete narrative of forced love, albeit in a mining setting. Li Runhao and Chen Xinghe appeared somewhat surprised, exchanging glances that hinted at a mix of excitement and shyness, perhaps pondering their own interpretations. Today was a pivotal moment. Even as he longed for a world of two, Su Yunze had to set aside the pretty boy actor and the financial backer sister. He adjusted his glasses. Director, are we truly going to the coal mine today? Is there really a mine in Rosetown? Su Yunze harbored doubts, recalling that the incident involving Chen Xinghe had occurred on this very day, at this so-called mine. He had met Li Runhao years later, when Chen Xinghe's tragedy had already become a foregone conclusion. Yet, it was impossible for the two of them to continuously participate in a dating show. Mu Yun'er poked her head out from behind the camera, nodding. There is indeed a coal mine, but it's not real, just a set designed for filming, which our production team has secured. Has safety been confirmed? Mu Yun'er hesitated at Su Yunze's question, checking her phone for information once more. It was the first time a guest had expressed concern over the set. The question stirred an instinctive sense of foreboding within her. After reviewing the information, the slight furrow in her brow relaxed as she nodded in assurance. The maintenance of the set is regularly checked by staff. We inspected it last night as well. Rest assured, there are no issues. It was merely a deliberately constructed false coal mine, Mu Yun'er thought, but expressing that might come off as confrontational. As the director, she refrained from saying it. Su Yunze nodded, his inquiry also tinged with caution. Will there be another inspection before we shoot? Yes, reste assured, Mu Yunze replied. The continuous questions alerted Song Jinha to something amiss. She discreetly grasped Su Yunze's hand and quietly inquired, "What is wrong?" "A dream." Su Yunze had already prepared his words. He squeezed her hand back, reassuringly saying, "It's nothing." With that, he tossed the card onto the table. "We both have a bit of interest in the coal veins. Might we accompany them?" It seemed improbable for the production team to change locations, Su Yunze thought, deciding to follow along and pay close attention. Xia Yurong had long harbored disdain for Su Yunze and could no longer contain herself. If you wish to seize the spotlight and change the narrative, why not try a different approach? What interest do you have in the coal veins? Do you think the production team lacks your expertise? Or do you believe that merely visiting the coal mine could lead to unforeseen events? Absolument impossible. Every time she saw Su Yunze, the foolishness of his earlier actions replayed in her mind, making her feel increasingly like a clown. It was all Su Yunze's fault. Why couldn't the financial backer behave herself and stay put instead of wandering aimlessly? Before Su Yunze could respond, Song Jinha pulled him behind her, her brows arching slightly. "With me around, will Su Yunze lack for attention and topics?" Xia Yurong thought to herself, what is it about Song Jinha that has captured Su Yunze's attention? She couldn't quite articulate her feelings, but often found herself uncomfortable at the thought of rejecting Su Yunze's confession or the possibility that he might not harbor affection for her. Witnessing others protect him stirred a sour sensation within her heart. After all, in her past life, Su Yunze had been hers. Was it possessiveness at play? Xia Yurong took a deep breath, suppressing the unusual emotions within her chest. She could not choose Su Yunze again in this life. He was useless, merely a pretty face and emotional value. Could he truly help her become an award-winning actress? She had returned to this life to make choices advantageous to herself. Xia Yurong mused, if she truly couldn't take part with Su Yunze, once she became an award-winning actress, she could lower her head and have a serious conversation with him. He would understand and return to her, wouldn't he? After all, he lacked the memories of his past life, and they shared a decade of feelings in this one. Hearing a comment that turned Xia Yurong's head away, Song Jinha subtly lifted her chin, letting out a soft huff. The gesture was so slight that only Su Yunze beside her noticed. Unable to resist, Su Yunze gently squeezed her hand. In that public setting, it felt as if Song Jinha belonged solely to him, a delightful secret. With the flames of conflict extinguished, Mu Yunze, who had been keeping her head down like an ostrich, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She dared not speak, utterly afraid to say anything. After all, she was their goddess, the esteemed award-winning sister. The goddess was furious. How could she, a mere director, dare to meddle? Xia Yurong's incessant chatter was intolerable. Did her status truly match her temperament? Had she known, she wouldn't have handed her the script. Regret washed over her once more as Mu Yunze conceded to Su Yunze's suggestion. "All right, you may also go to the mine." Afterward, she looked at Xia Yurong and the others. "Is there anyone else interested in the coal mine? Would you like to take a look, Miss Xia?" The others shook their heads in unison. Wouldn't it be better to find a nice place for a date? Why go to a mine? That would only create unnecessary distractions. Xia Yurong forced a smile for the camera, shaking her head in refusal. The journey to the mine transformed from a duo to a group of 6, now including Su Yunze and Song Jinha, as well as the concerned director Mu Yunze and a burly crew member she had pulled along. The path was easy to navigate. Mu Yunze and the robust man trailed 2 meters behind, providing explanations. The initial plan was to hand over a map to Li Runhao and his companion, allowing them to navigate independently. The map had indeed been given, along with business cards. Observing Su Yunze studying the map intently, Song Jinha felt a sudden wave of inexplicable anxiety, akin to the sensation of being scrutinized by a superior. How absurd! Wasn't she the leader herself? Unaware of her inner turmoil, Su Yunze continued to examine the map. The mine was located behind Rose Town, nestled against a modest hill. The path was composed of stones and pebbles, making it relatively easy to traverse. He remained vigilant for any potential dangers along the way. However, the journey proceeded without incident. Yet, as they approached a steeper area, Li Runhao's pace began to slow. His complexion paled slightly as he murmured, "Take it slow." Chun Xinghe, supporting him, teased, "What's this? The esteemed coal magnate is afraid of heights?" Li Runhao narrowed his eyes into a slit. "I had no idea this mine was on a hill. Alas, perhaps I have too many mines under my purview." Laughter erupted among the group. What should have been a 15-minute walk stretched into nearly 30 minutes. As they reached the destination and gazed down, Li Runhao exclaimed, "My goodness! If I have to return, it will take me 40 or 50 minutes." Su Yunze suddenly fell silent, inquiring, "Under what circumstances could you complete it in 10 minutes? Li Runhao gasped in shock, covering his mouth. "Goodness, are you serious? I can barely stand, let alone finish in 10 minutes. After saying this, he shifted his gaze and playfully lifted Chun Xinghe's chin. But if there were a clumsy coal mining maiden waiting for the coal boss below, perhaps he could sprint the entire distance in 10 minutes. Chun Xinghe feigned shyness. How rude. The drone cameras hovering around dutifully captured this moment. Between their shared glances, the affection between them was unmistakable. Feeling Song Jinhe's hand twitch slightly in his grasp, Su Yunze tightened his hold. They soon arrived at the mine, marked by a diminutive mushroom-shaped sign that read Rose Mine, adorned with whimsical decorations that exuded charm. After Li Runhao's bout of acrophobia, Chun Xinghe, who had been leading the way, was about to step into the mine when Su Yunze halted her with an outstretched hand. He firmly stopped her, glancing back at Mu Yun'er, his determination evident. "Director, you mentioned there would be a check before filming." Mu Yun'er paused, momentarily taken aback, but said nothing, instead making a phone call. Shortly after, a staff member wearing a hard hat arrived, yawning, as if he had not rested well. Upon entering the mine, he grumbled, "Didn't we just inspect this? I accidentally stayed up late talking to my wife and kids last night." After about 10 minutes, he emerged, the fatigue gone, replaced by a serious demeanor as he reported, "Everything is fine. Rest assured, this isn't a real mine. It's merely a set for filming." Mu Yun'er exhaled in relief, smiling at Su Yunze. "Are you reassured now?" Su Yunze remained silent, noting Chun Xinghe pulling Li Runhao toward the entrance. He stepped forward to adjust their positions, moving Chun Xinghe to the front and placing Li Runhao slightly ahead. Su Yunze positioned himself close behind Li Runhao, within arm's reach. Song Jinhe walked beside him. "Let us go." The sturdy man had begun to show signs of impatience. Su Yunze snapped his fingers, and the group entered the mine. The authenticity of the set was undeniable. The illuminated caverns showcased exquisite minerals. As they ventured deeper into the mine, the atmosphere lightened, with casual chatter emerging among them. "This place isn't half bad. Just imagine if it were just the two of us playing the roles of a coal boss and a coal mining maiden. Are you suggesting there are too many third wheels? Or that Brother Su is meddling?" Chun Xinghe quickly refuted, "Not at all. Mr. Su is clearly not that kind of person. He must have his reasons." Her tone was naturally cheerful, unintentional in its attempts to smooth over the moment. With more people around, the visit to the mine transformed into a mere tour, and they decided to turn back. Li Runhao stretched, inadvertently pressing against something on the cave wall, which suddenly caused the entire mine to tremble. Tiny stones began to fall. The group froze. At that moment, a large rock plummeted from above. Li Runhao had yet to react when he looked up, only to feel a hand tugging forcefully at his clothing from behind. The fabric tore violently, causing him to stumble several steps back, gasping for breath. Before him, a massive rock had entirely blocked the passage deeper into the mine. Glancing sideways, Chun Xinghe instinctively reached out to pull him, but her hand lingered in midair. Unable to grasp him, his mind raced with dread as he realized the gravity of the situation. If Chun Xinghe had been in front of him, "Let us not waste time. This place isn't safe. We should exit immediately," Su Yunze interjected, halting their impending conversation. The group hastily exited the mine. Mu Yun'er, Shekten, patted her chest, her wide eyes involuntarily seeking Su Yunze's gaze. As they made their way out, the mine continued to tremble, with small stones cascading down. The earlier incident weighed heavily on their minds. That sizable rock, had it fallen, could have caused injuries. The sound of muffled sobs filled the air as Chun Xinghe's tears streamed down her face. "It almost hit you." The moment she spoke, her thoughts turned to Su Yunze. Had he not whimsically adjusted their positions, Li Runhao would have been struck And what about her, standing a bit ahead? The terrifying brush with death left her unnerved. She wanted to express her gratitude to Su Yunze, but her voice caught in her throat, rendering her speechless. Could it be that it was not just almost? Su Yunze interrupted their murmurs, his gaze landing on Li Runhao's arm, which bore a cut from the falling debris. Upon exiting, Mu Yuna noticed that not only Li Runhao, but also Chen Qinghe and others bore various minor injuries, appearing quite disheveled. As the director, she realized the responsibility of overseeing the unexpected events of the program and immediately composed herself to make a phone call. Soon, rescue personnel arrived, led by the earlier inspector. He gazed at the injured individuals, disbelief washing over him. How was it that he had emerged unscathed while they had suffered such misfortune upon entering? The crowd descended the mountain, and throughout the journey, Song Jinhe held on Su Yunze's hand tightly, her lips pressed together in a thin line. Her anxiety was palpable, though she uttered not a single word. The wounds had been merely bandaged on the mountain, and upon descent, a thorough examination by the doctor led to a definitive conclusion, several fractures necessitating a period of convalescence. Astonished, she exclaimed, "Aren't you in pain?" Li Runhao displayed no sign of discomfort, his right hand firmly clutching Chen Qinghe's, as if fearing that if he released her, she would vanish from his grasp. The sensation of pain surged through him belatedly, and he managed a strained smile. His gaze seemed distant, and he confessed, "Believe it or not, I felt as though I had lost Chen Qinghe just moments ago." It was reminiscent of a hallucination, or perhaps fragmented memories flashing before his eyes. He recalled only he and Chen Qinghe had entered the cave, then he pressed against the cave wall, and the mind collapsed. In a critical moment, Chen Qinghe had pushed him out, while she remained trapped within forever. Time seemed to blur, as if 7 or 8 years had passed, and in his world, the name Chen Qinghe had ceased to exist. Yet, as he blinked, those visions quickly dissipated, sunlight streaming down upon him, and he realized that he still held Chen Qinghe close. "Sakai, thank you." A moment of reflection led him to understand that without Su Yunze, their expedition might have ended in tragedy. He couldn't help but repeat the words he had uttered countless times along the way. Enough with the gratitude. Friends shouldn't be so formal. Su Yunze shook his head. Feigning nonchalance, he remarked, "I merely had a sudden inspiration and tugged you a bit, nothing more." Li Runhao was a person deeply attuned to emotions, and Su Yunze wished to spare him from bearing too heavy a burden. Given this opportunity, he too deserved to embark on a renewed chapter in life. "You rascal," Su Yunze chuckled. "I was merely concerned you might owe me that drink." This diversion lightened the atmosphere considerably, and the crowd gradually relaxed. Director Mu Yuna observed Su Yunze with a complex expression, fully aware of his contributions. Had they not followed, had Su Yunze not intervened, it would have been just the young couple, Li Runhao and Chen Qinghe, entering the cave with no means of contact should an emergency arise. Oh, was facing des circonstances. Contemplating these potential outcomes made her heart sink further. Should a tragedy occur during the filming of a variety show, no amount of acclaim or dedicated fans could salvage the project. Not only would her years of effort be in vain, but she would also bear the weight of responsibility. "Mr. Su, thank you." Mu Yuna bowed her head earnestly. Su Yunze waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a bad dream I had last night, nothing more." "There is no need for such formality, Director." "Indeed, nothing happened," Mu Yuna murmured, "and it's truly fortunate that nothing transpired." With Li Runhao's fractures and the incident at hand, the group's emotions were understandably tense. Thus, Mu Yuna decided to announce the conclusion of the program's filming. Fortunately, there had been ample footage captured in the preceding days for editing. Though it was regrettable that the surprise prepared for the guests on the final day, a wedding gown, would go unutilized. After disbanding, they prepared to tidy themselves up and depart from the production team. As Su Yunze made his way back to his room, he suddenly noticed that the hem of his shirt was tightly grasped by Song Jinhe. Was she frightened? Su Yunze thought, attempting to reassure her, "It's all right. It was just an accident." Song Jinhe pressed her lips together. The scene from the morning, where Su Yunze had repeatedly intervened, felt far beyond mere dreams. It was a certain conviction regarding the future. She had also observed how he positioned himself, instinctively pulling Li Runhao back in the nick of time. She saw it all clearly. This was not mere quick reflexes, it was preparation. Furthermore, there was Su Yunze's transformation from a month prior, as though he had become a different person, particularly in his demeanor towards Xia Yurong. Song Jinha recalled a recent work she had seen yesterday at the station, where the protagonist, due to a pocket watch, could unexpectedly travel back to a train station from a decade ago. Did such occurrences happen in reality? Song Jinha's lips moved slightly. She said nothing, nor did she inquire about the nature of the dream from the previous night. Instead, she gently and tenderly adjusted Su Yunze's collar. "I'm glad you're safe," she said softly. "Please don't take such risks again, all right?" All she needed was the assurance that the person she held dear was Su Yunze. Chapter 68. Would you like to join my company? Xia Yurong was taken aback when she learned of the filming's abrupt cessation. The straw hat in her hand fell to the ground with a dull thud. How could the shooting stop so suddenly? After clarifying the circumstances, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Had Li Runhao encountered an accident? In her previous life, she hadn't known much about Li Runhao, as her focus had solely been on reaping the benefits of his presence. She had been quite busy, with little time to worry about such matters. As for the production team, she had no recollection of them from her past life. They likely faded away due to a lack of creativity. She dismissed the incident from her mind, contemplating whether she should send Li Runhao some fruit as a token of her concern. After all, he was her admirer, and receiving a gift from a goddess would surely delight him. She believed this could be a stepping stone toward achieving stardom, and thus, it needed to be maintained. The abrupt end to filming meant that Xia Yurong might miss out on some valuable screen time. Xia Yong picked up the fallen straw hat, his expression one of regret, though it was unclear whether it was for Xia Yurong or himself. Xia Yurong snapped back to reality, feeling no sense of loss. There should be sufficient footage already. It was not a concern. As for screen time and exposure, wasn't Xia Yong there to arrange it? In her previous life, she had never lacked for visibility, all thanks to Xia Yang's presence. With this thought in mind, she regarded Xia Yong with a newfound appreciation. She considered that since he was present, it might be best not to visit Li Runhao. Reflecting on her past life as progress, she recalled a well-known production team that was conducting auditions in a unique manner, evaluating solely based on acting skills, regardless of experience. Anyone passing by could qualify for an audition for the leading female role. She had participated in that process previously. Su Yunze and Song Jinha had gathered their belongings and were preparing to leave the production team. Before departing, they decided to check in on Li Runhao one last time. Li Runhao's arm was encased in a cast, and upon seeing them approach, he struggled to rise. "Sakai." Su Yunze quickly halted his movements. "Stay still for now." Observing his casted arm, Su Yunze pondered for a moment. "I hope this won't affect your aspirations of becoming a singer. Performing on stage isn't just about singing. Sometimes you need to move as well." Li Runhao was momentarily taken aback. He scratched his head with his uninjured left hand and said, "Zegu, are you mistaken? I am not a singer." Su Yunze deeply, mama. Li Runhao continued, "Qinghe possesses a greater talent for singing. I have no interest in it. My aspiration lies in becoming an actor." After a brief silence, as Li Runhao pondered whether his words had been amiss, Su Yunze lifted his head and asked, "Would you consider joining my company once you recover?" Su Yunze spoke earnestly. This was not a whimsical decision. He had works to showcase and visions for the future. Why not establish his own entertainment company? After all, he was already entrenched in this industry. Wouldn't it be wise to secure the actors destined for stardom under his banner? "Do you have your own company, Zega?" Li Runhao's eyes sparkled with interest. After a few exchanges, the young couple reached a consensus to seek refuge with Su Yunze once they regained their health. Contemplating the immense debt of gratitude he owed for being saved, Li Runhao resolved that even if Su Yunze's company were merely an insignificant venture, he would still join. After a few more words, Li Runhao suddenly remembered the question Su Yunze had posed at the outset. The doctor had said that if he rested well, the subsequent impacts would be minimal. Sunlight streamed into the hospital room, illuminating Li Runhao's broad smile. He declared, "Zegu, although I have a fracture, I can't shake the feeling that I have somehow gained." As he spoke, Li Runhao clung tightly to Chun Qinghe's hand. Chun Qinghe feigned a couple of futile attempts to free herself, but, deterred by the gaze of Su Yunze, ceased her struggles, her face flushing with embarrassment. Su Yunze chuckled softly before bidding farewell to the young couple and stepped out of the room. They had also arranged for transportation and would not linger in Rosetown for long. This time, they could depart together. Having finished packing, Song Jinhe waited beneath the banyan tree at the entrance. When she heard footsteps and turned around, the wind rustled her hair. She had no idea how long she had been waiting. Have you been waiting long? Su Yunze approached and took the luggage bag from her hands. Not for long, Song Jinhe replied. A thought crossed her mind. Was Su Yunze going to start a company? She wondered if his company would welcome the addition of an actress of her caliber. This question lingered in her mind until she returned to the office. It was afternoon, and the sun streamed through the half-open window, casting light on the busy figures hunched over their computers. Song, however, was not as perceptive. Upon receiving the news that Song Jinhe was returning, he could hardly contain his excitement. Eagerly helping her with her bag and massaging her shoulders, Song's eyes darted around. Isn't the variety show supposed to record for a week? Considering the preparation time, that's nearly 10 days. Why are you back so soon? The bond between Song Jinhe and Song was unmistakable. A mere glance conveyed the unspoken mischief brewing within. She shot him a sidelong glance before settling into her office chair, lazily reclining the backrest. Curious about Su Yunze? Song gasped, astounded that his thoughts had been so easily discerned. All right, if you want to know, the usual rules apply. Find out for yourself. Song Jinhe smiled. How do you know if what I say is the truth or merely what I want you to hear? Indeed, Song retreated, stealthily shrinking into a nearby corner. His actions a mystery. Only when glanced at from the side could one see the faint green glow of his phone screen reflecting on his face. At this moment, Song Jinhe realized she had exposed herself. After all, her actions had been rather conspicuous, impossible to conceal. The husband she had registered with was inquiring about the heartfelt film crew, and she had brought Su Yunze from the same crew onto a romantic variety show. Wasn't the answer written all over her face? Sighing, she thought. Yet a smile crept onto her lips. Why should she restrain herself? This development might, perhaps, be more comfortable for him than presenting him directly to her family. The office fell into silence. After a while, Song lifted his head, his expression transformed into one of professional seriousness. Weren't we discussing a special audition method for the upcoming project? Preparations are nearly complete. Chapter 69, Collision of Souls. After gradually shifting the company's focus to Huaqing, two significant initiatives were undertaken. The first was a novel audition approach. Rather than exclusively offering scripts to well-known actors, they would instead open the audition to the entire pool of actors. No attention would be paid to experience or reputation. Only talent and creativity mattered. Song Jinhe had devised several questions tailored to the script. As long as the actor's performance passed muster and their answers satisfied her, even a freshly graduated student could be cast as the lead actress. The announcement ignited considerable buzz within the industry. Many speculated that this was tantamount to charity. Why not reserve the best resources for those within their own company? Was casting so haphazard? Yet, nothing could sway Song Jinhe's resolve. She remained steadfast in her principles. Song Jinhe paused momentarily, reflecting on the plans devised half a year prior. Had it truly come to fruition so swiftly? Song, surprised, recalled how earnestly she had pursued this matter back then. Now, it seemed she was less invested. Sister, you're not having second thoughts, are you? In the long run, such an approach could indeed yield promising talents. Not all, Song Jinhe replied lazily. As per our plan, when do those two initiatives commence? The day after tomorrow? The second initiative involved spearheading a mutual assistance association among industry peers, facilitating resource sharing during this period. When Xia Yurong returned home, she discovered her apartment had been sealed. A conspicuous white notice was affixed to the walnut door, bearing a warning from the landlord, due to humanitarian concerns. The landlord will not be disposing of Miss Xia's belongings for the time being. However, please ensure that rent is paid within 1 week, and kindly remove the landlord's number from your blacklist. Excitedly, Xia Yurong accompanied by Xia Yurong and carrying luggage returned from the romantic variety show, was prepared to rest at home. Upon witnessing this scene, her lips twitched slightly. The distance from the elevator was not far, and curious neighbors observed the unfolding drama. Just days prior, the landlord had been incessantly knocking, nearly forcing the door open with a key. Xia Yurong's face flushed with embarrassment. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. Paying no mind to her neighbors, she tore down the notice and hurriedly pulled Xia Yurong into the apartment. Just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Xia Yurong ask, "Yurong, what is this?" Fuming, Xia Yurong crumpled the notice into a ball and hurled it to the floor. The paper rolled twice before she regained her composure and bent down to retrieve it, scrutinizing the string of numbers. Upon comparison, it was astonishing to discover that the call previously perceived as harassment was indeed from the landlord. So, it truly was the landlord. She fell into silence. Xia Yurong, discerning the situation, speculated that the landlord's visit coincided with the first day of the dating reality show. Su Yunze's refusal to pay rent and his confrontation with the landlord was likely due to having angered her. Xia Yurong couldn't help but feel a wave of amusement. He chose to ignore him for the moment. Xia Yurong quickly regained her composure, tossing aside the crumpled paper and recalled the tasks she needed to accomplish upon returning home. Could it be that the landlord had fortuitously discovered her return and sought her out? No, her career was paramount. It was precisely at this moment. Xia Yurong opened her calendar, merging her past memories with industry data, and finally pinpointed a date, the 11th. That is, the day after tomorrow. It marked the period when she secured her first leading role in her previous life. A production that seemed tailor-made for her, with an exceptional script and a lavish crew. When the show aired, it instantly ignited the spark she had just kindled, firmly establishing her flawless debut. She caressed the characters of Peach Blossom Curse on the screen, a television drama steeped in Eastern fantasy, depicting the love between a human and a demon. As she reminisced about the director's inquiries from her past life and her responses, she felt a surge of confidence. Her scenes in Legend of Chu Fei were nearly completed. The dating show was also in the editing phase. It was time to transition to a new project. Just as she made this decision, a knock echoed on the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback. It was the burly, formidable landlord. Those squinty eyes bore into her. "Finally caught you. It's you who isn't paid rent and blocked my number? Open your eyes and see whose house you are currently residing in." Xia Yurong. "So it's his house that has you all riled up, is it?" Su Yunze took 2 days to establish a company. When Director Lin first learned of the news, he tossed aside his fan. An unusual glimmer appeared in his eyes. "My contract with Suitsan Entertainment is about to expire. Where should I go after that?" Preparing to hire employees. Su Yunze naturally agreed without hesitation. However, now that his career was just taking off, he faced setbacks. Today, Huaqing hosted a mutual assistance exchange meeting aimed at aiding small companies and organizations in the industry, which could save Su Yunze considerable travel time. A company cannot solely consist of him, can it? The application form was submitted, and the 2 reviewers glanced at it before promptly returning it. "I say, you folks are quite well informed." The portly reviewer twisted open a bottle of mineral water. "This mutual assistance meeting was organized by my sister Song. How did the news spread so quickly? Let me see. A newly registered company?" After taking a sip of water, he advised, "Our sister Song would not favor your type, so don't harbor any misguided intentions." Su Yunze found it hard to suppress a laugh. He sat outside the service desk, his fingers resting firmly on the application form. "You misunderstand me. I genuinely wish to attend this mutual assistance meeting." The portly man appeared somewhat skeptical. They had encountered numerous individuals that morning, all making similar claims. Yet, seeing Su Yunze's earnest demeanor, he reluctantly accepted the application form once more. "Allow me to inquire. Please hold on a moment." Each of them, under the guise of the mutual assistance meeting, simply sought to get close to their boss, Song Jinha. Setting the application aside, he pretended to make a phone call. At that moment, Song Jinha was grappling with a perplexing issue, her hands resting on the table, astonished. "You say that during auditions, someone's insights closely resembled what I had previously mentioned in passing? Is the collision of souls so easily unearthed?" A flicker of interest sparked within Song Jinha. She placed her phone into her bag and exited with the person delivering the report, thus missing the new message that popped up on the screen. Boss Song. Another handsome fellow has come to submit an application, claiming he is earnest about entering this industry. In Peach Blossom Curse, I believe the male and female leads are in love. Their feelings run deeper than anyone else's. Under the spotlight, Xia Yurong spoke eloquently. In her hand, she held a fresh peach blossom, which she had deliberately brought from the flower shop she passed by. Contrary to what others claimed, the female lead did not harbor hatred born from love. What does love even signify? They are leaders of their respective factions, with countless lives in their hands. In comparison, personal feelings are trivial. As her words concluded, thunderous applause erupted. She bowed gracefully, unperturbed by the spotlight. The director, clapping vigorously from a distance, was filled with admiration and turned to speak to someone nearby. Thankfully, I adhered to Boss Song's suggestion. Nowadays, it's rare to find actors who can thoroughly comprehend their roles through a mere script. These words naturally reached Xia Yurong's ears. She bowed, and due to the angle, she did not yet notice the smile creeping at the corners of her mouth. Speaking of which, these insights in her previous life were primarily analyzed by Yunze for her. Yunze possessed a certain prowess in reading comprehension. Unfortunately, he could not utilize these abilities for himself. He could only enhance a resume. Miss Xia, please sit aside for a moment. The auditions must continue. The staff respectfully invited Xia Yurong aside. This question was personally crafted by our boss. She stated that any particularly outstanding answers must be reported to her. And now that the report has been made, she is on her way here. Xia Yurong nodded with a smile, following the same trajectory as her previous life. It seemed that this time, no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Preparing to once again reap the rewards of securing a leading role, Xia Yurong gracefully seated herself on a nearby chair, beginning to assess others' responses like a leader. Meanwhile, in Song Jinha's office, Song had taken advantage of her absence to lounge on the sofa, indulging in a 5v5 competitive game during office hours. Just as a critical moment unfolded, a call notification popped up on his phone, and in his moment of distraction, the screen blacked out. As Song was about to panic. Recognizing who the caller was doused him with a cold wave of calm, instantly quelling his excitement. After surveying his surroundings to confirm that Song Jinha was indeed absent, he stealthily answered the call. Hello, Grandma. Song's voice took on a tone of ingratiation. You're coming to find my brother-in-law? Almost there? All right. My sister is conveniently out at the moment. She has something to attend to. A conversation that dragged on for over 10 minutes ensued. Upon returning to the game, he found that his team's last tower was under siege. He watched expressionlessly as the tower exploded, signaling the end of the game, along with the affectionate farewell from his teammates in the bottom left corner of the screen. A dreadful game. Song decisively exited, stood up, and dusted himself off. Perhaps it was wiser to engage in the game of finding his brother-in-law, to share this joy with his esteemed sister. He had managed to control himself over the past 2 days, refraining from seeking out his brother-in-law after the completion of the dating reality show. Otherwise, the reunion with his grandmother proceeded smoothly. Song noticed that today, his grandmother wore an unusually abundant smile. This little girl is even participating in a dating show with someone? She surely has a lot on her mind. As Song Grandma spoke, the corners of her mouth nearly ascended to the heavens. It must be that my old eyes are still sharp, right? I told you that was my granddaughter's husband, yet you insisted otherwise. Song couldn't help but retract his head at her words. He ensured that Grandma fastened her seatbelt securely, then inserted a straw into the freshly bought milk tea, presenting it to her in an attempt to placate her and limit her exuberance. The development of events was indeed perplexing. He and Zegu had known each other for almost a month, and their interactions had been pleasant. Yet he had failed to realize that he was, in fact, the brother-in-law. Reflecting on his past remarks, Song couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Song Grandma, feeling triumphant, let out a couple of satisfied hums, accepting her grandson's offering and, in her magnanimity, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Where's your brother-in-law? Let me see him. Song pulled up an address from the chat page, one that Yunze had just sent. He is here. But why did this address seem somewhat familiar? Song had not engaged much with the Mutual Aid Association, and upon seeing the address, he merely felt a sense of déjà vu. The two eagerly made their way to the destination. Upon arrival, they heard a voice from within, decisive and full of conviction. "Give it up. Our boss Song could never like you." Song and Song Grandma looked up, realizing that the sign outside bore their family business's name. Exchanging glances in disbelief. "Who says he doesn't tea like who? Say it again?" Half an hour earlier, a voice called out, "Bro, the boss hasn't tea," replied to me. The plump one leaned in closer to the shorter figure, speaking in hushed tones. "Shall we wait a bit longer?" Soon, over 20 minutes passed, and he sent another message. Receiving a response, "Handle it as you see fit." They exchanged glances, confirming that the boss indeed did not seem to care much for this individual. With a sigh, the plump one feigned helplessness as he returned the application form to Yunze. "Buddy, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that since yesterday, too many people have come to apply with the same reasoning as yours." The plump one advised, "Just give it up. Our boss Song could never like you." Before Yunze could respond, a robust voice from outside rang out. "Say that again? What nonsense are you spouting? Who would tea like a boy like Yunze?" Both the plump and shorter figures were taken aback, looking up. An elderly lady strode in from the glare of the light, exuding confidence and authority. She slammed her hand on the table, demanding, "Say it again?" They were startled, exchanging knowing glances. Having worked for Song Jinha for a long time, they understood well the immense connection between their company, Misty Reflection, and the Song Group. And they recognized that the formidable figure before them was none other than the matriarch of the Song Group. The implication of her words deepened their astonishment. Yunze, however, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He was initially taken aback by Song Grandma's assertive demeanor. Moments prior, when Song had inquired about his location, he had sent an address, not expecting that Song would bring his grandmother along. "Grandma, this." Song Grandma raised her chin, her satisfaction with Yunze growing stronger. No wonder she had recognized him as her granddaughter's husband at first glance. She placed her right hand on Yunze's shoulder, saying, "Xiaoze, there's no need to belittle yourself. If I were to be young again, for 50 years younger, I would surely be attracted to a boy like you." Truly, a grandmother knows how to comfort. Concerned that Song Grandma might be reprimanded by the two seemingly stern staff members for disrupting their work, Yunze was about to speak when they quickly grasped the situation, eagerly collecting the application form and agreeing. "This lady is absolutely right. The young man is indeed outstanding. We were too narrow-minded to hold him back. Please don't take it to heart." With that, they promptly stamped the form and handed over the relevant materials to Yunze, even stepping aside to invite him into the Mutual Aid Association venue. Looking at the pile of documents, Yunze thought, "The identity of Grandma appears to be rather extraordinary." Chapter 70, An Extraordinary Grandmother. Regardless of how special Grandma's identity was, Yunze chose not to delve into it. After all, they had only just met, and it was inappropriate to pry into her privacy. He extended an invitation for Song Grandma to accompany him to the Mutual Aid Association venue. The scene was vast, with tents set up throughout the square, reminiscent of a job fair during graduation season. Grandma's discerning eye was sharp. She effortlessly selected two actor profiles that were bound to become popular in a few years. Yunze was taken aback, not wanting to linger. He left the venue and found a tea house to settle in. The collision of boiling water and tea leaves filled the air with a gentle fragrance. And Yunze first brewed the tea. He inquired, "Did you call me for something specific, Grandma?" Song Grandma watched with satisfaction as Yunze prepared the tea. His movements were fluid, rivaling those of her granddaughter. "Xiao, what are you saying? Have you forgotten what you said that day? You mentioned I could come whenever I wanted, and now you're dismissing me. Aren't you?" It was clear to anyone that Song Grandma was joking. However, Yunze took her words to heart. Having lost his family early, he had not felt familial warmth for nearly 30 years. Yet today, he sensed a long-lost warmth emanating from the grandmother he had only met once. "Of course, you can come anytime. I was merely concerned you might have something important to discuss." Yunze chuckled, pouring 2 cups of tea for Song Grandma and Song. Today, Song seemed somewhat peculiar, speaking less than usual, and after seeing him, he had been staring with an expression filled with unspoken thoughts, as if trying to ascertain something but hesitating. When their eyes met, he averted his gaze, pretending as if nothing were amiss. Important matters, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Song Grandma confirmed. There were certainly significant matters at hand. Initially, she wanted to ascertain Su Yunze's identity, but upon first glance, she had recognized that he was fated to be with her granddaughter. A grandmother knows her granddaughter best. She was well aware of the type of boy Song Jinha preferred. The games they were playing were merely remnants of her own. You see, last time I mistook you for my granddaughter's husband. I feel quite apologetic about that. She feigned regret. In my family and among my relatives, there are many girls of your age, well-mannered and beautiful. I wonder if you... As the words left her mouth, she suddenly slapped her thigh, as if recalling something. Last time, Director Lin mentioned that you had someone you liked not long ago. Oh dear, I truly apologize. Su Yunze hesitated briefly in his tea brewing, his long fingers delicately pressing down the lid of the teacup to submerge the floating tea leaves. He smiled, showing no aversion to his past. That is all in the past, Grandma. Even in the depths of affection and devotion to a relationship, one must not allow oneself to become complacent about the necessity of departure. Moreover, there is the benevolent concern of Grandma. Su Yunze spoke candidly. I fear I may let her down. I already have a wife. Grandma Song's eyes widened slightly in surprise. You have a wife? This was precisely the crucial information she sought. Afraid that her expression might betray her, Grandma Song smiled warmly and lifted her teacup, savoring it before inquiring. And what of your relationship with your wife? Su Yunze did not ponder long. He believed in being straightforward with respected elders. Our relationship is quite harmonious. Although there is a slight distance in status, we are nurturing our bond. In just a few sentences, Grandma Song swiftly deduced the essence of their courtship, nay, their marriage. Upon discovering that her precious granddaughter, Song Jinha, had moved on from her previous affections, she had promptly taken decisive action, whisking him off to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a hasty marriage. Not bad at all, she mused, reflecting on her own youthful vigor. Since they had only recently wed, it was reasonable to assume their feelings were still in a state of flux. It would be unwise to unveil identities at this juncture. If their true identities were revealed, Su Yunze would no longer perceive her as a kindred spirit, but rather as Grandma Song Jinha, creating an insurmountable distance between them. How could she then play matchmaker and foster their closeness? Having solidified her plans for the future, Grandma Song began to devise a subtle strategy to facilitate a deepening relationship between Su Yunze and Song Jinha. Taking advantage of her position, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Song Jinha, inviting her to lunch along with their address. Afterward, the two did not linger further. Grandma Song had her strategy mapped out and was eager to ascertain Song Jinha's thoughts. Yet, she was in no rush to depart, continuing her conversation with Su Yunze. Upon casually discovering his intentions to start a company, she promptly shifted the discussion to this topic. Su Yunze's eyes lit up. No wonder it is said that having an elder in the house is akin to possessing a treasure, although this grandmother was not his own. Her casual insights left even someone as seasoned as he in awe. Ah, how delightful! Grandma Song exclaimed. Today, I truly found a kindred spirit in Yunze. You cannot imagine, my dear, how those rascally boys in my family forsake the family business to pursue public relations. On most days, I, an old woman, hardly have anyone to converse with. Song, caught off guard, blinked in confusion. He cast a pitiful glance in her direction. Recalling how his grandmother had previously praised his choice to study public relations, believing it would benefit his dear sister. Now, however, he felt a mixture of indignation and the desire to conceal his displeasure, burying his head even lower. The interaction between the grandmother and grandson, no, it was more of Song's unilateral grievance, did not escape Su Yunze's notice. Amused, he found himself unwilling to reject the subtle support Grandma Song had afforded her grandson, eagerly climbing the ladder of conversation. If Grandma does not mind this young lad, I would be honored to have her visit more often. Su Yunze thought to himself. Perhaps he could glean from her the art of winning a woman's heart. Both parties entertained their thoughts as they soon rose to bid farewell. Just as Grandma Song rounded a corner, she halted abruptly, peering back to gauge Su Yunze's reaction. Satisfied that he had not detected anything amiss, she relaxed. However, as she turned, She collided with the wide-eyed stare of Song Song, nearly taken aback. "What are you doing so close, you rascal?" Song Song grinned sheepishly, revealing a set of gleaming teeth. He grasped the hem of his grandmother's garment. "I thought you were going to directly ask Zay if he is my brother-in-law." Grandma Song shook her head, her gaze towards Song Song softening with affection. Such a fine child, though sometimes lacking in insight. As they walked and chatted, Song Song exclaimed, "Why would you need to ask? Have you forgotten that for years, other than acting, my sister has never ventured into reality shows or anything of the sort?" Chapter 71. Nothing escapes Grandma's notice. Would she suddenly participate in a dating show with someone who isn't her brother-in-law, just to generate buzz for her fans? If she could, there would be no murmurs about Song Jinha's aloof nature, and the Song family would not have had to worry so much in the past. Grandma Song mused, "It seems little Jinha has inherited my steadfastness." With this revelation, Song Song's muddled thoughts began to clear, and he experienced an epiphany. My sister is indeed that type of person. If he were not her brother-in-law, how could she possibly appear on a dating show portraying a couple? The truth is evident. The dating show can only enhance their relationship, which is beneficial for my sister. Suddenly, Song Song developed a keen interest in the ongoing editing of the dating show. However, his mood quickly soured again. What nonsense about breaking through one's own limitations. He is clearly courting my sister with public funds. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, recalling how he had been deceived that day. He could not suppress the urge to confront his sister. With a bold resolve, he declared, "I shall seek my sister for an accounting." Yet, mere moments later, a slow, deliberate voice floated in from outside the private room. Without seeing her, they recognized her voice. Song Jinha entered, clutching the latest champagne-hued bag, her chestnut-hued lips accentuated, and her naturally curled hair cascading over her shoulders. "Grandma," she greeted with a smile. Grandma Song reciprocated with warmth, and the atmosphere between them was delightful. However, the mood shifted dramatically upon Song Jinha's arrival. After exchanging pleasantries, she raised an eyebrow, her gaze suddenly piercing as it locked onto Song Song. "Feeling a bit itchy?" These three succinct words transported Song Song back to his childhood, igniting a deep-seated fear of being at the mercy of his sister. He felt a sudden pang in both ears. No, it is all my fault. Look, sister, today's meal consists of all your favorites. I ordered them just for you." His mind raced with alarm, reacting swiftly to the impending danger. He leapt from his seat, pulled out a chair beside Grandma Song, and patted it in a bid for favor. Song Jinha smirked slightly, gracefully settling into the chair. Indeed, the dishes today were all to her liking. However, some were selected by Grandma, like the can of coconut pear soup. Song Jinha chose not to expose this, lifting her chin and lightly proclaiming, "Considering your commendable behavior, I shall grant you clemency this time." Grandma Song, ever the supportive figure, remained silent, enjoying the sight of her grandchildren interacting harmoniously, reminiscent of their childhood. In those moments, she would occasionally experience a fleeting illusion, as if time had frozen in those bygone days. Yet, upon glancing up at her grown grandchildren, she was reminded of the passage of time. A flicker of melancholy crossed her eyes, but was quickly suppressed as she smiled at Song Jinha, who ladled soup into her bowl. "My little Jinha," Grandma Song began, as the conversation around the dining table gradually fell into a comfortable rhythm. After savoring a piece of roasted duck, she finally asked, "How is your relationship developing, you two?" On ordinary days, the ever-pressing insistence of Song Jinha to bring someone home is met with a light-hearted demeanor today, so casual that it resembles her previous inquiry about the taste of the snow pear soup. Song Jinha's heart sank. She lifted her gaze, and indeed, nothing could escape the keen eyes of her grandmother. The fact that she had yet to bring anyone home was swiftly uncovered by her grandmother's perceptiveness. It goes without saying, what could rival the sincere praise from a dutiful granddaughter? Grandma Song immediately lifted her chin in pride. At this juncture, Song Song began to express his discontent, albeit with less bravado than before. He merely poked a meatball into his bowl, his silence a testament to his internal struggle. Wasn't it said that he embarked on a dating show to break through his limitations? Song Song furrowed his brows. How did it now seem to contradict that narrative? The lies he had spun were laid bare. Yet Song Jinha felt no embarrassment. She placed her spoon down, asserting, I never claimed it was for the sake of breaking through. ISNT, the evolution of feelings, a form of breakthrough? Her seemingly innocuous retort sent the conversation spiraling back to him, momentarily leaving Song in a state of confusion. His lips twitched as he unconsciously began to ponder her words. It appeared that he hadn't explicitly mentioned any need for a breakthrough. Thus, could it be that this dating endeavor was truly not his sister's fault? Had he simply failed to inquire further? Absurd. Realizing he could never out-argue Song Jinha, Song could only channel his indignation into his appetite, grimacing as he dug into his meal. A subtle smile graced Song Jinha's lips. A young lad with no romantic experience dared to outsmart her? How preposterous. Gradually, the topic returned to Grandma Song's initial query. After a moment of contemplation, Song Jinha replied, We are quite well, yet there remains a hint of distance. Often, the atmosphere feels just right, but there seems to be something lacking, an elusive distance. Grandma Song savored this for a moment before raising her gaze, her expression softening as she looked at Song. Go fetch your sister some fresh coconut milk. Huh? Song, caught mid-bite, dropped a bone from his mouth in disbelief, pointing at himself. Me? Grandma Song nodded decisively. Song wanted to retort, questioning why there was a call button on the wall if he could simply summon staff. However, upon seeing his grandmother's expression, he shrank back, reluctant to argue. He could only rise quietly, muttering under his breath, Why not let me go out and get her some hot milk tea instead? That would work. Startled, he turned around to find Grandma Song smiling at him. She bore a look that suggested he had made a commendable point. Do as you suggested. Go to her favorite place and get one for yourself as well. In a fit of anger, Song stormed out to buy the milk tea, making sure to close the door carefully behind him. I'll go. Don't think I'm unaware of your subtle attempts to impart your wisdom to my sister. It's precisely because you favor her that I'm not as clever. Earlier, when speaking of the distance, Grandma Song had raised one finger, then, under Song Jinha's watchful gaze, lifted another hand to form a circle. Then, in an indescribable gesture, she brought both hands together. Song Jinha's face flushed instantly. Grandma Song smiled. Do you understand now? In this way, there is no distance at all. Not only that, but she trailed off, her eyes conveying all that needed to be said. Have you learned? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Song Jinha's voice was barely audible. How could it be inappropriate? This is, after all, a crucial aspect of any relationship. Besides, you two are already registered as a couple. Have you not heard the saying? Song Jinha had always held her grandmother in high regard, aware of her formidable nature, but never had she realized just how astute she truly was. Instinctively, she inquired, What saying? With the most nonchalant tone, Grandma Song delivered the most astonishing revelation. Love is something that must be cultivated. Chapter 72. Who would fancy their rival in love? Song Jinha's pupils widened in shock. Was this true? Such a simple statement left her momentarily speechless, while Grandma Song continued. Do you understand why I sent Xiao Song away? Girls can use this tactic, especially you, Xiao He, since you're already married. But if Xiao Song were to adopt such a strategy, he would be deemed a scoundrel. Our Song family does not permit the existence of scoundrels. Once outside the restaurant's private room, Song Jinha felt utterly dazed. Her steps were unsteady, and she was spotted by the keen-eyed Song as she passed through the lobby. He jogged over, thrusting a cup of milk tea into her hands. Did you finish chatting with Grandma? So quickly? Since I bought it, you might as well take it. He held in his hand a skewer of grilled gluten that had already been partially devoured, indicating he had been seated in the lobby for some time. Song Jinha shook her head, slightly regaining her composure, and exchanged a few words with Song before driving off. Alone in her car for a considerable time, pondering something, Song Jinha's expression gradually transformed, her eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. She pulled out her phone and messaged Yunze. Have you eaten lunch yet? With this simple line, she sought to create the illusion of wanting to dine with him, then added, as if recalling something, Your ex has joined my production team. How should we handle this? Referring to her as an ex felt somewhat inaccurate. Before meeting the person, Song Jinha thought anyone who could articulate such a sentiment must possess a unique insight into the script. She believed this individual could excel as an actor or even in any profession dedicated to their craft. Through mere words, Song Jinha felt she glimpsed a transparent soul. It was her intuition, a connection between spirits. However, upon finally encountering that person, Song Jinha hesitated. Standing outside, she clearly saw the figure through the window. It was Xia Yurong. Song Jinha faltered. She was all too familiar with Xia Yurong. How could she not know what she looked like? After battling internally, Song Jinha resolutely changed her mind. She instructed her subordinates, one round of responses isn't sufficient. Further assessments are necessary, especially since this is for the lead role. Her subordinates quickly complied, and Song Jinha was pleased to witness Xia Yurong's earlier self-satisfaction transform into astonishment. Her heart soared, to the point where she felt like whistling a tune. If Yunze and Xia Yurong still had ties bound by career, she wouldn't mind assisting Yunze by handing the lead role to Xia Yurong. Yet, now that Yunze was firmly in her grasp, what was Xia Yurong worth? When Song Jinha messaged him, Yunze was in the midst of his meal. He had casually wandered into an alley and found a seemingly decent dumpling restaurant. By the time the notification popped up, only 2 dumplings remained on his plate. Is my wife inviting me to dinner? Yunze hesitated for a moment before arriving at a decision. He picked up the last 2 chive dumplings and stuffed them into his mouth, freeing his hands to send a message to Song Jinha. I haven't eaten yet, how about you? Ding dong. Upon receiving the message, Song Jinha was just about to park her car. She saw the text, and the relaxed expression on her face instantly vanished. Her hand rested on her abdomen, the sensation of fullness unmistakable. Dining with her grandmother. How could there possibly be any room left in her stomach? However, confronted with Yunze's message, she gritted her teeth and replied, I haven't eaten either. Yunze, really? At this hour? Song Jinha, no, I've been quite busy today. The two soon met up. Song Jinha tentatively suggested, I know of a private restaurant that serves delicious food, though it is somewhat far. I wonder if you are hungry? How could Yunze not know whether he was hungry or not? Hearing that it was a bit far, he felt a surge of joy, though he maintained an impassive facade. It's fine. Let us go and try it. I had some snacks this morning to tide me over. After saying this, he looked at Song Jinha. What about you? Song Jinha replied, coincidentally, I also had some snacks to hold me over, so let's head over. Both were harboring their own thoughts, completely oblivious to the fleeting glances and the subtle discord in their conversation. This private restaurant was indeed quite distant. It took a full hour to arrive. Upon reaching the restaurant and settling into a private booth, they casually ordered a few dishes. Yunze recalled what Song Jinha had mentioned earlier and inquired, what is the story behind the film crew you mentioned? Song Jinha was still preoccupied with whether her chosen dishes were appropriate. Although she was full, Yunze hadn't eaten enough. What if he felt hungry later? Upon hearing the mention of the film crew, she quickly snapped back to attention. You must have heard about the special audition process from a while back. That was me. She recounted the events in broad strokes. When bringing up Xia Yurong again, Song Jinha no longer felt the anxiety she once had. Yunze, being a meticulous person, focused on the film crew in his questions and intentionally avoided mentioning her ex, sparing Song Jinha any discomfort. She naturally sensed his consideration. The person she liked was quite attentive. After providing a general overview of the situation, Song Jinha propped her chin on her hands, eagerly awaiting Yunze's reaction. Your response surprised me, she stated directly. But I don't like her. Yunze was taken aback. He remembered that this audition was connected to the mutual aid meeting he attended that morning. It was organized by Misty Frost Productions. He hadn't anticipated that Song Jinha would wield such influence within it, even crafting the questions herself, with the decision of who would advance resting solely with them. In his past life, this audition had marked Xia Yurong's first triumph as the lead, launching her career into the limelight. It was as if she had gained some form of validation, and her path had become increasingly smooth. Yunze's hand trembled slightly without him realizing it. The answers Xia Yurong had provided were all ones he had taught her, yet they had caught Song Jinha's eye instead. It turned out that their souls had collided long before. Why the days? Song Jinha asked, gently waving her hand in front of him, as he grasped her porcelain wrist. Recalling her earlier statement of not liking Xia Yurong, Su Yunze deliberately inquired. What is the reason for not liking her? Song Jinha attempted to withdraw her wrist, exerting some force, but to no avail. His warm hand held her wrist firmly. The reason for disliking her was rather straightforward, was it not? Song Jinha turned her face away, her voice softening. Who would like their rival? As she spoke, her gaze sharpened, locking onto Su Yunze's. The unmasked emotion stirred something within him. After the filming of the dating show concluded, their relationship seemed to have returned to a semblance of normalcy. It wasn't truly a restoration, but rather the absence of that previous atmosphere. Their conversations had lost their overtly direct nature, as if missing the flair of a performance. But was it truly just for show? Su Yunze spread his hands. She doesn't tea like me. She simply hasn't realized her feelings yet. Song Jinha responded firmly. A person like you. How could any girl not like? You possess looks, manners, talent, and respect for others. In any other context, someone like Xia Yurong would hardly be regarded as a competitor. However, with Su Yunze, it was different. They shared a history. Regardless of how vigilant one might be, it was only natural. Having said that, Song Jinha seemed to recall something pivotal. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of danger in her tone as she asked. You seem a bit regretful that she doesn't tea like you? Su Yunze, who had just taken a sip of tea, nearly choked at her words. He quickly pulled out a napkin to wipe his mouth and shook his head in denial. No, just talking. I already have you. How could there be any regret? That was just misreading the situation. Su Yunze sighed. That's good. Song Jinha felt satisfied and placed a piece of meat into Su Yunze's bowl. I almost considered canceling tonight's plans. Since they were having lunch, Song Jinha decided to replace wine with tea, raising her cup. Shall we return home early tonight and share a drink? Ever since the filming of the dating show wrapped up, they hadn't had a proper sit-down conversation in days. Mentioning the show brought forth a wave of memories for Su Yunze. The unintentional touches, the exchanged glances. Just then, Song Jinha leaned in, her fragrant hair brushing against his forearm. Su Yunze's gaze deepened. He agreed, lifting his cup and drinking it all in one go. Your words make me feel as though there might be a surprise tonight. Song Jinha was taken aback. How did you know there would be a surprise tonight? Xia Yurong reveled in such attention. The news of the special edition had spread far and wide, and many were aware. Each person coming in for the audition would know who Xia Yurong was. Just one response would capture the attention of the entire crew, even the higher-ups. Xia Yurong thrived in such scrutiny, reminiscent of the moments she had received the Best Supporting Actress award in her previous life, basking in the audience's gaze. Even though there had been a minor inconvenience, that morning with her landlord demanding rent, it did not alter the course of her life. Xia Yurong was lost in her world of memories. In her previous life, it was through this very audition that she entered the Peach Blossom Curse production team. During the filming, invitations poured in like snowflakes. And indeed, the evidence proved that their judgment had been correct as she ascended the starry path. Miss Xia? Miss Xia. The increasingly loud calls dragged her from a reverie. Xia Yurong frowned, visibly displeased. Soon, she would have completed her life's roadshow. How could this person be so inconsiderate? She raised her head, her gaze sharp. When the entire crew revered her as a guest of honor, who dared to shout at her presence? Was it new? Oblivious in turn? Xia Yurong had just contemplated this when her gaze froze. The name tag prominently displayed on the individual's chest read team leader. What could this possibly be about? Xia Yurong inquired, her demeanor slightly unnerving. Perhaps this person was here to inform her about signing the contract, and such urgency could be excused. Miss Xia, your audition has not yet concluded, Team Leader Chun said with a polite nod, articulating his intent. There are still additional segments to complete. What do you think? His words fell upon Xia Yurong like a thunderclap, rendering her momentarily speechless, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? She had traversed this very path in her previous life. How could there be further stages? As she rapidly recounted the events of the day, Xia Yurong struggled to identify where things had gone awry. Team Leader Chun, growing somewhat impatient, prompted, Miss Xia? Her voice remained gentle and courteous, a reminder of her purpose. Grasping her clothing nervously, Xia Yurong's mind raced, rendering her momentarily disoriented. Rising to her feet, she maintained her composure and smiled. Let us proceed. I appreciate your assistance." There were many eyes upon her, including those who had come for auditions and were now gazing at her with admiration, having heard of her situation. She could not afford to lose face. However, this facade crumbled the moment she entered the new audition segment. If the male lead were to forsake everything, including the public behind him, to choose you, how would you feel? Joyful or astonished? What would you say? A barrage of questions struck her like a sudden storm, leaving Xia Yurong disoriented, almost at a loss as to her bearings. "What? Could you repeat that?" she stammered, questioning her own perception. Hadn't her previous life lacked such complications? What exactly had gone wrong? Questions swirled around her as she exited the room. She nearly forgot her own name amidst the turmoil. Her steps faltered as she entered the restroom, splashing cold water on her face. The icy sensation jolted her back to reality. Where had things gone awry? After a good 10 minutes of gathering herself, Xia Yurong finally located her composure. Biting her lip, she dialed a number. "Contact. Yin Heyu is connecting." The outcome of the audition had been predictably disastrous. A series of questions bombarded her, and as she staggered under their weight, the staff awaited her response with eager eyes, hoping for another dazzling answer as before. Yet, she rifled through her memories and found no record of these inquiries. It was Yunze who had once informed her that if she sought his assistance during the audition, she had feigned an excuse, retreating to a corner to call Yunze, hoping he would text her the answers. If only he could respond swiftly, all these queries could be resolved. Alas, disappointment awaited her. After 3 attempts, the call status remained in conversation. The conclusion was evident. Her number remained on Yunze's blacklist. Unreleased. Was he still upset? Had he not yet vented his frustrations? Glancing at the staff who were casting furtive glances her way, Xia Yurong felt a twinge of anxiety as she sought help from the sidelines. With no other option, she tucked her phone in her bag, temporarily suppressing her concerns. She resolved to address the matter with Yunze when next they met. No, it wouldn't be a confrontation. Rather, it would be a heart-to-heart discussion, regardless of his anger. He could not take out his frustrations on her future, could he? After the audition concluded, hearing the staff announce the results, regrettably stating that she was not meant to be the female lead, she put Yunze's issues aside for the time being. Presently, she needed to find a person of stature to help her uncover why the audition process had abruptly changed. Clearly, during her initial responses, everyone had been astonished. Though not explicitly stated, she had discerned from the directors and others' expressions that the role of the female lead was hers to claim. This paralleled the trajectory of her previous life, aligning with her anticipated outcome. Yet, what had altered? Taking a deep breath, she gazed at her phone screen, awaiting Yin Heyu to answer her call. Chapter 73. Was it an illusion? Softness pressed against her lips. This lifetime's path to stardom had only just begun. The connections she had once relied upon were now rendered useless. The only person she could depend on was Yin Heyu. She anxiously focused on the screen, fearing the emergence of further unforeseen complications. Yet, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. Her call to Yin Heyu went unanswered. A foreboding feeling washed over her as she dialed several times in vain. Xia Yurong pressed her lips together, leaving her no choice but to leave a message. Did Yin Heyu not see her calls? He had indeed seen them, but he was uncertain how to face Xia Yurong, the nominal partner of his brother, Yunze. The illuminated screen displayed a fresh message Yin Heyu had just received. Heartbeat Confession's latest guest list. The uproar surrounding Heartbeat Confession had centered on the invitation extended to acclaimed actress Song Jinha, marking her first appearance on a variety show, particularly a dating show, which had promptly trended on social media. He was certainly aware of that. However, as Bright Entertainment had its own similar productions in direct competition, he felt it unwise to pry too much before the official announcement. Now that the show had wrapped, the news trickled out alongside the editing process, slowly gaining traction. When Yin Heyu received the list, he felt a flicker of excitement. But then he noticed the unimaginable, who was paired with actress Song Jinha, Yunze. Was there another Yunze in the world, of the same age, who had also entered the entertainment industry and become a dating show partner with Song Jinha? He was grateful that he had finished his coffee before glancing at the list. Otherwise, his screen and his expensive, custom-built mechanical keyboard would have been ruined. Trembling hands. Yen incredulously clicked on the guest photos. The moment he discerned their likeness, his heart plummeted. The individual exuding intimacy with actress Song was none other than his brother. Yen emotions became a tangled web. He was unsure whether to envy his brother's good fortune or to worry about how to handle the implications for the sister-in-law with whom he had ties. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, his encounter with sister-in-law Xia Yurong at the Jinyuan restaurant, where he had spotted his brother. The person his brother had embraced appeared vaguely familiar upon reflection. Was it not Song Jinha? Had they established a connection prior to the dating show? Was the dating show a premeditated endeavor? Leaning back in his plush office chair, he struggled to regain his composure. Yet, just as he thought the matter was concluded, preparing to withdraw from the dating show lineup, he scrolled down, revealing another name. Xia Yurong, Xia Yurong. Yen. What in the world is going on here? Were they each leading their own lives? This notion flitted through his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. If it were anyone else, he might consider it plausible. However, this was his brother. He could not possibly behave in such a manner in public. Who was his brother's romantic interest on the dating show? Renowned in the entertainment industry as a beauty seldom seen in a millennium, she is the moonlight that can only be admired from afar, Song Jinha. This marks Song Jinha's debut on a dating reality show. If there were no feelings involved, would the typically aloof Song Jinha, who harbors a disdain for variety shows, intentionally engage in publicity for the sake of popularity? The very thought seems implausible. With a vague answer forming in his mind, he opened Xia Yurong's social media moments, and Yen let out a long sigh of relief. The collection of photos had not been updated in quite some time. Reflecting on the events that had transpired recently, he couldn't help but smack his forehead in disbelief at his own actions. If his brother discovered the mix-up regarding his sister-in-law, he shivered at the thought of the consequences. A foreboding sense of dread deepening within him. As he pondered how to cope with the situation, he opened the conversation with Yunze but hesitated to type. Just then, his phone vibrated, signaling an incoming call. Yen's fist clenched. Though these were merely his conjectures, they seemed to align too closely with the truth. He felt an overwhelming urge to answer the call and confront directly. Who exactly is your partner? Mistaking my sister-in-law is tantamount to mistaking my brother. It was infuriating to feel unjustly taken advantage of, and his mood soured considerably. In the split second before pressing the answer button, he managed to rein in his emotions, silencing the phone and setting it aside. Out of sight, out of mind. He indeed needed to inquire, but it was impossible to glean the truth from Xia Yurong. If only he had asked his brother earlier about his sister-in-law's name, or requested a photo, or inquired when they started dating. Had he done any one of those things, he would have avoided this multitude of misunderstandings. Taking a deep breath, he poured himself a glass of cool water and gulped it down. The refreshing liquid coursed through his throat and lungs, calming his tumultuous spirit. The phone's vibrations ceased. After a moment's contemplation, Yen walked over to the drawer, retrieved his phone, and dialed Yunze. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Yen felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. His composure returned entirely. He messaged Yunze, "Brother, is your sister-in-law the renowned actress Song Jinha? I seem to have misunderstood. When can we meet?" What was meant to arrive would eventually come. Yen pondered how best to make amends. At the very moment his phone vibrated, Yunze had already kissed Song Jinha. They had not consumed much during their meal, but fortunately, the order had been just right. Initially, Song Jinha suggested ordering more, but in the end, neither of them glanced at the menu again. The private booth offered excellent confidentiality. Song Jinha had visited many times and knew there were no surveillance cameras or listening devices present. As she contemplated the plans for the evening, her cheeks flushed slightly. She was unaware of Yunze's intention to have her procure something for him. Wanting to ask directly, the words danced on her tongue, but ultimately remained unspoken as she followed Yunze out the door. What was on her mind? The underground parking lot was dimly lit, and Yunze could not discern the expression on Song Jinha's face. Today, he was driving, and he noticed how distracted she appeared once she entered the car, even forgetting to fasten her seatbelt. He leaned over to grasp the seatbelt. Whether intentionally or not, Song Jinha happened to regain her focus, slightly lifting her head. her lips brushing against the side of Su Yunze's face. The soft touch was particularly pronounced. He momentarily froze, and upon looking up, his gaze met Song Jinha's bright eyes. "What's wrong?" She blinked, seemingly oblivious to the unexpected encounter. Was it merely an illusion? Su Yunze was contemplating this when, having secured the seatbelt, he prepared to withdraw, only to find his neck ensnared by her arm, pulling him back. He turned in astonishment, and their lips met softly. Chapter 74. Eager to return home. Throughout the entire afternoon, Su Yunze found himself lost in memories. Unlike during the dating show, this time, it was Song Jinha who took the initiative, devoid of any need for programmatic theatrics thus, recalling the hazy yet fervent gaze she had given him at parting. Some of his speculations began to crystallize into clarity. Perhaps, like him, Song Jinha harbored similar feelings for him. Su Yunze's heart raced, and he bit his lip, suppressing all thoughts within. He took out his phone and messaged Song Jinha, asking what time she would return home. After sending it, he recalled that he had received a call earlier that afternoon that had rung twice. Scrolling through his call log, he noticed 2 missed calls and an entirely overlooked message. "Brother, is your sister-in-law the renowned actress Song Jinha? I seem to have misunderstood. When can we meet?" Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, replying, "Yes. There is no one else but her." Did Yin Hayu not possess accurate information about his relationship with Song Jinha, or was there a misunderstanding? Reflecting on the peculiar sensations he had felt previously, a thought began to form in Su Yunze's mind. Could it be? He intended to invite her for dinner. But before sending the message, he suddenly remembered something important, deleting it line by line. "Let's meet tomorrow afternoon and discuss in detail." He was eager to discover whether his suspicions were correct. His afternoon concentration had waned. All preparations for the company were complete and awaiting approval. He still needed to secure another office as a base. The mutual aid group's chat had finally added him this morning. Opening the member list, he spotted a familiar avatar in the first row. On his desk, the elegant calligraphy penned a character for Song Jinha. Was that her handwriting? Su Yunze shook his head, exiting the page to begin registering the company's official account. Until the foundation was established, he would handle these matters personally. What was he staring at? He had been dazed for quite a while. A fan quietly thumped against his head, and Director Lin's voice drifted into his ear. Su Yunze. Before he could react, Director Lin had already glimpsed the content displayed on his laptop. It was Song Jinha's homepage. The most recent update was from 3 days ago, where she had liked a comment. Sister never participates in dating shows. This sudden appearance must mean she has feelings for her dating partner, right? This was undoubtedly a unique form of announcement. Director Lin, intrigued. You've been staring at her page for quite some time? What are you thinking? Su Yunze cleared his throat. He pressed his lips together, contemplating before replying. The person joining Song Jinha on the dating show is me. For some reason, he felt a strong desire to hear others' comments about him and Song Jinha. You? Director Lin initially thought he was joking, laughing for a moment until he noticed the seriousness etched on Su Yunze's face, the laughter gradually fading. You can't be serious? The laughter ceased abruptly, and Director Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you really? Su Yunze, not that. When have I ever lied to you? That was indeed a fair point. One of the reasons Director Lin held Su Yunze in high regard was his earnestness, unpretentious and composed. Aside from the recently uncovered blemishes suggesting he might be a scoundrel, he possesses a plethora of virtues. Director Lin inhaled sharply. But do you not have a wife? At that time, the wedding candies were distributed to every member of the crew. Su Yunze's demeanor, while handing out the candies, was earnest and meticulous, clearly reflecting his concern for this matter, and it was evident how deep his affections for his wife ran. Thus, when it was later revealed that Su Yunze might be straying emotionally, Director Lin felt an acute sense of urgency. Su Yunze fell silent, lifting his gaze to fixate intently on Director Lin. It was only when Lin's perplexity deepened that he inquired, "Did I not mention it? My wife is Song Jinha. We are in a lawful union." Director Lin? What? What did he just hear? Su Yunze's wife is Song Jinha? A lawful union? What was all his prior concern for? The first thought that crossed Director Lin's mind was a shake of his head. No, this lad is utterly serious. Previously, he merely expressed his fondness for Song Jinha. And now he boldly claims her as his wife? Why did he not say so sooner? The more Lin observed the nonchalance on Su Yunze's face, the more irate he became. He clenched his teeth in frustration, recalling how he had once worried about Su Yunze's family situation to the point of eating half a bowl, less due to anxiety. You didn't ask, Su Yunze retorted with conviction. Indeed, Director Lin had not inquired whether his wife was Song Jinha. Could he be held accountable for that? The two locked eyes, the tension palpable, until it was Director Lin who ultimately relented. He slammed the fan onto the table. You little rascal. What does he mean by saying he didn't ask? This mischievous lad clearly knew he was misunderstood, but chose not to clarify. Relishing the opportunity to witness his elder's vexation, didn't he? Truly a wily fox. All right, calm down, old man. At your age, you must take care of your health. Su Yunze soothed, retrieving the fan that had been carelessly tossed aside and gently fanning Director Lin. Director Lin? Did this lad just imply that he is old? Wasn't that a direct affront to his age? He felt a fresh wave of irritation. Su Yunze, however, was oblivious to this nuance. He pulled over two small stools, keeping one for himself and offering the other to Director Lin. Today, I wish to hear your thoughts on a matter. Regarding Song Jinha and myself, he paused briefly. What do you think of us? Do you believe we can endure? As the conversation shifted to serious matters, Director Lin's demeanor immediately became composed. He scrutinized Su Yunze, pondering for a moment. Externally, you two appear quite well matched. Though you both seem somewhat inept at expressing your feelings, perhaps this makes it easier to resonate with one another, as you are similar types. As for your abilities, that goes without saying. You are not far from being a household name. Director Lin concluded firmly, I hold you in high regard, lad. With the tarnish of suspicion regarding his character removed, Su Yunze appeared even more agreeable to him. However, Director Lin did not allow Su Yunze to revel in his praise for long. You must have a clear understanding of your own emotions. If you are certain, do not overly concern yourself with others' opinions. Life is yours to live, and so are your feelings. If others find fault, then part ways. But this relationship you have spoken of, does it belong to you or to them? Su Yunze, who had initially felt elated by Director Lin's high regard, was momentarily taken aback by the latter's subsequent remarks. Indeed, emotions are one's own. Yet, he had only subconsciously sought affirmation from Director Lin to bolster his confidence. Director Lin continued, the fate of this relationship can only be judged by you. Do not overthink it. Immerse yourself in it. Ask yourself for the answer. The answer. Su Yunze pressed his right hand against his chest, acutely aware of his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, he thought, I must return home quickly. I long to see that person.